hiding behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler Len pulled slowly into the Wellington, Florida driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aarons, 20, was having breakfast with some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smile from the living room. Her voice was soft. "Oh, how pretty," she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The clown raised a weapon, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take this clown's mask decades to age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida, a clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for horse shows, aeroplane fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remembered hearing the siren going down Oak Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away and is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red spot on the front door brought joy to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe Aaron and his friends, were scared, but stuck to what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts, then pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they would want to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making a delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One showed a skit about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. Couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. Then why is Marlene Warren? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in her neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air and been dropped on a suburban home by accident. But the strained and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cops began their search with the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a white Chrysler Warren and matched the witnesses' descriptions to the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in the Winn-Dixie parking lot, empty. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have come from a makeup wig, but it wasn't a bun or a clown suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, not in a normal way. The last people to rent the Chrysler were 2 lost tourists who tried to return it to a Payless location after only a few hours to get in touch with someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when he called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It was owned by Barty Motors, a used car lot that had cleverly put a fake Yellow Pages ad under the Payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of a murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started to look into the people who worked for Barty Motors. These people were the man who ran it and the woman who did the repossessions for him. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry clients, shady business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and lived in peace in Wellington's high-class AOC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took another close look at the getaway car. The dealership's ties to Bargain Motors were sketchy. They were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had given the killer the Chrysler but didn't show motive, it didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked at a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress up as a clown with an orange wig, white gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes. They were too big, though. The woman gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her out with a picture window, but the other one said they weren't sure. Still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story from being in the news, being in files, full of cases. It had been months and years. The only thing that was certain was that a clown had done a neighborhood crime. Joe Burns, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway when he was only 3 years old. He stayed there until the evidence got there. He was in the car that was behind it. He went to the hospital to wait. And 2 days later, he was out of time when she died. What saw him change his life reads. The sounds, the lights, and strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst thing about it all was there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no point. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family followed the memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to have told about their lives. It was only a few weeks before time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The business moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, Long Beach County Sheriff's Office had government grant to use new and technology looking at old cases again. The killer fungus was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 20 years of crime. The hair, the feathers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing with tools for a day, and this was the name that the sheriff's office had fought about, but they could never prove it. The hair that was found in the barrel was found. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't really measure scientifically. But no, she from mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. DLR was the name of the business, and her name was Shakeen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the kind of fit. However, the possible way told her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called Purple Cow in remote parts, South Virginia. Their neighbor said they were quite nice and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and deep-fried milkshakes, though. Had Sheila Keen ever stopped as a clown? Had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Abby to Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, moved to Abilene, Virginia, in September 2017. They found Sheila in her jail. She was back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance justice for the first time in 27 years. But that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messy. Well, on here on Main Street of Exit. It's a historic. One town with this story of one of her own charged with a heinous crime from decades ago continues to front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's living in her neighborhood 50 minutes away from here. People are talking. I think we know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. These friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home, and then ours too. A neighbor that just about everyone in the Harold neighborhood near Abington, Virginia believes Debbie Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were no fit in. Never said. This is a community with a couple of them. It's a food, upscale neighborhood that's mountains. You can see houses right down here, whereas there's a picturesque view of rolling hills and lake in the back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail. Trying to pick her friend Debbie, a woman who would dress as a clown, then shoot her husband's wife in the face. 27 years ago is hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I would ever suspect, my neighbor said. She's just so loving, and they're up until recently. Blevins told me Warren spent 6 days a week in a small drive-thru restaurant in its own in Kingsford, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we really see those days. Blevins said. This summer, Blevins explained. The couple were retired, spending more time at home, becoming better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my golf cart and go down and see what Debbie might do. And maybe they're at the boat dock or working in the yard, he said. But now, the woman knows Debbie is prepared to answer first-degree murder charges and face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, and he said. And when I stopped at Warren's house this morning, the woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren was home. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just watching the house? Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. They added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keen. She had quite left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer looking at the past. In this case, they had no evidence, up-to-date facts, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Something went wrong, though, so the proof would become less reliable over time. A lot of the witnesses from 1990 died, and others couldn't remember they saw her well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed they come up at 20% of women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a weak case in order to close a public case that had opened for a long time. They said Sheila was hit because she was the only person who could be responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least one of the reports seen clowns were made in the days before murder. Could this have been done by another one? Was it just an accident with a clown mixed up? There had been weirder things. They killed Tommy at the Tommy Community Wellington in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in full clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 following the case, Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying the work, so taxpayers pay for high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors presented list of assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, the prosecutor said. It's time to get this tried, and I don't expect there'll be any delays, he added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of brutal murder is very bonus, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are able to track down. In papers filed with the court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost. Witnesses are not available, and prosecutors were questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial will be put back 7 times tomorrow. All right, court in own session, the judge said. Sheila Keen Warren was ordered into the Palm Beach full courtroom for a 30-afternoon hearing. Her attorneys asked for 20 minutes and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of the requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a report confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes. I apologize for the overwhelming oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I've done nothing at any time intent, he added. King Warren attorney says it was intentional. They know they consider admission, and they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why we felt we had to come to court. It included. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren issued a choice that even her own law team is coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed the prosecutors account what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. She worked as a cover officer for rumors in 1990. This was Uncle Warren Carlotta. But then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them plugging in the office, having lunches together, and even spending night together. And Michael was in charge of murdering Marlene, and his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, many people in the area looked plus. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Probe, this like confirmation, a strange time to mystery. And it, Marlene Warren's son, Joe, writing back when he saw the clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all of these things with what Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe had a clown in his eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Before the law said she could get credit for time served, but she could have years spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Arenberg, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a comment. Sheila King Warren will always be a convicted murderer and will wear that thing every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated in the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, it will really for pleasure. He still had pain and would go away. She said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it took a while. There were questions. The sentence was cut short. He finally got to say one thing upon his mother. We found the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Twain got the call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. With a sigh of relief. It kind of choked me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never gave, because they died in their mind to do so. Eventually, it works out for them and me, she concluded. The killer gun story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her door. You're the best, written on them. Someone went missing for decades, and then came back wearing wondering if it's happening. The case did not end with a drag trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way. The plea had a quick release. Some people think that Sheila was only convicted in that old case, and an old court system put her in the spot. Some people think she couldn't do it at all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In the video, we explore a chill case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can be just on the other side of your front door. It seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The black Chrysler light pulled suddenly to the Wellington, Florida driveway of White House. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was done. Inside the house, Joe Aarons, 20, was having breakfast with some friends. Doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The club raised a weapon, and the person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take this crime to mass decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida, a clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County known for horror shows, airplane fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. On May 26, 1990, that came crashing down, and it broke the greatest swing of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going out Arrow Club Live. And there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away. Is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. It was insane, scary, red and balloons, flowers in colors, and a red spot from joy to children. The man was shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe Aarons and his friends, were scared. That's what they said. Someone arrested the clown gave Marlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight ahead. After that, he was left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they won't kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was clean enough to make it feel very easy. She had thick orange hair, red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though. It really caught Joe's attention. It was like Henry or Robin up them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he always remembered that. It's also on that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip off the count. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just on making delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any way to identify itself. The only thing that was behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." And showed his skit about Snow White. The police took the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The dog was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements from this were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left, the press stopped. Police were left to scary question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight? Rests on. Why that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. Why is Marlene Warren? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like the crime had just appeared out of thin air and then dropped in a certain home by accident. The strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cops began a search across the Leon. 4 days after murder, cops found white Chrysler Warren and National Witness description still there. A few miles away from the Warren, he found a Windy Sea parking lot. Heavy. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called just evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange light fibers, which might come from a There wasn't a gun or a clown suit, but there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, cars were stolen, but not in normal way. The last people in Chrysler were all sorts to try to return to a Hale location after only a few hours to get back for some from the company. They called him and saw in yellow pages, but he couldn't find anything there. Someone online told him to leave these inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. Turned out that the number he called didn't actually belong to a Davis store. It was owned by Party Motors, a used car lot that had clearly put yellow pages at on the next one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of a murder involving a small car, it was enough to get police interested. They started looking into the people who worked at Party Motors. These people, the men and the woman who did the possession for him. When police looked into Marlene's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find anything between shady business partners or angry spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped to take care of real estate. She took care of relationships and lived in peace in Lincoln's high-class OC Club. He had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together. She was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. Took other close look at the car. The teachers tried to argue over station, but they were not against law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership, given the Chrysler, they didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked at a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said when rushing right with the store closed, just 2 nights before killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wasn't dressed as a blonde with old white gloves or red nose and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. Only gave me and then left. Later, one of the workers would peel out the paper, but the other one said they were sure, which still wasn't enough. There's no gun, no DNA, and no representatives who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in the files for cold cases. It had months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that a clown had a nearly perfect crime. Joe Aarons, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, it was hunted. He went to the hospital to it, and 2 days later, he was about to son, which he died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The son's bullets and strange picture of his mother looking at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst not at all, that there were no illusions. No sibling, there was no one to point at or even go to. He was talking to the president. Marlene's family held memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she was to told her mother last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happened to me, you know who did it, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to be there. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. This is moving on, and something went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office had gone to used new technology to look into old cases again. The killer case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing them with tools of today, and this was a name that the Sheriff's Office thought about. They could never prove it. The hair that started was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. But now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Blue Cars was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Keen. She led a brief question during the fur probe. She said at the time that she was looking cars to take back. She couldn't say sure where she was, remember though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the gun outfit. However, the cops of the way told her until now. DNA proved not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, who was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called the Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice and quiet. There was a question behind smiles and deep fried milkshakes though. And Sheila Keen, the rest of had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went back in Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila, put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family sought justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right. They were about to investigate. Well, I'm here on the main street of Paddington. It's a story. Coin Town with the story of one of their own charged with a hate crime from decades ago. It continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's living in a neighborhood 50 minutes away from here. People talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, fed people all around. I just feel so welcome in their home. And their house too. I never said. That's about everyone in the neighborhood in Virginia. They make my Warren belong. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they work, right in. Never said. This is a community with colonialism living. It's secluded upscale neighborhood in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here. There's just a picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now in jail cell. Try to picture her friend Debbie as one who dresses as a clown and shoots her husband's wife in the face. 27 years ago is hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I would suspect, neighbors said. She's just so loving on the other hand. Up until recently, Levin's holding Warren spends 6 days a week at a small drive-through restaurant once owned in nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we don't really see them on Sundays, Levin said. This summer, Levin explained, a couple tired, spending more time alone, coming to their friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my golf cart and go down and see what we and Mike were up to. And maybe they're at or working in their yard, he said. Now, the woman named was Debbie took her to catch her first degree charges and faced the death penalty. I felt shame, very, very shocked, the neighbor said. And when I stopped by the Warren's house this morning, one man through the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just locking the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay. He's doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. They had. We talked on the phone. He said, yo, bro, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new ends, updated forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Something went wrong though. Some of the proof had come as a rival over time. A lot of witnesses from 1990 had died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces of about 20% of women that would be used to guess the right away. Authorities were blamed for filling a case in order to close a public case that had opened for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could be responsible. They also had a strange thing. At least 40 reports of seen clowns were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident to a clown mechanism? There have been weird things. The killer clown case attacked Kennedy Elected in 1990. That is when Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married the victim's husband, Uncle Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 in the following case since Sheila Keen Warren was listed in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for her high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors said assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. The prosecutor said, it's time to get this case started, and I expect there'll be any delays. They added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because they had the murder in our big formats and witnesses, some of whom were already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with the court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost. This is not available. The prosecution was questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County 10th floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors didn't release some requested discovered evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported confession of this man, Robert Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologized for any oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing with any type of intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know me gives information, and they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was an intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why I felt we had come to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice to get her own looking into coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside court she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for arguments in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them talking in the office, had long lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren Woman was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Rome, this was like confirmation. A strange time history. They took Marley Martin's son, Joe, right in the gut, and he saw the clown walk away without a word. Just no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things until woman Joe found the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked the clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. A Florida law said she could get credit for time served, which included the years she spent in jail before trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, the only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Arrenner escaped to Palm Beach County, made her comment. Sheila King Warren will always be a big murderer and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyers seemed kind of pleased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit the crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was a real relief from her. He still had pain that didn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it took a while. There were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He finally got to say one thing to honor his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Twain got the call today she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and kind of show people thinking out, no, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never gave up, no. Because if you in mind to do so, eventually works out for them and me, she concluded. The killer was solved in New Zealand for more than 30 years. A woman killed at her door. You are the best. I'm the balloon. I'm the decades. Looking back, we're wondering. The victim was happened. The case not been for trial or decision on TV. It ended in a strange quiet way that the plea had crazy quick release. Some people think that Sheila was only convicted and that in an old case, an old court system put her in the spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story had an impact, be sure to click the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger be just on the other side of your front door. What seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler Lamb pulled slowly into the Wellington, Florida driveway of a White House. Someone got out of the other side. They wore bright orange big, had a smile drawn in their face, and held two balloons and a plastic flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Parents, 20, met breakfast with some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got to hear it. Joe watched open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. And there was a table sound. One way through the funny person turned around, walked quietly back to the car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone tried to figure it out would explain the woman's lie in the doorway. It would take this time to take a stage. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in northern Florida. The neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for horse shows, early fence, and the peace and quiet of the upper class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in the strangest way you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. But people remembered hearing something going on Carol Club Live, and there was chaos in Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away in a serious condition. She would live 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. The difference in scene was scary. There had been balloons, a flower basket, and socklers, and a bed spot in front door brought joy to children. They had been shot. Their word said there was an image. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son, Joe, parents, and his friends were scared, but stuck to what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her right in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, a lot of face paint on. It was the eye, though, that really caught Joe's attention. It was like Henry Corvallis them. They were round and long. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd. The clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then he slowly turned around, walked back to the system, and pulled away in the house, as if it were just making delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were balloons and flowers. It said one of the balloons, go with the best. One showed his kid, not so wide. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The law was long gone by the time they put roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of crime scene. After the ambulance left and stopped, police were left with a scary question. Who killed someone in broad daylight? Dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And White is on one. This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had family, and was quite a figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this one had just veered out of fair and dropped as a home accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had to start somewhere. The cops began to search for the next Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found the black Chrysler burned and actually missed suspicions of the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in a wind clear area. Empty. It had cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called police evidence. There was some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have come from that way, but it wasn't a gun or onto. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was stolen, but not in the normal way. The last people to read the Chrysler were 2 lost tourists who tried to return to a peerless location after only a few hours being flagged for something company. They told them they saw in the yellow pages and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the key inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car was there in the room. Some man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called in. It turned out the number they called actually belonged to a dealer store. It was owned by Bergen Motors, a used car lot that cleverly put fake yellow pages ad under the biggest one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in case of murder involving stolen car, it was enough for the police to use it. They started to look into the people who robbed doors. These people were the man who ran it and one who did the repossessions for him. But at least in the Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry clients, shady business partners, or angry ex-spouses. For all I could tell, people lied and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and living peace in a high-class AOC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known to be very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How'd that happen? The police were still not sure. They took another close look at the car. The dealership ties to Marlene Warren's city. They were not against the law. They said even if someone connected to the dealership had given the Chrysler that didn't show motive, it didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. 2 people who were at a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She might be dressed as a clown with orange wig, white gloves, a red nose, and lipstick on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. That one made money and then left. Later, one of the workers looked her out the window, but the other one said they weren't sure. It still wasn't enough. There was no one, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shoe was. The story would be in the news, being in files for cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing was still certain was that the clown had a nearly perfect crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw his mother pass out the hallway alone when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got out there. He was in a car, but was behind it. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was blamed. There was no one to point at or a hearing to go to. He was stuck in prison. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to a total to the rest. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, we know who did, she said. But that vague ring didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof stopped quickly dust. The witness moved on, and something went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2015. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, by permanent report, used new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The killer case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the fibers, and balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name. They're testing them with tools from today. And this was a name that the Sheriff's Office had thought up, but they never quit. Hair that was found barren, but brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, we only really compared that to proof visually. We couldn't really match scientifically.
No, she came from mitochondrial DNA tests, made possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marley's husband, Michael Warren. Field Cops was the name of the business, and her name, Sheila Keen. Sheila had been briefed question during the first probe. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say sure when she was doing the murder, though. Even though one of the close recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. Got married in 2002. It was 12 years after Marley Warren's kill. They ran a burger stand called Purple Cow in remote parts of West Virginia. Their neighbors say were private, nice, and quiet. It was a question by the smile and deep front milkshakes, though. And Sheila Keen heard breast up as a phone. They'd been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. They had a piece of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, but Avenue, Virginia, in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw chance of justice for the first time in quite some years. But that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to even value. Well, here on the Main Street of Abington, it's a historic, quaint town with a story one of the charged with the crime from days ago. Continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. Here, she's me. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here, people are talking, but they don't know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, and this friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home, and then in ours too. I never said. Just about everyone in the Heron Point neighborhood near Abington, Virginia, believed Eddie and Michael Warren belonged. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. Another said, this is a community where Nicole has been living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here. There's just a picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is just a contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail cell. Trying to picture the friend Bibby, that woman who dresses as a clown. Then she turned her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is a figure. She would be the last person on earth I would ever respect. I never said. She's just so loving. I never did. Up until recently, Levin's Home Warren spent 6 days a week in a small private restaurant. They welcome in near the King's Road in the city. It's called the Purple Cow. Three hard workers, and we wouldn't see them on Sundays. Well, that's it. This summer, Levin's Blaine, couple retired, spend more time at home, coming in with friends and neighbors. But now, I didn't have anything to do. I need to get involved and now and see what Eddie and Mike were up to. And maybe they're at Boca or working in their yard, he said. But now, the only thing I know is that he is preparing to answer first degree murder charges and will face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very shocked, neighbor said. And when I stopped by Warren's house in the morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he ill? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. We're just logging in the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He very distraught, they added. When we talked on the phone, he said, here bro, she'd not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, he was 54 years old. She had gone by names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keen. He had quite lived in Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer looking at the past. In this case, they had no evidence, update forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1998 and others couldn't remember what they thought very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traits come up in up to 20% of women. That would be used against the away. Authorities were blamed for following the case in order to close up the case that had been open for a long time. They let Sheila suspect because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing clowns remaining the day before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident with clown company style? There had been weirder things. Killer clown case hit the tiny community of Wellington in 1980. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in full face clown costume and shot Marley Warren at point range. Keen Warren later married the husband Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact has been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutor presented assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia, more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial now set down in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, the prosecutor said. It's time to get this case tried, and I don't expect there will be any delays. Yeah, both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of brutal murder is in our formats, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with court, the defense started to ask one more time. They said the proof was lost. This is unavailable, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case is stopped, and not stopped again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into Palm Beach County courtroom where Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and one more time to prepare for the trial. The plaintiff state prosecutors did not release some of their to discover evidence, including the evidence linked to a reported confession of this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any further statute and apologized. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I had done nothing and I have intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know when they get information and when they know, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was intentional withholding evidence. That's why we felt like we had to come to court, he concluded. And a few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice that even her own law team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before a trial court, she did say much. But as she agreed the prosecutors about what happened, she said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full truth of what happened didn't start together until after the plea deal was made. She worked as a police officer for Barnes in 1990. This was Michael Warren's lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of there. Both sides were denied. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them hugging in the office, having long lunch together, and even spending meat together. And Michael never charged with murder in Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was no thought to kill his wife. For people who knew about Roe, this was a confirmation. A strange time in history. They hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, bragging back he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his head. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things with little Joe might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked that clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Before the law said she could get credit for crimes, she included the year she spent in jail before trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever seen you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Barnberg, state attorney of Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila Keen Warren will always be a nitpicky murderer, and will wear that saying every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren had been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain when he go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He finally got to say one thing to honor his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Twain got a call to state she had been waiting for 27 years. I had a sigh of relief, and it kind of choked me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm talking about it. She said, thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I had faith that I never gave up, because if I didn't want to do so, initially it was up to them and me, she concluded. The killer close story with all the loons in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman has killed her front door. You're the best. Not a loon. Someone who has for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding with a husband. The case would end with a dramatic trial or decision on TV. It ended a strangely quiet way, with plea and a crazy quick release. Some people think the Shields were wrongly convicted in that old case, and an old court system put her in the top spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If you're the impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In the video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can be on the other side of your front door. What seemed like a normal look turned into an anchor, leaving behind fear, privacy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white land pulled slowly to the Wellington, Florida driveway of the house. Some got out of the underside. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe parents, Cookie, having breakfast with some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and saw it from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. And it was a terrible sound. The clown raised the window, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the car. The car drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was behind the door. It takes time to ask decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Untold, Florida, a clean neighborhood Palm Beach County, known for horse shows, airplane fans, and the peace and quiet of the middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that train came crashing down, and it woke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Emerald Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away. It's in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more. For her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, all plastic in soft colors, and words shot on the front door were pointed to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the fun outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. Witnesses, son Joe, friends, and his friends were scared, but stopped what they said. Someone dressed as a gun gave Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack claim. No one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was also strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit was very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or loud about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was so odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said one of the balloons, go with the best. And Joe skipped about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. But the bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements and witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight? This on. Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on, if it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And why didn't Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air, and they dropped on a suburban home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cops began to search Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a white Chrysler Baron that actually witnessed descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from Warren, it was found in the Dixie parking lot, but it had been cleaned, not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace of evidence. There was some strand of real hair and some white orange synthetic fibers, which had come from a makeup wig, but there wasn't on or found. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The last people to rent Chrysler were two lost to try to return it to a payless location only a few hours to get after someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages when they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a payless store. It was owned by Motors, a used car lot that had clearly put a yellow pages ad, but a payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of a murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started looking into people who were the bar owners. These people were the man who ran it, and the woman who did the possession for it. When police looked into Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry clients, shady business partners, or angry ex-bosses. From what I could tell, she was lucky and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of her things and lived in peace in Wellington's high-class AOC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together. She was known for being very accurate records. That woman was killed by danger in mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? Police were still unsure. They took another close look at the white car. The dealership's ties bar and notes were sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even if someone came to the dealership, they didn't get their Chrysler, they didn't show them off. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people worked at a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 minutes before the closing. She was short on time and very clear. She might have been dressed as a clown with a normal red gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. One gave money and then left. Later, her workers would pick her out of the picture, but the other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The second from being in the news to being a file of cold cases. It had been months and years. The only thing that was missing, that clown got a nearly quick crime. Joe Aaron's son saw his mother passing in the hallway at home. He was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car that was behind it. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to point at or hear him go to. He was stuck in the present. Marley's family held on to memories and pieces of life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to a golden last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning isn't to leave anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witnesses moved on. And some men went on. The world started to forget Marley's name until 2015. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a clean print to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. Killer Fungus was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the fibers, and balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after seeing them with tools from today. And this was a name that the Sheriff's Office had thought about, but they couldn't prove it. The hair that was found in the Baron was gone. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you only really care that kind of proof visually. Couldn't really mesh scientifically. Now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Arlene Footed, not Warren. Deal Cars was the name of the business. Their name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first parole. She said at the time that she was looking cars to take back. You couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder though, even though when the clerk recognized her. She said she didn't know anything about the clown. However, there was no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proved not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen wore just worked with Michael Warren. She was in a with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002. It was 12 years to Marlon Warren Unsolved. Ran a burger stand called Pearl Cow in a part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice and quiet. There was a kitchen behind the sign and deep fried milkshakes though. And Sheila Keen had arrested this clown. Had been waiting for justice for almost 3 years. Police from Palm Beach Sheriff's Office went back to Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She moved back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years. But it didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get messy. Well, hung here on the main street of Kingston. With a historic white town with a story wanted their own charge for his crime from decades ago. It continues to front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's Debbie. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. That's friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in her home. And then ours too. I never said. Just about everyone in the Hamilton neighborhood near Huntington, Virginia believed Debbie and Michael Warren belonged. We have wonderful neighbors here. They were, fit right in. Another said, this is the community that called us living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, where that's just a famous view of rolling hills and the lake in the back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now in jail cell. Trying to picture friend Debbie as a woman who would dress as a clown. Then she turned her husband's wife in the face. 27 years ago, it's hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth who would ever suspect, a neighbor said. She's just so loving, I'm up until recently. But it's told the Warrens that since he's in a small fast food restaurant, it was on near Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very harbors, and we wouldn't see them on Sundays, but said, this summer, let it clean, become retired, spend more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, we get in my golf cart and go down and see what Eddie might go up to, and maybe get the book or working in the yard, he said. But no, all they know is Debbie is prepared to answer for severe charges and would face the death penalty. Feel shaken, again, very shocked, and they said, and let's stop by Warren's house this morning. A woman at the door, saying Michael Warren doesn't know either. Is Michael Warren, is he home? I asked, no, he is. She replied, you're just watching the house. Okay, sorry, thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, friends. He's very, very distraught. He added, when we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. And Sheila King Warren was caught. She was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking past. In this case, they had no evidence, but if forensics were one goal to get the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of the witnesses from 1998 died. Others couldn't remember the very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces that come up 20% women that would be used against them right away. Although they were blood for following the case, in order to close up the case, they had been hidden for a long time. They said Sheila was dead because she's the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 4 other reports of seeing clowns were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident the clown backed herself? There had been weirder things. The kill clown case at the Titan Identity of London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Arlie Warren at point blank range. King Warren later married the gun Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 has been following this case since Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors presented a list of facts tied King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The Hitler clown trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, our prosecutors said. It's time to get this case tried. I expect there'll be delays, and both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of brutal murder in their 8 points, and witnesses, some of whom were already dead, are difficult to track down. The papers filed with the court. Defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost. This is unavailable. The prosecutor's action was questionable. The case got stuck. It got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said Sheila King Warren was escorted into Long Beach County Court for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for a case witness and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes. I apologize before any oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing with any type of intent, he added. King Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know they have this information, and when they don't, the attorney said, there's no accident here. They had. This was an intentional form of evidence, and that's why we felt that we had to come to court, concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice that even her law team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before a long-awaited trial, a plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed that prosecutors uncovered what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told the reporter outside court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what had happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a reporting officer at Harvard Motors in 1990. This was Warren Carlott. Even then, there were more and more rumors there. Both sides, though, denied. Later, it took a search for people who saw them in the office, having long lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene, as his finances were very connected with those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look west. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was no thought of killing his wife. For people who knew the probe, this was a confirmation, a strange kind of symmetry. And if Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut when he saw the clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dead. He got married again. He was second, and he did all these things because when Joe thought he might be killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked that clown in the eyes and said he would never forget the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was in a 12-year sentence. Before the law said she could get credited for time served, which included the year she spent in jail before trial. She was also allowed early and being good. We ready for the craziest thing I ever said to do. Following her guilty plea in 2020, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. A partner, stated money for Palm County, made a comment. Sheila King Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased, but she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As a kid from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He found out to say something honest about her. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. For her home in Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley King got a call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief. And it kind of choked me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like I cry when I'm crying when I'm talking about it. She said, thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never gave up, because if they died in mind to do so, eventually it was them and me, she concluded. The killer comes over and sold in New Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You were the best, waiting on the balloon. Someone went missing for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding ring to the husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or decision on TV. It ended a strangely quiet way, with a plea and a crazy court release. Some people think that Sheila wrongly convicted, and that old case and the old court system put her in a top spot. Some people think she got it all. Thank you for watching. If this were the impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger may be just on the other side of your front door. It seemed like normal knock turned to nightmare, leaving out fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler then pulled slowly into a 1-4 driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They were bright orange big, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 heavy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's 20 was sat breakfast with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched open the door and smiled in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then, with a terrible sound, the car raised the button, and the person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. He wanted to try to figure it out, but explain how one was laying in the doorway. It takes the stones and ask decades age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for horror shows, rural fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. Around May 26th, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Carroll Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away. It's a serious condition. He would live for 2 days more before the commonwealth came to end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and the red spot on the front door brought joy to children. There had been a shot. There were no words said. There was no image. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, some Joe Aaron and his friends, were scared, but stuck with what said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts, and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, it just left. It felt like something of a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why and what killed this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, red gloves, and a lot of face down. It was the eye though that really caught those attention. The only thing really wild about them, they were brown and coral. They were very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said we always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if it were just done being delivered. The car didn't have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." When Joe escaped about Snow White, the police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements and witnesses did, or pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the press stopped, police were left with the scary question: who killed someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why that? No one could tell. It was personal enough. They couldn't figure out what was going on, and it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes for arrest. And like Marlene Warren, this one seemed to have enemies. She read business, had family, was quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like the crime had just appeared out of thin air and then dropped in a suburban home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. I'd start somewhere. The cops began a search for Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a white Chrysler burned and matching witnesses to the ladder. A few miles away from the Warren home, he was found in a windy parking lot, empty. It had been clean, and very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There's some strand of real hair and some bright red synthetic fibers, which might come from milkweed. But it wasn't a gun or a clown suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not normally. The last people to cry were 2 officers to try to check you up. Bail's location only a few hours, the industrial smoke from the company. They told him where they saw in the yellow pages, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told him to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car lived there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when all began. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to the store. It was owned by Bar Motors, a used car lot that developed with 50 yellow pages ad under the painless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. In case of a murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. It was people who worked for Bar Motors. These people, the man who read and the one who did the search for him. When police looked into Marlene's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights with threats. They couldn't find any complaints, cheating business partners, or hanging ex-spouses. From what I could tell, he was lucky and he was neutral. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of the neighbors and lived in peace in Oregon's high-class A.O.C. Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for being very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How that happened? The police were still unsure. They could not close look at the car. The dealership ties Bar Motors were steady. We're not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealer and killed the Chrysler, that didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said when we rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 minutes before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress like a clown with an orange ring, wet gloves, red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did make coffee shoes that were super beautiful. The woman made money, then left. Later, one of the workers would give her a picture of it, but the woman said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in a file cold case. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain, the clown met a nearly perfect crime. Jordan's, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway alone. He was only 20 years old. He stayed there until the ambulance got there. He was in the car. It was become. He went to the hospital and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. But Joe saw that morning, changed his life for decades. The sounds, lights, and the string pictures of life balloons just before he died. In the end, he said that the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one could blame. There was no point back or here to go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family, I loved the memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to a cold blood last. It only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Here's one thought. Proof just out there collecting dust. The ways moved on. And some of them went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, Palm Beach County Sheriff's got credit to use media and technology to look into whole cases again. The found case was one of the files that need to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. But the hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists saved those fibers' name after testing the tools from today. And this was a name the sheriff's office had thought about, but they never proved it. The hair was found in Britain, but brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only look at the proof visually. You couldn't really measure scientifically. But now, checking from my country DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetics. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Deal Bars was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila King. Sheila had been a question during the first probe. She said at the time she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure, but she must remember though. Even though when we put together, she said she didn't know anything about the counterfeit. However, the cops had no way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detect on her again, but also proved something else. During that time, Sheila King more than just worked with Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they married. They got married in 2002. She was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They never understand called the cop in remote parts of West Virginia. Their neighbors said they were bright, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind signs and fried milkshakes though. And Sheila King had her dressed as a clown. Had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went back to Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get investigated. Well, I'm here on the main street of Abington. It's a historic, quick town history, one of her own charged with a heinous crime from a decade ago. It used to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila King Warren. Here, she's 30. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, friendly people all around. I just felt smoking at home. And then an hour or two, the neighbors. Just about everyone here in what neighborhood near Abington, Virginia. Billy, Debbie, and Michael Warren belonged. We had wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. And like I said, this is a community. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, where it's just the rolling hills and the lake in back. It's a stark contrast. Where Sheila King Warren is now in jail cell. Try and picture the friend Debbie, that woman who drives a car. Then shoot her husband by the face. 7 years ago, it's hard to figure. She'd be the last girl on earth I would ever respect. I never said. She's just so loving. I never had it. Until recently, Lemon's Green Warren spends 6 days a week in a small drive-through restaurant that was owned nearby Kingsburg, Tennessee. It's called the Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't always see them on Sundays. Well, that's it. This summer, as explained, the Cole retired, spending more time at home, becoming better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be getting a golf cart and go down and see what Debbie and Mike were up to. And maybe they'd go back or working in the yard, he said. But now, the woman they know Debbie is preparing against her for secret murder charges and face the penalty. I felt shame, very, very shocked, the neighbor said. When I stopped by the Warren's house this morning, he went into the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry, thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, my friend said. He's very, very distraught. He added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, bro, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. And Sheila King Warren was caught. She was 54 years old. She had all many names over the years, including Debbie B. Warren and Sheila King. She applied to Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But police were no longer just looking at the past. In the case, they had evidence, updated forensics, and one goal, to get a person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1999, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed she's a competent 20% to it. That would be against them right away. Authorities were laying to follow the case in order to close a couple of case that had opened for a long time. They said she was picked because she was the only person who could be responsible. They also brought up strange thing. At least 40 reports of seeing clowns were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by the clown? Was this just into the clown acting up? There have been weirder things. The killer case hit the community legend in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full fake clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. King Warren later married victim's husband, Michael Warren. Sheila Warren. Contact 5 is following this case since Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren also used falsifying paperwork to taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors credited a list of assets tied to King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia, and more than $300,000 in cash. Killer Clown trial was now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, our prosecutor said. It's time to get this case tried, and we expect delay and delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of brutal murder is in their informants. Witnesses, some of whom probably dead, are difficult to track down. In Bruce filed with court, the defense started asking for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses not available, and prosecutors' action was questionable. Case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times total. All right, court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila King Warren was escorted into Palm Beach County courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorney asked for continuance and some more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not believe some of their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There is not information in this case, but I do nothing that they have been said, he added. He warned the attorney said it was intentional. They know they get this information, and then they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why we felt we had to go to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a choice that either or lawsuit needs to be coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, a plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before trial in court, she didn't say much. But as she agreed the prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside court that she still believed she missed it. She took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. She worked as a recovery officer at Motors in 1998. This was Michael Warren Carlott. Even then, there were more and fairer. Both sides, though, united. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them hanging in the office, having home lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murder and Marlene, as his finances were very connected to his life. Still, he made people in the air twice. For 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Bob, it was like confirmation. A strange time century made Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right about when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things with the woman Joe finding the killer. No matter what the defense said, Bob looked that clown in the eyes and said never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. The Florida law says she could be credited for cause served, which included years she spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Harmon, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. She Sheila King Warren will always be an admitted convicted murderer and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased. She said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime. Yet, for Marley's son, on the other hand, it was a real relief for closure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was short. He finally got to say one thing upon his murder. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley King had all Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of shook me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying and crying when talking about it, she said. Thank you. All I can say, she added. Well, I think I never gave up, because they got in and wanted to do so. Eventually, it worked out them and me, she concluded. The killer clown story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman sealed at her front door. You were the best. Rick Marlowe, someone who went missing for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding ring with a husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way with Lee and a crazy quick piece. Some people think that Sheila was convicted, and that old case and old court system put her in a spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger just on the outside of your field. A single unknown lock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It's a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white car then pulled slowly to the left in Florida highway to the White House. Someone out of the passenger side. They wore a white orange wig and a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with gold gloves. It was fun. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's hoodie was having breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe opened the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. And it was a terrible sun. Clara raised the wind, and a funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting bar. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone could have figured out what explain how the woman was lying in the doorway. If it takes clowns to investigate age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into this. There wasn't much going on in Florida, a clean neighborhood Palm Beach County known for horse shows, airplane fans, and peace and quiet for the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing siren going out to drive, and there was chaos in Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away and is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more. Before her time on Earth came to an end, right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. Before the scene was scary, red and white balloons, flower baskets, and sawdust, and a bed spot on the front door brought joy to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was an image. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was on, leaving no clear sign. Witnesses, some children and his friends, were scared. That's not what they said. Someone passed as the clown gave Marlene Warren gifts, and got a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. Nobody had coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit was very theatrical, but it was creative, make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, her nose, big gloves, and a face tape on. It was the eyes though. It really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or loud about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or forget. Then they slowly turned around. Back to the brother, pulled away from us as if they were just making a delivery. The car did not miss its tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One showed sick about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. The dog was long gone by the time they got roadblocks. Statements from witnesses rotated. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on and it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls or threats. And why is Marlon Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. He ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air, then dropped as a urban home by accident. But strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cops began their search for the Christ Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops saw a white Chrysler Rare and matched the business creature to the lair. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in a busy parking lot. Empty. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some white synthetic fibers, which may have come from a makeup wig. It wasn't gun or a clown suit. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The last local Chrysler, which was all sorts to try to return to it. Real estate agent had only a few hours to get in touch with someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone in the line told them to leave the keys inside and park in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It was owned by Bargain Motors, a used car lot, and cleverly put fake yellow pages ad on the Payless one. At the time, it seemed like it was just a small case of sign that's advertising. Then came a murder involving a stolen car. It went enough for the police interested. They started to look into the people who worked for Bargain Motors. These people were Reddit and wanted to do transactions for it. Where police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any heavy clients, shady business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She loved to take care of real estate. She took care of her neighbors and lived in peace in Lincoln's high-class AOC club neighborhood. She had married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for giving very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took another close look at the gun in the car. The dealership's ties to Bargain Motors were sketchy, but did not against the law. That being said, even if some connected to the dealership, the dealer killed the Chrysler, that didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said when rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short, fine, and very clear. She wasn't dressed as a clown with orange white gloves or red nose, lots of makeup on her face. She did take off shoes from too big though. The woman mainly, and then left. Later, one of the workers picked her out of the picture line, but the other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no other bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story never being in the news, being in the files for cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had a nearly perfect crime. Joe Ernst, his son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway of their home. He was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the evidence out there. He was in the car, was unaided. He went to the hospital 2 weeks, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of another laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no point at or hearing to go to. He was stunned and pleasant. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how fun she was, and what she said would hold her to last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did it, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. Proof is sad collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some ended on. But we're going to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got government grant to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The killer clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 20 more years since the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after passing on the tools from the day, and this was a name that the sheriff's office thought up. They never proved it. The hair was on the Aaron as well. It's female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare and kind of prove visually. You couldn't really match it scientifically. Now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for research to find cryptogenetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Who caused the name of business? Her name was Sheila King. Sheila had briefly questioned during the first parole. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about her outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. DNA proved not only had detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila King did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was out living with him. They were married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years after Marlene Warren's kill. They got a burger stand called the Cold Cow in the part of Southwest Virginia. The neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles, deep fog milkshakes though. Sheila King had dressed up the clown. Had been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office moved to Athens, Virginia, September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She pleaded not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messier. Well, I'm here on the main street of Athens. Yeah, sorry. Clint Tom was assuming one of them charged with a heinous crime for decades ago. Continues to different page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila King Warren. But here, she's me. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People are talking. They don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, 50 people all around. I just felt so welcome in her home. And And then an hour or two, my neighbor said, just now everyone in the Heron Point neighborhood near Reading, Virginia, believed Betty and Michael Warren belong. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. And I said, this is the community we call the living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood in the mountains. You can see the houses back down here, whereas just a picture of the view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is just a contrast where Sheila King Warren is now in jail cell. Drunk people with her friend Betty is the one who would dress a clown. Then shoot him off his wife in the face. 27 years ago is hard to fear. She would be the last person on earth I would ever respect. And said, she's just so loving. And then up until recently, Glenn's told me the Warrens spent 6 days a week in a small drive-through restaurant they once owned in nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers. We wouldn't only see them on Sundays, but instead, summer, let them explain. Nicole retired, spending more time at home, becoming better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, maybe get in my golf cart and go down and see what Eddie and Mike were up to. And maybe they're both out or working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Eddie is preparing to answer for shooting murder charges and face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked. The neighbor said, when I stopped by the Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. We're just watching the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. He added, when we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did that do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila King Warren got, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new tone, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking fast. In this case, they had new evidence, updated forensics, and one goal, to get a person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of the witnesses from 1998 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traits coming up to 12% good. That would be used against the right way. Authorities were blamed for following the case in order to close the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 4 other reports of seeing clowns were made in days before the murder. But this had been done by another clown. Was this just an accident with clown mixed up? There had been a thing. The killer clown case hit the Titan community of London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marley Warren at point-blank range. King Warren later married Victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 is following this case of Sheila King Warren, arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for high-profile defense today. Prosecutors said they'll assets tied to King Warren and Robin, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. King trial now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, prosecutors said. It's time to get this case tried. 9 weeks ago will be delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because added to the brutal murder is in their formats, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. And it was filed with the court. The defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost. Witnesses were not available, and prosecutors actions were unusual. The case got stuck, and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court's now in session, the judge said. Sheila King Warren was escorted into Palm Beach County 10th floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for a few minutes and more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors not released some of their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the overhead oversight, he said. I did my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I've done nothing and I've intent, he added. King Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know they give us information, and when they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was intentional full evidence, and that's why we felt that we had to go to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice in her own in sitcom. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. Yes, she agreed that prosecutors covered what happened. She just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full payment had happened didn't start coming together, and after the deal was made, Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barbie owners in 1990. This was Michael Warren's our lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, united. Later, detectives heard from people who saw him hung in the office, having long lunches together, and he spent the night together. And Michael later charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very limited without his wife. Still, it made people marry twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the code, this was like confirmation, a strange kind of mystery. And it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut when he saw that clown walk away and go to work. He was over with his dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all of these things with whom Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe held that clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Before the law said she could get credit for crime which included the year she faced jail before trial. She was so that early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Arnold, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren will always be an admitted convicted murderer and will regret that day every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, allowing the comments she said she was leaving. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, when a real relief or pleasure, he still had a pain wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. He saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He finally got to say when they got his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley King had called today she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of showed me out a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm talking about it. She said, thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I had faith that I never gave up, because I didn't mind to do so. Eventually, it was harder than me, she included. The killer story was told in Louis, Florida for more than 30 years. The woman was killed at her front door. You were the best, in Honolulu. Some went missing for decades, and then came back when they were the case did not end with a trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, a plea and a crazy quick release. Some people think that Sheila was only convicted, and that old case and old court system put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story got impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that injured yourself on the side of your front door. What seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler pulled slowly into the Florida driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 half balloons and basket flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a fun. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's hoodie was at breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up and answered. Joe watched her open the door and smile from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then it was a terrible sound. The following reason happened, and the fingerprint turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off, without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain how women's line in the doorway. It would tip stones, master decades page. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting is how far you travel. Now, let's get into the case. Wasn't much money in Florida. Clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for commercials, airplane fans, and peace and quiet for the upper middle class. On May 26, 1990, battery came crashing down, and it broke in the strangest way you think of. Later, neighbors they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Barrel Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital midnight and is in serious condition. She would live 2 days more before her time on Earth in England. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference in the scene is scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red spot in the front door brought joy to children. There had been a shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witness, son Joe Aaron's and friends, were scared but stuck to what they said. Someone rushed to the clown and gave Marlene Warren gifts, and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit was very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, hard nose, white gloves, and a lot of face on. It was the eyes though. It really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing really about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job again. Afterward, he let you always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't shrink or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making the delivery. The car did now lie sick or get away to identify itself. The only things it left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One noticed it, not Snow What. Police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone behind the collectible box. Stating some witnesses located. They were to the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the car stopped, police were left with a staring question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And while it was Marlon Moore, this woman didn't seem to have enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quick figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like the crime had disappeared out of thin air and been dropped suburban home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that all over the place had to start somewhere. The cops began a search for Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops on white Chrysler Baron that matched the witness descriptions in the letter. A few miles away from the war home, it was found in the windy parking lot. Empty. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some signs of real hair and bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have found a makeup that it was a gun or a gun suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The likelihood of the Chrysler were lost stores to try to return it to a painless location after only a few hours stayed after someone in the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car was there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when he called in. It turned out the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It owned by Artie Motors, a used car lot that cleverly put fake yellow pages ad on the Payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of the murder, while they stole the car, it wasn't enough for police to fix it. They started to look into people who worked for Artie Motors. The people were mad and read it, and a woman who did the read for him. When police looked into Marlene Moore's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry complaints, shady partners, or angry spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of the neighbors and lived in peace in Wellington's high-class A OC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for being very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did it happen? The police were still not sure. They took another close look at the yellow car. The dealership's ties bargain murders were risky, but were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had given the Chrysler and motive, it didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked at a nearby clothes shop spoke up. They said when rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to drive the clown with orange white gloves, red nose, and a lot of makeup on her face. She could take off shoes with 2 to go, but only vaguely, and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her up with a picture of it, but the other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being news to being identified for a cold basis. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that the clown had been a nearly perfect crime. Jordan's, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway at her home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the evidence got there. He was in bar, was behind it. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by bedside when she died. What Joe saw the morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and strange pictures of her laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to pull that or hear to go to. He was stuck in the desert. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she was said to have told another last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The crew just sat there collecting dust. The witnesses moved on. And no one went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2015. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a government grant to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The Philip Farm case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and balloon strings were also there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing them with tools of today. And this was a name that the Sheriff's Office had found out that they'd never proved it. The hair that's found in the was gone. It was female, long, and made numbers. In 1990, you could only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. But now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetics. The hair looked to be belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Dean Carr's was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Keen. People had a question when first broke. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She wouldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops said all the way told her until now. DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called the Old Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. The neighbors said they were perfect, nice and quiet. But the question had spawned a deep fried chase, though. Had Sheila Keen had breast at home? Had they been waiting for justice almost 30 years? They used the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, but in Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messier. Well, here on the main street of Abington, it's a historic. Clint found this story of one of their own charged with a heinous crime from decades ago. It ended 55 page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's Betty, and in the neighborhood feeding at the Wayfair, Block Walking. They don't know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice, friendly people going on. I just sold up their home, and then ours too. And they said, just about everyone in the Harrisburg neighborhood you have in Virginia, believe Betty and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in, 100%. This is a community with couples and living. It's split up to the neighborhood and sold in mountains. You can see the houses right down here, but that's just a picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail cell. Try to picture their friend Debbie as a woman who dresses clown. Then she can now husband's wife in the face. 47 years ago is hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I would ever respect. And they said, she's just so loving, unattractive. Up until recently, Len's told the Warrens spent 6 days a week in a small drive-through restaurant. They must go in near Bucksport, Tennessee. It's called the Old Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't see that on ice. Len said, this summer, Len's playing. The couple were retired, spending more time at home, and making better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be getting my golf cart and go down and see what Eddie might want to. And maybe they're at Oak or working in the yard, he said. But now, the woman they know Debbie is preparing to get her first murder charges and to face the death penalty. They felt shaken, very, very shocked when they said, and I stopped by Warren's house this morning. A woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. We're just going to the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well. A friend said, he's very, very distraught. They added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren got caught, she was 4 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keen. She had finally left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. New business, a new plan, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they knew evidence, opportunity for forensics, and one goal, get the person guilty. Some things are wrong though. Some of the proof getting less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1990 had died. Others don't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces that come down to 20% women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a case in a too close public case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only girl who could have been possible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports had seen clowns made in the days before the murder. But this had been done by another clone. So this just an accident with clone evidence and weird things. The killer clone case hit the tight community of Atlanta in 1990. Detective believed Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married the son of Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Hunt F5 had been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutor presented list of assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 cash. The killer on trial was set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. The prosecutor said, it's time to get this case tried, and I would expect there'll be endless dated. Both sides believe in a new trial date because evidence of the murder is in their performance, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost. This is not available, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck. They got stuck again and again. The trial will be put back 7 months in total. All right, court's now in session. The judge said, Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon hearing. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and multiple times to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a report professional man in regard. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any further statutes and apologized. I apologize before any oversight, he said. I do my very best to get to you. There's a lot of information in the case, but I have nothing of intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney says it was intentional. We know they get information, and then they don't. The judge said, there's no asking here, they added. This was intentional, full evidence, and that's why we felt like we had come to court, it concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shock choice that Peter O'Loughlin didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in 2023 after being held in jail for more than 5 years before trial in court. He didn't say much. When this issue agreed the prosecutor covered what happened, she said, "Yes, sir." Her lawyer told reporters outside court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Party Owners in 1990. This was Michael Lawrence Carlock. He and then, there were more and more rumors in there. Both sides, though, denied. Later, detectives heard from people who saw him talking in the office, having long lunches together, and spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very limited to those of his wife. Still, he made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought with the wife. For people who knew about the probe, this was like confirmation. Strange time signature. And it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut when he saw the clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things that Joe thought might be killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe held that clown in the eye and said he never forget the words. Following the deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Florida law said she would be credit for time served, which included the year she stayed in jail for a while. She was also that early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Reinberg, stated judge for Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren will always be admitted to be a murderer, and will wear that saying every day for the rest of her life. He said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased. She said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and is returning to her family. He said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime. He added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, it was a real relief or pleasure. He still had pain and wouldn't go away. Joe said, "I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions. And the sentence was cut short. He finally had to say one thing upon her mother. We found out the truth. He said, we found peace. He added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Quinn got a call Tuesday she'd been waiting for 27 years. Cut a sigh of relief. Kind of shook me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm talking about it. She's, thank you. That's all I can say. She added. Well, I have faith that I never gave up, because if he didn't mind do so, eventually it was up to them and me, she included. The killer closed door in all the news in Florida for more than 30 years. The woman was killed in her front door. You were the best. We none of them. Some women for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding with an assassin. The case did not end with a trial or decision on TV. And it is strangely quiet with a plea and pretty quick release. Some people think Sheila was wrongly convicted, and that whole case and whole court still put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. This story left impact. Be sure to like the video, subscribe for true crime content, and remember notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can just outside the front door. A scene by normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. Like Preston, I pulled slowly into the Wellington Florida drive at Coco House. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a red orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and basket flowers in their hands without gloves. They lit a clown. Inside the house, Joe Evans, 20, was having Christmas events. The doorbell rang. His mom begged Catherine. Joe watched her open the door and saw him from the living room. Her voice was soft. "Oh, how pretty," she said. Then it was a terrible sound. The clown raised a weapon. The funny bird turned around and walked quietly behind the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain that woman was lying in the doorway. It can take this clown's mask decades to age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you want from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for horror shows, entertaining fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in the strangest way you think of. Later, neighbors had heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing siren going up Arrow Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Molly Warren, 40, taken to the hospital by night, is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. They found insane scary, red and white balloons, a flower basket and soft flowers, and a red spot on the front door brought joy to the children. They had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, some Joe and his friends, were scared, but stopped what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts, then pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. They felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. One say attacked me, and we could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was mostly strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit was very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was something very wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. They could also walk. The clown didn't run away. On the way out, he didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the wrestler, and pulled me from the house as if it were time to make delivery. The car didn't have less suspect or any way to identify itself. The only thing was behind the balloons and flowers. Except one of the balloons, "You're the best." One showed it about so white. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen Barbara wife. The bar was long gone by the time they put up their blocks. Statement from witnesses waited. There were pictures of the crime scene. At the end, they left and the car stopped. Police were left with the same question: who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no call notes or threats. Then why ignored one? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran business, had family, and was quite a figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had disappeared out of thin air and the drop was sort of an accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cops began their search with Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a black Chrysler Leon that matched witness descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found the only Dixie beer lot, empty. It had been cleaned and not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic flowers, which might have come from Makeup, but it wasn't a gun or a clown suit. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was worn stolen, but not in a normal way. The last people went to Chrysler were too lost for us to try to return it to a pale location after only a few hours to identify something for the company. They called number they saw on the yellow pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone online told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the delivery called didn't actually belong to a dealer store. It was owned by Barney Motors, a used car lot that had cleverly put a fake yellow pages ad under the dealer's one. At the time, it seemed like such a small case that sounds embarrassing. But in the case of a murder involving a stolen car, when enough people be sneers, they started to look into the people who worked for Barney Motors. These people were a man in red and a woman who did investigations for him. The police looked at Marlene Warren life. They didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any clients, shady business or angry excuses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of the papers and lived in peace in Williams High Class A OC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 2 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for taking very accurate regrets. The woman was killed by a stranger in mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They could not go look at the car. The dealership signed the Barney Motors were sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even as someone connected to the dealership and given them the process, they didn't show move. It didn't prove at all. Then there was a mistake. 2 people worked at a nearby clothes shop as well. They said the woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. He wanted to dress like a clown with orange wig, white gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. The woman made late and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick out the picture, but the woman said, "I'm sure," which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew the shooters. The story went from being in the news to being in the files of cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had done a perfect crime. Joe Harris, son, saw his mother outside in the hallway of their home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, but he went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. Well, Joe saw in the morning, she just left for decades. The sounds, the lights, the strange paper as mother lighting balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was blamed. There was no way to point at or hearing go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family had all the memories and pieces of her life. Remembered her pulse, how calm she was, how fit she was, and what she said to hold her mother last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof sat there collecting dust. The witness moved on, and some moved on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a grant to use new DNA technology to look at old cases again. The killer clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, flowers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those flowers a name after testing them with tools of the day. And this is the name the Sheriff's Office had thought up, but they never proved it. The hair that was found there was brown. It was steel, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare that kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. Now, check diplomatic control DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Deal cars was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. You couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though when the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had no way to hold her until now. DNA proved not only how detectives found her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work for Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, just 12 years after Marlene Warren killed. They ran a burger stand called Brook Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and deep-fried milkshakes, though. Had Sheila Keen ever arrested as a clown? Had they been arrested for almost 3 years? Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Abingdon, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. She didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw she had justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messier. I'm here on the Main Street Fact. It's a historic, quite pounded story of everyone charged with a heinous crime from Mexico. It continues to the front page news. In Palm Beach County, she saw Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's a lady. And in the neighborhood 15 minutes away from here, people talking, but they don't really know what to say. Beautiful neighborhood. Nice, fat people all around. I just felt so welcome at home. And then Mark too, my neighbor said. Just about everyone in that point neighborhood near Abingdon, Virginia, believed Teddy and Uncle Warren belonged. We had wonderful neighbors here. They were, fit right in. None of them. This is their meeting, and a couple's been living. It's a secluded, ugly neighborhood built in the mountains. You can see the house right down here. The rest of the rolling hills and the lake back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail cell. Trying to picture her friend Debbie as one who addresses clown. Then she could not husband's wife in the face. 27 years ago, it's hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I would suspect. My neighbors said. She's just so loving on the other hand. Until recently, Levin told me the Warrens since season is a small drive through town. It was owned in nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we would normally see them on Sundays. Levin said. This summer, Levin explained. Couple time, spending more time at home, and meeting other friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my car and go down and see what Debbie and Mike were up to. Maybe they're at the book or working in the yard, he said. But now, the one name knows Debbie is preparing against her for murder charges and face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, when he said. And when I stopped by the Warren's house this morning, he ran to the door, saying Michael Warren is home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. We're just walking in the house. Okay, sorry, thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, friend said. He's very, very distraught. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had been by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. The police were no longer looking at the past. In this case, they had evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Something's went wrong though. Some proof had become reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1999 and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces coming up to 2% of women that would use against them right away. Authorities were blamed for filing a case in order to close up the case that had opened for a long time. They said Sheila skipped because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports to see clowns made the day before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident with clown makeup? There had been newer things. The killer clown case hit the media in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. On that 5 been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers will pay for her high-profile defense today. But prosecutors created a list of assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial was now set by in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, prosecutors said. It's time to get this case tried, and I don't expect there will be any delays, they added. Both sides agree on a new trial date because evidence of the ruler is in archaic formats. Witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with court, defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost. Witnesses are unavailable, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck. They got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County temporary courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for a few months and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claim state prosecutors did not release some of the requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any statutes. I apologize. I apologize if there were any oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing to impact the intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know they gave us information, and they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This way, intentional withholding evidence, and that's why I felt that we had done the court, they included. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice even her own law team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years for her trial in court, she didn't say much. But as she agreed with prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barney Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of the affair. Both sides have denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them talking in the office, having long lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, he made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. People knew about the probe. This was like confirmation, a strange kind of symmetry. And it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut when he saw that clown walk away with the word. He was no longer with his head. He got married again. He was happy. And keeping all of these things with the woman Joe thought not be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe had looked the clown in the eyes because he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. The Florida law said she could get credit for time served, but she couldn't get the year she spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the crazy thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Arlinger, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila Keen Warren will always be admitted to murder. She'll wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed convinced when she said she was released. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren has released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he had. From Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, was there. I saw her eyes. They looked well. There were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He finally got to say one thing about his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her own space. 87-year-old Shirley Twain got a call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of shook me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying, I'm crying, I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never gave up, because it got in mind to do so. Eventually it works out for him and me, she concluded. The killer clown story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. The woman was killed at her front door. You were vest, in one balloon. Someone who witnessed for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding ring, victim something. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way. The crazy quick release. Some people think that Sheila was wrongly convicted, and that an old case and an old court system put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore chilling cases serves as a terrifying reminder that danger may be just on the other side of your front door. What seemed like a normal knock turned to a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler then pulled slowly into the Wellington driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side, wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on her face, and held 2 happy balloons and a basket of flowers in her hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's hoodie was sitting with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then, with a terrible sound, the clown raised the weapon, and funny person turned around and walked back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone tried to figure out could explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take clowns invest decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, Norfolk shows everything fans and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that tree came crashing down and broke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing the siren going down Barrel Club Drive, and there was chaos in the one family home. Marlene Warren, free, was taken to the hospital right away and is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. You can see the scene scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red spot in front door show it to the children. There had been a shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, the shoot was on, leaving no clear sign. But Mrs. Sun, Joe, Aaron, and his friends were scared and stuck with what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene warning gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight to the head. After that, they just left. They felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. Clown's outfit was very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though, that really caught people's attention. It was like angry or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he had to always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just starting to delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things it left behind were the balloon flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One shows kit about snow white. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The bar was all gone by the time they put in a roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance lifted and stopped, police were left with the same question: who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on in police chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And why is Martin? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in her neighborhood. At first, it seemed like crime had disappeared out of thin air and been brought into home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs of all over the place had started somewhere. The cops began a search for the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a white Chrysler Aaron that matched the witness descriptions in the letter. A few miles away from the war home, it was found in a windy parking lot. It had been clean, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some black orange synthetic fibers. Which might have come from a liquid, but it wasn't a gun or a clown suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The less people saw the Chrysler, two lost stores to try to turn to it. Real estate agent, only a few hours they had with someone from the company. They called them when they saw the yellow case and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone online told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car went there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to the dealer store. It was owned by Barton Motors, a used car lot that plenty of yellow paints had on the paint on. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started to look into the people who worked for Barton Motors. These people were the men who ran it and only did repossessions for him. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights or tracks. They couldn't find any complaints, cheating business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was light and didn't cause any trouble. She helped to take care of real estate. She took care of renovators and lived in peace in one against the class A OC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very strict records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How that happened? Police were still not sure. They took another close look at the yellow car. The dealership ties to Barton Motors City, but they were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had been the killer but didn't prove it. It didn't prove it at all. Then there was a break. Two people worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in and ran over the store clothes just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress up as a clown with an orange, white gloves, her nose, and some makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that could be though. The woman gave me and then left. Later, one of the workers picked her out a picture on it, but the other one said, "Not sure, we're still enough." There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in the files for all cases. It had months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had been able to create crime. Joe Aaron's, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway alone when he was only 8 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car and was behind it. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, the strange pictures of her laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was alone. There was no one to point at or to go to. He stopped to visit Martin's family, held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to have told her mother last. It was only a few weeks before her mom was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there cooking dust. The witnesses moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office had government grant to use new DNA technology to look at old cases again. The killer clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were also there. Scientists used those fibers' name and testing them in schools today. And this was the name that the sheriff's office had thought about, but they could never prove it. The hair that was found in the urn, the brown, it was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. But now, checking the mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used one from Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Legal cars were the name of the business, and her name was Sheila King. Sheila had been the question during the first row. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks came after her, she said she didn't know anything about clown outfit. However, the cops had no way to hold her until now. The DNA now proved not only how detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila King did more than his work with Michael Warren. She was not living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years when Marlene Warren's killed. They ran a stand called the Purple Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were quiet, nice, and quiet. There was action behind the smiles, deep fried milkshakes, though. Had Sheila King been arrested as a clown, had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Abington, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila, put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get investigated. Well, I'm here in the main street of Abington. It's a historic, quaint town with a story of one of their own charge with a heinous crime from a decade ago. It continues in front of News. In Palm Beach County, it's called Sheila King Warren. But here, she's Debbie, and in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, fence all around. I just felt so welcome in their home. And them in ours too. And they were said, just about everyone in the Heron Point neighborhood near Abington, Virginia. Believe Debbie and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here. They were, fit right in. And I said, this is the community Michael is living. It's a secluded, upside neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here. There are just pictures of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila King Warren is now in jail cell. Trying to picture their friend Debbie as a woman who dresses as a clown. Then shoots her in the husband's in the face. 27 years ago is hard to hear. She would be the last person on earth I would respect, and they respect. She's just so loving on her head. Up until recently, Lynn's told me Warren spent 6 days a week at a small drive-thru restaurant. He once owned a nearby keyboard and seat. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we can only see them on Sundays. Lynn said, this summer, let's explain. The couple retired, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in the heart and go down and see what they might want to. And maybe they're at the boat dock or working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Debbie is preparing against her first degree murder charges and could face the penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, the neighbor said. And when I stopped by the Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren isn't home either. Is Michael home? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry, thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, I said. He's very, very distraught. They added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila King Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone to many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking for the past. In this case, they had evidence, a forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Some things went wrong, though. Some of the proof became less reliable over time. A lot of evidence from 1998 and others could not very well. And some of the evidence results, one DNA sample showed traits developing up to 12% women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following the case in order to close the public case that had been going for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing clown were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident of a clown mix-up? There have been weird things. The killer clown case hit Abington County in 1990. Detective believed Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point-blank range. King Warren later married the Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 in the following cases, Sheila King Warren is arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so fact they would pay for how to file the death penalty. Prosecutors said a list of assets tied to King Warren and resident, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said, it's time to get this case tried, and I don't expect there will be any delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is archaic performance. And witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed in court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses were not available, and prosecutors' actions were questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial was pushed back 7 times in total. All right. court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila King Warren was escorted into Palm Beach County 10th floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he did. There's a lot of information in the case, but I've done nothing and I've been intent, he added. King Warren, the attorney, said it was intentional. They know they get this information in the note, the attorney said. There's no accident here. They had misplaced intentional holding evidence, and so I felt like we had to go to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice that even her law team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. But after she agreed with the prosecutors what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barton Motors in 1990. This was a Warren Carlock. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides though admitted. Later, detectives heard people who saw Polly in the office, having long lunches together, and even spending the night together. Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, many people in their plus. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to kill his wife. For people who knew about the Pope, this was like covering a strange kind of symmetry, and it Marlene Warren's son, Joel. Mike knew that when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer was dead. He'd get married again. He was happy. And he did all of these things with a woman who thought not to be a killer, no matter what the defense said. Joel that clown in the eyes, and said he would never get the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given 12 years sentence. Before the law said she'd get credit time to serve, we included the years she spent in jail before her trial. He was also that early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I ever said, dude? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Eddie Oliver, state attorney of Palm Beach County, made a comment. Sheila King Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased because she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief for her. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even would go wild. There were questions, and the sentence was so short. He found out to say anything on his letter. He found out the truth, he said. He found peace, he added, from her own lives. 87-year-old Shirley Bain had a call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of a sigh of relief, and it kind of shook me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I'd say, she added. Well, I think I never did, because they got it in their mind to do so. Because they worked out and me, she concluded. He could have fun story all over the news in Florida more than 30 years. A woman was killed in a front door, wore the vest, waiting on a loom, someone went missing for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding, 57. The case did not end with a trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quick way, a plea and a crazy police. Some people think that Sheila wrongly convicted, and the whole case and the whole course is put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can be on the other side of your front door. What seems like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler pulled slowly into the Florida driveway called White House. Some got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and had two happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's Lucy was at breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom went to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The clown raised the weapon, and the person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone trying to figure it out couldn't explain why the man was lying in the doorway. It takes clowns past decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for a real life crime case, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood in Palm Beach County, known for horse shows, Beverly fans, and the peace and quiet of upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that came crashing down and broke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going on Travel Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away and is in serious pain. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference seemed scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red bottom front door brought straight to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even in the crowd film, the shoot was on, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe Aaron and his friends, were scared. This doctor said someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts and pulled out a gun and shot her straight to the head. After that, he just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming. No one could figure out why they would kill this woman. It was also too strange to believe, as he said. Clown's outfit wasn't very typical. It was creepy enough, made you feel very uneasy. She had thick hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or violent about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, said he would always remember them. It was so odd. The clown didn't run away. On the way out, he didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just on a delivery. The car did not license tag or any other to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One Cheryl's kid caused no weight. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no missing car wife. The law was all gone by the time they put up roadblocks. State so it is vacant. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and pressed stop, police were left with the scary question: who would kill someone in broad daylight? Just the clown. Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was a chance. There were no signs of bringing in or theft. There were no call notes or threats. And why is Marlene Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had disappeared out of thin air and dropped in a certain home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. I just somewhere. Cops began to search for the crystal Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a white crystal urn and actually missed descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from Warren, it was found in a one-week parking lot, empty. It had been clean, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some signs of real hair and some white boards and synthetic fibers, which might have come from makeup, but it wasn't gun or found it. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The last people went to Chrysler were two law tourists who tried to return to a past location at only a few hours to identify someone from the company. They called when they saw yellow pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave these inside and park the car in front of the house. The car was there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a paid store. It was owned by Barney Morris, a used car lot. They cleverly put the yellow pages at, but it was one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of the murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interest. They started to look for people who were Barney Morris. These people were men and women who did possessions for him. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry friends, cheated business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of the neighbors and lived in peace in a high-class OC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very accurate murder. That woman was killed by a stranger in mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took another look to get a car. The dealership ties of our motors were sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even as someone connected to the dealership had given the killer Chrysler, but didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked in the dealership spoke up. They said when rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 minutes before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. He wanted to dress as a clown with orange wig, white gloves, a red nose, and a lot of makeup on her face. She didn't take off his shoes that too big though. The woman made way and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her out of the picture, but the other one said they were sure, which still was enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no drug bystanders knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in files for old cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing still certain was that clown had been doing perfect crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway in the home. He was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the park, was wounded. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one to blame. There was no one to point at or hearing to go to. He was stuck in prison. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said when told her to last. It was only a few weeks before her time up. If anything happened to me, you know who did, she said. That vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget about Arlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office had government credit to new DNA technology to look into the whole case again. The killer phone case was one of 5 that needed to do that. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave this fibers a name after testing them with tools from today, and this was a name the sheriff's office thought about, but they could never prove it. The hair that was found in the barren was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really verify proof visually. You couldn't really match it scientifically. No, checking for mitochondrial DNA tests made it possible for researchers to find clear genetics. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. He called her the name of the business, and her name, Sheila Keen. Sheila had a briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was in her car to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had all the way to hold her and will know. The DNA proof not only detectives found her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work for Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called the Purple Cow here in Park, Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were at it, asked why. There was a question how this Miles deep fried milkshakes fell. And Sheila Keen, at first as a clown, had been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office put everything in review. September 2017. They found Sheila in courtroom jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get even messier. Well, on here on the main street of Abington is a historic, quaint town story of overthrown charge for the heinous crime from decades ago. Continues to get page news. In Palm Beach County, she called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's Debbie. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes from here, people are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home. And then an hour or two, and they were said, let's not everyone here in the neighborhood in Virginia. Believe Debbie and Michael Warren belonged. We have wonderful lives here. And they were, fit right in. But said, this is a community that called us living. It's a good upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the house right down here. There's just a picture of you of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in jail cell. Try to picture her from Debbie as a woman who dresses as a clown. Then she turned his wife in the face. 27 years ago, he's hard to figure. She'd be the last person on earth who would ever respect. And they said, she's just so loving. Another added. Up they go recently. Love's Tommy Warren spent 6 days a week at a small drive-in restaurant. They once home near by Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard works, and we will see them on Mondays. But said, this summer, 11 years late, people retired, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be in my golf cart and go out and see what Debbie and Michael were up to. And maybe they're at the boat dock or in their yard, he said. But now, the only thing knows that he prepared to answer first degree murder charges and faced the penalty. I felt shame, very shocked, and he said, when I stopped by the Warren's this morning, he went to the door, saying Mike Warren wasn't home here. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just walking in the house. Okay, all right, thank you. I said, okay, you're doing well, a friend said. He's very distraught, he added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new evidence, holiday forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Some was wrong, though. Some of the proof had been less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1990 died, and others couldn't remember what they thought very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traits coming up to 20% good. That would be who gets them right away. Authorities were blamed following a case in order to close a public case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing clowns were taken in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident the clown got himself? There have been weird things. Killer clown case hit the community London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 has been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for her high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors presented a list of assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The clerk on the trial is now set to play out in court in June 2040. Looking forward to, a prosecutor said. It's time to get this case tried, and now you've got no legal delays, he added. Both sides agree on a new trial date because that is brutal murder is an archaic form. And witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with court, the defense study passed one more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses were not available, and prosecutors asked for questionable. Case got stuck, and got stuck again and again. The trial was pushed back 7 times total. All right, court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into Palm Beach County full courtroom for Thursday afternoon Zoom. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and one more time to prepare for the trial. The claims state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported conviction from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the overall oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing with any type of intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know when they give us information and when they don't, the attorney said. There's an accident here, they added. This was intentional folding evidence, and that's why we felt that we had to come to court, they concluded. Another 2 years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice that even her own lawsuit didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutor's account of what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told Borders outside court that she still believes she was innocent. She took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. If the sure what happened, we started to put together until after the plea deal was made. She had worked as a criminal officer for Borders in 1980. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them hugging in the office, having low lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, they had people in the area looked twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. But people knew about the probe. This was like confirmation, a strange kind of surgery, and it Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right back when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all of these things with the woman Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe had looked that clown in the eyes and said he wouldn't forget the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. The Florida law said she could get credit for time served, which included years she spent in jail before trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. He, however, the state attorney for Palm Beach County made a direct comment. Sheila Keen Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, the lawyer seemed highly displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Ms. Keen Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit the crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or closure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it was a while. There were questions. His sentence was short. He finally got a say one thing on his letter. We found out truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Julie Twain got a call today she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of choked me up a bit thinking out, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I had faith I never gave, because they didn't mind to do so. Eventually, it works out for him and me, she concluded. The killer club story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You were the best, written in a balloon. Someone went missing decades, and then came back wearing the ring, the victim's husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way that plea and a pretty quick release. Some people think Sheila was wrongly convicted, and an old case and an old court system put her in the top spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss it below. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chain case that serves as a terrifying reminder that entered just on the other side of your front door. It seemed like a normal knock turned to a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler then pulled slowly into the Wellington floor driveway of the White House. Someone got out of the passenger side, who wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 happy balloons and a basket of flowers in her hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Harris, pointing, was at breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer. Joe watched her open the door, and smiled in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then with a terrible sound, the clown raised a weapon, and a funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the main car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure out couldn't explain the woman's lying in the doorway. They would take this clone's mask decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get to the case. There wasn't much going on in Orlando, Florida, a clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County known for horse shows, airplane fans, and peace and quiet by the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Turtle Club Drive, and there was chaos in the one family home. Marlene Burton, Footy, was taken to the hospital right away. It is a serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference in scene was scary. Red and white balloons, flower baskets, and soft puffs. And her spotted the door, rocked the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, the shoe notes gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, some Joe, parents, and his friends, were scared. Let's stop what said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Burton gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit was very theatrical. It was creepy enough, made you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, white glove, and a lot of fake on. It was the ice though that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or wild about them. They were brown and calm. They were just better focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd that the clown moved run away. On the way out, they didn't trick or freak out. They slowly turned around, walked back to Chrysler, and pulled away in the house as if they were just making a delivery. The car did not license tag or pay away by the itself. The only things that were left behind were balloons and flowers. It said by the balloons, "You're the best." What Joey skipped about Snow White. Police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time they put out roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and stopped, police left with this very question: who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on in his chance. There were no signs of breaking or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. Then why is Marlene Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had disappeared in thin air and then dropped a suburban home by accident. The strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had everywhere. The cops began a search for the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops followed by Chrysler Leon and eventually visited Chips Hill. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in a Dixie parking lot, empty. It had been cleaned, not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic flowers, which might have come from a makeup wig, but it wasn't gun or clown suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, not in a way. The last people to Chrysler were two law sources who tried to return it to a painless station after only a few hours needed to theft someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what we were talking about when we called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It was owned by Garden Motors, a used car lot that had clever fake yellow pages ad on a Payless one. At the time, it seemed like such just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of the murder and when they sold the car, it was enough to get police interested. Starting to look into people who worked for Garden Motors. These people were the men who read it and owned the possessions for it. But police looked into Marlene Warren's life. They didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry plans, cheap business partners, or movie expresses. From what I could tell, she was left and didn't cause any trouble. She helped to take care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and lived in peace in London's class A OC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took a close look at the Joey car. The dealership's ties to Garden Motors were sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had given the killing Chrysler, but didn't show motive, it didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people in a nearby boat shop spoke up. They said women rushed in right before the store closed, just minutes before killing. She was showing time and very clear. She wanted to dress as a clown with orange wig, white gloves, red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were big though. The woman made me and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her out of the picture window. The other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shoe was. The story went from being in the news to being in a fight for cold cases. It had been mixed in years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had admitted crime. Joe Aaron's listen, saw his mother pass out in the hallway at home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He and the car was behind it. Went to the hospital 2 weeks, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to point at or to hear him go to. He was stunned and hesitant. Marlene finally held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how fun she was, and what she said to have told him about the last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to leave anyone. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some of them moved on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name. So 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a government grant to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The killer phone case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and the aluminum strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing them with tools of the day, and this was a name that the Sheriff's Office thought about, but they could never prove it. The hair that was found in the burn was not. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare the kind of proof visual. You couldn't really match scientifically. Now, checking for molecular DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear red links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Neil Carr is the name of business, and her name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had a B-function during the first row. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proved not only helped detectives find her then, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002. It was 12 years after Marlene Warren's killed. They ran a burger stand called Purple Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind this miles and deep fried milkshakes, though. As Sheila Keen and her rest of his clown had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies in the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office moved to Abbeville, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get messy. Well, I'm here on the main street of Abington. If that is historic, Clay Pound story went her own charge for the heinous crime from decades ago. It came to the front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren, but here she's Debbie, and in neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. Keep on talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice, friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome at home, and then Mark too. The neighbor said, just about everyone in the Herrington neighborhood near Abington, Virginia, believed Betty and my Warren belonged. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. I understood. This is the community, a couple of living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, where that's just a picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail cell. Trying to picture her friend Debbie as one who dresses as a clown, then shoot Husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I would ever suspect, a neighbor said. She's just so loving and underhanded. Up until recently, Lovins told me the Warrens spent 6 days a week at a small drive-thru restaurant. It was owned in near Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers. They thought we wouldn't really see them on Mondays, but instead, this summer, let explain. A couple retired, spend more time at home, and became better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, we'd get in my car and go out and see what Debbie might run up to, and maybe they're at the boat dock or working in their yard, he said. But now, the only thing I know is we prepared to answer first-degree murder charges and we faced death penalty. I felt very, very shocked, her neighbor said. And when I stopped at the Warren's house this morning, a woman at the door saying Uncle Warren was home either. Is Uncle Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. David. When he talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not with this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. Sheila Keen Warren was taught. She was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Some was wrong, though. Some of the proof had come less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1990 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed rates that come up to 20% of women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blaming for following up the case in order to close the public case that had been for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports seen clown for many days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? But this just an accident clown mix up rather than near things. The kill clown case hit tied the community of London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in full face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at Blood Range. Keen Warren married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 and following cases, Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren also accused falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. Prosecutors did list assets tied to King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer trial was now set by court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said, it's time to keep this case tied, and I don't expect there'll be any delays ahead. Both sides agree on a new trial date. Just evidence of the murder is archaic formats and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with the court, defense started to ask for more time. They said proof was lost, witnesses not available. The prosecutors asked for official. The case got stuck, and got stuck again. The trial would push back 7 times total. All right, court is on session. The judge said, Sheila King Warren was escorted into a Long Beach County floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for continuance and was moved on to prepare the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a report confession of his man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any floor statutes to apologize. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case. I've done nothing I intent, he added. King Warren says it with intention. They know they gave us information, and when they don't, they just said, there's no accident here, they had. This was an intention to withhold evidence, and that's why we felt we had to come to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice to leave her own looking in Z County. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023, after being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court. She didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with prosecutors covered what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told the court outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what had happened didn't come together, and the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for murders in 1990. This was the Bulldogs car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of it there. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them talking in the office, having phone together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marla Lane, and his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marla Lane's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the probe, this is like confirming a strange kind of symmetry. And it's Marla Warren's son, Joe, writing back when he saw the clown walk away without a word. He was over with his dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things that the woman Joe thought not the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked back down the eyes and said he would never forget the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Her Florida law says she could get credit for time served, which included the years she spent in jail before trial. She was also allowed early for being good. Are you ready for the crazy thing I have to do? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Abe Hardenberg, the state attorney for Long Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear the same heavy day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was leaving. We are absolutely thrilled that King Warren is released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not remove the crime, he added. From Marley's son, on the other hand, was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He finally got to say one thing that honored his father. We found out truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Twain got a call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief. It kind of chucked me a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like I'm crying when talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never give up, because they got in their mind to do so. Eventually, it works out for them and me, she concluded. The killer close story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You're the best, written on a balloon. Someone went missing for days, and then came back during the wedding with the victim's husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, with a plea and a crazy quick release. Some people think that Sheila was wrongly convicted, and an old case and an old court system put her in the spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe to Crime Content, and turn on notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger may be just on the other side of your front door. What seemed like normal luck turned into nightmare, leading on fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler Line pulled suddenly into the Lincoln Farm driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 happy balloons and a pack of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It lit the phone. Inside the house, Joe Evans, Pussy, was having breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to get her. Joe watched her open the door and smiled in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The clown raised the weapon, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting bar. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was behind the doorway. If you take this stuff mask to today's page. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Lincoln, Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for horror shows, Beverly fans, and peace and quiet could be found middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke into strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing Simon going back down Club Drive, and they were with chaos in the Warren family home. Marley Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away. It is a serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. Difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, flower baskets, soft covers, and a misfiled front door rocked straight to the children. They had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown fit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, some Joe Aaron's and their friends, were scared, but stopped when they said. Some dressed as clown gave Marley Warren gifts, then pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from Bad Dream or Nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why and what to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was good enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face makeup. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, he didn't or freak out. Then he slowly turned around, walked back to Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making delivery. The car did not have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only thing that were left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One showed skin, mouse no white. The police checked the whole road, but no one had seen the car arrive. But the bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements witnesses read. The witnesses at the crime scene. After the evidence theft and press stopped, police left a scary question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight? Officers alone. Why is that? No one could tell. It was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or arrests. Then why is Martin Warren? The woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a public figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime just appeared out of thin air, and they brought us to her home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cop began their search with the Costa Leon. 4 days after the murder, Costello, the white Chrysler around, they matched the business still there. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in a wooden parking lot. It had been clean, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There was some strand of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have come from Midway, but there wasn't a gun or a plastic. There was something in the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, his car was reported stolen, but not in a normal way. The last boat to rent Chrysler, which was lost tourists and tried to return to a real location, only 2 hours to get for someone from the company. They called them where they saw the yellow pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone online told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called in. It turned out the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It was owned by Brady Motors, a used car lot that had nothing but 50 yellow pages that under this one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. In the case of a murder involving a car, it wasn't for people interested. They started looking at the people who were Brady Motors. These people were mad and red, and the woman who did the research for him. The police looked into Warren's life. They didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry clients, cheap business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of renovators and lived in peace in the Lincoln High Class A OC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 2 years. They owned several homes together. She was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by stranger in mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? Police were still not sure. They could not close look at their car. The dealers tied Barney Motors sketchy. They were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had been like a Chrysler that didn't turn with, it didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. 2 people who worked at a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted her son to with an old room, white gloves, a red nose, lots of makeup on her face. She did take off his shoes that were too big. The woman gave and then left. Later, one of the workers came around with the picture. The other said, the butcher still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in the files for cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had a nearly perfect crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw the woman pass out in the hallway at home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He He was in the car because behind it. He went to the hospital clinic, and 2 days later, he was on her bedside when she died. What goes on that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all, that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to go back or here to go to. He was often present. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how fun she was, and she was sad, full of last. It was only a few weeks before time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The crew just sat there collecting dust. They witnessed moving on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name in 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office hired a brand to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The Kill Clown case was one of the files that they usually looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers name after testing them with tools from the day, and this is the name that the sheriff's office thought about. But they never quit. The hair that was from the parent was brown. It was female, long, it came from a person. In 1990, you only really compare that kind of proof usually. You couldn't believe it scientifically. Now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find their genetics. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Mike Warren. Neil Carr is the name of the business, and May and Sheila Keen. Sheila had a brief question during the first row. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say sure which was her number though, even though one of the clerks recognized her. She said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had no way to hold her now. The DNA proof not only helped detect sign her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Uncle Warren. She was out living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002. It was 12 years after Marlene Warren's kill. They ran a burger stand called Bull Cow in remote Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were quiet, nice and quiet. There was a section behind the sign with deep-fried milkshakes though. As Sheila Keen had progressed as a clown, had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Athens, Virginia, September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila had to fight back. She agreed not to get back to Florida. The Warren family sought chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messier. Well, on here on the Main Street of Abington, it's a historic, quaint town with a story about their own guards who had his crime a decade ago. It continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's Debbie, and in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here, people are talking. They don't really know what to say. A beautiful girl. It's friendly all around. I've stuff so up in their home, and then ours too. A neighbor said. Just about everyone in the neighborhood near Virginia believed Debbie and Uncle Warren belonged. We have one of the neighbors here, and they were, right in. Another said, this is a community with all of them living. It's a secluded upscale neighborhood with the mountains. You'd see a house down here, with a pictures view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. It is a stark contrast, for Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail cell. Trying to picture their friend Debbie as a woman who addresses a clown, then shoot her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is hard to fear. She would be the last person on earth I would ever respect, 100%. She's just so loving, underrated. Up until recently, Blaine's Colby Warren spends 6 days a week in a small drive-thru restaurant, once owned here by Kingsville, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and people normally see them on Sundays, Blaine said. This summer, Blaine explained, become retired, spending more time at home, becoming better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my car and go down and see what Debbie and Mike were up to, and maybe run a boat dock or weed in their yard, he said. But now, the woman may know Debbie is preparing against first degree murder charges and could face death penalty. I felt shaken, very shocked, the neighbor said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Mike Warren was home either. Is Uncle Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just my shadows. Okay, sorry, thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very distraught, and when we talked on the phone, he said, you know, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Lee, Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking at the past, in this case, and new evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some proof they got less level of time. All witnesses from 1999, and others could remember the case all very well. And some of the analytical results, one DNA sample showed traits that could not be 100% recorded. That be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for filing a weak case in order to close up the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was fit because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 reports of seeing clowns were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just a massive conduct mixed up? There had been weirder things. Killer clown case hit the target community in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point-blank range. Keen Warren later married their husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 has been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers pay for a high-profile death attorney. The prosecutors still assets by Keen Warren and Robin, including a half-million home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer trial was held at the Down Court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, prosecutors said. It's time to keep the case tried, and I expect there'll be delays. They had both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is in our formats, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said proof was lost. This is unavailable, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck. It got stuck again and again. The trial will be put back 7 times in total. All right. Court is now in session. The judge said Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County courtroom for Thursday afternoon hearing. Her attorneys asked for 18 minutes and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not believe some of their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence to a report confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done the thing with impact of intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know the consideration, and when they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was an intentional withholding evidence, and that's why we felt like we had come to court, he concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice that even her own lobbying didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she knew the prosecutors covered weapon, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed he was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what had happened didn't come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barton Motors in 1990. This was Michael and Carla. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides though denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them hugging in the office, having home lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought but killed his wife. For people who knew about the this was like confirmation, a strange kind of symmetry, and it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe. Right when they got, he saw that son walk away without a word. He had no longer in his head. He got married again. He was happy. And keeping all of these things with the woman Joe found mighty killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe, that clown in the eyes, said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Her Florida law said she could be credited for time served, which included the year she spent in jail before trial. She may also have her life for being good. Are you leaving for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was free. Dave Arnold, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a comment. Sheila Keen Warren will always be an admitted victim of murder, and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Keen Warren has been released and is turning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or closure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was torture. He finally got to say something on his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. For her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Twain, the call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of choked me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm crying, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I think that I never gave up, because God didn't want to do so. Eventually, it works out for them and me, she concluded. Kill clown stories all the way to Florida for more than 3 years. A woman was killed at her front door. Your best, written on the loop. Someone who had been for decades, and it came back wearing a woman with veiled heaven. It tasted of with a trial or a decision show on TV. It ended in a strange, quiet way that believed a crazy quick release. Some people think that Sheila was wrongly convicted, and that an old case can old courts still put her at the spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can just on the other side of your front door. A seemed like a knock turned into a nightmare, leading out of fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler then pulled slowly into the Wellington floor driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile on their face, and held two balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was calm. Inside the house, Joe Evans, 20, was having breakfast with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. "Oh, how pretty," she said. Ben was a terrible sound. The clown raised the weapon, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car they drove off without going too fast. He wanted to try to figure it out, couldn't explain why the woman's lying in the door. You can take this mask back into age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida. A clean neighborhood Palm Beach County, known for horror shows, hero fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1980, the train came crashing down, and it broke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Arrow Club Drive, and there was chaos in one family home. Arlene Warren, 40, taken to the hospital right away, and in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more, before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. Difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red spot on the floor brought joy to the children. Red and one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the gun, shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. Witnesses, son Joe and his friends, were scared, but stopped what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Arlene Warren gifts, and pulled out a gun and shot straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and nobody figured out how they wanted to kill someone. It was almost strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit was very theatrical, but speaking of, make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes though that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or wild about it. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on John and After he said he called Jim with them. It was so odd. The clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away in the house as if they were just done making a delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things it left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." When Shelley's hit got so white, the police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one was in the car off. The bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question: who would kill someone in broad daylight versus the clown? Why that? No one could tell if it was or not. They could figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls or threats. Then why did Arlene Warren? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran business, had family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this mind had just appeared out of thin air and then promised to murder him by accident. But the strange and moving signs that were all over the place had to start somewhere. The cops began a search for the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a white Chrysler Baron that matched the witness descriptions to the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in a Dixie parking lot. Empty. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have come from a wig, but there wasn't none or plant suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The last close by the driver, two lost tourists tried to return to a painless location after only a few hours to get in touch with someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages when they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave keys inside and put the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said didn't know they were talking about. They called in. It turned out that the number they called moved to the long Bayless store. It was owned by Barton Motors, a used car lot that cleverly put the yellow page ad on a Bayless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in case of a murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started to look into people who worked for Barton Motors. These people were the man who ran it, and the woman who had possession for him. When police looked into Arlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any complaints, cheap business partners, or any ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and lived in peace in Wellington's high-class A OZ Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together. She was known to be very parents. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? Police were still not sure. They took out a close look at the Joey car. The dealership tied to Barton Motors were city. They were not against the law. That being said, even if someone reacted to the dealership, they didn't kill it, but didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked at a nearby clothes shop spoke up. They said when rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 minutes before they go. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress as a clown with orange wig, white gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She could take off the shoes that were too big though. That woman gave money and then left. Later, her orders picked her out of the picture, but the other one said they were sure it still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders knew who she was. The story from being news, being in a fight circle cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that a clown had a near perfect crime. Bill Aaron's, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway of their home when he was only 12 years old. He stayed with her until the evidence got there. He was in a car that was haunted. He went to the hospital to wit, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside and she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the whole thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to blame that or hearing to go to. He was stuck and listened. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and she was sad what told her about last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did it, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof is sat there collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some of them moved on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got Barbara Grant to use new DNA technology to look at old cases again. The killer clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing them with tools from today. And this was a name that the sheriff's office had thought about, but they didn't prove it. The hair found in the mirror was not. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare that kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match it scientifically. But now, checking by the computer DNA has made it possible for research to find clear genetics. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Deal cars were the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks requested her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, cops had no way to hold her until now. The DNA proved not only detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. He was now living with him. They married. They married in 2002, just 12 years before Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called the Cool Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the miles and deep fried milkshake cell. As Sheila Keen had breakfast at home, had been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. These from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office in Abington, Virginia, in September 2017. They found Sheila in Purdue jail. Sheila didn't fight back. He agreed to be sent back to Florida. Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messier. Well, on here remains Street Fagging. It's a historic, clip town with a story about the woman charged with a heinous crime from days ago. It continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's Betty, and you're neighbor 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice, fed people all around. I just felt so welcome in her home, and then ours too, when neighbors said. Just out of one in the Heron Point neighborhood in Abington, Virginia. Only Betty and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. 100%. This is the community where the couple has been living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here. There is a picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail cell. Her picture of friend Betty as a woman who dressed as a clown, then shoots her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is hard to fear. She would be the last person on earth I would suspect, the neighbor said. She's just so loving and unread. Up until recently, Len's told the Warrens to spend 6 days a week in a small drive-through restaurant in one home in nearby Eastport and Sea. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we only see them on Sundays, Len said. This summer, Len explained, couple retired, spend more time home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd eat in a golf cart and go down and see what Debbie and Mike were up to. And maybe they're at the dock or working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman now Debbie is preparing to answer first degree murder charges and could face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, the neighbor said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just reaching the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay. He's not doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. They added. When we got on the phone, he said, you know, bro, she did not do this. And I said, I leave you, and I love you both no matter what. Sheila King Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone many names over the years, including Debbie B. Warren and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal: to get the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become so reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from the scene of the attack, and others could remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, and one DNA sample, showed traits that combined to 20% footing that would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a weak case in order to close a public case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was hit because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing clowns were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident that clown got mixed up? There had been weird things. The killer clown case hit tight community development in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full fake clown costume and shot Marley Warren at point blank range. King Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. On Tax 5, the following case, Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for her high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors presented a list of assets tied to King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial was now set down in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, prosecutors said. It's time to get this case dropped, and I don't expect there'll be any delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is in archaic formats, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with court, the defense tried to ask for more time. They said that proof was lost, witnesses not available, and prosecutors' actions were questionable. The case got stuck, they got stuck again and again. Trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila King Warren is escorted into a Palm Beach County full courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and wanted more time to prepare for trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a report confession of this man, Edward Barr. The prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have nothing of any type of intent, he added. King Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know that they gave us information, and when they don't, the attorney said, there's no accident here, they added. This led to withholding evidence, and that's why we felt like we had to go to court, he concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren is shocking judge that even her own lawyer didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, a plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to slavery murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. A full picture of what happened didn't start coming together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barb Moores in 1990. This was Michael Warren Carlott. Even then, there were more and more rumors out there. Both sides though denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them talking in office, having long lunches together, and he was spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with the murder of Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. For 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Pro, this is like confirmation, a strange consummation, and it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He went along with the head. He died again. He was happy. And he did all these things with woman Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe had looked the clown in the eyes and said he would never forget the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for time served. She included the year she faced bail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the crazy thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. They are remembered. State attorney for Palm Beach County made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer Dean kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren had been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she had not committed crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was a real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it took a while. There were questions, and the sentence was clear. He finally got to say one thing on her daughter. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Quinn called Tuesday she had been waiting for 57 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and kind of choked up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she had. But I hate that I never gave up, as they got it in mind to do so. Eventually, it works out for him and me, she concluded. The killer clone was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You were the best, written on the loom. Someone who went missing for decades, and they came back wearing a wedding ring with the biggest husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strange and quiet way. The plea and crazy quick release. Some people think that Sheila is wrongly convicted, and that an old case and an old court system put her to the top side. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story fit impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, the explosion case that serves as a terrifying reminder that they came just like the other side of the front door. A seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler Land pulled suddenly into the Wellington, Florida driveway to a quiet house. Someone bowed to the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 packed balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was calm. Inside the house, Joe Burns, 20, was having breakfast with some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and saw him in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then it was the sound. The clown raised the weapon. The funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the car. The car didn't move off without going too fast. Anyone tried to figure it out couldn't explain how the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take the clown's mask decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Untold, Florida, a clean neighborhood called Palm Beach County, known for shows, whirling fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that train came crashing down and it broke in a strange way you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing siren going up to a club 5, and there was chaos in one family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away and is in serious condition. She lived for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. The difference in scene was scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a mid spot of the front door brought joy to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, she was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, some parents and his friends, were scared, but stuck to what they said. Some of the rest had the clown gave Marlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they would want to kill this woman. It was also too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eye though, and they caught Joe's attention. There was something angry and wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making a delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any way to identify them. The only thing that was hung were the balloons and flowers. It said on the balloons, "You're the best." One showed the street out Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Sequence of witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question: who would kill someone in broad daylight while it's a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. Then why is Marlene Warren? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. He ran business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air, and they dropped a suburban home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cops began their search with the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found about Chrysler Burn. They matched his suspicions to the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, he was found in Winn-Dixie parking lot, empty. He had it cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some black orange synthetic fibers, which might have come from any of it, but it wasn't a gun or clowns. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in a normal way. The last people to rent the Chrysler were some lost tourists to try to return it to a payless looking after only flowers to attach with someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone online told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a payless store. It was owned by Motors, a used car lot that had gladly put a thick yellow pages ad under the payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of murder, it always sold the car. It was enough to get police interested. They started looking at the people who were party owners. These people demanded rent and wanted to be the possessions for. When police looked in Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no new fights or thefts. They couldn't find any angry clients, shady business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was light and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and lived in peace in London's high-class AOC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very accurate records. The woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? Police were still not sure. They took another close look at the car. The dealership's ties argued more sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had given the killer the it didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then, on the break, two people who worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said it would rush in right before the store closed. Just 2 nights of filming. She was short on time and very clear. She had to dress like a clown with a waterproof, white gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. The woman made funny and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her up in a picture but the other one said they weren't sure, which still said enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being a file of local cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing still certain was that clown had been nailed for crime. Joe Barron's, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hall of their home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance out there. He was in the car because of he went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lust, and the strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the working out it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to forget or him to go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family loved his memories and pieces of life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and she said it told him at last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Here's what it by. Proof is sad collecting this, but witnesses moved on, and someone went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office got a government grant to use new DNA technology to look into the old case again. The killer crime case was one of the 5 that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing them with tools today, and this was the name that the sheriff's office had found out, but they could never prove it. The hair that's found in the parent was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare it kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match it scientifically. But now, checking from what kind of DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Blue Cars was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She didn't say for sure where she was during the murder, even though one of the clerks waited after. She said she didn't know anything about the outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. DNA profiling helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him. They were married. They married in 2002, just 12 years after Marlene Warren died. They ran a burger stand called the Purple Cow in a remote part of West Virginia. The neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smile and deep fried milkshakes though. As Sheila Keen hit her breast at the bottom, had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office just added in Virginia in November 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila had to fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. Warren family saw chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get the NCA. Well, I'm here on the Main Street Fact. We say sorry. Quick town with a story of one charged with a crime decades ago. Continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren, but here she's me. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here, people are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice, friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home, and then ours too. My neighbors said, just about everyone in the Heron Point neighborhood near Abington, Virginia, believed Debbie and Michael Warren alone. We have beautiful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. I said, this is the community the couple's been living. It's a secluded upstate neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the house right down here, but it's just a picturesque view of rolling hills and a leaking back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now a cell. Trying to picture the friend Debbie as a woman who dresses as a clown. Then shoot her analysis of life and face 27 years ago is hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I would ever suspect. She's just so loving, uninterrupted. Up until recently, Love's told me Warren spent 6 days a week at a small drive-through restaurant. Once owned in nearby Kingsville, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't see them on Sundays. And said, this summer, Levin explained, the couple retired, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd eat in my golf cart and go down and see what Debbie and Nick were up to. And maybe they're at the boat club or working in the yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Debbie is preparing cancer first-degree murder charges and could face death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, and neighbor said. And when I stopped by the Warren house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said. Okay, he's not doing well. Levin said. He's very, very distraught. They added. When we got on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she'd not do this. And I said, I believe you. And I love you both no matter what. But Sheila Keen Warren was caught. She was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had no evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to get the person missing. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had been less reliable over time. A lot of the witnesses from 1990 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed rates that come up to 20% good. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a weak case in order to close a public case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila skipped because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 4 other reports of seeing clowns were made in the days before the murder. Was this been done by another clown? Was it just an accident by a clown who missed out? There are the weirder things. The killer clown hit the community of Ellington in 1980. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at Point Blank Range. Keen Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 has been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayer pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors presented a list of assets at Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 cash. The other announced that they are in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. The prosecutor said, it's time to get this case tried, and I expect there'll be delays, they added. Both sides agreed on new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is in archaic formats. And witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In news filed with the court, defense started to ask for more time. They said that proof was lost, witnesses were not available, and prosecutors' evidence were questionable. The case got stopped and knocked out again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said, Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County floor courtroom for 50 afternoons hearing. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and wanted more time to prepare for trial. They claimed the prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes. I apologized. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he did. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have been nothing to that, he added. Keen Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know they gave us information and then they didn't. The attorney said, there's no accident here, he added. This was intentional withholding evidence, and that's why we felt that magic come to court, included. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking voice that even on in secretly, just a few weeks before the all-the-way trial. The deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023, after being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court. She didn't say much. Now that she agreed to what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside the court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what had happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for murders in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rooms there. Both sides though united. There, detectives heard from people who saw the hanging in the office, having all those together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene, and his finances were very limited to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the road, so like confrontation, a strange kind of imagery, and it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut. He saw the clock walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things that woman Joe found to be killer. No matter what the said, Joe had death on the eyes and said he would never forget the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for time served. She wouldn't be years to jail before trial. She was so early for being good. Are you ready for the greatest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Bernard, the state attorney of Palm Beach County, made a comment. Sheila Keen Warren will always be admitted to murder, and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren has been released and is returned to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He's still acting in the way. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Didn't know it took a while. There were questions, and the sentence got short. He finally got to say one thing upon his daughter. He found out truth. He said, he found peace. He added, from her home in Las Vegas. 87-year-old Shirley Twain had called Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief. And it kind of choked me up thinking about, sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm crying when I'm talking about it. She said, thank you. That's all I'd say. She added, well, I had faith that I never gave up, because I had mind to do so. Eventually it works out for him and me, she concluded. The killer contour was all within the Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You were the best. We did not balloon. Someone who was missing for decades. And it came back where lingering, living in time. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or a decision on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way that the crazy could release. Some people think she was wrongly convicted, and an old case and an old court system put her in the spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for a true crime comment, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that aim can be just like the other side of your front door. It seemed like a moment turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. A wet Chrysler then pulled suddenly into the Winton Flower driveway of a White House. Someone out of the passersby. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and basket of flowers in their hands, full of loves. People had gone. Inside the house, Joe Ann's 20 was having breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then it was a terrible sound. Clown raised the bed. A funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the balloon was lying in the doorway. If you take this close mask today's page. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you watch from. It's always good to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Logan, Florida, a clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County known for horse shows, airplane fans, and a peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down and broke in the streets while you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing thunder going down Barrel Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Arlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital midway, missing serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the time, investigators stormed her home. The day was scene was scary. Men in white balloons, a flower basket with soft colors, and then spotted the front door, watching the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even the clown outfit on, the shoe was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son, Joe, parents, and their friends were scared, but stuck with what they said. Some dressed as a clown gave Arlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this one. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was something angry or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd. The car didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't freak out. And they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making a delivery. The car didn't have license tag or any other way by itself. The only things they left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One choice hit of Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was long gone by the time they put robots. Statements to witnesses were taken, more pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence and pressed out, police were left with a scary question. Who had killed someone in broad daylight, dressed as a clown? Why that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. Then why Arlene Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran business, had a family, and was quite a figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared in thin air and been dropped in a suburban by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. Cops began to search for the still Leon. 4 days after the murder, found a white Chrysler Warren that matched the witness descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in a sleeping lot. It had been clean, but not very well. Investigators saw something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright cords and synthetic fibers, which may have come from liquid, but it wasn't a gun or a gun suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The last people of the Chrysler were two lost sources tried to return to a payless location only a few hours to get inside someone from the company. They called the number they saw on Yellow Pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the lot told them to leave keys inside and put the car into the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when called again. It turned out that the number called didn't actually belong to a dealer store. It was owned by Barbie Motors. Used car lot that equivalent with the Yellow Pages ad on the famous one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of a murder, it only sold the car. It's enough to police interested. They started to look into the people who worked for Barbie Motors. These people were the men who read that one who did the best for it. When police looked into Arlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any complaints, changes partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was late and didn't cause any trouble. She helped to take care of real estate. She took care of rental payments and lived in peace in Lincoln's high class A OC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very good records. That one was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. On that time, the police were still unsure. They took another close look at the dealing car. The dealership decided to argue Motors were but they were not against the law. That being said, even someone connected to the dealership that didn't kill the Chrysler, they didn't show motive. It didn't prove it at all. Then, in the break, two people worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said over and full store clothes, just 2 nights before filming. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress up with an old white glove, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off shoes that were good though, but only at night and then left. Later, one of the workers who came out of the picture window, but the other man said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story from being in the news, being in 5 cold cases. It had been months and years, but the only thing that was still certain was that clown had been in the perfect crime. Bill Aaron's, the son, saw his mom pass out in the hallway of their home when he was only 12 years old. He stayed with her until the evidence got there. He was in the car, it was behind it. He went to the hospital gate, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mom laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he left the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to point at or hearing to go to. He was stuck in the present. Arlene's family, a lot of memories, pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to told her about last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witness moved on, and some of them went on. The world started forgetting Arlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got government grant to use new and technology to build these old cases again. The killer clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the flowers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave the fibers a name after testing them with tools from today, and this was a name that the sheriff's office had thought up. They could never prove it. The hair that was found there was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match it scientifically. But now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made possible for researchers to unclear genetic links. The hair likely belonged to a woman who used to work on Marlene's husband, not Warren. He caused the name of this, and her name was Shakeen. Sheila had briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure if she was during the murder though, even though one could recognize her. She said she didn't know anything about the con outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called the Burger Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and deep fried milkshakes though. Sheila Keen had regressed as a clown, had been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Athens, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila in Courtney. She lived in back. She had pleaded out to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even bigger. Well, one here on the main street of Abington. It's a historic, quaint town. This story of one of her own charge with a heinous crime from decades ago continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren, but here she's Debbie, and in her neighborhood from minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice, friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in her home, and then ours too. And they were said. Just about everyone in the point they were near Abington, Virginia, believed Betty and Michael Warren belonged. We have wonderful neighbors here. They were, right in. Another said. This is the community where the couple has been living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the house right down here, where there's just a picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in jail cell. Trying to picture their friend Debbie as someone who dresses as a clown, then shoot her and her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is hard figure. She would be the last person on earth I would ever suspect, the neighbor said. She's she's just so living. And then added, up until recently, Levin's told me Lawrence spent 6 days a week at a small drive-thru restaurant he once owned in nearby Kingston, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't only see them on Sundays, Levin said. This summer, Levin's explained, the couple tired, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, I didn't have anything to do. I did get in my golf cart and go down and see maybe Mike Robbie. And maybe they're about working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Debbie is preparing to catch her first degree murder charges and be based in that country. I felt shame, very shocked, the neighbor said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just walking the house. Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very distraught, they added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila King Warren was caught, she was 64 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Betty Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they knew evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to take a person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of the witnesses from 1998 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces that come between 20% of women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a weak case in order to close up the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was sick because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports seeing clowns remaining days before the murder. But this had been done by the clown. Was this just an accident clown got mixed up? There have been near things. The killer clown case hit the community of London in 1990. It says believed Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. King Warren getting married to the victim's cousin, Uncle Warren, Sheila Warren. Step 5 is following this case, and Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors presented a list of assets tied to King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia, and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer trial was now set to play out in court in June 2023. We're looking forward to it, the prosecutor said. It's time to get this case tried, and I expect there will be any delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date, because evidence of brutal murder is in archaic formats, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with Ford, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses were not available, and prosecutors' actions were questionable. The case got stuck, they got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila King Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County 10th floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon hearing. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a recorded confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the error and oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case. I have done nothing to any type of consent, he added. King Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know when he gets information, and when they know, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why we felt that we had to come to court, concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren gave a shocking choice that even her own law team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, a plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutor's account of what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start coming together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as an undercover officer for Bergen Motors in 1990. This was when Lawrence Carlott. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them hugging in the office, having long lunches together, and he had spent midnight together, and Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Poe, this was like confirmation. A strange kind of signature. And take Marlene Warren's son, Joe, riding in the back when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with the dead. He got married again. He was happy. But he did all these things with the woman Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe had looked that clown in the eyes, and then he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for unserved, which included the year she spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, he was free. Dave Barnard, his state chief of Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren always be an admitted murderer and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He finally got to say one thing about his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Clayton got a call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of a sigh of relief, and it kind of choked me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I like to say, she added. Well, I had faith that I never be, because they got it in mind to do so. Eventually it works out for them and me, she concluded. The killer clothes were all the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman still at her front door, over the best, written on the balloon. Someone witnessed for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding ring with a husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, with a plea and a crazy quick release. Some people think Sheila was wrongly convicted, and that an old case and an old court system put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder of danger can just like time before war. What seemed like an old lock turned to a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was beautiful Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler pulled slowly into the welcome Florida driveway of a White House. Some were out of the passenger side. They wore a white orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and massive flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's hoodie was at breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer. Joe watched her open the door and smiled familiarly. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then it was a terrible sound. The clown waved a weapon, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take this clown's ass to today's page. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into this. There wasn't much going on in Mountain, Florida, a clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for shows, airplane fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down and broke in just what you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing siren going down Barrel Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away and is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The video was insane, scary. Red and white balloons, a flower with 15 flowers, and a red spot on the front door brought joy to the children. There had been no shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe Aaron and his friends, were scared, stuck to what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts, and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill someone. It was almost strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit was very theatrical, but it's creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face talent. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing really wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said we always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making delivery. The car didn't have license tag or any way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One show was skit about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was long on by the time put out roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left in the press stop, police were left with a scary question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight, dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if the person or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. The body is not one. This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quick figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like Smiley just appeared out of thin air, and then dropped and burned home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. Had to start somewhere. The cops began their search for the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found Chrysler Warren and matched the descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, he was found in a neat pair of lot. Heavy. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange snake fibers, which may have come from a wig, but there wasn't a gun or a gun suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in one way. The last people read Chrysler, two law sources tried to return to it. Taylor location from a few hours to get in touch with someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car's there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when he called again. Turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It was owned by RV Motors, a used car lot that had clearly put the yellow pages had under the Payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. And the case number and all they sold the car, even enough to get police interested. They started to look into people who worked for RV Motors. These people were the man who ran it, and the woman who did the search for him. The police looked into Marlene Warren's life. They didn't find much. There were no known feats or threats. They couldn't find any angry clothes, cheap business partners, or every ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and lived in peace in Ellington's high class AOC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for giving very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? Police were still not sure. They took another close look at the car. The dealership's ties to RV Motors were sketchy, but they're not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership, they didn't get a Chrysler, but didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked at a nearby clothes shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right when the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress up as a clown with orange blood gloves, a red nose, and a little makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. The one gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her out a picture lineup. The other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no red bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news, being in the files for cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that the clown had a near crime. No parents, son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway of their home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, was behind it. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one to blame. There was no one to point at or hearing to go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family held on to the memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to have told her mother last. It was only a few weeks before time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But the vague warning didn't seem to leave anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. Business moved on, and some of them moved on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office tried to credit to use newly unpacked technology to look into the whole case again. The killer cone case was on file that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. But the hair, the fibers, and balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing on schools from today. And this was a name that the Sheriff's Office thought about. They could never prove it. The hair that was found there was brown. It was scale, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. Now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Deal Cars was the name of the business, and her name, Sheila Keen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first row. She said at the time she was looking at cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had no way to hold her until now. DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him and were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called the Purple Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were pretty nice and quiet. There was question how they smiled and fried milkshakes though. And Sheila Keen ever decided to clown. They'd been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Abington, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years. But that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get even messier. Well, on here on the main street of Abington, it's a historic point in time where this story of one fellow charged with a heinous crime from decades ago. It continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's Debbie. And in the neighborhood 15 minutes away from here, people are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home. And then ours too, my neighbor said. Just about everyone in the Heron Point neighborhood near Abington, Virginia, believe Betty and Michael Warren belonged. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. Tyler said. This is the community the couple has been living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, but there's a picture of the rolling hills and a lake in back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in a jail cell. Trying to picture friend Debbie as a woman who addressed the clown and shoot her husband's body in the face 27 years ago is hard to defeat. She would be the last person on earth who would respect her neighbors. She's just so loving on the other hand. Up until recently, Evans told me Warren says 6 days a week at a small drive-through restaurant in a nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers. We wouldn't really see them Sundays, but it said. This summer, Len explained, the couple tired, spending more time home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my car and go out and see what Debbie and Mike were up to. And maybe they're at the boat dock or working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Debbie is preparing to answer for degree murder charges and facing penalty. I felt very, very shocked when he said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, they went after the door. Said Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said. Okay, he's not doing well. A friend said. He's very, very distraught. They added. When he got on the phone, he said, you know, bro, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren spot, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Some things went wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of the witnesses from 1998 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces that come up to 20% would that would be used as the right way. Authorities were blamed for filing a case in order to close the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing clowns were made in the days before the murder. Would this have been done by another clown? Was it just an accident that the clown got mixed up? There had been weirder things. The killer clown case hit the tight-knit community of Linton in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Step 5 in following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers will pay for her high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors insist on this assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $305 in cash. The killer clown trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to. The prosecutor said, it's time to get the case tried, and I don't expect there will be any delays. They had both sides agree on a new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is in great forms, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with the court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses not available, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said Sheila Keen Warren was sorted into Palm Beach 10th floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for writing and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes. He apologized. I apologize for the oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing with any bad intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know when they get information and when they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was an intentional withholding evidence, and that's why I felt that we had to go to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice that even her law team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, a key deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to spirited murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutor's account of what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside court that she still believed she innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what had happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for RV Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied it. Here, detectives heard from people who saw them hugging in the office, having long lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his fancies were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long gone to have killed his wife. But people knew about the probe. This was like confirmation. Strange comes symmetry. And it's Marlene Warren's son, Joe. life and he saw the clown walk away and got word. He was no longer his dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all of the things that the woman Joe thought might kill him. No matter what the fist said, Joe looked at the clown in the eyes and said he'd never forget his words. Following the plea deal, she let Dean Warren be given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could be for time served, which included the issue spent in jail before her trial. He was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she faced 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Arnberg, the state attorney of Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. She let Dean Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyers seemed kind of displeased. He said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Dean Warren has been released and returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she didn't prove this wrong, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He finally got to say one thing upon his mother. We found the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Bain got a call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of a sigh of relief, and it kind of took me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never give up, because it got in their mind to do so. Eventually, it works out for them and me, she concluded. The clown story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman who killed it for war. You were the best. Written on a balloon. Someone went missing decades, and then came back wearing a wedding. Lived innocent. The case now ended with dramatic trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, with a clean and quick release. Some people think that Sheila was wrongly convicted in that old case, and an old court system put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a killing case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger may be just on the other side of your front door. It seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler pulled slowly into the Wellington, Florida driveway of the White House. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's, was having breakfast with some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got the answer. Joe watched her open the door and smiled through the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then it was a terrible sound. The clown waved a weapon, and the flippers turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car had drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman belonged to Joy. It would take the sounds mass decades to age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't going on in Wellington, Florida, a clean neighborhood Palm Beach County known for shows, airplane fence, and peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in the strange way you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Arrow Cliff Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away. It's a serious mission. She would live for days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference in scenes, red and white balloons, flower baskets, soft clothes, and men spotted the front door, Joy to the dinner. There had been no shot. There were no words said. There was no image. Even the clown outfit on, the shooter was on, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe Aaron and his friends, were scared, but stuck to what they said. Some addressed as Clown gave Marlene Warren a kiss, then pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they would want to kill this woman. It was also strange to believe what was being said. Clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creative, made you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eye though that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing really loud about them. They were brown and calm. They were just very focused on the opposite hand. Afterward, he said we'd always remember them. It was so odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they'd just done making a delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things it left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One Joe skit out Snow What. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The car was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements and witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question. Who killed someone broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Martha? No one admitted it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And why to Marlene Warren? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran business, had family, and was quite a figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this woman had just appeared out of thin air and they dropped in a suburban home accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had steps somewhere. The cops began their search for the Chrysler Neon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a black Chrysler Baron that matched the descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from the war now. It was on the Windy parking lot. Empty. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some black synthetic fibers, which might come from a gun, but wasn't a gun or a gun suit. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. Last week, Chrysler, two law tourists tried to turn it to a pale station after only a few hours to identify someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the key inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Daily store. It was owned by Motors, a used car lot that cleverly fit yellow pages ad under the paint one. At the time, it seemed like such a small case of business advertising. But in the case of murder, involving stolen car, it enough to keep the police interested. They studied the case of people who were part of Motors. These people were men who ran, and the woman who did the retention for it. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. They had no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry claims, cheated business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental payers and lived in peace in Wellington's high-class AOC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together. She was known for being very active parents. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mess in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They put on a close look at the car. The dealership saw it already murder sketchy, but they were not against the law. Being said, even if someone connected to the dealership, he didn't get the Chrysler. That didn't show it. It didn't prove it at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked in a nearby cleaning shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed. Just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress as a clown with an orange wig, white gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. The woman gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her out of the picture lineup, but the other one said, "We're sure," which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in a file of cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had done nearly perfect crime. Joe Aaron's son saw his mother pass out in the hallway of her home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car that was behind it. He went to the hospital too late, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for kids. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of the mother laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to point at or hear him go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to have pulled her lust. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witness moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a government grant to use new technology to look into old cases again. The Hitler clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the feathers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name, hashtag name of the tool today. And this is a name that the Sheriff's Office thought about, but they didn't prove it. The hair they found there was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, the only really compare they found proof visually. You couldn't really match it scientifically. But now, checking from mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair likely belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Marlene Warren. Deal Cars was the name of the business. Their name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had been breathing during the stroke. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure which was during the murder though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen, they weren't just working with Michael Warren. She was now leaving him and they married. They got married in 2002, which 12 years after Marlene Warren's killed. They ran a bird band called Purple Cow in a part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There's a question had smiles and deep fried milkshakes though. As Sheila Keen had pressed out his mom, had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? The police from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Abington, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila Florida and put her in jail. She didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get even messy. Well, I'm here on the main street of Hampton. It's a historic town with the story of one girl charged with a heinous crime for Mexico. It continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keene Warren. Like here, she's Debbie. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here, people are talking. They don't really know what to say. I'm full of it. Nice, fatty people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home. And then ours too. And they were said. First off, everyone in their neighborhood in Virginia believed Debbie and Michael Warren belonged. We had wonderful lives here. And they were, fit right in. And I said, this is a community with a couple of living. It's a secluded upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here. The rest just picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake in back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Keene Warren is now in jail cell. Trying to picture friend Debbie as one who would dress as a clown. Then shoot her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is hard to fear. She would be the last person on earth I ever suspect. Her name said, she's just so loving. I never had. Up until recently, Levins told the Warrens that 6 days a week in a small drive-through restaurant. They must own in nearby store, Essie. It's called the Crow Cow. Very hard workers. We will only see them on Sundays. Len said. This summer, Levins is late. Probably tired. Spending more at home. Becoming better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I'm having to do, I'd be getting my car and go out and see what Debbie and Nick were up to. And maybe they're the Crow Cow working in the yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Debbie is preparing to get her first degree charges and with death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, her neighbor said. When I was shot by the Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren doesn't know either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just leaving the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught, they added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keene Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keene. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, a new marriage. But police were no longer just looking past. In this case, they had evidence, holiday risks, and one goal, to keep the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had come so reliable all the time. A lot of witnesses from 1998 out, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traits coming up to 20% win. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for filing a weak case in order to close a public case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was fit, as she was the only person who could be responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 reports of clowns were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident with the clown copy style? There have been weird things. The killer clown case, the Titan Kennedy Glenn in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keene Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marty Warren in point blank range. Keene Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 has been following this case since Sheila Keene Warren divested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors are said to illicit assets tied to Keene Warren and her husband, including $500,000 in Virginia and more than $300,000 cash. The killer trial was now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, the prosecutor said. It's time to get this case tried, and I don't expect there will be any delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is in their cave formats and witnesses, some of them are already dead, are difficult to track down. In the case filed with court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses were not available, and the prosecuting actions were questionable. The case got stuck, they got stuck again and again. Trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila Keene Warren was escorted into a Long Beach County Court courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for a continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the oversight, he said. I am doing my very best to accuse you. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing with any type of intent, he added. Keene Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know when they get this information, and when they don't, the attorney said. There's an accident here, they added. This was an intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why we felt that we had to come to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keene Warren made a shocking choice that even her own team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keene Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for murders in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of them there. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them cleaning the office, having long lunches together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, he made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Pope, this was like confirmation, a strange kind of surgery. And it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all of these things with a woman Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked the clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keene Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for time served, which included the years spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Eddie Harlander, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila Keene Warren will always be an convicted murderer and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keene Warren has been released and is returned to her family, he said. As he stated from the beginning, she did not commit the crime, he added. From Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it took a while. There were questions, and the sentence was crucial. He finally got to say one thing to honor his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Clinton got the call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of choked me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I had faith that I never gave up, because if he got it in mind to do so, eventually it would work for them and me, he concluded. The kill clown story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You were best, written on a balloon. Someone who went missing for decades and came back during the wedding ring, the victim's husband. The case did not end with a mad trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended a strangely quick way, but a crazy quick release. Some people think the Sheila's wrongly convicted, and an old case and an old court system burned the tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story was an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, sailor, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we found a chilling case that serves as a careful reminder that danger can be just on the other side of your front door. It seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. A white Chrysler pulled suddenly into the Wellington floor driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's 20 was having breakfast with some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The clown raised the weapon, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out wouldn't explain how the woman was on the doorway. It predicted this clown lasted decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far the stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Orlando, Florida. Clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, more for shows, airplane fans, and peace and quiet for the upper middle class. But on May 26th, 1990, that train came crashing down and it broke in the strangest night you could think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing siren going down Arrow Club Drive, and there was chaos in Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, stayed in the hospital right away in instantaneous condition. She would live 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. The difference in the scene was staring. Red and pink balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red bottom front door brought joy to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no catch. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was on, leaving no clear sign. No witnesses. Some Joe Aaron's his friends were scared. That's not what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one about the attack, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this one. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very typical. It was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on it. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back the Chrysler and pulled away from the house as they were just done making delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any way to identify itself. The only things it left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One chill skit about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time they put up the box. Statements from the business taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the rest stopped, police were left with a scary question: who killed someone in Bob Bailey while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And why is Mark Warren? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran business, had family, and was quite fair in her neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just figured out there, and then dropped on suburban home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had to start somewhere. Cops began the search for Chrysler Leon. 4 days after murder, cops found the white Chrysler Burn and actually insisted still there. A few miles away from Warren home, it was found in a windy parking lot, empty. It had cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have come from a window, but it wasn't gun or a clone suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, not in a normal way. The last people to rent the Chrysler were two lost tourists who tried to return it to a Payless located only a few hours to get in touch with someone from the company. They called the number they saw on the Yelp pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It was owned by Party Motors, a used car lot, and a company put a fake Yellow pages ad under the Payless one. At the time, it seemed that this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of the murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started looking into the people who worked for Party Motors. These people were men who read and owned who the possessions were. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fates or threats. They couldn't find any angry clients, shady business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental bidders and lived in peace in Lincoln's high-class A OC Club neighborhood. We had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took an close look at the car. The dealership's ties to Party Motors were sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership being the killer Chrysler, that didn't show motive. It didn't prove at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked in the nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said women rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress as a clown with an orange wig, wet gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did pick off the shoes that were too big though. That woman gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick out the picture of them. The other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in the file of cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had a nearly perfect crime. Joe Hance, his son, saw his mother pass out of the hallway of her home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, was behind it. He went to the hospital to Woods, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange pictures of her laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no way to point at or hear to go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family, I loved memories, pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she was said to hold her mother last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know, it, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witness moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got government credit to use new DNA technology to look into old cases in. The killer case was one of the files they needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the feathers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name, had passing them tools from today, and this was a name that the sheriff's office found out, but they never proved it. The hair that was from the Baron was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare it kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match it scientifically. Now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find fringe links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Neil Cars was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Bean. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure who she was during the murder though, even though one of the clerks recognized her. She said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops said no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Bean more than just worked for Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, just 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a worker stand called the Cool Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and deep fried milkshakes though. Had Sheila Bean ever dressed as a clown? Had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Mid Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent to Florida. The Warren family sought chance justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messy. Well, on here on Main Street, Henderson, it's a story. Point Pound was still one of their own charge from his crime from decades ago. Continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, he's called Sheila King Warren. But here, she's steady, and in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. People anyway. That's offended people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home, and then ours too, on the other side. Let's stop everyone here in Quick Road near Virginia. Believe Betty and Michael Warren belong. They have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in, 100%. This is the community that couple has been living. It's a secluded, skilled neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the house right down here, and there is just a picture of the view of rolling hills and a lake in back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila King Warren is now in jail cell. Trying to picture their friend Billy as a woman who dresses as a clown. Then she turned her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is hard to hear. She would be the last person on earth who would ever suspect her neighborhood. She's just so lucky on her head. Up until recently, Glenn's Toby Warrens spent 6 days a week in a small drive-through rental. They went home in near Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't really see them on Sundays, Glenn said. This summer, Glenn explained, I will retire, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd eat in the golf cart and go down and see what Billy and Mike were up to. And maybe they're going to go working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman we know is Betty is preparing to catch her first degree murder charges and could face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, the neighbor said. And when I stopped by the Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just lucky mouse. Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's doing well, a friend said. He's very, very strong, he added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you were Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. And Sheila King Warren was taught. She was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Betty Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Some things went wrong though. Some of the proof had become reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1990 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the other results, one DNA sample showed traces come up to 50% that would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a weak case in order to close up the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was sick, that she was the only person who could have been responsible. Also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of clones were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by everyone? Was this just an accident with the clown that picks up? There have been weirder things. The killer clone case affected the community of Wellington in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in full fake clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point-blank range. King Warren later murdered the consultant Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 had been following the case since Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors presented a list of assets tied to King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial was now set to end in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, the prosecutor said. It's time to get this case tried. I don't expect there will be any delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is in archaic formats, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with the court, the defense argued to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses are unavailable, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck, and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila King Warren is escorted into a Palm Beach County 10th floor courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for 8 minutes and wants more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed prosecutors not released their requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a reported confession from the man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize to the court anyway, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I've done nothing with any intent, he added. King Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know and give us information, and when they don't, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This was an intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why we felt that we had to come to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue. Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice to begin her own lawsuit in Zealand. Just a few weeks before the long trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutor's account of what happened, she just said, "Yes, sir." Her lawyer told reporters outside of court they still believe she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she didn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start coming together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barton Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. He then had more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw the two in the office, having long lunch together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it made people in the area look twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the probe, this was like confirmation, a strange kind of syndrome, and it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He went no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. But he did all these things with the woman Joe thought would be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe had looked that clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for crimes served, which included the years she spent in jail before trial. She was also now early for being good. Are you ready for the crazy thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Harvard, the state attorney for Long Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. "We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released and returning to her family," he said. "As we stated from the beginning, she didn't commit this crime," he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, "I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sentence was so short. He finally got to say one thing to honor his mother. We found out the truth," he said. "He found peace," he added. For her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Queen had called Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and kind of shook me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel I like crying when I'm crying when I'm talking about it," she said. "Thank you. That's all I today," she added. "Well, the faith that I met you, as they got in her mind to do so. Eventually, it was up for them, me, she concluded. The killer story was all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman killed at her front door. You were the best, waiting on the balloon. Somebody went missing for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding ring with a big husband. The case did not end with a matter of trial or a decision on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way with a plea and a crazy quick release. Some people think Sheila was wrongly convicted, and that old case and an old court system put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger may be just like outside your front door. It seems like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white bus then pulled slowly into a Wellington driveway to a quiet house. Someone got on the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. People had come. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's 20, having breakfast with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. "Oh, how pretty," she said. Then it was a terrible sound. The car waved away, and the first person turned around and walked quietly to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman's lying in the doorway. They could take this clown's mask to today's stage. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, known for horse shows, role-playing fans, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on April 6, 1990, the dream came crashing down, and it broke the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remembered hearing a siren going down Arrow Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital midway and is in serious condition. She would live for today's war before time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. It was a scene, sorry. Red and white balloons, a flower basket, and soft colors. A red spot at the front door brought joy to the children. They had one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even the clown outfit one, the children was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe Aaron and his friends, were scared, stuck to what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming. No one could figure out why they wanted to kill someone. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit was very theatrical. It was creative. It made you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on it. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. It was like angry or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they suddenly turned around, walked back to the chrysler, and pulled away from the house as they were just done making the day. The car didn't have license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind, balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You were the best." Then Joe Biscuit about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements of witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the bus stopped, police were left with the serious question: who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was a chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. Then why is Marlene Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran business, had family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like crime had just appeared out of thin air and then dropped in a suburban home by accident. But strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had to start nowhere. The cops began to search for the Chrysler Inn. 4 days after murder, cops found a Chrysler Warren that matched the descriptions to the letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in a mid-sea parking lot. Empty. It had been cleaned, not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of weed there and the bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have covered a makeup wig. It wasn't a gun or a gun. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, not in a normal way. The last people to rent Chrysler, two lost tourists who tried to return it to a payless location after only a few hours to get in touch with someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone online told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a payless store. It was owned by neighbors. A used car lot that cleverly put fake yellow pages ad under the payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case dishonest advertising. But in the case of a murder involving stolen car, it was unforgettable police. They started looking into people who worked for Barton Motors. These people were mad and red, and no one knew who did the possessions for them. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry clients, cheap business partners, or any ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. She had to take care of real estate. She took care of little papers and lived in peace in London's high-class A.O.C. Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? Police were still not sure. They took a close look at the getaway car. The dealership's ties to Barton Motors were sketchy, but did not advance the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had given it to the Chrysler but didn't show motive, it didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked at a nearby building shop spoke up. They said one rushed in right before the store closed, just too late before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress out as a clown with an orange wig, gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She didn't take off her shoes that were too big though. The woman gave me and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her out a picture on it, but the other one said they were sure it still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct passengers who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news, being in the files for cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that Tom had done a perfect crime. Joe Aaron's, his son, saw his mother pass out in the hall alone when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance left there. He was in the car, it was loaded. He went to the hospital with and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. But Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange pictures of her laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to point at or hear him to go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to the told her mom last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. That vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witness moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got government grant to use new media and technology to look at the whole case again. The killer bomb case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists say those fibers name after seeing them tools from the day, and this was a name that the sheriff's office had thought about, but they never proved it. The hair that was found in the barren was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare that could have proved legally. You couldn't really match it scientifically. But now, she came from a computer DNA test, made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. New cars was the name of the business, and her name, Sheila Keen. Sheila had been questioned during the first probe. She said at the time she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure who she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the cooks was manager, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops said no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detective find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. He was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called Purple Cow in Purple Park, Southwest Virginia. The neighbors said they cried, ice, and white. There was a question behind the smiles and deep fried milkshakes, though. Had Sheila Keen ever dressed as a clown? Had been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies at Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Abington, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 3 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get even messier. On here on the main street of Abington. It's a story. Quite how the story of one of the charged with a heinous crime from decades ago. It continues to the front page of this. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren, but here she's me. And in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here, people are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. That's friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home, and then ours too. I never said. Just about everyone in the Point neighborhood near Abington, Virginia, believed me and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. I never said. This is a beauty with all the living. It's a good, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, but the rest just picturesque view of rolling hills and lake in the back. There's a stark contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now in jail cell, trying to picture their friend Debbie as one who addresses as a clown. Then shooting her husband back in the face 27 years ago is hard to fear. He would be the last person on earth I would ever suspect, my neighbor said. He's just so lame. On the other hand, up until recently, Legends told me Warren spent 6 days a week in a small drive-thru restaurant they once owned in nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't know he's even on Sundays. But I said, this summer, Legends explained, the couple retired, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be getting in my car and go down and see what Debbie might run to. And maybe they're at Book working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Debbie is preparing to answer first-degree murder charges and face the death penalty. I feel shaken, very, very shocked, my neighbor said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, he went answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he is, she replied. You're just watching the house? Okay, sorry, thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, look, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1990 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed trace that coming up to 2% of women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a weak case in order to close a public case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports to see clowns were made in the day before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident with the clown got himself? There had been weirder things. The killer clown case hit the tight community of London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marley Warren at Point Range. Keen Warren then married the biggest husband, Uncle Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 and following the case of Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying the report, so taxpayers will pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors presented a list of assets of Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial is now set by court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, our prosecutor said. It's time to get this case right, and I expect there'll be any delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date, because evidence of brutal murder is their faithfulness and witnesses. Some of them are already dead, are difficult to track down. In paper filed with court, the defense started back for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses were unavailable, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck, and was stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court in on session, the judge said. Sheila Keen Warren is escorted into a Palm Beach County Technical Courtroom for Thursday afternoon hearing. Her attorneys asked for continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of their requested disciplinary evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported from this man at the bar. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the overall oversight, he said. I am doing my very best to get you. There's a lot of information in this case. I have done nothing anytime intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know the evidence and the note, the attorney said. There's an accident here, they added. This was intentional fluid evidence, and that's what we felt like we had to go to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a strange choice to bid her own lawyer in secretly. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her by the court, she didn't say much. But as she agreed with the prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together, and after the plea deal was made, Sheila worked as a recovery officer at Barbie Motors in 1990. This is Michael Warren caught a lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides of them denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw hugging in the office, having home together, and each spending the night together. And Michael was never barred from murdering Marlene, because his finances were very connected to his wife. Still, in 80 when he inherited twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Pro, this was a confirmation, a strange type of injury, and it did Marlene Warren's son, Joe. Like when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all of these things with whom Joe thought might be the killer. But the defense said, no, the clown in the house, and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given 12 years sentence. The Florida law said she had credit for self-serve, which included the year she spent in jail before trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever done to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Bernard, a state attorney in Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila Keen Warren will always be an independent murderer, and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased. She said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated in the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. Or Marlene's son, on the other hand, was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain and wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it took a while. There were questions, and the sentence cut short. He finally got to say one thing on his mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Wing got the call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of choked me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all you can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never give up, because it got in her mind to do. Eventually it works out for them and me, she concluded. The killer clown store was all over the news in Florida for more than 3 years. A woman was killed there at the door. You were the best, written on the balloon. Someone who had missing for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding ring, 50%. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, with a plea and a crazy quick release. Some people think Sheila wrongly convicted, and that old case and old court system put her in the top spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story got an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can reach to the other side of your front door. What seemed like a roadblock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. A white Chrysler then pulled slowly into the Wellington Farm driveway up by a house. Someone got on the passenger side. They were a bright orange wig, had a smile on their face, and held 2 happy balloons and batted flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Barron's honey was having breakfast with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. "Oh, how pretty," she said. Then it was a terrible sound. The clown raised a weapon and the fight soon turned around and walked quietly back to the living room. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out would explain why woman's lying in the doorway. They could get this clown mask page page. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're looking from. It's always interesting to see how far research travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood in Palm Beach County known for horse shows, airplane fest, and the peace and quiet of the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that train came crashing down. It broke in the strangest way you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing the siren going down Road Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away. Is in serious condition. She lived for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, a fluorescent and colors, and a red star on the front door brought joy to children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no image. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone. He had no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe and his friends, were scared, but stuck to what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Maureen more of this, and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one figured out why they would want to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. Clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, red nose, white gloves, and another face paint on. It's the eyes though that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing heavy or wild about them. They were round and gone. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always remember. It's also odd that the clown leaned away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any other to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "Go with the best." One showed a skit about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements and witnesses were written. They were pictured at the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the press stopped, police left with a silly question: who killed someone in broad daylight off as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs speaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. Then why is Marlon Warren? This one didn't seem to have any notice. He ran business and a family. It was a quiet fear in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like the crime had just appeared out of thin air and been from a suburban home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. They started somewhere. The cops began their search for the Chrysler Neon. 4 days after the murder, cops on the white Chrysler Warren matched the description still there. A few miles away from the Warren home, he was found in a Dixie parking lot, empty. It had been cleaned, not very well. Investigators found something inside they called trace evidence. There was some strand of real hair and some white orange synthetic fibers, which had come from a makeup wig, but it wasn't done or a clown suit. But it was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in one way. The last people to Chrysler were too lost to try to return it to a payload location after only a few hours to convince someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, but didn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. Same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a place store. It was owned by Barbie Motors, a used car lot that equivalent of a fake yellow pages ad under the famous one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of a murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started looking at the people who worked for Barbie Motors. These people ran to rent it, and the women who did the possessions for him. When police looked into Marlon Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry clients, shady business partners, or any ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she left and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and lived in peace in London's high-class AOC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned small homes together. She was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took another close look at the getaway car. The dealership's ties to Barbie Motors were stitched, but they were not against the law. That being said, even someone connected to the dealership that didn't kill the Chrysler but didn't show it. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. 2 people who worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short of time and very clear. She wanted to dress as a clown with orange gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She didn't take off the shoes that too big though. The woman gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her up at the time, but the other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in files for all cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing was still certain was that clown had a nearly perfect crime. Joe Lawrence, his son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway of their home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car that was behind. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was there were no switches. No one was blamed. There was no one to point at or hearing to go to. He was stuck in the present. Marlene's family had long memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how fun she was, and what she said to have told her mother last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a government grant to use new media and technology to look at old cases again. The killer clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave us fiber's name after seeing them with tools from today, and this was a name the sheriff's office thought about, but they never proved. The hair that was found in the barren was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare that kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. But now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear evidence. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. New cars was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had been weekly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, cops had no way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. He went out to live with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which 12 years after Marlon Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called Purple Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and deep fried milkshakes, though. Had Sheila Keen been arrested as a clown? Had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went back to Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw she get justice for the first time in 57 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get even decade. On here on Main Street of Abington. It's historic. Clint found this story in one of her own cars that his crime 30 decades ago. It continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, she's Debbie, and in the neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. Still talking. They don't really know what to say. A beautiful getaway. Nice, friendly people all around. They felt so welcome in their home. And then ours too. And they said, just like everyone in Clinton Road near Abington, Virginia, believe Whitney and Michael Warren belonged. We have beautiful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. And said, this is a community that called the living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nested in the mountains. You can see the houses way down here, and the rest is picturesque view of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is stark contrast to where Sheila Keen Warren is now in Youngstown. Trying to get with her friend Betty as one who addresses clown. Then she now has to wipe her face. 20 years ago, is her figure. She was the last person on earth I would ever suspect. And they said, she's just so looking, unread. Up until recently, Lenz told me the Warrens that season a week at a small drive-in restaurant. It was home in nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard burgers, and we couldn't really see them on the Lenz said. This summer, Lenz explained, cold hired, and he won't come home. He and their friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my car and go down and see what Debbie might work to. And maybe they're at Boca or working in their yard, he said. Now, the woman knows Debbie preparing against her first degree murder charges and we faced death penalty. I was shaking, very, very shocked, neighbor said. And when I stepped by the Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well. My friend said, he's very, very distraught. They added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, bro, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. And Sheila Keen Warren was off. She was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new gun, a new marriage. But police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new evidence, updated forensics, and one goal, to get the person guilty. Something went wrong though. Some of the proof had been less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1998 and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the old results, like when DNA sample showed trace compound to 2% of the women that would be used if they were right away. Authorities were blamed for following the case in order to close the case that had been open for a long time. Said Sheila lost it because he was the only person who could be responsible. They also wanted to strange thing. At least 40 other courts to see clowns remained the days before the murder. Could this have been another clown? Was this just an accident that clown makes up? There had been new things. The killer case targeted Community London in 1990. Detective believes Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married Victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact fathers been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsified work. Taxpayers would pay for her hypothetical defense. The prosecution has a list of assets typed Keen Warren and her husband, including $500,000 in and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer trial was held at in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Our prosecutor said, it's time to get this case tried, and now that the end delays in. Both sides agree on a new trial date. It's evidence of brutal murder. These are gay warrants. Witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. And people filed with court. The defense started to ask for more time. They said proof was lost. Witnesses not available. And prosecutors were questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. Trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said, Sheila Keen Warren was ordered to go public county full court for 30 afternoons hearing. Her attorneys asked for writing to us and took time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of the requested discovered evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reporting fashion from the man at the bar. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes criminal justice. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I am doing my best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I've done nothing to make that, he added. Keen Warren said it wasn't true. They know any information, and when they don't, the attorney said, there's no evidence here, they had. This was the intention of withholding evidence, and that's why we felt that we had to come to court, they included. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice to give her own law team in Zeke County. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes, sir. A lawyer told reporters outside the court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The whole picture of it didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked in a recovery office for murders in 1990. This was no longer in Colorado. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, noted. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them talking in the office, having homeowners together, and even finding night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because his finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, it may be in the area twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the couple, this is like confirmation. A strange time history. It hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, Mike and Beth when he saw a clown walk away without her. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things that the woman Joe thought might be killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked that clown in the eyes and said he wouldn't believe those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for time served, which included a year she spent in jail before her trial. She was also allowed early being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever seen you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Harvard, state attorney for Baldwin County, made a comment. Sheila Keen Warren will ultimately be admitted to murder. She'll wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, lawyers seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren has been released and returned to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, it was a real relief or pleasure. He still had pain wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it was no questions, and the sentence was cut short. He found out today, thinking about his daughter. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Las Vegas, he had a girl short twin that Tuesday he'd been waiting for 7 years. Kind of a sigh of relief. And it kind of shut me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel I'll cry when I'm crying, she said. Thank you. That's all I'd say, she added. Well, I had faith that I never gave up, because I didn't mind to do so. Eventually, words up them, and me, she concluded. The killer clown was all over Florida for more than 3 years. A woman was killed there for the war. You were the best, with no balloon. Someone who went through decades, and then came back wearing a woman, lived in Sutton. The case did not end with a trial or decision on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, with plea and crazy quickness. Some people think Sheila was wrongly convicted, and that whole case can hold courts put her in the spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. It's still worth the act. Be sure to like the video, subscribe to the True Crime Content, and turn on notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can be just like outside your front door. A scene like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful day Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler pulled slowly into the Wellington Farm driveway of a white house. Some guard on the passenger side. They were a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands, with gloves. It was gone. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's pretty, and breakfast with friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Ben was a terrible son. The car raised the window, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off, without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman lying in the doorway. It would tip this closed mask contains a page. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe for more real-life buddies, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're waiting from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories go. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida, a clean neighborhood Palm Beach County known for horror shows, airplane fans, and peace and quiet of the upper class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people were hearing a siren going down Flood Drive, and there was chaos in Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital that night in a serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swallowed her home. They deferred to scene, sir. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red spot on the front door brought joy to the children. They had one shot. There were no words said. There was no image. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clue sign. The witnesses, son Joe and his friends, were scared, but stuck to what they said. Someone dressed as clown gave Marlene Warren a kiss. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something of a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill anyone. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit looked very theatrical, but it was creepy enough, made you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. With the eyes up, they really caught Joe's attention. There was an angry roar about them. They were round and calm. They were just focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he seemed always with them. It was also odd that the clown moved away. On the way out, they tripped, moved out. Then they slowly turned around, back to Carson, and pulled leaving the house as they were shut down making delivery. Hard and have license tag, and no way to identify them. The only things that were left behind were balloons and force. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One jump spit, but no wait. The police checked the whole road, but no one had seen bar arrive. The bar was all gone by the time they put out locks. Savings and witnesses related. There were pictures of the crime scene. How did the evidence left and crossed out? Police were left with the same question. Who killed someone in broad daylight? Opposite clown. Why is that? No one could tell if the person or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of being or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And why didn't one? This one seemed to have enemies. If you ran this, the family knew quite a few neighborhood. At first, it seemed like crime had just appeared out of fair and dropped in a certain home by accident. The strange incomplete signs that were all over the place had to start somewhere. The house began to search with the Western Leon. 4 days after the murder, house found a white Chrysler that matched the witness descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from the home, it was on the only parking lot. Heavy, it had been cleaned, and not very well. Investigators found inside. They called trace evidence. There was a strand of blue hair, some white orange aesthetic fibers, which had come from Midway. It wasn't a gun or a gun suit. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The last people to the Chrysler were lost source to try to return to a police location and only a few hours to get in touch with them quickly. Called no, they saw in the yellow pages, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside, park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called in. It turned out that they called didn't actually belong to the store. It was owned by Barton Motors, a used car lot that cleverly put yellow pages at under Bailey's one. At the time, it seemed like this was a small case of dishonest advertising, but in case of the murder involving a stolen car, it was enough people to be sneaked. They started to look into people who were Barton Motors. These people were the men in red, and one who did the investigations for it. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they couldn't find much. There were no known feats or threats. They couldn't find any claims, shady business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was like and did not any trouble. She had to take care of real estate. She took care of her and lived in peace in Wellington's high class A OC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 2 years. They closed several homes there, and she was known for getting married after her parents. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still unsure. They took a close look at the getaway car. The dealership's eyes are more sketchy. They were not against the law. That being said, even someone connected to the dealership that didn't kill Chrysler and didn't show off. They didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. 2 people who worked in a nearby clothes shop spoke up. They said a woman rushing right before the door closed, just 2 minutes before they go. She was short on time and very clear. The one dressed as a clown with worn wig, white gloves, a red nose, and nothing on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though, but only vaguely, and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her out of the picture, but the other one said they were sure it still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no direct bystanders who knew who she was. The story of her being in the news would be in the files of cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing was still certain was that found men in perfect crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw his mother outside the hallway of their home, and he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, was behind. He went to the hospital late, and 2 days later, he was on her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. Sounds, lights, and strange pictures of the balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was listening. There was no one to look at or hearing good. He was silent and hurt. Marlene's family held memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she was said with cold in the rest. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happened to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The just sat there collecting dust. Witnesses moved on, and someone went on. World War forget Marlene's name in 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a print to use new DNA pathology to look at the old case again. The killer conies was on files and needs to be looked at. It had 24 years since the crime. The hair, the fibers, and the bloom strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers name as the tools from today, and it was named the Sheriff's Office thought about, but they could never prove it. The hair didn't find the was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, we would only compare it by proof visually. We couldn't really match scientifically. Now, picking from mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Deal cars the name of the business, and her name was Sheen. She let him read the question in the first row. She said at the time she was leaving cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was when we were them. Even though one of the clerks spoke to her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, because it was no way to hold her until now, DNA proved not only had detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen more than just worked with Michael Warren. He was now living with him, and were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand, called the Cop, in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice and quiet. There's a question in Miss Smiles' deep fried milkshakes though. Had Sheila Keen had pressed out that time, had they been waiting for justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Athens, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila, they put her in jail. She didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about getting messy. Well, I'll be our main street facts. It's a story. Compound with this story went her own charge with the H1 from the get-go. It continues from Page News. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. Here, she's the and in her room 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, friendly people all around. I just also welcome them home. And I'm in ours too. My name said. Just about everyone in the Heron neighborhood in Virginia believed to be and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here. They were, fit right in. And I said, this is the community with a couple of living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, but I just you of rolling hills and lake in the back. It's a stark contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now a base cell. Trying to picture her friend Debbie as a woman who addresses clown. Then she put her husband's wife in the face. 27 years ago, it's hard to figure. She was the last person on earth I would ever respect. Neighbors said, she's just so loving and never had. Up until recently, Glenn told me Warren spent 6 days a week in a small private restaurant. They once owned in nearby Sport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we'd only see them on Sundays. Glenn said, yes sir, let me explain. Couple retired, spending more time at home, becoming better friends and neighbors. And now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my golf cart and go down and see what Debbie might want to. And maybe they'll go out working in the yard. He said, now, woman they know Debbie did her cancer for secret murders. We faced death penalty. I felt shaken, very shocked. The neighbor said, and I stopped by Warren's house to him. He wouldn't answer the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just talking house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay. He's doing well. A friend said, he's very, very distraught. They did. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, just 54 years old, she had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie and Warren and Sheila Keen. She had finally left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new mountain, and a new marriage. But police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had evidence of a day forensics. One goal, to get the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof become less reliable over time. All the witnesses from 1999 and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traits that come down 20% wood. That would be used against them right away. Authorities blamed for following a weak case in order to close up the case that had opened for a long time. They had Sheila because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also thought it was anything. At least 40 other reports to see clowns were made in the day before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident that clown mixed up? There have been weaker things. The clown case hit the community of London in 1980. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren in Point Blank Range. Keen Warren married husband Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact files when following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors possess massive assets tied to Keen Warren, her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The clown trial now set to be held in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said. It's time to get this case tried, and I would expect there will be any delays. They added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of rumor is their great formats and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with the court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said proof was lost. This is unbelievable, and the prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. Judge said Sheila Keen Warren was escorted to a Palm Beach County courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. The acclaimed state prosecutors did not really celebrate discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a report confession of this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes apologized. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing that I have intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know the consideration and then they do. He said, there's no accident here, they added. This went into total evidence, and that's why we thought that we had to go to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, she Keen Warren made a shocking choice that even her law team didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed that the prosecutors covered what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside court she still believed she was innocent, but she could plead deal so she wouldn't have to spend most of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila Warren is a recovery officer of Barton Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren Carlock. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides though denied it. Later, they took her from people who saw them talking in the office. They both lunch together, and he was spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene because finances were very connected to those of his wife. Still, in April and Harry twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the quote, it was like confirmation, a strange kind of century. And it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the back when he saw the clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his head. He got again. He was happy. And he did all these things before Joe thought he killed her. No matter what the defense said. No one put that gun in the eyes and said he wouldn't forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Her Florida law says she get credit for crimes, which included the year she stayed in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. November 2024, she was set free. Dave Armour, the state attorney for Palm County, made a direct cut. Sheila Keen Warren will always be admitted to murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased, and she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren is released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, was only relief over. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Bo said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though for a while, there were questions, and the sense was sexual. He finally got to say one thing upon his mother. We found out truth, he said. We found peace, he added. For her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Twain got a call today she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of shook me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, how did faith that I never gave up, because he didn't want to do so. Eventually, it worked out for him and me, he concluded. The story was a woman who was born for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You would ask, written on them. Someone went missing for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding. Did this happen? The case did not end with a trial or a decision on TV. Ended in a strangely quiet way, with a plea and a crazy release. Some people think Sheila was wrongly committed in an old case and an old court system during the top spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If the story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can be just on the other side of your front door. What seemed like a normal look turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler pulled slowly into the Wellington Ford driveway of the White House. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 big balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with red gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Vance, 20, was having breakfast with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got to answer it. Joe watched her from the door and smiled in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The clown raised a weapon, and the front person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. They wanted to try to figure out, couldn't explain the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take stones decades to age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington Ford, a clean neighborhood in Palm Beach County known for shows, airplane fans, and peace and quiet for the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down, and it broke in the streets you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing the sound going down Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, stayed in the hospital right away. It's a serious condition. She lived 2 days more. Before the time on Earth came to an end, right after the crime, investigators saw her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, a flower escaped in soft colors, and the red side of the floor brought joy to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no image. Even with the gun outfit on, the shooter was on, leaving no clear sign. Witnesses, since Joe and his friends were scared, but stopped till they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene more gifts, then pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, he just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out how they wanted to kill his son. It was almost too strange to believe, with being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, wide gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes though. It really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing really wild about them. They were round and long. They were just very focused on job at hand. Afterward, he said we closed the room. It was also odd that the clown moved right away. On the way out, he didn't trip or freak out. Then his son turned around, walked back to Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making delivery. The car didn't have lights, or the way to identify itself. The only thing that was behind were the balloons of the house. He said on the balloons, you're the best. Only showed the skit of Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was long gone by the time the box. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. At the evidence left, they never stopped. Police were left with this very question. Who killed someone in broad daylight? Arrests the gun. Why that? No one made up if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was a chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And why is one? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air and dropped out of some home accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had to start somewhere. The cops began a search across the Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found a lake stood around and matched the witnesses to the letter. A few miles away from the war now, it was only a windy parking lot, empty. It had been cleaned and very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There's some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers. She might have come from a but it wanted to run more closer. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was going stolen, but not in a normal way. Last year was rented across the two source to try to return to it. The investigation had only a few hours to get the company. They called them when they saw in yellow cases when they could find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park in front of the house. The car was there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when he called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a store. It was owned by Harvey Motors. A used car lot, a cleverly put fake yellow piece had under the paint on. At the time, it seemed like this was a small case of advertising. When the case of murder involved stolen car, it was a fake police case. They started looking at the people who worked for Harvey Motors. These people and the man who read it and who knew the possessions for him. When police looked at Harvey Motors' life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or thefts. They couldn't find anything like chains and starters or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was light and didn't cause any trouble. She had to take care of real estate. She took care of relatives, lived in peace, and lived in high-class A, OC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 40 years. They owned several homes together. He was known for being very accurate. That one was steal by a stranger in a mask and blood moon. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took a close look at the car. The dealership ties Harvey Motors sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, he had someone connected to the dealership, given blood Chrysler, but didn't show it. It didn't prove much help. Then was the break. Two people worked in a nearby clothing shop, sold up. They said Martian right before the door closed, just 2 nights before killing. She was strong time and very clear. She wanted to dress up as a clown in order to put gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did off two too big though. The one gave late and then left. Later, one of the workers picked her out and the other said they weren't sure, which still was enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and there were bystanders who knew who she was. The story went from being news, being in the fight for cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had done a perfect crime. She parents, son, so his mother passed out in the hallway at home. He was only 12 years old. He stayed with her until the end of his life there. He was in the car, but he went to the hospital to wait. And 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. But no one saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sound, the lights, and the strange nature of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to that. Or hearing to go to. He was silent and present. Marlene's family, I love the memories and pieces of her life. They remember her voice, how calm he was, how funny she was, and what she was said to hold her not last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague morning didn't seem to be anywhere. Years went by. It was just after the dust. We'll get this moved on. And something went wrong. World started to get out Marlene's name, multiple 14. In that year, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office better than he used new DNA technology to look into old cases of it. The Killer Case was one of the thousands needed to look at. It had been 24 years to the crime, but the hair, the fibers, and the balloon rings were all still there. Scientists say the father's name after testing the tools from today. And this was the name the sheriff's office thought up, but they never did. The hair that was found there was brown. It was male, long, and came from hers. In 1990, the only living pair to find proof surely. You couldn't blame it scientific. No, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for researchers to find clear links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Harlene's husband, Michael Warren. He caused the name of business, and her name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was with her car just back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, even though one of the close recognized her. She said she didn't know anything about the however, Bob said no way to hold her will know. The DNA proof not only helped detect the sign of her again, but it also something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more just work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene wanted to steal. They ran a bird stand while the couple cop in a rural part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors did the private, nice and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and deep from milkshakes though. Sheila Keen had aggressed at his home, and they had been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She appealed that sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice another time in 7 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right, things were about to get investigated. On here on the main street of Addison. If the historic claimed time of the story one fellow in charge with a hate crime from years ago continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren, but here she's Debbie, and in her room 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice and people all around. I just felt so up in their home, and then ours too. My neighbor said, shut up everyone here in the neighborhood near Virginia. Leave Debbie and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful lives here. And they were, fit right in. Another said, this is the community with couples and living. It's a secluded upscale neighborhood nestled in Memphis. You can see the houses right down here. And that's just a picture of the view of Lindell's and Lake in back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila Keen Warren now in jail cell. I'm picture of Debbie as a woman who dresses as a clown. Then she turned out with the wife in the face. 27 years ago, photography. Giving the last person on the camera respect. And they said, she's just something uninvited. Up until recently, Lynn told me the Warrens spent 6 days a week at a small drive-through restaurant. They left home in the store in the city. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we won't see them days. Lynn said, this summer, Lynn explained, a couple of times, spending more time at home, became better friends and neighbors. Right now, if he didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my car and go down and see Debbie and Mike too. And maybe they'll go out or working in their yard. He said, no, the woman they know Debbie is a very cancer first murder charges and faces the penalty. I felt shame, very, very shocked. And neighbor said, and when I stopped by the Warren's house this morning, a woman at the door said Michael Warren is at home either. The other Warren is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She lied. They're just walking in the house. Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well. I said, he's very, very distraught. They did. When he picked up the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was off, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keen. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In space, they had evidence, up-to-date risks, and one goal, to get a person guilty. Some things were wrong, though. No proof become less reliable over time. A lot of the business from 1989, and others couldn't run what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traits coming up to 20% of women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blind following weeks in order to clear the case that had held for a long time. They said Sheila's picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. Betty's family reports to seeing clowns for 8 days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this just an accident of clown mixed up? Rather than new things. The killer clown case happened in Community Development in 1990. It is believed Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at the Branch. Keen Warren, married to their husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 is following this case of Sheila Keen Warren, was arrested in 2017. Warren also accused falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. Prosecutors said a list of assets tied to Keen Warren, her husband, including half $1 million home in Virginia and more than $200,000 cash. The killer's on trial was held at the court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it, the prosecutor said. It's time to get this case tried. Might be delays, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because after the rumor is in their comments. And witnesses, both of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. And papers filed with the court, they didn't start to add for more time. They said the proof was lost. Witnesses were unavailable. Their prosecution action was questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County Dental courtroom for Thursday afternoon hearing. Her attorney asked for continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claim state prosecutors did not release all of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a report of the from the man at the bar. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any further statutes. Apologize. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's not information in this case, but I have done nothing with any time intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know they get information and they note, the attorney said. There's no accident here, they added. This is an intentional full evidence, and that's why I felt like we had on the court, including. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice to leave her own lawsuit instantly. Just a few weeks before the long trial, he killed Jane. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her final court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with prosecutors' account of what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told the court before that she still believed he existed, but she could go to the deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture might have didn't start to come together until after the deal was made. She worked as a recovery officer at Motors in 1990. This was Michael once car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of the affair. Both sides though denied. Later, detectives heard from people who saw him talking in the office, having all alleged disappear, and each spent a minute together. And Michael was never charged with murder on Marlene because his finances were very connected to his wife. Still, he may be in the area twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was no longer to kill his wife. For people who knew about Pro, this was like cremation, a strange life century. And it did Marlene one son, Joe. Mike knew that when he saw Bethon walk away without a word. He was no longer dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things before Joe fought Michael Hitler. No matter what Beth said, Joe looked Bethon in the eyes and said he would never forget the words. Following the deal, Sheila King Warren was doing a pro resistance. Before law said she could credit her concern, but she couldn't hear she was bail before trial. She was also let her leave for being good. Her for the case thing I to you. Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only said 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was free. Dave Farmer, the state attorney publicly made a comment. Sheila King Warren will always be an indicted murderer. She will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer claimed deceased, which said she was released. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren has been released as a returning for her family, he said. As we said from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had a pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions, and the sense was sure. He finally got to say when he got on his matter. He found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From home in Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Quinn had to call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief. And it cut me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm crying when I'm crying, she said. Thank you. I thought and say, she added. Well, I had faith that I already got, it's I didn't want to do so. Eventually, it was up to them, and me, she included. The killer goes was all the news before them for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door, who was the best, written on Loom. Someone who waited for decades, and then came back wearing a wing with David Hudson. The case did not end without trial or decision on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way with a plea and crazy quick release. Some people think that she was wrong in an old case, in an old court system buried spot. Some people she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. This was Impact. Be sure to like the video, subscribe for true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I love the video with you. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder. Danger can be just on the other side of your front door. It seemed like a moral knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 men. The white president pulled suddenly into the Wilmington, Florida driveway to a lighthouse. Someone out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had smiles drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and batted flowers in their hands with gloves. It was calm. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's played and sat breakfast with his friends. The door going. His mom met Ezra. Bill watched from the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Ben was a terrible tone. The car raised weapon. A funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the car. The car then drove off, without going too fast. Anyone tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was behind the doorway. It would make this clown's next today's stage. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe for more real life cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood quality company, no four shows. Neighborhood fans, and peace, quiet, for middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that train came crashing down, and it put in a strange light you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people were hearing something going down Royal Club Drive. There was chaos in the Warren family home. Arnold Warren, 40, went into the hospital right away, is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Red and white balloons, a flower stick and soft colors, and a red spot on the front door brought joy to the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even the clown outfit, shooter gone, leaving no clear sign. The witness, some Jared and his friends, were scared, but stuck to what they said. Someone asked the clown gave Marlene gifts, and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one figured out why they wanted to kill him. It was almost too strange to believe what was being led. Clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical. It was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, gloves, and a lot of face color. It was the eyes though that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing very cool about them. They were brown and calm. They were just very focused on the job again. Afterward, he said he had followed them. It was so odd. The clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to Chrysler, pulled away from the house as they were just done making dinner. The car didn't have lights yet, or the other trying to fight itself. The only things that were behind the balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, you look the best. When Joe was scared about snow white, the police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The law was long gone by the time Plymouth Roebucks. Even so, Mrs. Rotated. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question. Who would kill him in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why's that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no sign of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, no threats. And why is Marlene Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran the business, had family, and was quiet here in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air and been brought to a home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had been somewhere. The cops began to search the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found the white Chrysler Warren and matched the description still there. A few miles away from the Warren home, it was found in one Dixie parking lot. Empty. It had cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There was some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which might have come from a makeup wig, but it doesn't have gun or a clown suit. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in the normal way. The last people to rent the Chrysler were two lost tourists who tried to return it to it. Payless location had only a few hours to identify someone from the company. They called him when they saw yellow pages, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there knowing. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Payless store. It was owned by Barbie Motors, a used car lot that had claimed the fake yellow pages had, but a Payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of the murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started to look into people who worked for Barbie Motors. These people were the man who ran it, and the woman who did the designs for him. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fights or threats. Couldn't find any angry clients, shady business partners, or angry spouses. From what I could tell, he was left and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of the papers and lived in peace in only the high-class AOC club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for being very accurate in words. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? Police were still not sure. They took another close look at the new car. The dealer's ties to Barbie Motors were sketchy. They were not against the law. That being said, he had someone convicted of the dealership, had killed the Chrysler, had control motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people worked at a nearby clothing shop, sold up. They said a woman rushed in and pulled the store closed. There were 2 nights before killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress like a clown with a gold buttons, rubber nose, and a lot of makeup on her face. She did pick up the shoes that were big though, but we ate money and then left. Later, one of the workers kicked her out of the picture, but the other said they weren't sure. Still wasn't enough. There were no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being news, being a file of cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing still certain was that clown had done a perfect crime. Joe Aaron's, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway in their home when he was only 2 years old. He stayed there until the evidence stopped there. He was in the car, unattended. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he lied her beds out when she died. When Joe saw that thing, changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and strange pictures of his mother laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was only point at, or here and go to. He was to be present. Marlene's family, I loved memories, and pieces of life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and she said what told her not last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If they happened to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just stopped collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some had moved on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office had a government grant to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The killer clown case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, fibers, and the balloon rings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing them with tools from today, and this was a name the sheriff's office had fought up. They could never prove the hair that was found in the vermin was not. It was pale, long, and came from a person. In 1980, you could only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't bring back scientifically. But now, checking from mitochondrial DNA tests made possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Wheel cars were the name of the business, and her name, Sheila Keen. Sheila had been weekly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she must have remembered though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proved not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proves something else. During that time, Sheila Keene did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years after Marlon Warren was killed. They ran a burger stand called Purple Cow, a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Her neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and deep-fried milkshake, though. Had Sheila Keene ever breathed as a clown? Had they been awaiting justice for almost 30 years? Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office visited Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila, put her in jail. She used to fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw a chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get even messier. Well, on here on Main Street Detectives, it's a story. Clips out of the story of one of their own charged with hate crime decades ago continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keene Warren. But here, she's a, and in the neighborhood 15 minutes away from her. We're talking, I think what we know is a beautiful neighborhood, nice, friendly people all around. I just also open their own, and then ours too, 100%. She's not from one neighborhood near Virginia, but they and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. Another said, this is the community we call us living. It's secluded, steel neighborhood nestled in mountains. You can see the houses right down here, but there's just pictures of view of rolling hills and the lake in back. It's a stark contrast, where Sheila Keene Warren is now in Big trying to picture her friend Debbie as a woman who addresses his own. Then she her husband wife in the face. 27 years ago, it's hard to figure. She'd be the last person on earth I would ever respect, neighbors said. She's just so loving. On the other hand, up until recently, Glenn Stoley Warren spent 60 days a week at the small drive-through restaurant on the phone nearby Kingsville, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't see them on Sundays, Glenn said. This summer, let explain. The couple were talking, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be getting a golf cart and go down and see what they like around you. And either boat up or worry in the yard, he said. But now, the woman knows Debbie squarely together for severe charges and face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, neighbors said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, he went to the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, he replied. You're just locked in the house. Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught, David. When we got on the phone, he said, Hero Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you. I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keene Warren's off, she was 54 years old. She had only been named over years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila Keene. She had finally left Florida, started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, new town, and a new marriage. But police no longer just look at the past. In this case, the evidence, the forensic, and one more, the person did it. Something's wrong though. Some of the proof can be measured over time. A lot of it is from 1899, and others couldn't really very well. And some of the other results, like one DNA sample, show trace come up to 20% women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were laying for following case in order to close up the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was because she the only person who could have done this. They also brought up a strange thing. At least the other 4 clowns made the full member. Could this have been done by another? Was this just an accident that found a there had been earrings? The killer case hit the community elected in 1980. Detectives believe Sheila Keene Warren disguised herself. The full case clown couple, Charlie Warren, picked up the range. Keene Warren later consulted Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact ties with following this case to Sheila Warren, domestic in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors presented those assets tied to Keene Warren and her husband, including $500,000 home regime and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer trial is now set down in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. The prosecutor said, it's time to take stage fright, and I expect the end lace, they added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because that is the rumor is their informants. And witnesses, some of whom are all dead, critical to track down. When papers filed for court, the defense started asking for more time. They said the proof was lost, and this is not legal, and prosecutors asked for the question. The case got stuck, and got stuck again. The trial will be pushed back 7,000 total. All right, court is in one session. The judge said, Sheila Keene Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach and Florida room for the hearing. Her attorneys asked for continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors not released some of their questions evidence, including some evidence linked to a reporting profession with this man at the bar. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. He apologized for any order, he said. I agree with my best to continue. There was a lot of information in the case, but I have done nothing with any kind of intent, he added. Keene Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know they must have information, and when the oath, the attorney said, there's no accident here, they added. This one intentional fully evidence, and that's why we felt like we had on the court included. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keene Warren, Michigan trustee her own line didn't see coming. A few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the deal was made. Sheila Keene Warren pleaded guilty to sibling murder April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before a trial in court, she didn't say much. When after she agreed with prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes sir, her lying told her outside court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal that she wouldn't have to spend the rest of life in jail. The full trial happened didn't start until together, and after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a cover officer for rumors in 1990. This was Michael Warren's hard life. Even then, there were more and more rumors of affair. Both sides of them denied it. Later, detectives served with Blue in the office. Having all the together, and he was standing 19 and Michael was in regard to murder Marlene. His finances were very connected to his life, so they made him marry twice. After 12 years, in 2002, while he retired Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was known to kill his wife. For people who knew about the pro, this is like liberation. A strange kind of surgery. Dedicated Marlene Warren's son, Joe, Mike got me set done all the way without word. He was no longer in his head. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things for one Joe thought might be killer. No matter what the defense said, no one looked back down in the eyes and said he would never read those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keene Warren was given a 12-year sentence. The Florida law said she could cry for concern, but she couldn't leave. She spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for legal. Are you leaving for Grace's 9 or 2? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she got free. Dave Arnold, escaped from Palm Beach County, made a comment. Sheila Keene Warren was convicted of murder and will wear that stain every day of her life. He said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed quite displeased when she said she would leave. We are absolutely thrilled that Keene Warren has been released and is returning to her family. He said. As we stated in the beginning, she did not commit this crime. He added. Arnold's son, on the other hand, was no little leave for pleasure. He still had anything to go away. John said, I was there. Saw her eyes. He looked to a while for questions, and the sentence cut short. He finally got to say one thing to Arnold. He found out the truth. He said, I found peace. He added. For her own life face. 87-year-old Shirley twin had called to say she had been waiting for 27 years. I'm sorry, relief. And it kind of got me up to feel, because sometimes I feel that crying when I'm talking about it. He said, thank you. I felt like I said, she had. Well, I think I never gave up, because they died in their right to do so. Eventually, it worked out for him and me, she included. Killer Concord is all losing for it more than 30 years. A woman killed her friend more. You were the best. Now blue. Some women's decades. And he back married a woman. The husband. They hated not been with her trial or decision shown on TV. And he strangely away. The plea had quickly released. See both the shield on the and that whole case and old court system career is off. Some people think she at all. Thank you for watching. If this story had impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe to True Crime Content, and join the notification bell, but you never miss another. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, the explorer shielding base that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger keeps the side front door. What seemed like normal luck turned into a nightmare, even by fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. When the cars pulled slowly into the driveway of the White House, some out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two big balloons and baskets of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was calm. Inside the house, she hands, quick, was having a surprise. The doorbell rang. His mom got up to hear it. She'll watch her open the door and smile from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a dark sound. The phone gave a weapon. The phone person turned around and walked by them to the waiting hall. The car didn't go off without going too fast. Anyone could figure it out. Couldn't explain why the woman lying in the doorway. It takes clowns master decades of age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments what you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get to the case. Wasn't much going on in Florida. I mean, maybe Palm Beach County, no 4 shows, no defense, and peace, and quiet like the upper middle class. But on May 26th, they after being crying down, it broke in the strangest light enough. Later, we heard a loud bang. Some people remember the environment going back Club Life, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more. Before her time on Earth came to an end. After the crime, investigators swarmed her home. They printed a scene, red and balloons, flower baskets, soft flowers, and a rest on the front door, rock the children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no finish. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was on. He had no clear on. The witnesses, son Joe and his friends, were scared. What's that? They said. Someone dressed as a clown Marlene Warren, yes. They pulled out a gun and shot straight in the head. After that, they left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one figured out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what they said. The clown's outfit wasn't very ethical, but it was pretty enough, made me feel very uneasy. He had thick orange hair, red nose, white gloves, and a face on it. It was nice though, really caught Joe's attention. There was negativity or wrong about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he always remembered them. He was also odd that the clown moved away. On the way out, they didn't sure who forgot. Then he turned around, walked up to the crossing, and pulled away in the house as if they were just unmaking delivery. The garden had lights there, on the alley by the the only thing they were left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said in one of the balloons, "You're the best." When Joe escaped, got some white. At least the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Stevens services were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and the press stopped, police left the same question. Who killed someone in broad daylight? Up at this clown? After that, no one knew if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was a chance. There were no signs of any theft. There were no calls, books, or press. The body is on one. Someone didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran into this, and a family, and was quite fear in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime just appeared in thin air, and brought us to by accident. But it's changed in complete signs were all over the place, and this started. House began a search for Leon. 4 days after the murder, House on the back ran in connection with his suspicious letter. 3 miles away from Orno, he was found in a deep sea parking lot. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside they called trace evidence. There was strands of green hair and some bright orange fibers. She had come from Italy, but it was a gun or gun. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was Portland, but not the only thing. Last week, the Chrysler, who lost tourists, tried to break into it. He was location only a few hours to get someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages and couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about. They called again. It turned out that the number they called actually belonged to his store. It was owned by RD Motors. They used our lot. They cleverly put the yellow pages ad and the payless one. At the time, it seemed like this was a small case of dishonest advertising. By the case owner and also the car, it doesn't fit police started to look into it. Worked for RD Motors. These people demanded Reddit that the woman be searching for him. But at least the only ones left. They couldn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any complaints, shady business partner, or angry spouses. From what I could tell, she was liked and didn't cause any trouble. He helped take care of real estate. She prepared ventilators, moved in peace, while he lived in Class A or C club neighborhood. He had been married almost 3 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for being very accurate records. That one was killed by a stranger in a map in the middle of the night. How did that happen? The police were still unsure. They took another close look at the DOA car. The dealership ties of RD Motors were they were not against the law. That being said, even if I'm connected to the killing killer Chrysler, it didn't show up. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. 2 people worked at nearby clothing shops. Well, he said a woman rushed in right before the close. Just 2 minutes before the killing. She was shot on time and very clear. She wanted to clown with orange white gloves, red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were big though. The woman made money and then left. Later, one of the works people got a picture of it, but the other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders knew the shoeless. The story went from being the news to being a false for cold case. It had been months and years, and the only thing that still certain was the gun had done nearly perfect crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway at home. He was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the end of his life. He was in the car until he was young. He left the hospital 2 weeks. 2 days later, he was by her side. She died. Joe saw that morning, changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was willing. There was only that or here to go to. He was stuck in prison. Marlene's family had long memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and she said when told her about her last, it will only be for her time was it. If anything happens to me, you know it, she said. And the faded morning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. Proof of sacker looked dust. They did this new one. And someone went on. The world started forgetting Marlene's name. April 14. In that year, all each county sheriff's office got on their branch using media and technology to look at old cases again. The Gun case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had 24 years since the crime. But the hair, the fibers, and the loose strings were also there. Scientists leave those fibers in active in tools today. And this was the name that the sheriff's office found. They never proved it. The hair that found there, no one. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only bring back the kind of proof you couldn't really match anything. But now, checking for microbial DNA has made possible researchers find clear genetics. The hair looked to belong to a woman who knew her Marlene's husband, Uncle Warren. He called her the name of this, and her name was Sheila Keen. She had been convicted during her stroke. She said at the time she was looking for her to stay back. She couldn't say for sure if she was or remember though. Even though the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about Gone. However, caught the way to hold her until no. The DNA proved not help to find her again, but also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She's now living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, just 5 years after Marlene Warren's death. They ran a version called Local Cop in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the silence of deep file checks though, and Sheila Keen never suspected the crime. They waited for justice for almost 30 years. They used to Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Moved back to Virginia. It's better for the They found Sheila and put her in jail. She was in fight back. She agreed out and sent back to Florida. Warren family chance at justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean it was over. That's right. Things were about to get even better. I'm here on the main street of It's a story. In town, this story of one charged with heinous crime from continues to front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. But here, he's steady. And even they were 15 before here. He was talking, but don't really know what to say. Even anyway, nice, fed people all around. This also in their home. And then March too. And they were said, just about people in the Harry neighborhood, Virginia. But me and Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here. They were, they were again. Like I said, this is the community. Like this is excluded upstate neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the house right down here. There's just pictures of rolling hills and a lake back. This is a stark contrast to what Sheila Keen Warren is now in jail cell. Trying to picture her and Betty, the woman who was a clown. Then she lost her wife and face. 27 years ago, it's here. She would be the last person on earth I've ever suspect. My neighbor said, she's just so loving. I'm up until recently. Then told me Warren spends his week in a small drive-through restaurant. It was owned in New York, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers. And we don't see on Sundays, but I said, this summer, 11 weeks late, they called him tired. Spending more time at home, coming eating with friends and neighbors. Right now, if he didn't have anything to do, I'd be getting my golfer and go down and see Billy Mike to. And either at the boat or in their yard, he said. But now, the woman knows that he is preparing better for screen returns and face the penalty. I feel shaken, very shocked, Paper said. And when I stepped by Warren's house this morning, he went into the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home there. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She lied. You're just talking to us? Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well. A friend said. He said, very shocked. They did. We're talking on the phone. He said, no, Brooke, she did this. And I said, I believe you. And I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keen. She had probably left Florida and started life far away from where it all began. I knew this, I'm done, and in marriage. But police were no longer just looking past. In this case, they had evidence, but it was this, in one goal, to get the person guilty. Something went wrong though. Some of the proof had become so reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1999 and others who remember this very well. And some of the analytical results, like the DNA cell, showed Prince coming up to 2% of women that would use against them right away. Authorities were playing for following case. They were close upon the case that had opened for a long time. They said Sheila was fit. She was the only person who could have solved. They also thought the strange thing. At least 4 other reports to see clowns were named the days of the murder. Could they deny the clown? Was this an accident to a clown like There are weird things. They looked on case tried to get him elected in 1990. Detective believed Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later admitted himself Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 and following this case, Sheila Keen Warren was arrested by 17. Warren is also accused of falsifying word. So hackers would pay for high-profile federally. The prosecutors still listed assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home more than $300,000 cash. The killer gun trial was now set down in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said. It's time to get this case right. I expect any delays they had. Both sides agreed on a neutral date. There's evidence of brutal murder. There are 8 fronts. And witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with court, the defense let it pass over time. They said the proof was lost. Witnesses were unavailable. And the prosecutors cited the case got stuck and got stuck again and again. Trial will push back 7 times. All right. Court is now in session. The judge said Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into Palm Beach County Court for 30 afternoon. Her attorneys asked for anything less and multiple times to prepare for the trial. They claimed the prosecutors that police have requested discovery evidence, including some evidence that the reporting official for this head and the bar. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and politics. I apologize for the oversight. I'm doing my very best to keep it. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have done nothing to intent. He added. Keen Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know they get discrimination and they don't. The attorney said. But no activity. They added. This is essential full evidence, and that's why we felt like we had to go to court. Another 2 years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice that the girl wasn't insane. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to disfiguring murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more 5 years before trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she believed the prosecutors got what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Earlier told reporters outside court that she still believed it was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together as after the plea deal was made. She never did her cover officer for Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides though denied. Later, detectives heard people saw mugging this. They all together and it's finding together. And Michael Warren charged with murdering Marlene. His finance frequently knows his wife. Still, he may be able to twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was no thought to have killed his wife. For pulling him out of the rope, this is like confirmation. Straight confirmation. And if Marlene Warren was right back when he saw the clown away in our work. He went on with his head. He died again. He was happy. And he did all these things from Joe, following the killer. No matter what the defense said, no matter what the clown was, and saving perfect inference. Following the deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given 12 years sentence. For the losses she did cry for concern. You could have used jail before her trial. She was all that early being good. Pretty crazy thing I said to you. Following her plea in 2023, she only spent 15 months in jail. November 24, she was set free. Dave Arnold is incarcerated for public in direct counts. Sheila Keen Warren will be in murder. She will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life. He said, on the other hand, her lawyer seemed quite displeased. She said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Keen Warren is released and is returning to the family. He said, as we stated from the beginning, we did not commit this crime. He added, for Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was a real relief for pleasure. He still had pain that would go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. He noticed a lot. There were questions and sentences of torture. He finally got to say, within the letter, we found the truth. He said, we found peace. He had from her own Las Vegas. 87-year-old Shirley Quinn at the call today. She had been for 27 years. I'm sorry, leave. And it kind of me up to think about, because sometimes I feel like crying about it. She said, thank you. That's all I said. She added, well, I have faith that I never gave up, because it didn't do so. Eventually, it works out and me, she concluded. He took Armstrong was holding in Florida for more than 3 years. We wouldn't see their front door. He was the best, written on balloon. Some would visit brigades, and then came back wearing a wing, the biggest thing. But he did not benefit from trial or decision on TV. It ended eventually flying away with the crazy quick release. Some people think she was wounded. In that old case, an old course is butter in the Some people fish by window. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss out below. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'll the video what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore the case and serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can just be outside your front door. It seemed like more about turning to winter, leaving out fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler then pulled suddenly to the 11th floor driveway of the White House. Someone grabbed the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had smiles on their face, nailed 2 balloons, and plastic flowers in their hands with red gloves. They looked on. Inside the house, Joanne's pussy was embarrassed with friends. The doorbell rang. They looked out the air. Joe watched her open the door and smiled through the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then pulled the barrel sound. They climbed into a weapon, and 20 person turned around, walked quietly back to the waiting room. The car then drove off without going too fast. He tried to figure out. Couldn't explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take us close as to stage. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video. Subscribe for more real life crime cases. And turn on the notification bell so you never miss a update. Also, comments when you're rushing. It always interesting in the farm social. Now, back to the case. There was about 1 in Florida. A clean neighborhood called Florida. No photos. We're playing fans. And the east and quiet. The upper class. Around 26, 1990. That dream get crashing down. And it crashed anything else. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing something going in parallel drift. And it was chaos. Orange fell home. Morning morning. Wait, but into the house right away. It is in ignition. She would live for days more. Before her by earth came to an end. Right after crime, investigators stormed her home. They did the scene history. They had 2 balloons, a fire basket, and some colors. And the rest on the front door, showing the They had no shot. Everyone heard said there was a minute. He did the car fell. The shoe was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe and his friends, were scared. What's that what they said? Someone dressed as a clown before more this. They pulled out a gun and shot straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw what's happening, and no one figured out why it multi-killed. It almost too strange to believe what was said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creeped up, made it feel very easy. She had thick order hair, red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face makeup. If they eyes though, they really caught those fish. It was nothing to be about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he had to over them. It was also odd. The clown ran away. On the way out, they didn't jerk or forget. Then he slowly turned around, walked back to the closet, and pulled away from the house as if he were just down to delivery. The car didn't bust his head or anything identify itself. The only things that were left behind were balloons and flowers. Set on the balloons, you know the best. He showed the escape code Snow White. At least checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was long gone by the time they got up the box. Snakes and witnesses waiting. There were pictures of crime scene. After the evidence left, and the car stopped. Police were left with the very question. Who killed someone in broad daylight? As it's clown. Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There were no signs of being in or theft. There were no calls of support press. The lie is not a warrant. This one didn't seem to have enemies. She ran business, had a family, and was a top figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air, and they thought it was a murder by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that all over the place had to start somewhere. Cops began search for Chrysler Leon. 4 days after murder, cops found the black Chrysler that matched Mrs. Chich's letter. A few miles away from the Warren Hill, he was found in an secret parking lot. He had been clean, not enough. Investigators found something inside. They called chase evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some white cords and red fibers, which might have come from people, but it wasn't done or close. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but nothing in the way. The last people that the Chrysler, 2 lawsuits tried to turn it to a place location at only a few hours to some company. They all know they saw in the yellow case when you couldn't find anyone there. Someone out of the line would leave keys inside and parked in front of the house. The car was very morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about. They called in. Turned out the woman they called didn't actually belong to the store. It was owned by party members. They used Farlight. They cleverly put the yellow pages ad on the one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of unsuspecting. But in case of murder, no one's owned the car. It was a people mysteriously. Started looking people for murders. These people were men who read it and owned the possession for it. Police looked in the running war life. They didn't find much. There were no known facts or threats. They couldn't find any headlines, shady business cards, or every express. From what I could tell, she was light and didn't cause any trouble. She had big care of real estate. She took care of rental papers and lived in peace in a multi-class 8 OC club neighborhood. She had married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together. She didn't know who being very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. When did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took out a close look into the car. The dealership sized Barbie versus but they were not against the law. That being said, he did something back to the dealership. Even the Chrysler and showed it didn't prove it at all. Then there was a break. 2 people worked in a nearby clothing shop, swap. They said the woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 minutes before the weekend. She was short on time and very clear. She wasn't dressed up as a with blood gloves, red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. The woman gave and then left. Later, the words would kick out the picture, but the other one said they weren't sure, which still said enough. There was no blood, no DNA, and no bystanders knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news, being in a file of cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing still certain was that clown had been a perfect crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw him pass out in the hallway from her home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the evidence out there. He was in the car, was admitted, went to the hospital 2 days, and 2 days later, he was by bedside when she died. What Joe saw in the morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother lying in balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was that there were no solutions. No one could blame. There was no one to look at or hearing good. Just stuck impressed. Marley's family, all those memories, and pieces of life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how free she was, and what she said to her told her last. It was a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. That vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The roots stopped collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some men moved on. The world started to forget Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got a government credit to use new DNA biology to look into old cases again. They took the clown case, so the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the furs, and balloon strings were also there. Scientists leave those fibers' name and has the name of the tool today. And this was the name that the Sheriff's Office found out. They can recruit. The hair that was found there was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1980, you only really inherited proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. But now, she came from a real DNA has made possible research about genetics. The hair belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's son, Michael Warren. Deal cars was the name of the business, and her name she became. She let him briefly during the first row. He said at the time that she was in the car to stay back. She couldn't say for her what he was doing her though. Even though the clerk stayed after. She said she didn't know anything about the gun outfit. However, the cops had no way to hold until now. The DNA proof finally had detectives found her then, and also proved something else. During that time, she became the witness work with Warren. She was now living with him. They were married. They got married in 2002, 12 years after Warren's killed. They ran a burger stand called the Cool Cow in remote parts of West Virginia. Their neighbors said they were nice and quiet. There was a question about the smiles deep fried milkshakes though. Had she lived in her dress at the time, had they been away for justice for almost 30 years? These from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went back into Virginia in September 2017. The young Sheila, who put her in jail, she let them fight back. She agreed not to be sent to Florida. The Warren family saw chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean it was over. That's right, things were about 18 messy. But Honey on the main street of Academy. It's a historic. Go to town with the story of one of them charged with heinous crime for decades ago. It finished the front pages. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keene Warren. But here, she's Debbie, and in the neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People walking. They don't really know what to say. You're from the road. Nice, friendly people all around. It just so well we were home. And then an hour or two, neighbors said, just about everyone in here, they were in Virginia. We Debbie and Michael Warren alone. We had no neighbors here. They were, they had no, I said, this is the community. They call them. It's a student skill in the mountains. You can see houses right down here. The rest just your view of Rolling Hills and you back. This is a contrast. Your Sheila Keene Warren is on Odessa. Trying to picture that Debbie is a woman who has a clown. Then she drew husband's wife in the face. 27 years ago, he's happy figure. She would be the last person on earth I would respect. And they said, she's just so loving. And then up until recently, Unsolved Warren's best season a small drive-through restaurant. It was owned in Kingsville, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. They're hard workers, and we don't see them Sundays. But instead, this summer, 11 late, all retired, spending more time at home, and committing to their friends and neighbors. Right now, if I have anything to do, I take it in my ballpark, go down and see what Debbie and Nick were up to, and maybe they'll go back or be in the yard, he said. But now, when they know Debbie is preparing to answer for 3 murders and face death penalty, I felt shaken, very, very shocked. The neighbor said, and we stopped by the Warren's house this morning, came in after the door, saying Uncle Warren doesn't know either. Is Uncle Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just talking in the house? Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well. I said, he's very, very distraught. Hey, Eddie, when we talked on the phone, he said, no, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keene Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keene. She had quite left Florida and started left far away from where it began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new evidence, updated forensics, and one goal, they had to prove guilty. Something wrong though. Some of the proof had been on this file all the time. A lot of the witnesses from 1999, others could remember these something well. And some of the results, like one DNA sample, showed traces coming up between the women. that would be used against him right away. Authorities were going to follow the case in order to close up the case that had been open for a long time. They said she was hit because she was the only person who could be responsible. They also brought a strange thing. At least 4 other reports of clowns made in days before murder. But this had been done by another clown. But this just accident the clown based up rather than weird things. The clown said that in London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume. They shot Marley Warren at point range. Keen Warren later married the Warren, Sheila Warren. Untied in the following case, she Keen Warren, specifically 17. Warren is also accused of falsifying paper, so hackers would pay for high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors said that this assets tied to Keen Warren and her husband, including $500,000 loan to Gina, and more than $300,000 in cash. The Kill trial was held at the day on court in June 2020. Looking forward to it, prosecutors said. It's time to get the case tried, and it's still be in delays. Yeah. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because there is a rumor that there are 8 opponents, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead. Difficult to try on. In big style of the court, the defense attorney asked for more time. They said that proof was lost, witnesses were unavailable, and the prosecutor was professional. They shut stuck and not stuck again and again. Trial will be put back 7 times in total. All right, court now in the judge said. Sheila Keen Warren was escorted to Palm Beach on the 10th floor court for the afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for 18 months and 1 more time to prepare for the trial. The acclaimed state prosecutors did not release some of their discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reporting confession from the stand at the bar. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes. I apologize. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I have nothing, any kind of intent, he added. Keen Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know the separation and the note, the attorney said. There's no message here, they added. This was intentional, wholly evident, and that's how he felt that he had come to court, he concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice to even her law team in Coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. But as she agreed the prosecutor about what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she could have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The whole picture of what happened didn't start to come better as after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for murders in 1990. This was Uncle Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors and affair. Both sides, though, denied. Later, it's for people who saw them talking in the office, having long together, and years when they together, and now they're charged with murdering Marlene, and his finances were connected to his wife. Still, it made him area twice. After 12 years, in 2002, while he was handling theft, Marlene married was a lot of his life. For people who knew about this was like commission, strange commentary. They Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the company saw that con walk away without a word. He was along with his dad. He died again. He was happy. And he did all these things when Joe thought not either. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked back on the eyes and said he would never get those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for her. You could be used in jail before trial. She was also not really feel good. Are you ready for this thing I have to do? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in jail. When her trial before, she was set free. They honored the state attorney for Palm Beach County made her come. Sheila Keen Warren always be admitted to big murder, and where that's staying today for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased, and she said she would leave. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren is released and is returned to her family, he said. As stated from the beginning, she didn't agree with this crime, he had. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief for her. He still had pain and no way. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. He looked at Ohio. They were questions, and then it was sexual. He found out saying they honor his honor. He found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home in Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Twain had a call to she had been waiting for 27 years. But it's high relief. And it could have choked me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying on crying talking about it, she said. Thank you. Well, I did say, she added. Well, I had faith in her, because they had in mind to do so. Eventually, it was started, and me included. The killer story was all over the news in Florida for more than 3 years. A woman was killed in front of the door. USS went down the balloon. Someone went missing for days, and came back very morning. Vegas, the case did not end for trial or decision on TV. It ended a strangely quick way, with glee and crazy police. Some people think that she was well motivated, and the whole case and whole course is important as possible. Some people think I don't know at all. Thank you for watching. If this did not impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay safe. I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we follow a chilling case that serves a terrifying reminder that injured videos on the other side of the door. It seemed like a normal knock turned into another, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The black pistol man pulled suddenly left before driving a couple items. Someone got out on the passenger side. They were a bright orange big, had a smile drawn in the face, and held 2 heavy balloons and massive flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was Mom. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's pushing, sat with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom yelled to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then it was a terrible sound. Clown raised the window. Nothing person turned around and walked quietly back to the living car. The car drove off without going fast. Anyone tried to figure it out, couldn't stand up and flying the door. It would make the clown reach the decade's age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life podcasts, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're running from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories go. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Untold Florida. A clean neighborhood in Palm Beach County, no 4 shows. There were fans, in a peace, quiet, middle class. On May 26, 1990, that dream crashing down, and it broke in strangers we didn't think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Battle Club Drive. And there was chaos in Warren family home. Only Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away in a serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her son on earth came to an end. Right after crime, he had to get her home. The difference in scene was scary. Dead, balloons, a flower basket, and saw colors, and a red sign for or short to the children. Apparently one shot. There were no words said. There was an edge. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving another sign. The witnesses, some children and his friends, were scared. That's not what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill someone. But the most strange belief was being said. Clown outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was big enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had fake orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the alley though. It really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing illegal about the gun, or around and bomb. They were just very quick on the jump again. Afterward, he said we both remember them. It was hold on, the clown moved right away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then he slowly turned around, walked back to the car stop, and pulled away from the house as if just done immediately. The car didn't have license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things there was behind were the balloons and flowers. It said on the balloons, you're the best. Only Joe see it, the cops know what. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but then they see the car arrive. The alarm was long gone by the time they picked up the box. Seeing some witnesses rotated, there were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left, they pressed stop. Police were left with a scary question. Who killed someone by deadly? Where's the clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. Couldn't figure out what was going on with just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. They thought he was born. This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had family, and was quite faithful in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime just appeared out of thin air, and they dropped us murder home accident. But the strange and incomplete signs of all the place had discovered her. Cops began to search the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found the Chrysler ran and matched his descriptions to the letter. A female vehicle Warren home was found in the immediate parking lot, empty. It had been cleaned, very well. Investigators found something alive that they called police evidence. There was some strands of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers. It might have come quickly, but it wasn't a gun or a fuzzy. There was something on the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this house was going stone, but it became normal life. Plus people from the Chrysler, two lost tourists tried to return to it. Police location had only a few hours to get the person from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow piece, and they couldn't find anyone there. Someone online told them to leave these inside and park the car in front of the house. The car was there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. Then they all into the store. It was owned by the owners. They used to go out and they paid his at That's right. It seemed like this was just a small case of advertising. But in case of murder, while we got in the car, it was not police instinct. Started to lose people who were owners. These people were the men in red and women did the research for him. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no notes or facts. They didn't find any complaints, shady business or angry us. What I could tell, she was alive and didn't cause any problem. She helped to take care of real estate. She took care of neighbors who lived in peace and lived inside class A and C club neighborhood. She'd been married for almost 20 years. They owned several together. She was known for being very active. That woman was killed by a stranger in mask in the middle of the morning. How that happened? The police were still not sure. They took her close look at the car. The dealer's ties of Marlene Warren's city. They're not against the law. Being said, even though we had to dealership, they didn't kill Chrysler. Didn't show motive. Didn't prove it at all. Then we look. Two people worked at nearby play job sold up. They said we rushed in right before the smoke just 2 nights before the thing. She was short on time and very clear. He wanted to decide his clown and orange love, red nose, nothing on this. She didn't have the shoes that were true though. The one gaming and then left. Later, her workers would pick out the picture. But the other said, I'm sure there still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no advisors who knew who the shooter was. Story went from being news to being in a fast cold cases. He had been months and years, and the only thing he was still certain was that found and ending perfect crime. Children's, the son, saw him in the path out in the hallway alone when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, it was ended. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw in the morning changed his life for decades. The sound, the lights, and strange pictures of laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said before he got it all, that there were no solutions. No one would blame. There was no point that or hearing what to. He was stopped and Marlene's family held on memories, pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how good she was, how funny she was, and she was sad with closed her last. It was only a few weeks before it comes up. If anything happened to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof sat there like dust. The witness moved on. Some went on. The world started to get out on exam. So 2014. In that year, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office got Garden Brett, who knew the ability to look into old cases today. They took Congress was one of the five they used. It had 24 years since the crime, but the hair, the flowers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave the flowers a name after testing them with tools of the day, and this was named the Sheriff's Office file. They never proved it. The hair started there as well. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really verify the kind freely. You couldn't really match scientifically. No, checking for medical DNA has made possible for researchers of clear evidence. The hair looked like the woman used to work for running woman, Michael Warren. He caused the name of this, and her name was Sheen. She lied in the during the first probe. She said at the time she was looking for cautious back. She could say for sure it was during her real, even though when it could against her. She said she didn't know anything about the crime. However, because no one told her to know, the DNA proved that only helped satisfy her again. It also was something else. During time, she became more than just working with Michael Warren. She went to leave him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, just 12 years before Warren's killed. They were never a pulled cow in remote part of Southwest Virginia. They never said private, nice and quiet. They were actually behind smiles and defiant chase out. As she came to her residence home, they remained with for almost 30 years. After Palm Beach Sheriff's Office was added in Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila fight back. She agreed to be sent back to Florida. The Warren police saw she had justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Since we're allowed to keep investigating. Well, Hunter remains to be acting. If that's right, click down the story when they're on charge of things from days ago. Continues to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila King Warren. But here, she's steady. Neither of 15 minutes away near. She's not talking, but they only know what to say. Up here from the road. These friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in her home. And then our two, neighbor said. Just about everyone in her neighborhood near Virginia. Believe Betty and Michael Warren belong. We have local neighbors here. They were, fit right in. Another said, this is the beauty. They call it living. It's a secluded upscale neighborhood, so the you see the house, I'm here. I mentioned a picture of you over rolling hills and a lake in the back. There's a stark contrast. Where Sheila King Warren is now a jail cell. Trying to figure Betty, they won't dress as a clown. Then she turned her husband's wife face. What's the name is hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I've suspect her neighbors. She's just so lovely, underrated. Up there recently, Levin's told Warren's since 1968 a small profit restaurant. It was home in New York, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cup. Very hard workers, and we can only see once a day. But it said, this summer, Levin's late. The couple retired, and more I'm home, and eating my friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be in a golf cart, go out and see, but I'd be not going to. And maybe they're both out or working in New York, he said. Now, the woman they know is a preparing cancer for some murder charges, and could get that I checked very, very hot, and he said, when I stopped by Warren's house swing, a woman answered the door. They Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I got? No, he isn't. You're blind. You're just locked in the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay. He's doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. David, when we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, shouldn't I do this? And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila King Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Eddie, Warren, and Sheila King. She had been left for it and started a new life far away from where it began. New business, a new town, and a new marriage. But police will know something in the past. In this case, they had evidence, they forensics, and one mole, the person guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof made us rely all the time. A lot of this is from 1989, and others don't remember very well. And some of the other results, like one DNA cell, show trace coming out to 50% to it. That would use the estimated way. Authorities blame for filing a case, and one close case, and it had been open for a long time. They said she loves it, because she's the only person put it in. They also brought up strange thing. Police feel reports to clowns made in days before the murder, but this had been done 9 years ago. But this is just a massive clown myself, and a near this. Kill clown case is expected to be Atlanta, and then today. This is the Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full clown costume and shot Warren at point blank range. King Warren later admitted to Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 had been following the case since Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers pay for high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors considered illicit assets tied to King Warren and husband, including $5 million Virginia and more than $300,000 cash. The killer trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said, it's time to get this case tried. Not really expect any delays. He added, both sides agree on a new trial. This happens to the murder is a case honest. And witnesses, both of whom are already dead, are difficult to shut down. In papers filed with court, the defense side asked for more time. They said proof lost, witnesses not available, and prosecutors were questionable. These got stuck, and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back sometimes in fall. Oh wait, court is now in set. The judge said, Sheila King Warren was ordered into a Palm Beach County court for a hearing. Her attorneys asked for 19 minutes and was more inclined to prepare a trial. They claimed the prosecutors did not believe they requested discovery evidence, including some evidence linked to a reported dash from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes. I apologized. I apologize for the overall oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case. I have done nothing any type of evidence, he added. King Warren's attorney says it was intentional. They know when they get information, and when they don't, the said, there's no accident. They added, this was an intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why I felt that we had to go to court legally. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking twist that even her law team didn't just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the deal made. Sheila King Warren pleaded the second degree murder, April 2023. After being held jail for 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. Last year she agreed prosecutors got what happened. She just said, yes sir. Her 9-year-old daughter's out of court. She still believes she was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come there, and after the plea deal was made, she represented a court officer orders in 1988. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides denied it. Later, it's heard from people who saw Holly in the office, having lunch together, and even in the night together. And Michael was never charged with murder Marlene, and his sons were convicted in life. Still, he made people in the area look past. For 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to life. For people who knew about this is like confirmation, a strange confirmation, and Kate Warren's son, Joe, right at that when he saw a clown walk away in that word. He's no longer with his head. He got married again. He's happy. And he did all these things with Joe, not a killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe hit the clown in the eyes, said he wouldn't repeat those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Before law said she could cut her concerns, but she couldn't hear she spent in jail before her trial. He was also that early for being good. Are you ready for basic imagine to you? Following the guilty plea in 2023, he only spent 8 months in jail. November 24, Joe set free. April 3rd, stated 2020, made a recommend. Sheila King Warren will only be admitted to be the murderer, and will wear that same every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed previously, which she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss King Warren had been released and returned to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime. He had. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, it was a real relief for her. He still had pain when he went away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. He looked a while. There were questions, and the sentence was short. He finally had to say anything about her mother. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. For her own Las Vegas. He said it was true claim that false she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of a sigh of relief. And it kind of got me thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying on about it. She said, thank you. That's all I'd say, she added. Well, I think I did, because I didn't want to do so. Usually it works for them and me, she concluded. If your clone story is all over New Florida for more than 30 years, a woman that killed her front door, you were the best. Now the someone with this for days, and the actor in the they the case is not for trial or decision on TV. The idea especially quite late, the plea and crazy police. He think she'll probably and in case, and court system for spot. Some of the fish got moved at all. Thank you for watching. This sort of thing back. Be sure to like the video, subscribe for true crime content, and turn on notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I love you and we think. Until next time, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we explore two cases that serve as terrifying reminder that danger could be just outside your front door. A single young dog turned into a murder, leaving by fear, tragedy, and unintentions. For the beautiful May Saturday night, just before 11 p.m. The background light bulb suddenly lit with Florida driving 12 miles. Someone out of the other side. They were right big, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and a flowers in their hands, full of glass. It was gone. Inside the house, so parents, quick, with embarrassed suspense. The doorbell rang. His mom got the effort. Joe watched her in the door, a mile from the room. Her face was soft. Oh, pretty, she said. Then it was outside. The car was open, and the focus of her room walked quietly back to the waiting car. Car drove off without going too fast. Anyone figured out couldn't explain why the woman was on the doorway. It became some mass stage. Before you begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crimes, and turn on notification bell that are disconnected. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. So you can see how far these stories travel. Now, looking into this, there's much more going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood only county known for Porsches, family fence, and a peace, quiet, without middle class. But on May 26th, that night, that dream came crashing down, and it broke into stage sway you Later, near a severe level bang, some people were doing a summer going down Barrel Club Drive, and there was chaos in all family home. More important, 40, but the hospital anyway, isn't serious condition. She would live 2 days more before her common earth came to an end. Right after crime, that is storm home. It was the same spirit, red and white balloons, holographic, soft colors, and the red spine front door brought joy to the children. There had been one shot. The red word said, there was an image. Even the clown outfit on, the shirt was gone. The other was gone. The witness, son Joe, Aaron's defense, were here. Without what they said. Someone asked as the clown gave Marlene more gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. But something from a bad dream went up there. No one saw that coming, and no one could not buy it until it was also strange to leave what was being said. The clown's outfit was very theatrical, but it was real enough to make you feel very easy. She had 3 hair, a red nose, eye gloves, and all face down. He believed though, that they caught Joe with it. They were able to laugh at them. They were around and gone. They were just very focused on the job again. Afterward, he said he always with them. It was fine. The clown didn't run away. On the way out, didn't trip, freak out. Then they slipped around, walked back to the presser, pulled away from the house as they raced down and made delivery. The car did not tag, running away by the device. The liquors were left behind, balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, you were the best. When Joe escaped about Snow White, the police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen car arrive. The car was long gone by the time that roadblocks. Steam Summit is rotated. She was at the crime scene. After the evidence left, the press stopped. Police left with the same question. Who kills in broad daylight while dressed as a woman? By that, no one could tell if it was person or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on in his chance. There was no sign of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. The noise were the one. The phone didn't seem to have any use. He ran a business, had a family, and quite a fear in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like the line had just figured out thinner, and the cop was moving on by accident. The strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place, and started somewhere. Because the end of with the pistol. 4 days after the murder, cop found a cop over and matched with his description still there. A few miles away from the home, he was found in the parking lot. Heavy. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside they called trace evidence, or some kinds of real hair, and some right born fibers, which might have been but it wasn't even worth it. There was something about the car, making people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but nothing in the normal way. The people to rent the Chrysler, which was all sorts, tried to return to the relocation only a few hours into someone company. They called them when they saw no pages when he couldn't find anyone there. Someone told them to leave the keys inside, parked car in front of the house. The car was there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when he called them. It turned out the number they called didn't actually belong with the store. It was owned by car numbers. They used car lot and clearly put fake pages at under the basement. The con seemed like this was a small case of advertising. They based the murder on the car. It doesn't forget these things. They started looking for people who worked for Motors. The people the man read, the woman who did the for. Police looked into Marlene Warren's life. They didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any complaints, chains, partners, or any justice. From what I could tell, she was left and didn't cause any trouble. She helped to take care of real estate. She took care of the papers and lived in peace in Marlene's high-class 8 OC Club neighborhood. She had married for almost 2 years. They owned several homes together. She was known for being very happy. That man stood by a stranger in mask in the middle of the morning. How that happened? The police were still not sure. They put a close look at the car. The dealership said Marlene Warren was They were not against the law. That being said, even someone connected to the dealership and didn't know the Chrysler. That didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a mistake. People who worked in nearby the spoke up. They said she didn't rifle circles. Just 2 nights full time. She showed on time compared to. She wanted to dress like a clown with an old necklace, red nose, and a little bit on her face. She did take off her shoes and good though, but only and then left. Later, one of the workers were around the picture when Young said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no delay, and no prosecutors who knew who the shooter was. The story of being in the news, being in the files of cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that found it had been a perfect crime. Children's, his son, saw his mom pass out in the hallway when he was only 20 years old. He stayed for until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, it was named, he went to the hospital late, and 2 days later, he was lying inside and died. But Joe's on that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and street pictures of laughing balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all, there were no solutions. No one to blame. There was only for that, where he could go to. He was stopped and said, Marlene's family held on to memories, and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny he was, and what she said when told them last. It was only a few weeks before it ends up. If anything happens to me, you know who did, she said. But that vague didn't seem to leave anywhere. Years went by. The proof is sacrificed. The witnesses moved on. Some of them went home. The world started to forget Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the county sheriff's office got it correct. Using new technology, but looking at whole cases again. The kill cases was one of 5 need to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the win, but the hair, fibers, and balloon strings were all still there. Scientists say they'll find his name after testing the tools today. And this was the name the sheriff's office thought up. That they didn't prove. The hair that was found there was brown, plus steel, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only be compared by proof visually. You didn't really match scientifically. But now, chemical encountering DNA has made it possible for research like clear genetics. The hair looked like belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's women, not Warren. Deal cars named the business, and her name she became. She had reproduction during her stroke. She said at the time that she would give her car to take back. She couldn't say sure, but she was during murder. Even though we could after. She said she didn't know anything about the counterfeit. However, the cops in all the way told her until now. They came out proof that only helped to start her again, but it won't prove something else. During that time, she became more than just work for Warren. She was now leaving him, and they married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years after Warren's killed. They ran a work stand called Purple Cow in Oak Park, Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were quiet, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smiles and fun shakes though. As she came and pressed at home, I think we waited for us for almost 30 years. Deputies of Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office switched out to Virginia instead of crossing me. They found Sheila in Virginia. She lived got back. She agreed to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw Sheila just for the first time in 27 years. But that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to even messy. Well, on here on Main Street Patent. It's a story. Quite common story about her own church famous crime for decades ago. It seems to be from fake news. In Palm Beach story, people called Sheila Warren. But here, she's steady. In her neighborhood 15 minutes later, people are talking, but they don't know what to say. How do you feel? Nice, family people all around. I just feel so welcome in their home, and they never too. I never said. Let's talk in the neighborhood in Virginia. Believe Nate and Michael Warren belong. We have wonderful neighbors here. They were fear it. And I said, this is the community that calls the name. It's a good upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see houses right out here. There's just pictures of you, hills, and lightning back. This is a stark contrast to where she came Warren in jail cell. Trying to get to the friend is one who addresses the phone. They shoot her his wife in the face. 27 years ago, it's hard to fear. She would be the last person on earth who would ever suspect. And they said, she's just so loving. I never had it. Up until recently, Levin told me Warren since he's a week in a small drive-through restaurant. It was home in New York, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. They're hard workers, and we wouldn't know them on Sundays. Levin said, this summer, Levin's explained, the couple hired to be more comfortable, we can be better friends and neighbors. And now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be getting in my car and go down and see what they might go out to. And maybe they're the dog, okay, in New York, he said. But now, a woman they know to be is preparing to answer for murder charges and could face the death penalty. I felt shaken, very, very shocked. And he said, and when I stopped by the Warren's this morning, they opened the door, saying, my Warren isn't home either. Is Uncle Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay. He's doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. And when we talked on the phone, he said, you know, she'd not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila King Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer looking at the past. In this case, they knew evidence, up-to-date forensics, and one goal, the person guilty. Now things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable all the time. A lot of the witnesses from 1999 and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the elderly adults, like one DNA sample, showed traits mounting up to 20% quick. That could be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following a weakness in order to close out a case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least one other report to see clown were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another clown? Was this an accident to clown matters up? There had been weird things. The killer clown case tied the community of London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. King Warren later made the victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Context 5 following this case since Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying people, but taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors insisted on list assets tied to King Warren, her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer trial was now set by out in court in June 2020. Moving forward, the prosecutor said, it's time to get this case right. How do we expect there to be delays? They had both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of brutal murder is in our case and witnesses, some of whom were already dead, are difficult to track down. And papers filed with court, the defense started to ask for more time. They had the proof was lost, witnesses were not available. The prosecutors asked for official. The case got stopped, they got stopped again and again. The trial will be pushed back, sent on to vote. All right, court is now in session. The judge said, Sheila King Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County Court for Thursday afternoon hearing. Her attorneys asked for records and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors that believe some of their requests from the evidence, including some evidence linked to a confession of this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any of his statutes and apologized. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I haven't done anything with any that, he added. King Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know when he gets information, and then they don't. The attorney said, there's no exhibit here, they added. This was an intentional golden evidence, and that's why we felt we had to come to court, they concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice to give her own team in coming. Just 50 weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutor's account of what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start together until the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Robbie Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides though denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them hugging in the office and closed together and spending the money together. Michael was never charged for murdering Marlene because the finances were very connected to those in his life. Still, it gave people in the area After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren made a woman who was no about to kill his wife. For people who knew about the book, this is like confirmation. Strange kind of imagery. And it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the when he saw that clown walk away from the word. He was over with his head. He got married again. He was happy. And keeping all these things with a woman who thought he'd be the killer. No matter what the defense said, no one looked that clown in the eyes and said he would never forget his words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was in a 12-year sentence. The Florida law said she'd get credit for time served, which included the year she spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the crazy thing I ever said to you? Following her guilty plea, which was 20 feet, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Leave Hardenberg, state attorney for Palm County, made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren will always be admitted to murder. And will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyers got him released when she was leave. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Dean Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit the crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, it was a real relief or pleasure. He still had pain and wouldn't go away. It was said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it was a while. They were precious. And the sentence was cut short. He finally had to say one thing on his letter. We found out the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. For her home in Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Queen back all Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it could choke me out a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel I'll cry when I'm crying, not thinking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith I never give up, yeah, they got it in mind to do so. Eventually it works out them and me, she concluded. The killer cause story was all over the news in Florida more than 30 years. A woman was killed at a front door. You were the best, with not a balloon, saw him witnessing for decades, and then came back wearing waiting, then husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely light way with a plea and crazy release. Some people think that Sheila was wrongly convicted, and an old case and an old court system turned a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If the story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for a true crime update, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can be just on the other side of your front door. What seemed like a normal knock turned into another, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. A white Chrysler pulled suddenly into the Florida driveway of the White House. Some guy on the passenger side, they wore a white orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with white gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Vance, 20, was having Christmas friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got answered. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how quick, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The clown waved a weapon, and found turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take this clown's ask back age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far stories tell. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County, moved for shows, family fans, and peace and quiet for the urban class. But on May 26, 1990, the train came crashing down and it broke in the biggest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a sign going out Arrow Club Drive, and there was chaos in Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away in a serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators stormed her home. The victims in the scene were staring, red and white balloons, followed by 15 soft cars, and a red spot on the front door brought 2 of the children. There had been a shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with a clown outfit on, she moved on, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son Joe and his friends, were scared but stuck with what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they would want to kill this woman. It was almost too strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit was very theatrical. It was creepy enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had thick colored hair, red nose, white gloves, and what face made on. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There's nothing angry or wild about them. They were brown and calm. They were just very focused on the object at hand. Afterward, he said he both remembered them. It was odd. The clown did run away. On the way, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the car, and pulled away from the house as if it was done to delivery. The car did not have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." One showed his skit out Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was all gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements from witnesses made. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and press stop, police were left with the same question: who killed someone broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was person or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And like Marlene Warren, this one didn't seem to have any enemies. She had business, had family, and was quite a figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just appeared out of thin air, and they dropped by a suburban home by accident. But strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had to start somewhere. Topsy damaged search for Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, Topsy went Chrysler Leon and after witness descriptions of the letter. A few miles away from the world, it was found in a moving parking lot. Empty. It had been cleaned, but not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some right orange thick fibers, which might come from makeaway. It wasn't a gun or a gun suit, but there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in a normal way. The last people spent the Chrysler, 2 lost tourists tried to return to a Hale's location after only a few hours they had left some company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, but couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a Hale's store. It was owned by party owners, a used car lot that Clement with the yellow pages had under the next one. At the time, it seemed like it was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in case the murder involving sold the car, it was enough to get police interest. They started looking at people who worked for party owners. These people were the man Brandon, and the woman did the possessions for him. The police looked into Marlene Warren's life. They didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any angry complaints, shady business partners, or angry exhausts. From what I could tell, it was light and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of rental neighbors, lived in peace, and lived in Class A OC Club neighborhood. She had been married for over 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took a close look at the car. They did tie the Barbie murders sketchy, but it not against the law. That being said, even if some connected to the leadership, it didn't kill Chrysler. That didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. 2 people who worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. She might dress as a clown with an orange white gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off the shoes that were too big though. One gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers picked her out a picture on it, but the other one said, "I'm not sure," which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being a file for cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that a clown had done a near perfect crime. No errands. The son saw his mother pass out in the hallway of their home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car that was behind it. He went to the hospital to wait, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and strange pictures of mother like balloons just before she died. In the end, said that the worst about it all was that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. They were no one before that or daring to go to. He was fine in the present. Marlene's family held on memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to withhold from others. It was only a few weeks before I was up. If anything happens to me, you know it, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Here and I, the proof is that they were like us. The witnesses moved on, and some of them went on. The world started to forget Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Long Beach County Sheriff's Office hired Brent using DNA technology to look at old cases again. The killer phone case was one of the files that need to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after sending the tools from the day, and this was a name that the Sheriff's Office thought about, but they couldn't prove it. The hair that was found in the air was not. It was female, long, it came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare it by proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. But now, I think from mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for research to find clear genetics. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Deal cause was the name of the business, and her name was Sheila Keen. She had been briefly questioned during first probe. She said time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder, though. Even though one of the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the con outfit. However, the cops of LA told her until no. The DNA proved not only how to find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was living with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They were in a burger stand called the Cool Cow in a rural part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors said they were private, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind signs and deep fried milkshakes though. That Sheila Keen, the rest of the clown, had been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Abingdon, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. She was in fact back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw chance at justice for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were about to get even messy. Well, higher on Main Street in Abingdon is a historic, quite with the story of one girl charged with a heinous crime for decades ago, continues to be front page news. In Long Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren, but here she's Debbie, and in the neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice, fat people all around. I just felt so welcome in their home, and in ours too. I said, just about everyone in the neighborhood in Virginia, like Debbie, Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were fit right in. I said, this is the community that Paul has been living. It's included upscale neighborhood in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here. There are just pictures of rolling hills and the lake in the back. This is a stark contrast to where Sheila Warren is now in jail cell. Try to picture their friend Debbie as a woman who dresses as a clown. Then shoot her husband's wife in the face. 27 years ago is her figure. She would be the last person on earth I would respect. My neighbor said, she's just so loving. Up until recently, Lennon told me the Warrens spent 6 days a week in a small drive-through restaurant. It was owned mainly by Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers. We only see them on Sundays. days, Len said. This summer, Len explained, the couple retired, spending more time home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, he'd get in the ballpark and go down and see what he and Mike work to, and maybe they're at the dock or working in their yard, he said. But now, woman knows Debbie prepared to her first degree murder charges and confessed the death penalty. I felt shaken, very shocked, and said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, the woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. You're just talking in the house. Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very distraught, they added. We talked on the phone, he said. You know, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. Sheila King Warren thought she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left for and started a new life far away from where it all began. In business, in town, and in marriage. But police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they knew evidence of the physics, and one goal to get the person guilty. Some things were wrong though, so the proof becomes reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1999 and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces come up to 20% of men that would be used as the right way. Authorities were blamed for following one case in order to close out the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila escaped, but she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing guns were made in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by another gun? Was this just an accident with clown costume? There have been weirder things. The Killer case hit the Titan Committee of London in 1980. That is the Sheila King Warren disguised herself in full face clown costume and shot Marlene Warren at point blank range. King Warren later married the husband Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact has been following this case since Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren has also used a false family paperwork, so taxpayers pay for a high-profile defense attorney. The prosecutors presented some assets tied to King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The Killer trial was held at court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. The prosecutor said, it's time to get this case tried, and I expect there will be any delays. They added. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because the murder is a great performance. Witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. When papers filed with court, the defense said it asked for more time. They said the proof was lost. Witnesses were not available. The prosecutor's actions were questionable. The case got stuck and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 months total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said, Sheila King Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County Federal courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of the requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to reporting confession from this man at the bar. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for the oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I've done nothing to have been said, he added. King Warren's attorney said it was essential. They know they give us information and we don't, the attorney said. There's no exhibit here, they added. This was intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why we felt like we had to go to court, concluded. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice that even her own name didn't seek him. Just a few weeks before the long trial, a plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before filing court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with the prosecutors what would happen, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer ordered outside court, and she still believes she's in it, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what had happened didn't come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for RE Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren's R lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides though denied. Later, detectives heard people who saw the hugging in the office, had long lunches together, and even spending the night together, and Michael was charged with murdering Marlene. His finances were very connected with those of his wife. Still, it made him married twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. But people knew about Bo, so like operation, a strange time decision, and it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right when he saw the clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his bed. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things with whom Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked the clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. But Florida law said she could get credit for 9 served, which included the year she stayed in jail before the trial. She also had early good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Harmon, state attorney of Palm Beach County, made a recommend. Sheila King Warren will also be admitted convicted murder and will wear that stain every day for the rest of her life. He said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased. She said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Warren had been released and is returning to her family. He said. As we stated at the beginning, she did not commit this crime. He added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it took a while. There were questions, and the sentence was cut short. He found out to say one thing behind his letter. We found out, he said. We found peace, he added. From her own last face, 87-year-old Shirley had called Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief. And it could shut me up a bit thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm talking about it. She said, thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never gave up. No, this is they hided their mind to do so. Eventually, it works on them and me, she concluded. Killer clown stories all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door. You know best, written on them. Someone went missing for decades, and then came back wearing a wedding with a victim's husband. The case did not end with a drag trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a especially quiet way, that plea and a crane quick release. Some people think the children were only admitted, and then old case and old court system turned top spot. Some people think she got info. Thank you for watching. If this story had impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and for notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I love the video. What do you think? Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In the video, we explore a shame case that serves as a terrible reminder that danger reaches on the other side of your front door. What seemed like no luck turned to a nightmare, leading by fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful late Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. White Chrysler then pulled slowly into the Wellington Florida Broadway White House. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 happy balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands, like gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, no parents, 20, some breakfast for friends. The door rang. The dog got the answer. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The clown raised the weapon, and the person turned around and walked quietly back to the car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone tried to get out, couldn't explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take the clown's massive decade page. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for real-life crime cases, and turn on notification so you never miss out. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far stories travel. Now, let's get into this. There wasn't much online in Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County known for horse shows, airplane fans, and a peace and quiet study up in the less. But on May 26, 1990, that chain came crashing down, and it broke in the streets like you think of. Later, there was a severe loud bang. Some people remember seeing the sergeant go down Carroll Blood Drive, and there was chaos in Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital by in a serious condition. She would live for days more. Before her time on Earth came to an end. Made of crime, investigators wandered her home. The evidence in the scene was red and white balloons, full of baskets of colors, and the rest on the front door rocked over the children. They had one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son, Joe, parents, and friends, were scared, but stopped what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts, then pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this man. It was almost too strange to believe what he said. The clown outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make me feel very uneasy. She had four hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes, though, that really got Joe's attention. There was nothing eerie or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he always remembered them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back across her, and pulled away from the house as if they were just on delivery. The car did not license it or anything to identify itself. The only thing they were left behind was a balloon of flowers. It said on the balloons, "You're the best." When the show was got Snow White, the police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. The law was long on the behind it roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. They were into the crime scene. The ambulance left and stopped. Police left with the same question: who would kill someone in broad daylight up as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of being or theft. There were no call notes or threats. Then why is Marlene Warren? This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime just appeared out of thin air and then dropped in a suburban home by accident. But strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place at the center. Cops began to search with the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found the white Chrysler matched the witness description's letter. A few miles away from the Warren home, he was on the wooden parking lot, empty. He had clean, but not very well. Investigators found something inside they called trace evidence. There were some kinds of real hair and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which might come from anyway, but wasn't it done or guns? There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was soon, but not in the normal way. The last one of the cars were too close to try to return to it. He was location at only a few hours to get from someone in the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages and didn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the key inside the parked car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know that they were pulling out when they called in. It turned out the number they called didn't actually belong to the store. It was on the Barbie notice. A used car lot. They called the yellow pages ad on the mail. It seemed like this was a small kid dishonest advertising. When they came to the murder, Molly and sold the car. It wasn't for the police interest. They started looking into the people who worked for Barbie Morse. These people were the men who read it that only be the repossession for him. When police looked into Molly's life, they didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They couldn't find any complaints. She didn't disperse or angry ex-spouse. From what I could tell, she was locked and causing trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of real papers and lived in peace in London's high-class A, OZ club neighborhood. She'd been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she began working very accurate records. That woman was killed by stranger in a mess in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still unsure. They took another close look at the car. The dealership's ties to Barbie Morse were sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even someone connected to the dealership that didn't kill the Chrysler, that didn't show motive. It didn't prove right at all. Then there was a break. Two people who worked at a nearby clothing shop sold up. They said a woman right before the store closed, just 2 nights before killing. She was short on time and very clear. She wanted to size the clown with white gloves, a red nose, and a lot of makeup on her face. She didn't take off shoes that were too big though. That woman gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers would pick her up like a but the other one said they weren't sure, which still was enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no other bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story from being news began in files of all cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain, the clown had a near quick crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw his wife pass out in the hallway of their home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the evidence got there. He was in the car, it was behind it. He went to the hospital to meet, and 2 days later, it was by the time when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange pictures of the balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about it all was there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to point at or care to go to. He was still present. Marley's family loved the memories and peace of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she was saying with gold to our lives. It was only needs to work on us up. If anything happens to me, no one did, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The root just sat there collecting dust. The witnesses moved on, and some of them moved on. The world started to forget Marley's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff decided on grant to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The killer colonists was on the files that lead to the it had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists think those fibers are named after investigative tools from today. And this was the name the sheriff's office found up, but they never proved it. The hair was found there, but on. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you only really merit the kind of proof visually. You could really match scientifically. But now, checking the mitochondrial DNA has made it possible researchers find clear evidence. The hair likely belonged to a woman used to work for Marley's husband, Michael Warren. 2 cars were the main business, and her name was Sheila Keen. Sheila had a brief question during the first row. She said at the time that she was looking for caution to take back. She couldn't say for sure she was during the murder though. Even though the clerk recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, cops had no way to hold her until now. The DNA proved not only detectives found her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than work with Mike Warren. She was now living with him. They were married. They got married in 2002. It was 12 years after Marley Warren's killed. They ran a bird stand called Pearl Cow in Wood Park, South Virginia. They never said they were pregnant, nice and quiet. They were questioning Heinz Lines and deep-fried milkshakes though. That Sheila Keen, her breast as a clown, had been waiting for us for almost 3 years. Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office put Tabby in Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila testified back. She appealed out to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family got a chance at justice the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean it was over. That's right, things were about to get investigated. Well, I'm here in the main street of It's a historic point town with a story of their own charge of the Hayes crime from decades ago. It continues to be page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Keen Warren. Here, she's debating, and in her neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. She loved talking, but I don't know what to say. Beautiful neighborhood, nice, friendly people all around. I just felt so well in her home, and then ours too, my neighbors did. Just about everyone in the Heron Point neighborhood near Paddington, Virginia, believe Debbie and Michael Warren alone. We have wonderful neighbors here, and they were, fit right in. Another said, this is the community where the couple has been living. It's a secluded, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, but the rest of the pictures of rolling hills and a lake in the back. This is a contrast where Sheila Keen Warren is now in jail. Trying to picture the thin Debbie as a woman who dresses as a clown. Then she turned her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago. It's hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth who would ever set a name said. She's just so loving on her head. Up until recently, Unsolved Warrens spent 6 days a week in a small drive-through restaurant. It was owned in nearby Kingsford, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we can only see them on Sundays. But it said, this summer, let us explain. The couple retired, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my car and go down and see what Debbie and Mike were up to. And maybe they could go back or working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman they know is Debbie is preparing to answer first degree murder charges and we face that family. I felt shaken, very, very shocked, the neighbor said. And I stopped by Warren's house this morning. The woman answered the door, saying Michael Warren wasn't home either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just watching the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well. My friend said, he's very, very distraught. They added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did after this. And I said, I leave you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Keen Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila Keen. She quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had evidence, updated forensics, and one goal, to get the person good. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had come less reliable than fun. A lot of the witnesses from 1990 had died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like the DNA sample, showed chicks had come up to 20% of women. That would be used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following up the case in order to close the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing clowns were made in the days of murder. Could this have been done by another clown? But this is just an accident with clown effects out. There are weirder things. The kill clown case hit the community one in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Keen Warren disguised herself in full face clown costume and shot Marley Warren at point blank range. Keen Warren later married the husband, Michael Warren. Sheila Warren. Clip 5 has been following this case since Sheila Keen Warren was considered 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayer pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors said instant assets tied to Keen Warren, her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. The prosecutor said, it's time to get this case tried, and I expect there will be any delays. They added. Both sides agree on a new trial date because evidence of the brutal murder is in archaic formats and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with the court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses are unavailable, and the prosecutors are unsuitable. The case got stuck, and got stuck again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times in total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said, Sheila Keen Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for 15 minutes and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of the requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statute and apologized. I apologize for the overrated oversight, he said. I'm doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I haven't done anything of any bad intent, he added. Keen Warren, the attorney said it wasn't show. They know when they got information and when they don't, the attorney said. There's an accident here, they added. This was an intentional withholding of evidence, and that's why we felt like we had to come to court. Let a few years go by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila Keen Warren made a shocking choice to be her own lawsuit didn't see coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before trial in court, she didn't say much. When after she agreed, prosecutors covered what happened. She just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told the reporter outside the court that she still believes she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barbie Morse in 1990. This was Michael Warren Carlock. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them hugging in the office, having long lunches together, and even spending night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene, and his finances were very connected with those of his wife. Still, many people in the area looked twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the probe, this was like a strange time of century. And hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in back, he saw the clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his head. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things when Joe thought might be the killer. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked that clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Keen Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Florida law said she could get credit for time served, which included years she spent in jail before trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I have said to you? Following guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Einberg, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila Keen Warren will always be admitted convicted murder and wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed kind of displeased when she said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled that Miss Keen Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, there was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it was a while, there were questions. The sentence cut short. He finally had to say something on his mother. We found the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. For her own Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Quinn got Paul Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Got a sigh of relief, and it kind of shook me up thinking about, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I have faith that I never gave up, because if they got in mind to do so, eventually it was up to them and me, she concluded. Because fun stories all over the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman was killed at her front door, over the vest, written on a loom. Someone who went missing for decades, and then came back one morning with a victim's husband. Case did not end with a trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, with a plea and a crazy release. Some people think that Sheila was wrongly convicted, and an old case and an old court system put her in a spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for True Crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore a chilling case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger can be just on the other side of your front door. What seemed like normal luck turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The white Chrysler then pulled slowly into the Wellington, Florida driveway of a quiet house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and a bag of flowers in their hands as they gloves. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Aaron's 20 was having breakfast with some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got up and answered it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then it was a terrible sound. The clown raised the weapon, and the funny person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone got figured out couldn't explain how the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take this clever master decades to age. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get to the case. There wasn't much going on in Wellington, Florida, a clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County known for shows, role-playing fans, and peace and quiet for the upper middle class. But on 26, 1990, that dream came crashing down and broke in the strangest way you can think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a siren going down Airplane Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away and is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators swarmed her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Men in balloons, a flower bucket in soft colors, and a red spot in the front door brought joy to the children. They hadn't been shot. Everyone remembered said there was an image. Even with a clown outfit on, the shooter of the door, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, son, children, and his friends were scared but stuck with the dead. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts, and pulled a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like something of a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was creepy enough to make you feel very ugly. He had thick orange hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of face beyond. It was the eyes, though, that really caught Joe's attention. There was nothing angry or wild about them. They were round and calm. They were very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he would always surrender them. It was also odd that the clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as they were just about to make a delivery. The car didn't have a license tag or any other way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were the balloons of flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "Go the best." Only Joe Skip about Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was long gone by the time they put up roadblocks. Statements from witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and the press stopped, police were left with a scary question. Who would kill someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on if it was just chance. There was no sign of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or thefts. Then why Marlene Warren? This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had a family, and was a quiet figure in her neighborhood. At first, it seemed like the crime had just veered out of there and dropped into her home by accident. The strange and incomplete signs were all over the place. It started somewhere. The cops began their search with the Chrysler Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops found the white Chrysler murder and actually the description still there. A few miles away from the Warren home, he was found in a windy parking lot. Empty. It had been cleaned and not very well. Investigators found something inside that they called trace evidence. There were such signs of real hair and some bright orange synthetic flowers. We might have come from Maple, but there wasn't a gun or clown suit. But there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car recorded stolen, not in the normal way. The last people to rent the Chrysler were 2 lost tourists who tried to rent it to a. He located only a few hours to be in touch with someone from the company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on one told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. But the car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a dealer store. It was owned by Barton Motors, a used car lot, and equivalent with a fake yellow pages ad under this one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a small case of dishonest advertising. But in the case of the murder involving a stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. They started going to the people who worked for Barton Motors. These people were the men who read it and the one who did the real sessions for him. When police looked into Marlene Warren's life, they didn't find much. There were no known fates or traps. They couldn't find any angry clients, cheap business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was let and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of renters and lived in peace in Wellington's high last day OC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together. She was known for keeping very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger in a mask in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took another close look at the Galley car. The dealership ties Barton Motors were state. They were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the dealership had given Kelly Chrysler, that didn't show motive. It didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. 2 people worked at a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 nights before killing. He was short on time and very clear. She wanted to dress out as a clown with an orange wig, butt gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She could take off the shoes that were too big though. The woman gave money and then left. Later, one of the workers who came around with a picture went up. The other one said they weren't sure, but still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in a fine cold cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing that was still certain was that clown had done a great crime. Joe Harris, son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway of their home when he was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, was wounded. He went to the hospital a week, and 2 days later, he was by her bedside when she died. What Joe saw that changed his life for decades. The sounds, the lights, and the strange picture of his mother laughing at balloons just before she died. In the end, he said that the worst thing about it all was that there were no illusions. No one was to blame. There was no one to put that or hear him go to. He was stuck in a desert. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she was said when told him to last. It was only a few weeks before her time was up. If anything happened to me, you know who did it, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just sat there like dust. The witnesses moved on, and some of them moved on. The world started to forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office got government credit to use new DNA technology to look into old cases again. The Tippett case was one of the files that need to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime. The hair, the fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave the fiber's name after testing them with tools from today. And this was the name the Sheriff's Office thought of. They didn't prove it. The hair that was found in the urn was found. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare the kind of proof visually. You couldn't really match scientifically. But now, checking for mitochondrial DNA has made possible for researchers to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like a long ago woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Deal cars were the name of the business. Her name was Keen. Sheila had been briefly questioned during the first probe. She said at the time she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say for sure where she was during the murder though. Even though one of the recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the clown outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keen did more than just work with Michael Warren. She was now living, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which was 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. They ran a bird stand called the Purple Cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors, they were private, nice and quiet. There was a kitchen behind the smiles and deep-fried milkshakes though. As Sheila Keen had arrested the clown, had they been in for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies in Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went back to Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. She didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. The Warren family saw Janet just for the first time in 27 years, but that didn't mean it was over. That's right, things were about to get investigated. On here on the Main Street page. It's a story. Click on the disorder under charge that he's calling from days ago. It continues to front page news. In Palm County, she's called Sheila King Warren. But here is Debbie. And in her room 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood. Nice, friendly people all around. I just felt so welcome in her home. And then ours too. I never said. Just about everyone there in Quinton Road near Hampton, Virginia. Believe me, and my alone. That wonderful neighbors here. Where, fit right in. I noticed it. This is a community with a couple of living. It's a secluded, scale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, with our ridiculous view of rolling hills and a leaping back. This is a stark contrast where Sheila King Warren is now a DSL. Trying to picture her friend Debbie as a woman who would dress as a clown. Then shoot her husband's wife in the face 27 years ago is hard to figure. She would be the last person on earth I would ever respect. I never said. She's just so loving. Never had. Up until recently, Len Sophie Warren spent 16 weeks in a small private restaurant in Oklahoma in Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we only see on Sundays, Len said. This summer, Len explained, the couple retired, spending more time at home, becoming better friends and neighbors. Right now, if we had anything to do, I get in my ballpark and go out and see what Debbie like work do. And maybe they're at the book or working in their yard, he said. But now, the woman knows Debbie is preparing cancer for the returns and faced difficulty. I felt shame, very, very shocked, the neighbor said. And when I stopped by Warren's house this morning, a woman answered the door, saying Uncle Warren won't home either. Is Uncle Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't, she replied. We're just in the house. Okay, sorry, thank you, I said. Okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very, very distraught. He added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. And Sheila King Warren was caught. She was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Betty, Debbie Warren, and Sheila King. He had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer studying the past. In his case, they had new evidence, updated forensics, and one goal, take the person guilty. But they were wrong, though. Some of the proof become less reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1999 and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And all the animal results, like one DNA sample, showed trace had come up to 20% of it. That were used against them right away. Authorities were blamed for following the case in order to close the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was it because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 40 reports of seeing clowns remained days before murder. But this had been done by another clown. Was this just an accident of clown stuff? There had been weird things. The killer clown case hit targeting in London in 1990. It does believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full-face clown costume and shot Warren point blank range. King Warren later victim's husband, Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 is following this case. Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork. Taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. Prosecutors listed a list of assets tied to King Warren, her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer clown trial is now set to play out in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said. It's time to get this case tried, and I don't expect there will be any delays. They added. Both sides agreed to a new trial date because evidence of the murder is in archaic fonts. Witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. When papers filed with the court, the defense started to ask for more time. They said the proof was lost. Witnesses not available, and prosecutors' sections were questionable. Things got stuck, and got again and again. The trial will be pushed back 7 times total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said. Sheila King Warren was escorted into a Palm County courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for extra minutes and wanted more time to prepare for trial. They claimed that prosecutors did not release some of their requested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported conviction of this man, Edward Garr. This prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, and I do nothing anytime intent, he added. King Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know it was information, and they don't, the attorney said. There's no hardship here, they had. This was an intentional withholding evidence, and that's why we felt we had to come to court. They did. Another few years went by, and then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a shocking choice to give her law team agency coming. Just a few weeks before the long-awaited trial, plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed with prosecutors about what happened, she just said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court she still believed she was innocent, but she took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The whole picture of what happened didn't start to come better until after the plea deal was made. She worked as a robbery officer for murders in 1990. This was Michael Warren. He and then there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides, though, denied it. Later, it served for people who saw me in the office, having lunches together, and he's spending the night together, and Michael is in charge of murdering Marlene because science is very connected to those of his life. Still, he made people in the area look lost. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who know about the code, it was like confirmation, a strange kind of surgery, and it hit Marlene Warren's son, Joe, right in the gut and saw that clown walk away without a word. He was alone with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things with a woman no thought he'd kill her. No matter what the defense said, Joe looked the clown in the eyes and said he would never forget those words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Her Florida law said she could be credited for time served. She completed the year she spent in jail before her trial. She was also let out early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Ottinger, his state Palm Beach County, made her recommend. Sheila King Warren always be committed to murder and will wear that saying every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyers didn't find it disease. He said she was relieved. We are absolutely thrilled Miss King Warren had been released and was returned to her family, he said. As we stated from the beginning, she did not commit this crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, it was a real relief or pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes, even though it took a while. There were questions, and the sentence was short. He finally got to say one thing about her mother. We found the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her home Las Vegas. He said, Shirley Twain got a call today she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sigh of relief, and it kind of put me up there thinking about, sometimes I feel like crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I had faith that I'm ready, because they had it in mind to do so. Eventually, it works out for them and me, she concluded. Killer Clown Zora was all the news in Florida for more than 30 years. A woman killed at her front door. You were the best. We were the someone who was missing for decades and came back wearing wedding ring to the husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or a decision shown on TV. It ended in a strange light way with a plea and a crazy release. Some people think that Sheila was wrongly convicted. In that old case, an old court system put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe to True Crime Content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, the explorer case serves as a terrifying reminder that danger lay just on the outside of your front door. What seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The black press then pulled slowly into the open Florida driveway of a house. Someone got passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 heavy balloons and a packet of flowers in their hands with white gloves. People found inside the house. Joe Aaron's honey, having breakfast with his friends. The doorbell rang. His mom got to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Then there was a terrible sound. The car raised the weapon, and finally turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off, but up too fast. Anyone trying to figure it out could explain how women's lying doorway. It will take us time to investigate this page. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood Palm Beach County, the 4 shows, early bands, and peace and quiet for the upper middle class. But on May 26, 1990, that dream crashed on, and it broke as famous by you think of. Later, neighbors heard a loud bang. Some people were hearing siren going down Club Drive, and there was chaos in the Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital right away in a serious condition. She lived for 2 days more. Before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after crime, investigators stormed her home. They found some scenes scary. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red spot in front door brought joy to children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no edge. Even the clown fit on, the shooter was gone, leaving unclear saying. The business, some Joe and his friends were scared, but stopped what they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a line and shot her straight in the head. After that, they just left. If like something for a bad dream or nightmare, no one saw the attack coming, and no one could figure out why they wanted to kill this man. It was also strange to believe what was being said. The clown's outfit wasn't very theatrical. It was sweet enough to be feel very easy. She had thick hair, a red nose, white gloves, and a lot of fitting on. It was the eyes, that really caught Joe's attention. There was a lady were loud about them. They were round and calm. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, He said we both remember them. It was so odd that the gun didn't run away. On the way out, he didn't trip or freak out. Then he slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, pulled away from the house, and they were just done making delivery. The car didn't have his head or any other way to find stuff. The only thing that was behind were the balloons and flowers. Set on under the balloons, your best. One Jones skid out Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but when they seen the car arrive, the car was all gone and the car blood roadblocks. Bacon witnesses were taken. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the ambulance left and pressed stop, police were left with a scary mystery. Who would kill someone in broad daylight while the rest is on? Why is that? No one could tell. If it was personal or not, they couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. And bodies were unworn. This one didn't seem to have any enemies. She ran a business, had family, and was a guy figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like the crime had just appeared out of thin air, and brought them some home accident. The strange moving signs were all over the place. Had started somewhere. They copied the amateur search with the Chrysler Leon. 4 days to the murder. Cops found the Chrysler rim and matched his description of the letter. A few miles away from the world. It was on the BBC paramount. Empty. It had been clean and very well. The investigator found something inside they called trace evidence. There were some strands of real hair and some bright orange step fibers, which might have come from the that one or bound to. There was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was reported stolen, but not in a normal way. The last people to read the press were two law sources trying to return to a daily location had only a few hours from the sound from the company. They told them they saw the yellow pages when they couldn't find anyone there. Someone blind told believed the keys inside and parked the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. They figured out the number they called didn't actually belong to a data store. It was owned by Barney Motors. They used the car up and it covered with 50 yellow ad under the paint. At the time, it seemed like such a small case of dishonest advertising. And the case of the murder among the stolen car was enough to get police interested. They started related to people who worked for Barney Motors. These people were the man who read it, who owned leading possessions for him. The police looked into Barney Moore's life. They didn't find much. There were no known feats or threats. Couldn't find any angry clients, changes in partners, or any excuses. From what I could tell, she liked and didn't cause any trouble. She helped take care of real estate. She took care of ventilators and lived in peace in Lincoln's high-class A OC club neighborhood. She had married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was known for keeping very sharp records. That woman killed by a stranger in mask in his living room. How did that happen? Police were still not sure. Took another close look at the LR. The ocean's house of Barney Motors were sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even if someone connected to the ocean had been the killer Chrysler, that didn't show it. Didn't prove much at all. Then there was a break. Two people were in a near building shop spoke up. They said women rushed in right before the store closed, just 2 minutes before the killing. She was short on time and very clear. He wanted to drive the car with orderly, red gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She could take off the shoes that were too big, but won't get me, and then left. Later, one of the workers put out the picture on it. The other one said they were sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, and no bartenders who knew who she was. The store order for being news, being the file for all cases. It had been months and years, and the only thing was still certain was that Tom had been crime. The appearance, his son, saw his mother pass out in the hallway at home when he was only 1 years old. He stayed for until the ambulance got there. He was in the car, was grounded. He went to the hospital late, and 2 days later, he was hired bedside when she died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sons, the loss, and strange picture of the balloons shot before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing of it all is that there were no solutions. No one could blame. There was no one to point at or hear from. He was stuck in their head. Marlene's family held on to memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how free she was, and what she said the whole time would last. It was only a few weeks before it was up. If any happened to me, you know who did, she said. But that big warning didn't seem to be anywhere. Years went by. Proof just like dust. But this moved on, and someone moved on. The world soon forget about Marlene's name until 2014. In that year, the Ultra Sheriff's Office got a government grant to use new DNA technology to look at the whole case again. Kill case was one of the files that needed to be looked at. It had been 24 years since the crime, but the hair, fibers, and balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers a name after testing with tools from the day, and this was the name that the Sheriff's Office thought about. They never proved it. The hair found in the print was brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, the only really clear that got proof visually. You can really match scientifically. But now, checking for mitochondrial DNA tests made it possible for research to find further links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used it for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. The cause was named this, and named Jean. Sheila had been questioned during the first poll. He said at the time that she was looking for cars to take back. She couldn't say sure where she was during Murderville. Didn't know when the announcer. She said she didn't know anything about the climate fit. However, the cost said no way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped to find her again, but also proved something else. During that time, she became more than just working with Michael Warren. She now lived with him, and they were married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years after Marlene Warren was killed. Ran a burger stand called Purple Cow in Robert, Southwest Virginia. Their neighbors were bright, nice, and quiet. There was a question behind the smile's deep fried milkshakes though. Has Sheila ever been found? They waited for justice for almost 30 years. Deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office went to Athens, Virginia in September 2017. They found Sheila and put her in jail. She couldn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent back to Florida. Warren family saw a chance at justice for her time in 27 years, but that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things are about to get the here on the main street of Abingdon. Today's story, Queen Town this story went around church Haynes crime for a decade ago. It used to be front page news. In Palm Beach County, she's called Sheila Jean Warren. Here, she's Debbie, and in a neighborhood 15 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. Up in Illinois, nice, and the people around. I just felt so up in her home, and in her house too, 100%. Just after one neighborhood neighborhood in Abingdon, they Debbie and Nicole Warren alone. We had wonderful nature. They were, fit right in. I understand. This is the community that built in living. It's a secluded upscale neighborhood nestled in mountains. You can house is right here, where it's just a pure view of Indian hills and a lake in the back. There's a stock contrast where Sheila Jean Warren is now in a jail cell. Trying to get a picture of Debbie as a woman who dresses fun. Then she can also back in the face. 27 years ago is hard to figure. She'd be the last person on earth I would ever suspect, neighbors said. She's just so lucky, and then up until recently, Glenn told me Warrens that 6 days a week at the small private restaurant. They was all nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we wouldn't only see them on Sundays, Glenn said. This summer, Glenn explained, the couple retired, spending more time home, and meeting their friends and neighbors. And now, if they didn't have anything to do, I'd get in my ballpark and go down and see Debbie might want to. And maybe they're both working in the yard, he said. Now, the woman named Debbie preparing to first degree murder charges. We faced death penalty. I felt shame, very shocked, and neighbors said. We must stop by Warren's house this morning. He answered the door, saying Warren, not home either. Is Warren? Is home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just locked in the house? Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very distraught, David. When he talked on the phone, he said, you know, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila Jean Warren was caught, she was 15 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie, Warren, and Sheila Jean. She had finally left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, new town, and a new marriage. The police were no longer just looking past. In this case, they had evidence, up-to-date friends, and one goal, to get personal guilty. Something went wrong though. Some of the proof had become reliable over time. A lot of witnesses from 1990 died, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the analytical results, like one DNA sample, showed traces coming up to 20% in it that would be used as the right way. Authorities were looking for following the case in order to close up the case that had been for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she was the only person who could have been responsible. They also brought up a strange thing. At least 4 reports to see clowns running in the days before the murder. Could this have been done by the With this just extent of clown mix up, there have been weirder things. The killer clown case topped the community of London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila Jean Warren disguised herself in full-face clown costume and shot Warren in point range. Jean Warren later married the victim's husband, Michael Warren. Sheila Warren. Contact 5 is involving this case. Sheila Jean Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying the work. The taxpayers would pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors had no list of assets tied to Jean Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $300,000 in cash. The killer gun trial is now set by court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. The prosecutor said, it's time to get this case tried, and I expect no delays ahead. Both sides agreed on a new trial date because evidence of the murder is archaic evidence, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. When papers filed with court, defense started asking for more time. They said the proof was lost, witnesses were unavailable, and prosecutors' actions were questionable. The case got stuck, and got stuck again and again. The trial would be put back 7 times total. All right, court is now in session. The judge said, Sheila Jean Warren was escorted into a long county full courtroom for Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her accused asked for this and wants more time to prepare for trial. The state prosecutors did not believe some of their requested discredits, including some evidence linked to a remote confession from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any force and apologized. I apologize for the oversight, he said. I am doing my very best, he continued. There's a lot of in this case, but I have nothing that I have intent. He had. Jean Warren's attorney said it's intentional. They know that there's information, and then he said, there's no accident here. They had. This was intentional for the evidence, and that's why I felt like we had come to court, he concluded. Another few years went by, and then out of the blue, Sheila Jean Warren made a shocking choice to get her own lawsuit income. Just 2 weeks before the long-awaited trial, the deal was made. Sheila Jean Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for 5 years before trial in court, she didn't say much. When asked if she would prosecutors having what happened, she just said, yes sir. Her lawyer told reporters outside of court that she still believed she was innocent, but she took a plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't start to come together until after the deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barney Motors in 1990. This was Michael Warren's car lot. Even then, there were more and more rumors than fair. Both sides though denied it. They differed from people who saw them in the office, having long lives together, and even spending night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene. His finances were very connected to his wife. Still, they made people in their twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married the woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about the book, this is a confirmation. A strange time sooner, and Marlene Warren's son, Joe, making it up and saw that clown walk away and not a word. He was long with his dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things with a woman Joe thought he'd be together. When I let him confess it, Joe looked that clown in the eyes and said he'd never forget the words. Following the deal, Sheila Keene Warren was given a 12-year sentence. Before the loss, she did credit for time, sir. She could have used same jail before trial. She was also now early for being good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her best plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Daily Hardenberg, state attorney of Long Beach County, made a recommend. Sheila Keene Warren will always admit to the murder and will wear the stain every day for the rest of her life. He said. On the other hand, her lawyers included deceased when she chooses to leave. We absolutely thrilled that Miss Keene Warren has been released and returning to her family. He said. As he stated from the beginning, she did not prove this one. He added. Marlene's son, on the other hand, who had a real belief pleasure. He still had pain that wouldn't go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. He looked a while. There were questions. And as it got short, he finally said something about her. We found out the truth. He said. We found peace. He added. Her home in Las Vegas. The 7-year-old Shirley Quinn had called Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. I had a sigh of relief. And, it kind of choked me a bit thinking out, because sometimes I feel like I cry when I'm running and talking about it. She said, thank you. That's what I say. He added. Well, I had faith in their idea, you think I didn't realize so. Eventually it works for them and me. She concluded. We put close stories all in the news in Florida going on 30 years. A woman that killed her from war. Who was the best? Written on the loom. Some women sing for decades. And they get back wearing wedding ring. Victim's husband. The case did not end with a dramatic trial or decision shown on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way. The plea and quick release. Some think that she was wrongly convicted. And that old case and an old court system for a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story left an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for more true crime content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In the video, we explore a chain case that serves as a terrifying reminder that danger reaches just because I front door. Seems like a knock turned to a nightmare, leading by fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. The bikes then pulled slowly into the Florida driveway of the White House. Some got out of the passenger side. They wore a white morning wig, had a smile drawn on the face, and held 2 balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands, white gloves. It was calm. Inside the house, Joe Aarons, 20, was heading back to the friends. The door rang. His mom met Everett. Joe watched her open the door and smiled in the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, lucky, she said. It was a terrible sound. The car wheeled a weapon, and the fight person turned around and walked back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman signed the door. It takes close mask to his stage. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood of Palm Beach County known for horse shows, airplane fans, and a peace and quiet the upper Midwest. But in May 26, 1990, that came crashing down. It broke in the strangest way you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing a sudden going out Club Drive, and there was chaos in the one family home. Marlene Warren, 40, taken to the hospital right away in a serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on earth came to an end. Right after the crime, the investigators explored her home. The difference in scene was there. Red and white balloons, a flower basket in soft colors, and a red spot in front door brought joy to children. There had been one shot. There were no words said. There was no damage. Even with the clown outfit on, the shooter was gone, leaving a clear sign. The witnesses, some Joe and his friends, were scared but stuck when they said. Someone dressed as a clown gave Marlene Warren gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot straight in the head. After that, they just left. It felt like sleeping a bad dream or nightmare. Those are the attack team. We won't figure out why they would want to kill this woman. It was also strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit wasn't very theatrical. It was clean enough to make you feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, her nose, big gloves, and a lot of face paint on. It was the eyes though that really caught those attention. It was the angry, wild about it. They were round and gone. They were just very focused on the job at hand. Afterward, he said he always remembered them. It was also odd. The clown didn't go away. On the way up, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around, walked back to the Chrysler, and pulled away from the house as if they were just done making delivery. The car had a license tag or any way to identify itself. The only things that were left behind were the balloons and flowers. It said on one of the balloons, "You're the best." When the show was not so white. The police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. The car was long gone by the time they put up the box. Statements of witnesses more pictures of the crime scene. After the evidence left and the car stopped, police were left with the same question. Who killed someone in broad daylight while there's the clown? Why is that? No one could tell if it was personal or not. They could figure out what's going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of breaking in or theft. There were no calls ups or thefts. Then by 8 in the morning, this woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She read business, had a family, and was quite a figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like crime had just appeared out of thin air and caught us from home by accident. But the strange and incomplete signs that were all over the place had to start somewhere. So began their search with Private Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops on white crossed the ground and met the institutions to the letter. A few miles away from their home, he was found in the parking lot. Okay, it had been cleaned, not very well. Investigators found something inside called trace evidence. There was some strand of glue there, and some bright orange synthetic fibers, which may have covered a window. That wasn't a gun or a gun suit, but there was something about the car that made people suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was pretty stolen, but not in the way. The last people from the Chrysler were all stores tried to return to his location from the Florida and company. They called the number they saw in the yellow pages, but they couldn't find anyone there. Someone on the line told them to leave the keys inside and park the car in front of the house. The car wasn't there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when he called in. It turned out that the number they called didn't actually belong to a paint store. It was owned by Motors, a used car lot that cleverly put yellow paint had one one. At the time, it seemed like this was just a case of business advertising. But in case of the murder involving stolen car, it was enough to get police interested. Started to look into people who worked for Motors. These people were men red, and the woman would be the research for him. The police looked into Motors' life. They didn't find much. There were no known threats. They couldn't find any angry claims, shady business partners, or angry ex-spouses. From what I could tell, she was and didn't cause any trouble. She had to take care of the estate. She took care of rental papers, and lived in peace in Williams High State, OC Club neighborhood. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together, and she was able to keep very accurate records. That woman was killed by a stranger named Matt in the middle of the morning. How did that happen? The police were still unsure. They took another close look at the old car. The dealership ties to Motors sketchy, but they were not against the law. That being said, even someone connected to the dealership had been the killer Chrysler that didn't show up. It didn't prove very well. Then there was a break. 2 people who worked in a nearby clothing shop spoke up. They said a woman rushed in right when the store closed, just nice before the line. In a short time could be very clear. She went inside his car with orange wig, red gloves, a red nose, and lots of makeup on her face. She did take off shoes that could be though. The woman gave money and then left. Later, no works would be around her, but the other one said they weren't sure, which still wasn't enough. There was no gun, no DNA, no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. The story went from being in the news to being in files for cold cases. It had been 1 years, and the only thing was was that clown and a nearly perfect crime. Joe Aarons, the son, saw his mother pass out hallway in their home when he was 20 years old. He stayed with her until the ambulance left. He was in the car that was behind it. He went to the hospital to meet. 2 days later, he was diving inside when he died. What Joe saw that morning changed his life for decades. The sounds, lights, and strange pictures of his daughter like balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the only thing about it all is that there were no solutions. No one was to blame. There was no one to put back or hearing to go to. He was fine as it. Marlene's family held memories and pieces of her life. They remembered her voice, how calm she was, how funny she was, and what she said to close her mother less. It was only a few weeks before time was up. If anything happens to me, you know who did it, she said. But that vague warning didn't seem to lead anywhere. Years went by. The proof just started collecting dust. The witnesses moved on. And some of them went on. The word started to forget about Marlene's name in 2014. In the year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office had Arnold Grant to use new DNA technology to look at old cases again. To the clone case, one of the file that needed to be looked at. It had been 44 years since the crime. But the hair, fibers, and the balloon strings were all still there. Scientists gave those fibers name after something that was told them today, and this was a name that the Sheriff's Office thought about. They didn't prove it. The hair was found there and brown. It was female, long, and came from a person. In 1990, you could only really compare the proof visually. You could really match it scientifically. But now, changing mitochondrial DNA has made it possible for research to find clear genetic links. The hair looked like it belonged to a woman who used to work for Marlene's husband, Michael Warren. Legal cause was named in the business, and her name was Sheila Keene. Sheila had been brief question in the grow. She said at the time she was the car to take back. She couldn't say for sure who she was during the murder, though. Even though the clerks recognized her, she said she didn't know anything about the outfit. However, the cops had no other way to hold her until now. The DNA proof not only helped detectives find her again, but it also proved something else. During that time, Sheila Keene began working with Warren. She was now living with him, and they married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years after Warren was killed. The Warren Ferguson called the little cow in a remote part of Southwest Virginia. The neighbors said about it, nice and quiet. There was a question behind the signs of deep fried milkshakes, though. Has Sheila Keene ever stepped as a clown? They'd been waiting for justice for almost 30 years. Maybe through the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, which happened in Virginia. In September 2017, they found Sheila and put her in jail. Sheila didn't fight back. She agreed not to be sent to Florida. The Warren family saw hands at justice for the first time in 27 years. That didn't mean case over. That's right. Things were about to get even messy. Well, on here on Main Street, Abington. With that historic, quick time with the story of one of her own charge with a heinous crime for decades ago. Continues to be page news. Palm Beach County, she's still Sheila Keene Warren, but here she's dead. And in the neighborhood 50 minutes away from here. People are talking, but they don't really know what to say. A beautiful neighborhood, nice, friendly people all around. I felt so welcome in their home, and then in ours too. A neighbor said, "There's not everyone in Heron Point Road in Virginia, but Betty and Michael Warren belong. We had wonderful neighbors here. They were, fit right in." Another said, "This is the community that called them living. This wood, upscale neighborhood nestled in the mountains. You can see the houses right down here, with our pure rolling hills and the lake in the back. This is a stark contrast, where Sheila King Warren is now in a jail cell. Trying to picture their friend Debbie as a woman who dresses like a clown. Then shoot her wife in the face 27 years ago is hard to hear. She would be the last person on earth I would ever respect and never said. She's just so loving, uninvited. Up until recently, Lennon told me Warren spent 6 days a week at a small drive-thru restaurant in his home in nearby Kingsport, Tennessee. It's called the Purple Cow. Very hard workers, and we want to see them on Sundays, I said. This summer, Lennon explained that the couple retired, spending more time at home, becoming even better friends and neighbors. Right now, if I didn't have anything to do, I'd be getting my golf cart and go down and see what we might work do. And maybe they're at the bulldog or working in the yard, he said. But now, the woman they know Debbie is preparing against first-degree murder charges and could face death penalty. I felt shaken, very shocked, and he said. And when I stopped at Warren's house this morning, he went at the door, saying Uncle Warren wasn't home either. Is Uncle Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just walking the house. Okay, sorry, thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well, a friend said. He's very distraught, they added. When we talked on the phone, he said, you know, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you, and I love you both no matter what. When Sheila King Warren was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Betty Warren, and Sheila King. She had quietly left Florida and started a new life far away from where it all began. A new business, a new town, and a new marriage. But the police were no longer just looking at the past. In this case, they had new evidence, updated forensics, and one goal, to get Nixon guilty. Some things were wrong though. Some of the proof had become less reliable over time. A lot of the witnesses from 1999, and others couldn't remember what they saw very well. And some of the results, like one DNA sample, showed Nixon competent to 20% that would be used right away. Authorities blamed for following a case in order to close up the case that had been open for a long time. They said Sheila was picked because she's the only person who could have been still. They also brought a strange thing. At least 40 other reports of seeing bombs were made in the days before her. Could this have been done by no clown? Was this just an accident with the clown got mixed up? There have been weird things. The killer clown case hit the Titan community of London in 1990. Detectives believe Sheila King Warren disguised herself in a full-fist clown costume and shot Marley Warren at Portland Range. King Warren later confronted Michael Warren, Sheila Warren. Contact 5 had been following this case since Sheila King Warren was arrested in 2017. Warren is also accused of falsifying paperwork, so taxpayers pay for a high-profile defense attorney. But prosecutors listed also assets tied to King Warren and her husband, including a $500,000 home in Virginia and more than $305 in cash. The killer clown trial was now set by in court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said. It's time to get this case tried, and I expect there will be delays, they added. Both sides agree on a new trial date, because evidence of brutal murder is in case formats, and witnesses, some of whom are already dead, are difficult to track down. In papers filed with the court, defense side asked for more time. They had the proof lost, witnesses were not able. The prosecutors asked for the case got stuck and got stuck again, they added. Trial will be put back sometime in April. All right, court is now in session, the judge said. Sheila King Warren was escorted into a Palm Beach County floor court for Friday afternoon's hearing. Her attorneys asked for continuance and wanted more time to prepare for the trial. They claimed state prosecutors did not release some of the arrested discovery evidence, including some of the evidence linked to a reported consent from this man, Edward Barr. The state prosecutor told the judge he didn't believe he violated any Florida statutes and apologized. I apologize for any oversight, he said. I am doing my best, he continued. There's a lot of information in this case, but I don't think anything happened, he added. King Warren's attorney said it was intentional. They know they get this information, and they don't. The attorney said, there's no accident here, they added. This is intentional withholding evidence, and that's how he felt that we had done the court, they concluded. Another few years went by. Then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren, a shot choice that you heard all in Cincinnati. Just a few weeks before the trial, the plea deal was made. Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to disappearing murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for more than 5 years before her trial in court, she didn't tell us. Asked if she believed the prosecutors covered what happened, she said, yes sir. Her lawyer told orders outside the court that she still believed she was innocent. She took the plea deal so she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life in jail. The full picture of what happened didn't come together until after the plea deal was made. Sheila worked as a recovery officer for Barbie Motors and Community. This was Michael Warren Carlage. Even then, there were more and more rumors of an affair. Both sides though united. Later, detectives heard from people who saw them talking in the office, having long lunch together, and even spending the night together. And Michael was never charged with murdering Marlene. His finances were very connected to those in his life. Still, it made people in the twice. After 12 years, in 2000, 12 years after Marlene's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought to have killed his wife. For people who knew about Crow, this was like confirmation, a strange kind of signature. And it Marlene Warren's son, Joe, making back when he saw that clown walk away without a word. He was no longer with his dad. He got married again. He was happy. And he had all of these things with Joe thought might be the killer. The man left the defense said, so he looked that clown in the eyes and said he would never forget the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila King Warren would 12 years sentence. Before the law said she get credit for time served, which included the years she was in jail before her trial. She was also let out early to be good. Are you ready for the craziest thing I've ever said to you? Following her guilty plea in 2023, she spent 18 months in state jail. In November 2024, she was set free. Dave Armour, state attorney for Palm Beach County, made a direct comment. Sheila King Warren always needed to be murderer, and we're staying every day of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyers included Celeste, which said she was released. We are absolutely thrilled that Ms. King Warren has been released and is returning to her family, he said. I escaped with the name. She did not commit the crime, he added. For Marlene's son, on the other hand, was no real relief or pleasure. He still had pain, wouldn't go away. Just said, I was there. I saw her eyes. Even though it took a while, there were questions. This sentence was short. He found that to say one thing hard to let. We found out truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her own Las Vegas, 87-year-old Shirley Wing, the call Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Kind of sad relief, and it kind of choked me up a bit, because sometimes I feel like crying when I'm crying and I'm talking about it, she said. Thank you. That's all I can say, she added. Well, I get faith I never gave up, because it tied in her mind, so eventually it and me, she admitted. Killer customers all over the news in Florida for more than 3 years. A woman was still there for the door. You were best. Now in the loop. Someone went missing for days, and came back wearing a woman with a husband. They did not end with dramatic drop or a decision on TV. It ended in a strangely quiet way, but he and Chrissy quick police. Some people think Sheila was wrongly admitted, and the old case and old system put her in a tough spot. Some people think she got away with it all. Thank you for watching. If this story was an impact, be sure to like the video, subscribe for true content, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until next time, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, the explosion case serves as a terrifying reminder that danger is just on the other side of your floor. What seemed like a normal knock turned into a nightmare, leaving behind fear, tragedy, and unanswered questions. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning, just before 11 a.m. A white Chrysler then pulled suddenly into the Wellington, Florida driveway of a quiet house. Somewhere out of the passenger side, they wore a orange wig, had a smile drawn on their face, and held 2 balloons and a basket of flowers in their hands with Michael's. It was a clown. Inside the house, Joe Parents, 20, was sat next to some friends. The doorbell rang. His mom went to answer it. Joe watched her open the door and smiled from the living room. Her voice was soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. Ben was a terrible sound. The car raised the window, and the person turned around and walked quietly back to the waiting car. The car then drove off without going too fast. Anyone who tried to figure it out couldn't explain why the woman was lying in the doorway. It would take the sounds of massive page. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more real-life crime cases, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't much going on in Florida. Clean neighborhood Palm Beach County, known for shows, airplane fence, the peace and quiet of the upper class. But on May 26, 1890, the action came crashing down and broke in the street just where you think of. Later, neighbors said they heard a loud bang. Some people remember hearing excitement going on Barrow Club Drive. There was chaos at Warren family home. Marlene Warren, 40, was taken to the hospital by night and is in serious condition. She would live for 2 days more before her time on Earth came to an end. Right after the crime, investigators warned her home. The difference in the scene was scary. Men and balloons, a flower basket and soft cars, and a red spot on the front door brought joy to children. There had been no shot. There were no birds said. There was no damage. Even if the clown out one, the shooter was gone, leaving no clear sign. The witnesses, some Joe Parents and his friends, were scared and stopped when they said. Someone dressed as clown Marlene Warren gifts and pulled out a gun and shot her straight in the head. After that, it was left. It felt like something from a bad dream or nightmare. No one saw the attack coming. No one could figure out why they wanted to kill this woman. It was almost strange to believe what was being said. The clown outfit wasn't very theatrical, but it was pretty enough, made it feel very uneasy. She had thick orange hair, a red nose, white bust, and a lot of face paint on. Because the eyes, though, it really caught Joe's attention. It was like a cold out of them. They were round and calm. They were straight focused on John Ken. Afterward, he said he always remembered them. It was odd. The clown didn't run away. On the way out, he didn't trip or freak out. Then he slowly turned around, walked back to the presser, pulled away from the house as they were just done the delivery. The car now licensed him, or anyway, to identify himself. The only thing that was behind the balloons was some balloons. You were the best. We'll show this kid how snow was. Police checked the whole neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. But the law was long gone by the time they got roadblocks. Statements from witnesses leaked. There were pictures of crime scene. After the evidence left in the press stop, police were left with a straight question. Who killed someone in broad daylight while dressed as a clown? Why is that? No one knew if it was personal or not. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of brigade or theft. There were no calls, notes, or threats. The body is Marlene Warren. This woman didn't seem to have any enemies. She meant this. Had family and was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this crime had just been out of thin air and it caused her no measure. But Jane didn't put aside for all this and ignored. Because he understood Chris and Leon. 4 days after the murder, cops on the question were and actually did this in her. Females gave Warren home. He was found in the secret lot. He had cleaned, but not. Investigators found inside. They called trace evidence. There's a middle hair and reported to the farmers, which might cover in the wind. On the gun or touch within sight of the car, making suspicious. A few weeks ago, this car was stolen, but it didn't roll away. The last people surveyed which lost tourists tried to retrieve it. The investigation had only 2 hours to get some of the company. They called the numbers on the yellow pages, but couldn't find anyone there. Someone had leave these inside and parked the car in front of the house. The car was there in the morning. The same man said he didn't know what they were talking about when they called again. Turned out the number they called didn't actually belong to the store. It was owned by Motors. A used car lot. They had the figure pages that had on the paint on. At the time, it seemed like such a small case of size kind of. But in the case of the murder involving a small car, it's enough to get police interested. They started to get people who were farmers. These people live in red, no one to be searching for. Police looking for one's life. Didn't find much. They were only fights surface. They couldn't find any place. She didn't start spraying for like tell. She said, and she had to stay from the state. She's girls papers. She didn't stay in the state. OC Road. She had married almost 20 years. It was several there. She was up in the neighborhoods. When it's still doing mask. How did that happen? Police are not sure. They're not close to the car. They do decide to bar station. They were not law. He said, he had someone to the beach. They made a they didn't know it. They didn't prove it at all. Then it was break. Two people didn't hear about the job. So they said actually the store closed. There's no neighborhood feeling. She was from behind the area. He was on the ocean, but I was on it. She did she was a root one giggling, and then like the workers around the shop. The said they were sure was enough. There was no DNA and no bystanders moved shoes. Sorry for being news, being an cold case. He hadn't seen years. Only needs to serve with a thumb and a quick crime. Joy son says that's how long he was 8 years old. He saved the years old. He was in a car consumed. He went to hospital late. He was later, he died. Joe saw the changed life decades. The sounds, the lights, the strange pictures on the healings, just died. In the end, except for the that it was just no claim. Was going to put that or here noted. He saw that. Or anything. Other words, his life. They read the voice. Functionalist, functionalist. What she said was last. It was only a week for her. If anything happens to me, you know who it is. She said, but that vaguely didn't see me anywhere. Here goodbye. Proof is that there was. This is moving on. It's like the world starts to get on his name. He'll put a now here, Paul Sheriff's Office. I don't regret using the anthology till the old case again. Kill the case. So the father needs to go back. He had 4 years to run. The hair, fibers, and blue strings were all there. So I see the father's name. That's the today. And this was the name the sheriff's office found out. They can never do it. The hair, the father there. But now, it was still long. It came from ours. In 1980, you only really had the kind of proof, Julie. We couldn't really actually do it. But now, Jane White got DNA. It was from research by Pierce Bliss. The hair was like a woman. He was regarded as not one. He called things. Her name was Jillian. She had moved the first row. She said time. She made cards back. You couldn't say for sure she wasn't though. Even though the first answer. She said she knew me. I thought of it. However, the cops no name older though. The proof only helped explain her again. But also something else. During that time, he came to the work from she went out leaving. They married. They married in 2002. Just 12 years after Martin School. They married called the cop and part South Korea. They made it. Nice white. When the question was he found the and she came to the rest of the time. He made for almost 3 years. He's been on charge of academy. It's never easy. They found she put her in jail. She got back. She could be sent back for one that was on the first time for 7 years. I didn't need a store. That's right. Things were about to easy. Well, under the main street tonight. He says right. Quick time to the story when on charge things from a negative. It is from news. In huge fight. She called she born. But here she's heavy. And in 15 years. She's talking. They don't know what's it. It's heavy all out. It's also about her own. And they are too. And he said, you're not the one here with your young engineer. And the world alone. Yeah, later. They were later. Others said, this is immediately called something. This could be upside with some months. You can see how safe I'm here. But it's just going to be from Neil's back. This is our contrast. Where she warns now yourself. Trying to get rid of it. One who rests on. Then she grabs the face. Putting the music. She was just for seconds. She's still not like that. But those things. Warns. Specifically, it's all 5 years. It's all in your book. Yes. It's all about. Pretty hard verse. And we only see on Sundays. But it's like this way. The whole time. So they don't know. You can defense names. Right now. I need to. I need to get in the dark. You can see. And maybe they're about over the yard. He said. But now, when they know that they're first murders. Because I felt shit. Very shocked. He said. And I thought we were something. Even at the door. Say, my Lord, we don't need. He's not one. He's home. No. He you're not. You're just my house. Okay. Sorry. Then it was it. Okay. He's doing well. He's very, very rough. Yet. We got the phone. Yet. You're not. She should not do this. And I said, I believe you. I love you both no matter what. When she left the Warren Scott, she was 4 years old. She had all my names years. Including Betty Warren. When she was king. She had quite a Florida. And started to live far away from her and business and down. And marriage. He's the number looking best. In this case, they had evidence, holiday friends, and more. We get personally. So they don't know. So the proof makes life on them. The witness from media and others couldn't know very well. And some kind of results. When the results show trace come up to the that using some way. Authorities of life following the piece. They would look at the case and for a long time. Said she'll say she only doesn't good They also found a strange thing. That these 4 young sequence were made a day before could sit in the mind It's just an accident found about weird things. The killer case having in the test she Warren success. The full style and shot Warren at range. Warren he married the Warren. She Warren. Clap 5 and she Warren was the city. Warren also used to Warren. Text to get for 5 prosecute still assets. Warren. If you have to involve and more $3,000 cash. Because the trial at court. New employee. Will you to produce it. It's not this trial. Having something endless day. Also agreed when you try the extended rumor their case. It is some part of that. Real trap. If you allow the court. That's the more. They said proof lost. What's available. Proceed actual. He's stuck in a second. If I track 700. Right. What's no session. But she demon. This way you always need to go. Very very. Return for defense. And also plans to get it. It takes 6 years to know so there are quite some includes to report this man every mark. See here. You believe that it was actually I also believe what I do my best. The only mission is I don't think that yet. He wanted to say was true. They only consider it news. He said, "Precisely here." And the decision for that is and so I felt like I and then 3 years went by and then I was she came on the show her loss in this. Let's use for the trial. He told me she came on to consider her if after he held jail for 5 court. She said, "Let's should be prosecuted for She said, "Yes sir." I told her outside court. She still leaves. She said, "But she could deal. She can have sex with full trial. In my computer is after the legal thing. She goes to her house partners in the night. This is the worst part. Even then, more and more was there. Both sides of the night. Later, it's sort of looks from loss. I ordered it. He said together. And we'll argue for running. It's very his wife. So, in 18 years, for 12 years, in 2002, 12 years, and one made one was on top of the wife. For you, this was like a strange by surgery. And it came from go. Running back, he's like on walking over. He was over instead. American. And I could get all these things that find my either. When I went to defense, so I went back on this. Examining the first. All immediately, she came out to 12 cents. Before she did for answer, which could use in jail for she was also like pretty good. Pretty crazy like followed the 43. She said 18 months in jail. November 24, she was free. 800, 6 years old, made her comments. She came all the never, no everything and the rest of the He said, the other end, producing at least, he's usually, more absolutely filled and see more than he's strange to He said, as from the beginning, she got time, yet, finding son on your end, with a wheelie pleasure. He still had anything away. Joseph, I was there. I surprised, you know, go up, no questions, and then sexual. You find that saying, we found out truth. He said, we found peace, yeah. Her on the face, peace, and we also that won't be anymore. For 7 years. I just relief. I just feel like, because I'm feeling that I'm running off about it. She said, thank you. That's all he said. She said, I feel like I'm big up. Because they got me much especially with them and me included. He goes, so all of these people for years. Only the killer for yours, but none some decades, and came back and they did He's been for about organization for the and he's like the crazy police. Some of the things on and the case and all the hotspot. Some of them will if you like. If you're back, you should like it. So I'm sure that everyone will see you next upload. Share your thoughts and comments. I'll be with you. Let's talk. Stay safe. You'll see you next one. And still, these all changes several minor and introducing yourself for. Seeing the rock turn over. Being like fear, tragedy, and push. It was a face just for that man. But President Wilson one for the house. Some of them they were right when as some on the face. Held balloons and massive flowers in her hands. With us. It was inside the house. Show parents. His friends. Good night. Smile at her. Don't show me no smile. Very soft. Oh, lovely. She said. Then with her son. The phone is back. The phone's turned on. Walk by the car. The car off without going fast. He will try to get up. Couldn't see my woman's on the road. It would take some of that dictation. For me, over that steel. Subscribe for more life like this. And early notification. Then recently. Also, let me know comes from your It's just how far it's going. Now that's the case. Also, I'm going forward. Clean neighborhood all the no photos. Everything fast. The least quiet, but less. Around 26 May, the dream shout. And begins to receive later. We're there on the bank. Some people remain starting to go off. There's chaos in our family home. More important. Staying out of my way. This is she lives more. Before commerce. Right after the right. Yes, slow road. Because it seems very red balloons. Fog sequence colors. And it's on for what teacher. And shot. The word said. There was an edge. He had cloud. The shoot one. The no clear. The witnesses. Such a range first. What's up with this? Someone expects more ifs. People have a time and shot street. After that, just it felt something bad. Never. Also, he's and no robot was listening. It was also socially he said. I was very happy. I was feeling to feel very Jeff for here. I was because I love you. It's also very close. It's something we go on. They were going. It was very close to the covered. He said also it was like the going away. On the out. Injured. And it's over. Walk across. Moving past the delivery. The party has step anyway itself. You can find the flowers. It's in the blooms. You're the best. The just was away. Please check the window. No missing far off. Long gone by the lost. Since we submitted. No teachers pricing. Every end is left. Next stop. Please let us say question. We also brought the rest of the time. all people still not. They couldn't figure out what's going on. It was just chance. There was no sign of theft. There were no wild for us. And this one. This one didn't have enemies. She ran this. Evan was quite a neighborhood. At first, he liked to there. And officer now after. The strange complete signs all with us. And starts they got the end of the street. 4 days after the murder. Some of the experts were actually a few months before. He saw the big second lot. Yeah, not very well. Investigators found something exotic called trace evidence. There was a there. As a reference to big fires. She may have come in the way. But wasn't on there was something about the car. Maybe serious. Teams go. These cars were done. And they all day. That's when the experts also started to yes, we actually found something. They all saw the just in there. Someone like the leaking inside the car before the house. The car there in mind. They messaged you know they were talking about when called in. They actually don't store. Was on the car numbers. Used car lot. They found the yellow that one big one. That seems like it's just all cases like they remember and so far. It was not people they started the with farmers. The old man had come to the register. The police looked stuff. They couldn't find much. There were no fights or attacks. They couldn't find any places changes or extras. Or like she was like they she had to get real estate. She could get fixed. They did piece and inside the house. She did most of these. They also here. She was looking very nervous. I almost like mask in the morning. I that the news not sure. It's not supposed to be a car. He was ties by motor state. But not his law. He just wanted to get the car to control it. It was and it was like to go to the shop. So send machine for photos. Just for them. She showed up in the She was just on for the windows and the office. She took she was good though. Only and then they were speaker. But I said they were sure. Still enough. Was one. No DNA and no writers knew she was. So being used being fast for this. He was years. I don't think it's system. But I'm behind the car. Or it's so he passed out all. He stayed there. He was a car behind it. He was also like and today they were she got photos that she left face. The sounds like the street person like those that were shot. And he said there was no source. There was no there was no that. Where to go? He was opposite. Army felt other members. They were close. How come she was? How funny she was? And she said before the last. It was a piece for us. Didn't have to be. You know, she said but they didn't see anywhere. Here's why. Proof is sacrifice. With this one. And so that way on. World Scientific Body name. It was 14. And here, all the other outside government using the anti looking for again. Taylor Companies was 5 into it. It had been 4 years since the there. Fires and buildings are also there. Scientists say those fires named after the tools today. This was named Sheriff's Office. It never could. They were found there as well. It's been long and came from person. In any way, could only be the type of visually. You couldn't measure it. But now, I think my DNA has a power research from their jailers. Hey, like one who's from Robinson Island. He was the name of this. The name she had been first. She said time. She's the first back. She was sure she was a murder though. Even though when it goes to her, she said she didn't know anything about God. However, the possibility told her no. He had approved money help to find her again, but also for something else. For now, she would need more just for one. She was living them. They were married. They got married in 2002. The 12-year one killed. They had a burger stand called the Burger Cup. They were part of South Virginia. They never said it. Next to it. Was a question by the silence to find the she fell. She had been they believe that's for almost 30 years. That is from the sheriff's office. When they in September 2019. They found Sheila in Brooklyn. She left back. She agreed with the Florida. The one that was chance just the first time 27 years. But that didn't mean they that's right. Things about the DNA. On your Main Street Avenue. That's right. They found this story by the hands on video. This is for ages. In Punch County, she called Sheila But here, excuse me. And her move is there. People talking. They don't know what to say. People know they said people all around. They're so well and now still. I said, there's not one there to go back to but they get more the other nature. More people right. This beauty, the whole thing. It's good thing that it's not. This is possible. There's just people the back. This is her cutters. Where she didn't know it herself. Trying to picture of Betty. Isn't it good and she lost his face. Once they go, sorry. She was the last person on the she's just something. I'm just like, let's go to one. It's easy. And all 5 minutes. Wasn't anything about it. It's all cow. 3 hours. And we don't see on this. But then, let's like, the whole time. Some more time. And friends members. Right now, if I didn't do, I didn't know. I didn't see any like, and they were working. He said, but now, the nails that he's very careful. She was if it's that. I felt very, very shocked. He said, where's that one costume? It went door. If I weren't so either. If I weren't, is home. I asked, no, he isn't here. You're in house. Okay, sorry. I said, okay, you're not doing well. Friends said, he's very, very shocked. When we talked alone, he said, you're not. She's not this. I said, I love you. And I love you both no matter what. When she was born, off, just 4 years old. She had come by names over the years, including Eddie, Warren, Ashley, she finally left. It's running life far away from her again. With this, new town, and marriage. Who's no longer getting past. In this case, they had events, they had one goal, to get there something. I'm going to so proof that it's reliable online. I'll never do this 1995. I just couldn't remember myself very well. And all the other results, and the NSL show trace the combat from Redwood. After used it in the right way. I'll line for following case, and we're still case, and it for a long time. He said she was sick, and she was the only person who couldn't They also brought a strange thing. It was 3 other clowns, or days before her. This is my mother. With just a color makeup, and I do things. They were promised to tell me what in it to me. She took to leave she Warren, inside herself. The full face costume, shot by Warren, one punch. Warren, they never Uncle Warren, Sheila Warren. Cut at 5 and follow cases, she was Warren, was in 2017. Warren also following Warren. So fast as they were high five. The prosecutor just asked Warren, and they had a legitimate and more figure 5 match. Took the last night in court in June 2020. Was Warren to it. Prosecutor said, it's like this case wrong. Now it's going to be in this bed. Both sides we own neutral. Because the rumor is great for us. And this some probably dead articles down. And it's court. It's started passing around. They said they were lost. Which is my deal. Can I catch special? She said, now suck again. Charlie will back 7 to the all right. She's no such. She said, she had Warren. This one is probably photo. For the answer. Her test documents. And more time record trial. They claim 6 years. So there is discriminants. Even though evidence needs to report the and bar. The same situation. You believe I did just I apologize to the he said, I'm going to investigate it. I'm not going to case. But I'm going to think that he warns that central. They only get information and a note. She said, there's a sister. Yeah, this is fully that. And as I followed back in court. Another few years by. And then out of the she let Warren. There's choice that you're lying. But a few weeks for a long job. That the LZ. She let Warren. He did consider her. And he was free. After being held in jail for 5 years for a trial court. She did not. When asked if she agreed the prosecutor happened, she said, yes sir. Her lawyer told Warren's court. They still leave this. But she put the deal. So she could have spent her life in jail. Hope she happened. Starts to do that. After the deal. She worked as a record for divorce. And this was Warren's problem. Even then, the Warren rumors were there. Both sides though. Later, detectives were people in the office. After together. And he said together. And that was their charge for ruining this life for everything. So they cleared up the place. After 12 years, in 2002, Coffee's family staff. Warren made a little with his life. For people who not go, his life commission. Strange history. They burned Warren's son. I even got me set on all day from her. Even though he's dead, he died again. He died. And he did all these things from Joe from that year. But I love it. So in that clown house, same birthday the first. Following the deal, checking Warren. We had all these sets. Poor loss. She did credit for her. Including she stayed in jail for a while. She's also not pretty good. Very crazy thing that she following her deeply in Puerto Rico. She only spent 8 months in jail. And that was before. She was every day partner. Stayed in 20 and her account. She Warren was made to her. Well, where that's the end of her life. He said, the other hand, her other seen He said she was you're absolutely the best Warren has at least as a family. He said, as you for the she not do this one. He from our son on the other hand. We'll really fall her. Still had pain with no way. Joe said, I was there. I saw even with there was just and then it was short. He finally saying things like he found the truth. He said, he found peace. He had for her last 87 years paying a publication for 47 years. I'm sorry relief. And you can't show me anything about them. That's why I feel like crying from my She said, thank you. I thought I said, she had I think I got he said they don't do this. Usually so me, she would. Feel those all of these for 30 years. I'm gonna kill her for. You ask me about them. Some of them days. And they came back and wondering. They decided to keep up in the trial or decision on TV. And it's just like that we crazy police. Some of them she was wrong and all this and all courts still some people shot them. Thanks for watching. If this one back, you should like the video. Subscribe for more content and from the video. So you can share your thoughts and comments. I love you. Until next time, stay safe. I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we saw cases there's a terrifying murder. And just beside your door. We'll see my mom or you live here. Happy and nice questions. It's a place anyway. Just 4 11 men. White price that also ones in 4 of a house. Some of our listeners like they were born as one on the face. And 2 feelings and 2 thoughts and hands. Nicholas was found inside house. Joe Harris pushing second distance. Little ring. Some of the to watch her more. It's my feeling. Voice off. Oh, okay. She said. That was the person. Some way back and fix the room. Walks back to where you are. The car drove off. Not going fast. And you try to figure out. Couldn't play the women's on the world. They could go to the age. Before we go for the next video. Subscribe for real crisis. Turn in the video. So you can also, even comes everyone on. So it's just how funny travel. Now, in this case, one of the Florida. Clean neighborhood home shine. No commercials. Airplanes. And a piece of quiet like glass. But maybe 6 minutes. And you can crash down. And it goes to the later. Neighbors did her the bang. Some people were something going to off. and his gas in one family. Marley Moore, 40, sees off right away, as it seems to she was from before the earth, human, right after the investigation was wrong. The 15 started, and balloons, flower wrapping soft flowers, and this one for children. And the Lord said, with an image, even the cloud, the shoe was even on the inside. Witnesses to no parents were scared, he said, some rest has found the mornings. They pulled out a gun and shot her straight ahead. After that, he stopped. It was like some bad dream or matter. No sorry, I know if you're probably not kill so. It was straight to me, he said. Something wasn't very tactical, but it's pretty much great to feel there easy. The ethical wonder, and most pointless, and life stayed on, was the answer. And then Joe's image. It was a very bad the round ball. That's very focused on John again. After he had the it was also like the cloud away. On the way out, he didn't shoot, then he turned around, back to the right, pulled away from the house, second time he party now, I said, the only thing that the balloons flowers, set on the balloons, you're best. One shows not so much, please check the later, but don't seem car right. The long wall by the books. Something to pictures of currency. Happy evidence left me press up, at least for the same question. Who killed someone correctly? Because the why is that? No one can tell if the person fell. Pretty rapidly on it was chance, and no sense being in, or theft, or no stress. And why is no more? No one seen that any She read this, had family, it was quite a few neighborhood. At first, it seemed like someone disappeared there, and then dropped his red light. The danger inside were all over the place. At house in the church, Christ in the 4 days after the murder, someone crossed the river and mentioned his descriptions later. He must wait for the rental. He saw the mini secret rock. He had a clean, when the rock. The message was inside, they called his evidence. Person trying to be there, as the right bones of the fires, which I go immediately. That wasn't done for There was something about the car, they made people serious. A few weeks ago, the song was stolen, but not in one way. The lucky was closer, two officers drive to pay location at 40 hours to get to something. They all know they saw the allegations, they could find anyone there. I don't know why they leave keys inside and park the car for the house. The car's there in one. This man said he didn't know what they were talking about when he came in. Turned out they didn't call. In fact, we belonged to a pay lister. No one knows. They used car lot. They let him put the had. It seemed like such a small piece of advertising. And they used murder belongs to the car. It was like sneakers. It's like you did people. Numbers. These people that read and then did the for. Witness leaves money in his life. They didn't find much. There were no fights for us. They couldn't find any complaints. She did his or against us. For what we felt, it was like we called H.L. She had to get her relate. Took care of evidence. And the peace. And like title same called She didn't marry for almost 2 years. They always settled better. She moved from very That don't steal the stranger in the How can I? He's still not sure. He was looking at the He just tied by her but not against law. And he said, he just looking to the future. And he made a case and go with. He improved and then make. People work in your shop. They sold margin rifles for those. Just doing everything. She was short on time to verify. Into the size of unfortunate methods. Or knows nothing compromise. He did take off shoes at 2 people. One gateway and left. Later, the voters would grab the picture. But he said, the torture was still enough. Went on. Then no passengers do the visuals. The story for news being fined for the case. He had a month in years. And the only thing too soon was found and near the crime. Parents, his son, so he's passed out in the hall. He's only 8 years old. He stayed with her until he was there. He said, car, it was founded. He went to the and to his name, he was by her side when she died. Joe saw when he changed his life for decades. The sounds, lights, and the street shows were like balloons. As he flushed out, he said, I'm about the solutions. No one was lame. There was no point. Oh, here we go. He was stunned and said, I love the memory of his life. In her voice, how calm he was, how funny she was, and much told him the rest. But only 4 hours up. If anything has me, no one did. She said, that 8 morning, it didn't seem to be linear. Years went by. Proof that he was. And this is known. And someone known. The world started to get Marlon's name in 2014. In that year, upon the sheriff's office, I couldn't regret. She was newly identified. Looking into cases again. The killer case, notified that he moved that. He had been 4 years since the crime. There, fire, and rooms were all there. Texas, he was name. Accessing the proof today. And this was the name the sheriff's office thought up. They never could. There was found burned. This one. It was female, long, and from person. In 1990, you only believe her kind of proofly. Couldn't really match safely. But now, Jennifer reminded her of the DNA has. The possible research by Clear Flames. The hair looked like the long woman. She worked for Marlon's Uncle Warren. He caused the name of this. Her name was Jean. She lied to me. She first broke. She said it up. She was looking car. She's back. She could say for sure, but she was her in the He got closer to her. She said she didn't anything about it. However, because I moved away, told her no. DNA proof found helped to again, but also proof else. During that time, she looked more than just by Warren. She was on the family. They were married. Got married in 2002, just 12 years after Marlon killed. Red Bird's and Coca-Cola and Mark self-limiting. Red Bird's right. Nice quiet. Was she smiled to find looking so. She looking at her rest.com. I didn't know you just for almost 30 years. It is from the sheriff's office. I in September 17. They found out. For real. She didn't fight back. She couldn't leave back. The rebellion saw justice time in years. But the meaning of her. They were not getting into it. One year the main street fights. They the town was sort of one charged case 5 days ago. They did for ages. In one point, she called Tuesday. Here, Tuesday. In her video radio. She got but really upset. I spent people around. I just saw them their home. Then also. She's not money. They were in the they did one law. We haven't leadership. They were not fit in. This community called them. Exclude up to the limits. You can see how we here. West Chuck rules and back. Sister contrast. She is one is out. Only for today. They will dress down. And straight off in my face. This is music. Country. You last person of respect. She's just so light. Up in recently. Let us hope yours. Since season is all drivers are. You know, you might as it's called out. Very hard words. And we see Sundays. I said, listen, this like come time. Spending more at home. You better names. Right now, finding that to do. He didn't know hard. You don't see any like. And we never thought we never. He said, but no, only know we care against first murders. If it's that I shame. Very shocked. He said, we're not by words story. You won't miss a book. Say my lord, but don't either. Is that word? Is it bias? No, he's not. You're getting us. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, he's not bias. He said, and he's right. Yeah. When he talked the phone, he said, you know, she did this. And I said, I believe you. And I love you both in the what. She looking when she was she's 54 years old. She had all my names on the leaves, including Eddie, Bjorn, and she looking. She had left for it. Started to far away from where it all began. And it was this, and tone, and new marriage. But at least when no one's looking at fast, it exists, and evidence, I'll be forensics, and one goal, to take personal notice. Something wrong though. So proof being less reliable. A lot of this 1999, there's good enough sorry though. Conceivable results. One DNA cell showed brings the contact of that would use every day. Before he's playing following the weekend, it was police, and it was one. They said she was a cool person who was also our explanation. At this point, the report to C class, or maybe they told her, could sit by her, was just accepted on that basis. There are other things. The kill case, they didn't really want in it today. As she Keyboard is off. If the face like she warned people damage. Keyboard here, some warn, she warned. Classified in funny cases, she warned, list of women. Or also used false paperwork. The fact that they were out of the conscious systems, that's typing warrant, and you have to follow machine. No one figured out the smash. The other trial that work, and you were looking forward to. Prosecution. Time to the station. Nice degree, some degree, home project. The sentence rumor, the phones, and it's smoke already dead. Little chocolate, and it's more. If it's not more. He said it was lost, which is valuable, and it's actually cruel. He's stuck, and it's stuck, and again, the trial will go back to my door. Alright, cool, he's on she said, she came warned, but it's only a whole week and for perfect into. Her police has 20 minutes, and was more time to the They came prosecutors, these soldiers discredits, includes evidence linked to her professional man. Rumor. The state prosecutor told people he found any footage. I apologize to the he said, I'm going to investigate it. For a case, I have nothing to do. He had. He warned her, he said it wasn't true. They only estimation and the note, he said, there's no center. They had this intentional full evidence, and found out we had to court daily. Under 3 years in and then out of the blue, she had warned, made a shocking choice to give her money, including just a few weeks before the trial. Completely eliminated. She had warned, they did this murder, April 23. After being held in jail for more than 5 years for a while ago, she didn't say much. When asked if she agreed that the doctors she said, yes sir. Now you told the outside the court, they still believe she existed. She took plea deal, so she wouldn't spend the rest of her life in jail. The full bureau I had didn't start to better after the legal was made. She had worked in the recovery office for rumors and activity. This was a Lauren Clark. And then, more and more rumors of affair. Both sides though, died. There, after for people who saw the plaintiffs, have homes together, and it's a midnight together, and I was never charged with murder money, because my were connected to his wife. Still, it made me twice. After 12 years, in 2002, while he started running left, Michael married the woman who was on the fought his wife. For people who know, this separation has changed his history. They didn't run more son, Joe, Mike and the company solid on walk away without word. He was over dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all these things when Joe found the killer. The man said, Joe did the clown in the house, instead of never forget the words. Following the plea deal, she became warned, 12 years since. Before the law said she could credit for her, which included years spent in jail before her trial. She also had her roof being good. Agree with the greatest thing I said to you. Following the plea deal, she only spent 18 months in jail. November 24, he was free. The armor stated April 28 record. She came on the big murder to a same weekend for the rest of her life. He said, we got in. Lawyers in police, she said she was we also feel this more at least this kind of thing. He said, I the bit, she knocked this one. He had from running some on the other end. When we relief vulture, he snapped in, went away. Joseph, I was there. I saw her eyes. He looked wild. They were precious. And said it's social. He found a second. He told find the truth. He said, we found peace. He had her own mistakes. Because I'm really going to all she had made for 27 years. Because I relief. No, it showed nothing. No, doesn't feel like problem. She said, thank you. I said, well, I think I feel. No, it's not in money, so I was at me. She agreed. The story is always for 30 years. I'm just for go best. Bring the some of the mistakes. They have money. Take time. He's not in the trial. This is on TV. And it's just quite quickly. Some of the she also and the case. People courts and for the fight. Some people shout for. from another email. Show your thoughts and comments. I love you. And the next time, stay safe. I'll see you then. In this video, we explore cases and find out just like what's the doc, matter. Even if you're crashing, don't have questions. Because people face Saturday just for others men. The website and studies about different private files. Some of our website. They were right as from the face, and two balloons and the face, 3 plus. It was not. It's not else. Don't ask. It's like this. The room is on that answer. Don't watch the door. It's not the room. Professor. Oh, pretty. Then it's not. It's only but it feels around what I think I'll go off. Like going too fast. Anyway, I figured out which one I'm going. It was just on stage. Before we begin, if you'd like to see, subscribe for more real life videos. Journal the channel so you can see. Also, let me know your comments. This is the far from now. That's the case. This is my point. The cleaner of all the more shows. Really fast and peace. Like another glass. No need to see that. The dream crashing down. It works like you can go. Later, neighbors in the night. Some people are hearing some way out of life. They was cast on million. Only work 40 things possible anyway. It's serious. She lived 2 days more. Before her came in. Right after night. That is sort of. It's insert. That can balloons. Far back and so close. And the rest of the floor. And my God. And over that. It's a finish. Even the film. She knows on. Even the but this is some general sense. We're scared. Let's not forget. So it's back on the more gifts. People have it. It's just really after that. Just less than the wedding or never. Once again, and no weird idea. It was strangely leads. He said. The concept doesn't think. But if you get it, she can't think where. Her nose. White dust. Everything else. It was out. The real position. It was a loud on. The echo. The restricts on your head. Backward. He's in culture. It was like the company. But way out. Then you're off. Then it's like around. Back to the presser. We'll wait now. Say it's done immediately. The company now is many of the files. The only one is balloons. Say on the balloons. Do less. Once you see it, someone. Police will neighborhood. But no one sees car arrive. The long time robots. Seems to be the pictures of unseen. Happy ideas. Never stop. He's left the same way. Who kills on a raw bit of his own? Why is that? Okay. People not. If you're out of chance. And it's not being left. There are calls that orders. Not the one. So when you have ideas. She ran this. Have family. It's not favorite. At first, see by the just be right there. It happens in the The change in size of all of this. That's everywhere. That's the industry. Quite down. 4 days after. Have some extra maximum switches letter. A few months away from the world. It's only needed to be lost. It clean and very well. Investigators are looking inside. They call tree standards. Where the chance of being there is the right into the factors. Which I cover immediately. This is done for content. And some of the car. Maybe stitches. A few weeks ago. This car was stolen. Not in the The last people across the source tried to treasure. Realization that only flowers in their company. They told me they saw no case. They couldn't find them there. Someone like to leave the inside. Our car in front of us. Car was in their morning. Same as if you know what we're talking about. They called in. We up and then they called. They actually know where they store. It was own body murders. A new car. They let the hat. But it feels. I thought seeing it was just small sounds embarrassing. But if you remember the car, it was like police. He started to deal with remorse. People met and then do this one. Police didn't more life. They didn't find much. There were no fast. They didn't find anything claims. She did this or police office. Well, just like the conversation. Just take care of it. She cares. We did these class A OC club. She married for almost 2 years. They so there. She never very address. I went to the mask into the morning. How that? At least feel mature. The articles look no car. The issue is motors. They're not against law. And he said, it's okay to use. They didn't get no way. They put and break. People work in my shop. It's one machine foot circles. Just like the she from time every year. She wants to drive the car. But the nose was not face. She took shoes through the middle. And then left. Here, the doors got the picture. They were sure was enough. They were and the rest knew who she was. Serve for being used. Being the false case. He had nuts ears. Anything system was found down in quick crime. There's son. Saw my side of the We know the trouble. He stayed there. He's a car. He went also. And he's here. He's on the side. But also work just like kids. It sounds like the pictures were like those just for that. And he's always liable. There were wishes. No one's doing. There's no that. We can't do it. Just like that. Arlie Kelly. I'll remember. They said for life. They were miracles. Called she was. Fresh was. But she said close to really needs to find. And the answer. You know, she said that they were in the other. You're the boy. The roof is protecting us. And said no. Something more. Words of that Arlie Day. 2014. And here. All these jobs. I got using the ability. These whole case again. The bodies. So if I think it more use the hair first. The loose rings. Also. So they say something. After the tool day. And so the name of the church house follow. The hair. The hair is something. Well. So they all. And person. And that's easy. You remember the very roof. You couldn't lay that scientifically. But no. She might have looked at it. It's research. Like evidence. Hair. Like long used for months. By the You cars in business. Her name Shane. She had 15. First row. He said time. She was the back. She was extra. She was never know. Even though we first recognized her. She said she didn't know anything about it. However, I said no way to know. He had approved help to find her again. And also something else. During that time, she located more just for war. She was living with him. And they were married. They got married in 2002. She studied at Marvel Steel. The other person called Blue and Marvel South Virginia. They have said right. I was talking behind this line. He found milkshakes though. She located at the at the end of the first 30 years. Every month, John Johnson, energy, then poisoning. Found out. She looked back. She beat back to her. One family science just first time for 10 years. But that means over. That's right. For about keeping on your main street. Yes, sir. He found this way one charge of for the video. It is very news. In fact, you all should keep one. Here, Tuesday. And in the review here. Don't talk. It'll never say. Before I spent all out. I just told them. And then March 2. Just like when you have to read it. We take no one. We have no nature. They were not fit. This community called the name. It's upscale and less. You can see also here. There's just people and looking back. It's a sarcasm. We're taking one on yourself. Trying to get everybody is one who has and she can also divide this. Puts these out hard to figure. She would also learn from our sex. Just something and up the week. Little words. This is all right. It's only like it's all about. Every words. We wouldn't see what's this. This sort of like the culture. And more and the investors and neighbors. Now, find out you do. I get in the color. We don't see any other. And neighbor about working there. He said, no, only we experience for your we expect it. We have shocks. What's up on this story? Even as saying one doesn't either. You don't want to ask. No, he said, she's like, we're house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay, he's going to be out. I said, he's very good shot. David. When he talked on the phone, he said, no, she did that with this. And I said, I love you. I love you both. She had team women's she was 4 years old. She had owned names for years. We had and she quite the front. It's been left on it. We're not again. We didn't. We done. And in marriage. But we were in the past. In this case, we had evidence. We had evidence. One goal. We had personally. Something went wrong. Some proof being wrong. A lot of witnesses making it others. We were like, sorry, well. It's the other also. Only show. She's coming up to us. But we used this right away. Obviously, playing for the case. Nor the case. They didn't know for a long time. They said she was just the order improving us. They also don't say anything. At least we had to see me for her. This is my man. What's the best of myself? And then your things. They don't have to community one in the night. As we should keep more inside yourself. No place like us. Shot the morning. Very range. He wanted to some one. She won. But the size of 4 weeks. She was more than 17. More else she was supposed to work. So they pay 105 30. So you just assess type of humor. Including having our whole team. More than 300 cash. People contract set down in June. Looking for it. Process it. It's how to get it. Now we have to end like both sides we only way. Because the rumor is a difference. Witnesses. So we're all dead. Just check down. If it was out of court. Defense started score time. Basically it was lost. This is no. It's the crucial. It's again. Finally we set down. Court down second. Judge. She let him work. This one is on looking for a group. Because having zero. Her disaster weapons. And so far trial. Because 6 years. Some of the records. Please let's we're only cash for the man in the bar. This is the judge. He believe I can for the apologize. Apologize to the range. He said, I'm doing my best. He there were iterations. I have nothing to get it. He was saying that they wanted to get and the said, there's no here. This was the actual that we felt like I had done included. For a few years and then part of the keyboard, the shot the rotating design. Just before the try. Please the keyboard, the something the able to free. Every help for 5 years before on court. She said, well, that's the prosecutor's going to He just said, yes, sir. Her own outside court. She still chooses. But she took the deal to pass the right deal. The full point happened. Inside that after the deal made. She is a problem for arguments and it's going to go Even then, the more and more there. What's that doing? Later, the served some in office. I will there. It's finding there. And I was never charged for money. His responses were very good. So it became twice. After years, 2002, 12 years that the Lord was long thought with his wife. For the new output, this was like a mission. A strange fight and it one son, Joe, writing about his son while waiting on work. He was alone was dead. Married again. He was he did all these things with the joke, finding killer. When I did that, Joe got the economy and said never forget words. All of the she looked more to useless. Before the law said she could her she could use she before. She also doubted me. Are you ready for anything I was saying? Follow her to the key. She only 18 months to go. There were before she was away. 8 hours. She went home to get her. She looked more the end of the murder. She was every day. Yeah. Again, brother, she could be. She you're absolutely filled in this humor is the least. It's very funny. He said, to save from being. She got on. He had Ronnie's son, man, but no real pleasure. He still had him go away. So said, I was there. I saw Rise. He looked wild. No questions. He said, he found out saying on the corner. We found out truth. He said, we found peace. He for a moment, he said, no, she was like, the culture he had been waiting for 27 years. I saw relief. It could be up because I was like, I'm not going to go. He said, I like to say, she had, but I found out, he said, I didn't know. Eventually, it was me. She goes, he told us all the news for more than years. All minutes later, you'll best in the loop. Some of them were maybe back when they didn't. He's the man who tried to show on TV. And eventually, that these babies, he thinks she was on it. And we'll get murder spot. See what she knows. And fortune. His back. She'll like the fly for true crime. And from the game up. So he ends it. Share your thoughts on this. I love you. Until time. Stay safe. And I'll see you next one. In the exploratory serves Carolina and AJ out of football. See the world up. No matter. Even up here. Tragedy. Don't let purchase. Because before they just for that. But as we'll see is like informed by the house. So we have a side. Or right when we as one face. You know, two happenings and that's the man. Plus in the home. Inside the house. Your parents play. The same distance. No ring. His mom is so watch over. It's not Leon. Her voice is go out breaks. And we tell someone. From the web. Find us in your own. And we'll find back to the car. Are they move up without going fast? Anyway, but you know. We'll explain what it's like. It takes us on space station. Free bin. Next week. It's far from one of the Carolina and AJ. Also, the mail comes from your so we can see how far source travel. Now, in the days, it was such a way in Florida. The clean air, no forces, no fence, and peace and quiet without class. No need to be seen empty. Edging down, and open space meeting. Dinner, they said they're happening. Some of them are starting to life. They were casting one of them. One morning, 40, stay lost in line, and since he lived for me more. Over time, in the back of and against order home. It is a scene train. Written buttons, follow rest, and red side of the work, short and one job. There were no words. There was an edge. In the common issue was on. The no blue sign. With some joke and his friends were scared. This is what he said. Some rest of the company for years. They pulled out a line, and shot her at that. It left. It shot something from a bad manner. Once the happening, no clear eye, no clear line. It almost strange to leave. He said, the concept was very difficult, but it's pretty very easy. She had the hair, her gloves, and one face about it. He was a head up, and Rachel's attention. They were around and gone. There was no focus on the job again. After he seemed over it was like the clown in the way. On the way out, in the way out. Then he saw the door. Back pulled me in the house. As for the meeting, our now let's say, pretty identify myself. The only thing that I'm with the force. It's not with lose. Your best. Joe escaped away. Police go away, but no one is in hard right. The law's long gone behind the box. Statements in disorder. Then Peter Ramsey. After he had left, they were stopped. Police left the same question. Who built someone in Broadway? Others gone. Why is that? No one else. If there's someone or not. They couldn't figure out whether someone was just and themselves bring in. When calls notes to press, they might someone. When using that enemies, she manages. The family is quite figured. First, Celeste just appeared there and brought her own answer. The strange being inside all of us and sort. Copy and district across the man. Always cover. Custom box to after witnesses to another. But mother world. He was on the secret lot. He had been clean. Very well. Investigators found nothing inside. They called trace evidence. There was a there. Some right to fires. She had couldn't wait. Wasn't on portals. It was some car making monsters. 2 weeks ago, this car was installed. Nothing in the way. The little bit was two sources. Just get only 5 something. All the numbers on the allegation. They were there. Some of the line with the inside. Our run the house. The car there in the morning. The same as they didn't know they were talking about the turned out they were called. Actually long to get store. It was on the murders. You car. They had had. Putting this one. And so it seemed like this was small case happened. And it was a murder. And they sold the car. It was 50 They started looking at the farmers. People ran and moved to the one. Quickly, the money was left. They didn't find much. They were no explosives. They couldn't find any evidence. She did first. Or any explosives. From what it felt, it was like it got she had to get reason. She started to live peace. And the state will see government. She married for almost 2 years. They owned several homes together. She was going to be very records. The ones who guys in the morning. How did that happen? At least feel sure. They're not close to the are. They just size murder situation. They're not in the law. They said, yes, some guy did influence, enjoy. It's moving on. And then right. She killed her and another job. They said, we're right from She doesn't like you. She showed up on convicted. She watched us gone. Fortunately, but us tornadoes. And say on her face. She came off from Bigville. And we went and left. Later, the group around the other one said, we're sure, which still enough. There was none. DNA and pastors. We were journalists. As a for being news, being found some cases. In 1 years, and with his sister, that copy of the crime. Sure, it's always been passed on all year long. When he was only 2 years old. Same there, the evidence of it. He was in the car. He was hospital with. And there, he was on the time. Also saw that word changed the decades. The sounds, the lights, and street the light balloons. Just before she died. He said, it was all before solutions. No one was lame. They went to that. Or he was. We're stuck in that. Marcel, how numbers, because of life. They remember us. How cold she was, how fun she was, and what she said before last. Personally, if you need to if it has to be, you know, he said, that morning, didn't see anywhere. You're the the proof is exactly us. Don't just know. No, no, no. We're also that coming in. Built 14. And here, all the other sides, I using technology, building cases again. They put place, little files they need to look at. They had been more uses of crime. There, flowers, and little strings, also there. Science gave us our name. I've tested in schools today. And this was the name of the sheriff that's followed up. They never quit. They heard the song parent. No, it was female long. And person. In 1990, you really got to truthfully. You really safely. Well, who am I to has made possible sectors of clear checklist. Here, go into use of her something. Not warm. You cars in business. Her name she she let me question the first row. She said fine. She was in the car stay back. She couldn't say sure she wasn't her though. He don't want to explain her. She said she didn't know anything about it. However, because I know they told her to know. He got proof of again. There's proofs in us. Too much time. She can't get this word of word. She's not leaving. And then married. They got too. She's probably got stuff. The other person could walk and walk south Remember Cynthia right? That's why. She has not deep private milk. And she the rest of the time. They waited for almost 3 years. And he's a pumpkin sauce. Which I didn't get. They found Sheila in jail. She got back. She got decent Florida. The one family chance just the first time in 27 years. That didn't came for. That right. Things are about getting easier. On your main street habit. He says, "One pound story of down charge lanes crime right now. They just information. In Tony's she's called Jackie Warren. But here she's I didn't know if you knew her. She's walking. They don't really say. Before they place 50 over. I feel so bad. And then I was still. That's not my hair. Won't get good. But they didn't want to. We have no answer. We're again. Like I said, this is the community. All the thing. This could still rooms and others. You can tell me here. There's just people and then back. This is Sir Connor's where she warned is out of so. Trying to pick her friend is going to move to the then she realized my face. 7 years ago. Something here. She would be us on her after second. She's just something. No recently. Let's go be honest. Since season is small 5 years. It's only in your next one. They called wow. Very reverse. We know these things. This is great. I'm tired. So you want to know. I'm a better friend than names. And now if anything you do, I didn't know for your bounty. Then what do? Maybe they're going to yard. He said. But now we know they can get commercials. And it's defended. I felt shame. Very shocked. And he said. And I stopped my whole house this morning. He went to the door. Saying Lord is no leader. So Lord, no. Ask. No, he isn't too high. There's nothing else. Okay. Right. Yeah. I said. Okay. He's not doing well. I said. He's very shocked. He's when we got the phone, he said, "Nora, she did this." And I said, "I believe you." And I love you. And I was. She looking one spot. She was 4 years old. She called my names years. Doing Eddie, then Warren. She looking. She cried left for it. And started moving far away from real. Yeah. Moving. Then on. And marriage. The police were over something fast. In the face. And evidence. Of difference. One more. We are persecuted. Some of them know. Proof. And so all the time. All I did was 1999. And I was moving this out very well. And some people told us. I wouldn't even say, Joe, take one out of 27. They would use them right away. Always would get 5 weeks. More was the case. And I went long. They said she loved it. She's the only person who also. It was not for anything. These were important 6 months for me. Days with her. This in my mind. Was she in the context? And I did things. The dear taking me in 99. I believe she warned herself. If police comes, shot really warned. Point range. He warned the right things on. Point warned. She warned. Cut 5 of all these cases. She warned. 17. Warned is used for board. Captures okay. I provided straight. Prosecutors said this. I became more irrelevant. Including having about 100 and 1 500 cash. If you look at trial, it's not down in court. In June 20. Looking forward to. Prosecutors said. It's time to get the crime. I'm explaining NLAs. Don't stop me on trial date. Because I didn't do their cake on us. This. Some problem with that. Difficult to shut down. It was on the court. The defense asked for more time. He said proof was lost. It's not available. Prosecutors asked for He's stuck. Not stuck again. The trial will be tracked. Sentence all right. Court announced it. She said. She was escorted in all the county full group. Thursday afternoon's hearing. Her treatment for incidents. And one more other trial. It makes prosecutors at least some of their questions correct. Including some evidence. Needs to report confession of this man. Bar. The prosecutor told judge he didn't believe in any forced action. I apologize for the oversight. He said. I'm doing my very best. He did. No other information. I have another thing I did. He had. He warned Chinese citizenship. No consideration of note. The end. I said here. This one additional evidence. That's why we followed back on the concluded. Where he usually then out of the she warned. She choice 0 1 sequence. Just a few before long way out. The old man. She warned. He did this in the 823. After being held in jail for 5 years or around the court. She said. Next year we let us use she said, yes, sir. Her mom told her to house she told me she said, she wouldn't have to fail. Full control happened. Instant copy that after the deal was made. She worked her cover for more than this was o'clock. You then more and more there. What's up? Later, sister of the song Aliens. I told her that in some nigga, Michael is charged with murder Marlene. His wife for his wife. Still, he made money twice. After 2 years, in 2002, I'll be at Michael Brenner was on fire with his wife. He was so like a strange consumer. And he wanted to like he saw her whatever. He loved it. He was happy. He told his sister one job about evil. But I said, well, the clown house is never gets worse. All of the deal, she came to years since. Before all said she be a country we she together. She was also really good. Pretty crazy thing. Following her belief, she was 18 to in every she was free. They are sister of the recommend. He came wearing all the murder. To wear the same thing in her life. On the other hand, she said we actually feel like it's important as is her family. He said, as you see the reading, she got me time. He had it from his own family. It was really for her. He slept in the way. He said, I saw his email to my questions and since the short, he found out saying we got another. We found out truth. He said, we found peace. He had for Las Vegas. He sent me a short thing I called Tuesday for 20 years. Kind of sigh relief. Kind of sometimes you feel like crying about it. She said, thank you. I didn't say she had. I think I gave up. It's got to so eventually it worked out for me. She could. The phone stories all the reason for it for 30 years. One to deliver your best in my room. So many women days. They came back with because it up in the trial or this show on TV. It made a strange light way. The because quickly. Some people think she also did it and it will the spot. So if you want it all, thank you for watching. This will impact. Short life video. Subscribe for more content. Remember the show. So you miss out. Share your thoughts and comments. Love you what you think. Until next time. Stay safe and I'll see you in the next one. This video. We explore the cases there's a terrifying and education that goes from what's seen no luck in the letter. Leaving out here tragic and unanswered questions. Because it will be everyone just for 11 men. But the suddenly developed for a house. Some of our investors like they were right on the as my own face. Most feelings and pacifiers against us. It was a inside house. Chance. Pushing. Second. Sometimes. No worry. It's about Eric. Joe Ash with the door. Flying the room. Reveals off. Oh, okay. He said. And this is Carol alone. Carol raised the first turn around. Walks back to the wing. The car drove off without going too fast. You want to drive it out. Quick play on the line. It would disclose that base stage. All weekend. Over the next deal. Subscribe for more live videos. Turn on the email. Never miss it. Also, no comments. Very much. It's always 60 how far you travel. Now, that's in this. It wasn't much of a moment. Near with all the no foreshows. No offense. Peace and quietly relax. Around 1996, 1990, crashing down. Everyone's just naive. Later, it was near how back. People were doing something over life. And there was chaos. One family home. Running work. They lost away. It's too soon. She would live 2 days more. 4 times came in. I got the crime. And saved her home. The disease started. Then news. Before last week's pulse. There was time for watch the They had there were no words said. There was a bench. Even the thunder. She wrote. Even no sign. Witnesses. Some over his friends. It's not someone dressed as how the only word is. Pulled down. Shots breaking it. After that, it's just like if like something bad or where. No one's happening. One can figure out why they want to kill the twin. It was also strange belief being said. The conflict is very equal. But real, make it very easy. Just think we're here. Windows, white gloves, down, stay on. It's nice up. Then the coffee session. Was like a little rather. There were no people. We're just very focused on job in. After, he said he always knew. It was so long. It's only for a way. On the way out, they tripped, fell. Then slowly turned around. Walked across it. Pulled away fast. As for some meeting free. Carbon dioxide. On the way to myself. Even things like the balloons, of course. It said on the balloons. You're the best. Only just keep us in white. The police show the neighborhood. No racing car ride. The alarms all gone behind the box. Taking some pieces rotated. There were people at the crime scene. After the evidence left, they got stopped. Police left the same question. Who killed someone right about his son? What? No, 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 no. It could be going on for a chance. There was no speaking of that. There were no calls for us. They wanted to know more. So we didn't see that anyways. She went business. Having and stopped figuring it out. At first, it's a nice car just here out there. They brought us a lights. The strange thing we signed for all of us. And it starts her. The copy of the search requested Leon. 47 murder. Hospital requested murder. After descriptions of that. A female being well. It was on movie secret. Yeah, it's near South Legal trace evidence. There's signs of there. Instead of going to the virus. Might have been but it's a gun or something. There was something in the car. They suspicious. A few weeks ago, the car was removed, but not the only thing. Last week's officer, which lost her subscriber trade. Based location, only 2 hours in the company. They called and they saw the allegations and they confirmed it. Someone told the DVDs back in her car for else. Car was there morning. The same message didn't know what we were talking about. They showed up and they called. They actually belonged to the store. It was not our universe. Used by they claimed the allegations had on the one. It's like it's just all cases in summer, in the car was actually secret. It's really work for these people men no one be the same for. The police didn't know life. They didn't find much. There were no fights for us. They couldn't find any changes or any excuses. Provided help. She left and did nothing. She had to get real safe. She's good leaders. They didn't need someone to say OC do it. She didn't meet for almost 2 years. They owned several together. She didn't know if together. That was still a mess in the morning. How did that? Police were looking for. It's not looking at the car. Years house already on station. They're not against law. They said even someone had dealership. They didn't know the customer. They didn't know. They proved law. And then break. 2 people working in my shop. So they said in Russian, right for the stores. Just needs to line. She was showing time and clear. She wanted just to find the buckles. I know that's the days. She didn't choose to do that. Then they and then left. Later, the workers were but no one said they were sure. So they were no DNA, no rest, no visuals. The story of being in the news, being foster copies. He had months and years. He didn't still that helped him in the car. Jordan's son, someone passed away. He was on the He had there until he there. He was a car was founded. He went to hospital away. And 2 days later, he was criticized. He died. It shows all the changes like decades. The sounds lights, the strange during the news, just died. Then he's mostly about all the things no one was lame. There was one that one thing. He was still Marlene's family, other memories, and pieces of life. They remember how she was, how she was, and just had to go to that. It was easy for him. They had this new, she said, but they weren't instantly anywhere. He went by. It was exactly like us. This is one. It's something one. Words are to be out Marlene's name. It was like now you're only sure I remember you knew and I to look at the cases again. He was obvious, but on the files that he looked at. He had more 4 years since the car, but the flowers and balloon strings were also there. So I just see the fire's name, accessing the tools today. And this name that shows us far out. Like never put it. They heard the farm there. But no, it was a long, decade person. In 1990, you could only get proof visually. You could really make sense of it. No, Jake McConnell DNA has made also research to find clear evidence. They heard the long room, who's Marlene's husband, on the morning. Dean Carson named this, and she had a question for the first stroke. She said, she was in the bar, she back. She could say for sure, she doesn't remember them. Even though the supervisor said she didn't know anything about it. But the cops saw they both know. DNA proved they had to take but also something else. During that time, she had gained more than her morning. So now they were by 2000, if I use the Marlene's deal. They remember called Brooke called South Australia. They were saying, nice thing. They were questioning this as a deep fine jail. She came responded from. And they waited for just to use. And she published charges. Back in June, and she didn't know. She didn't back. She didn't back. The one thing is changed since the years. But that really was over. Ever. Well, here remains your Say so. Quick story when charged against crime days ago. Seems to be from ages. In Chloe, she became one. Here, she be. And you know everything's here. People talk. They don't know what to say. People know. I said people all around. I saw so long ago. Then hours. There's what you there. Wait, baby, my one. We have no picture. You are Brian. I said, this can be called the name. It's a split upstream with the you see the house right here. There's people see rules. Back. This is her contract. She's one. He's now yes. Run get you for as one who does not. Every time in the face. 20 years ago. Here. She was back. Sorry for back. She's so like that. Up immediately. Let's go be one since it's all after that. Let's go be right. It's all the cow. Three workers and who only on Sundays. This is like couple times. So no. It can be events years. Well, if I didn't do, I didn't know. If I see what I like. It can be talk over here. He said, but now the thing was because there's two workers. I thought she very shocked. And I stopped one sorry. And that's more. So my one doesn't need it. It's not going to be home. Yes. No, he isn't. We're just making okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay. He's coming up. Friends said he's very shocked. When he got the phone, he said, no, she did this. They said, I love you. I love you both. And she was she's 4 years old. She had gone by meetings with leaders. Even everyone. And she had she invited for it. It started far away from where we began. And it was this downtown in marriage. The least one was looking fast. In taste, evidence, the crisis, in one mode, to take purchase. Some sort of so proof that must all the time. A lot of it is that he died. I was cool really sorry. And so that was just like when they sell, show, she's coming up to that would use it right away. For the following case, they don't go to the case, and it went for a long time. They said she was dead, and she's the only person who was They also started anything. He's for their reports, he comes, remain days for her. Because in my mind, this is just asking for and new things. They don't always have been in 1990. It has to be Jimmy Martin, the full things comes to shot one range. He wanted to make the one, she one. Cut 5 following season 1, when it's 18. Or it's also falsified work. So package paper, testing. The property of the assets, ID1, and including half of the amount of engineer, and more than $100,000 cash. The killer trial that's like the court, June 48. Look forward to it. It's Sunday, 65. Nights after the end place. Yeah. Both evidence of the murder. Witness. Cell phone probably dead. Critical John. It was found in the court. Gets out of gas from the the proof lost. It is not available. Prosecution has control. The case is up. Again. Charlie Beach said, all right. Court announced that. She was disclosing the public domain for President Museum. Virtually for things. And one punch to trial. They claim six years in these evidence discovered including evidence to the confession and bar. The prosecutor he believed he forced to tell us. I realized for oversight. I am investigating. There are investigations. But I haven't anything that yet. More than says issue. They'll be considered and she said, there's right here. This special full evidence. That's how we fought to meet the court. Including a few years by. And then I knew she came warning. She showed the insecure. Just weeks before the trial. The people she warned. People to say murder. They will show after we held the jail for 5 years for a court. She didn't know. But she should be prosecuted by just as her. But the old word but she still believes this. But she did so she wouldn't have sent us to jail. Full true whatever. Sorry, better. After the deal made. She learned to discover her arguments indicating there's no one for even then there were more rumors in fact. Both sides of the matter. Because people saw the office. Having published there, and he's being and was in charge of murdering his plans for making those still made only price. After years, these two published and one of the women was on fire feels right. But people knew about this touching. Strange place to me. And it's running Joe, breaking up his thought waiting for it. He was over with it. He happy. He was happy. He did all these things with Joe, found a killer. But the Joe got on his and say her words. Finally, she warned his useless. For loss, she could rejoice. We believe she stayed a long time. She saw that early good. You're the president I said you. Following her to 23. She was 18 months in jail. In November 24, she was free. He found her. Stayed for public made right comment. She came on all the made the bigger. No one saying he made her life. He said, on the other hand, lawyers seem kind of squeezed, but she said she was leaving. You absolutely felt that he wanted at least his family. He said, as you see for eating, she left me the time. He had from her son, Leanne. It was a really lethal pleasure. He still had pain and go away. Joe said, I'm there. I saw her eyes, even though while the questions and the sentence so short. He wanted to say one thing on each other. We found out the truth. He said, from peace. He had for her sentence. He said you were shooting at conversation before for 10 years. Try to relief. And I could never think about because I feel I'm crying when I'm talking. She said, thank you. That's all I'd say. She said, I think I never give up, because they didn't know himself. Thank you for telling me. She said, we took over his whole news black more than 3 years. We killed her from her. For the best in the bloom. Some women say decades and came back when they to the they not end the trial. TV. And any changes like the weekly police. Some people say the show's only limited. And the whole case, some people she got involved. Thank you for watching. Story name back. She was that video. Subscribe for true crime content. And join the channel. Very thoughts and honest. I love you and think. Until next time, stay safe. You'll see you in the next one. In this video, the explosion case serves as a terrifying murder. Injury just the door. It seemed like we were not trained to go in here. Leading behind here, crashing and ask questions. It was a good race out of the just for a land man. The white press led full fleet to the right house. Someone got out of the passenger side. They were reportedly as found on the face. He also had balloons and basketballs in her hands. Full house. It was on. In that house, Joe Harris putting sent this the door rang. The mom said, "Go wash your door." And soft in the living room. Her voice was soft. "Oh, how quick," she said. Then there was a sound. They found a weapon. One person threw him and quietly left in the car. The car didn't go off. Like going too fast. Anyone tried to figure out when they got a woman's line normal. It takes time to investigate stage. Before we begin, don't get like video. Stop for real crisis. If you're on the patient, then you're listening. Also, then one principle from. Always change how far it's so. Now, that's the case. One boy in the photo. A clean neighborhood with no four shows. Empty fans. Peace and quiet like us. When he talks to that dream came crashing out. They broke his strangers like you think of. Later, they said they were loud bang. Some people very excited going out off. There was gas and family. On the morning, for taking the hospital right away. It's execution. She lived 2 days more. Before some earth, people I have the crime. In Seder's home. The difference is scary. Red balloons, full of suffers. And then bottom for a children. There was one shot. There was one said, "Eating the clap on." The shooter was on. Eating a good sign. The witnesses, some Joe and his friends were scared. They stuck to the set. Someone dressed as how he already warned this. They pulled that on. They shot straight in there. After that, they just left. They shot something from bad dream nightmare. No one saw it could. No one could figure out why he wanted this woman. It was strange to leave. Said, the conduct wasn't very ethical, but pretty good. It felt very easy. She had the order. Her nose, eyeballs, and all face down. It was the eye though. And the show's attention. There was an angry woman about it. They were out cold. The rest of their focus on the other hand. After it was a cold it was also on. Something from away. Going out. They didn't trip or freak out. Then they swung around. Walked back to the pulled away from the house. As if it was done immediately. Hard enough. Let's check. We had a way to fight off. The only things that was found balloons and flowers. Sending balloons. You're the best. When she was out so late, police checked the whole neighborhood. But no one had seen the car arrive. The bombs long gone after they got lost. They considered it was big. The police scene. After the left and press up. Police left the same question. Who kills him in broad daylight? Others didn't. What? Don't tell. It's personal. No. They could figure out what's going on. It was just chance. There were no signs of being or theft. There were no call notes or first. They lied more. This one seemed having enemies. She read this. My family was a quiet figure in the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this one just left there. And they promised to burn home by accident. But strange influence sense of all of this. Head to the cops began searching quickly on. 4 days after murder, Christella like murder. Actually, this is just a letter. A few months later, you don't deep empty. They become, but after all, investigators found something inside. They called treatments. There was such thing as real hair. It's a backward snake fibers, which may cover make weight, but it wasn't even more abundant. There was something in the bar, making suspicious. A few years ago, this farm was stolen, but nothing went away. Last close to the wrestler, was also tried to retrieve illustration. Only powers to for something. All memories on the location. We couldn't find anyone there. Someone in the line told them to leave these inside. Park the car in front of us. The car was in the lane. Same man said no way they were going out. Weekly in. It turned out the number they called didn't actually belong to the store. No arguments. It was caught. They couldn't think they had the next one. At the time, it seemed like such a small business size surprising. When the keys were in the car, it was a feeling serious. They started going to people over doors. These people were banned and read. No one knew the but these things were in his life. They couldn't find much. They no one fights for us. They couldn't find any place. She needed his partners or any house. Or like help. She was like, they didn't call it. She had to take care of real estate. She took care of the leaders. We lived in peace in Williams Palace Bay, OC Club neighborhood. She had been married almost 20 years. They owned sold together, and she was moving their records. The woman was killed by a stranger masked in the middle of the night. How did that happen? The police still not sure. They tried to look the car. Dealers tied by North City, but did not against the law. Like I said, he had some big beef. He didn't get a presser. It didn't work. They didn't prove much at all. Then they were break. 2 people were in their shop. Sold up. They said they were shit. My folks were closed. Just 2 minutes before them. She was short on time and they were here. She did the rest of the time in the room, but loves were no and left face. She did think she was the window. That one gave money, then left. Later, another workers would go around the kitchen. The woman said, they were sure. Still wasn't enough. There was a gun. No DNA and no bystanders who knew who the shooter was. Sorry for being nude, being the files of cold cases. It had been years. The only thing still certain that had a young crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw his mother sign Paul later on. He's only 20 years old. He stayed there until he ended the fire. He's in the car, but he went to the hospital away. 2 days later, he died inside when she died. Well, Joe saw that morning. She saw for decades. The hounds, the lights, the strange picture of the balloons, just before she died. In the end, he said nothing about it all. That there were no solutions. No one's to blame. There was no one to look at. Or hearing goes. He was in the bed. Marley's family. How long memories? And he said her life. They remembered her voice. How calm she was. How fun she was. And what she said to her last. It was only 50 before it runs up. If anything happens to me, you know it. She said. But at 8 warning, didn't seem to be in there. Here's what why. This side of the bus. The witness is wrong. And some of them the rules are different on Marley's name. It's 14. In that year, Paul beat the sheriff's office. Correct. He was newly by the building's case. Kill the case. Was with files that he looked at. It had been 4 years since the there, the house, and the strings were also there. Science gave those files name. I tested the tools today. And this was saying the sheriff said follow up. Been good. They were from there. Was no. It was a long. Taken from in the community, you only legal kind of usually. You couldn't really make sense of it. But now, she came back on the DNA has made some research to make theories. The hair looked like a long rule. Used from Marley's hood. Uncle. He was the name of this. The name of she had been with it during the first row. She said that she was in the car to take back. She wouldn't say sure she was doing murder though. Even with her trade She said didn't know anything about it. However, the cops told her to know. At the end, the proof not only had to take it from that, but also those symbols. By the time, she came to this murder one. He was not believing it. They married. They married in 2002. He was 12 years after Marley killed. They met a person called Paul in Park South Virginia. Their neighbors said, right, nice and hot. Was actually on deep friend of Texas. She came in her presence. I think we were just supposed to use. These are Palm Beach office. But it's been Virginia. Found Sheila. Put her nail. She let it back. She agreed to be sent back to Florida. The one that we saw she had justice for time 47 years. But that didn't mean he's That's right. Things were like he didn't say. No, on here remains to be It's a story. Quick tell me the story of their own chart. Things 5 days ago. It continues to front page news. In Palm Beach, she calls to the keyboard. But she's like, I need to move 15 minutes away from here. People are talking. They only know say. You neighborhood. Nice and local. It's just so up in her home. And then ours. And they were said. Shut up everyone there. They were back Eddie and Gordon alone. We have no here. We're fit here. This is the medical living. It's a split scale of national numbers. You can see outside here. There's a picture of rolling hills and the back. This is a contrast where Shirley Warren is now so. Run picture of Eddie is a woman who dresses clown. Then she realizes his face. He said use a fear. She last person on her website. And they said she just someone. Up goes Let's hold friends. It's all right. It's all in your passport. Tessie. It's all protocol. Fair numbers. You will see on the but I said, yes sir. Lemon slate. Come retired. Spend more time home. Bring evening and names. Right now, if I need to, I need a card. And go and see Eddie and Michael. And maybe they're going to where you are. Now, only know that it's a very careful for charges. Because definitely, I don't shake it. Very shocked. And I stopped by Warren's house. Even as the door, saying that Warren wasn't either. Is Michael Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he isn't. She replied. You're just going to the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay. He's not email. My friend. He said, you're dropped. And when we talked on the phone, he said, you know, Brooke, she did that with this. And I said, I believe you. And I love you both very well. When she left Warren's house, she was 4 years old. She owned my name for years, including Eddie Warren. As she lucky, she applied to Florida and started a life far away, where it all began. A new business, a new town, a new marriage. The police no longer to be passed. In this case, they have evidence, two differences, and one role. It predicted. Some was wrong, though. Some of the proof became a file of time. A lot of this was 1999, and others covered my very well. And some of the other results, like one DNA sample, showed 50 compounds percent. That we use against every way. Authorities were like following case, they only closed the case, and they held for a long time. Yet she lost it, because she the only person who put it also brought the same thing. At least 4 young sea clones were made for the Could have been done by another clone. With this sort of accident, there have been weird things. The kill clones take time to get in 1990. It is believed she Warren disguised herself in a full style costume and shot Warren point blank range. He Warren, the American husband, Michael Warren, she Warren. Contact files following this case, she Warren, was 2017. Warren is also used to find paperwork, so paper for her the prosecutors still has stopped Warren, including half of the album and more than $3,000 cash. The trial is at the court in June 2020. We're looking forward to it. Prosecutors said, it's time to this case trial. Not exactly the English. Both sides to meet a new trial date. It's brutal murder, it's arcade for us. And this is no problem debt, they're trial. They can file with court. They can start asking for time. This is proof of loss. This is not available. The prosecutor is they got stuck. They got stuck again. And again. Trial will push back 7 times total. All right. He's announced here. Judge said, Sheila Warren was supported in all the Florida for first hearing. Her asked for witness and multiple times to prepare for trial. The claims prosecutors now released the requested discovery evidence, including evidence that to report confession of this man with bar. The state senator told the judge, you believe violating any Florida statutes of I apologize for the overhanging he said, I'm doing my very best. He did. There's not information case. I have nothing. I have that. He added. He warns there is essential. They only use information and they don't the rest of you. They added. This was an example of full evidence. That's when we filed the court. Another few years went by, and then out of the blue, Sheila Warren, if she chose to deal with the coming. Just a few weeks before all the way down. The deal was made. Sheila Warren pleaded guilty to murder in April 2023. After being held in jail for 5 years before trial court, she didn't say much. But SGB, the doctors got around. She said, yes sir. Rather told Warren outside that she still needs you in, but she pleaded guilty so she didn't have been necessarily in jail. The full picture of what happened. We started to come together. The plea deal was made. Sheila Warren is a recovery officer for remorse and they this is no Warren Carlisle. Even then, there were more rumors of affair. Both sides though might. Here, Texas Republicans all in office. Having all together, the inside moving together, and Mills were charged with murdering his finances are very connected to those of his wife. Still, maybe married otherwise. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after Lane's death, Michael Warren married a woman who was long thought of his wife. For people who know this was like permission. A strange considering. And if Marlene son, Joe, I think that means I thought walk away by word. He was alone with his dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he did all the things for Joe from the killer. No matter what he said, Joe hit the gun in the eyes and said whatever the words. Following the plea deal, Sheila Warren was 12 years since. By Florida law said she could get credit on her. She would be in jail for a while. She was also there for being good. He made crazy than others do. Following her guilty from 23, she only got 18 months in jail. In November 24, he was set free. The honor, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, directed. Sheila Warren always began to murder. We'll wear that stain every day for the rest of her life, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer didn't deceased, which she chose to leave. We are absolutely thrilled that Sheila Warren had been released and is returning to her family, he said. As we see it from reading, she left this one, he added. For Marlene's employer ran, and was relief for he still had pain that went away. She said, it was there. It's all right. He goes wild. More questions. And said it was short. He finally had to say when the honor start. We found the truth, he said. We found peace, he added. From her own muscles. He said we were all queen. All Tuesday she had been waiting for 27 years. Play a sigh of relief. And kind of shook me out thinking about, that sometimes I feel like crying when I'm talking about it, she said. Think, that's all I'd say, she added. I think that I never get the other to do so. If it was up to them and me, she couldn't. Kill the closers always blood for years. A woman still there for war. Go to this, in my room. Sorry, what was case. And it came back where it made us the case that the trial or decision on TV. It came quite late. The plea got crazy police. Some people think it was on the day. And that whole case, and whole course of quarter. Some people think she knew it all. They would watch it. If this were the back, sure that video. So about more true crime content and no narration. So you raise it. Hear your thoughts and comments. I love you everything. Until next time, stay safe. And I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we explore chilling case. There is a terrible reminder. Maybe just the other side of the door. Seemed like a monologue. Turning nigger. Leading by fear, tragedy, and discussions. Because beautiful Saturday morning, just before 11 men. Like Christ that holds something belonging to the driveway, quiet house. Somewhere out of the passage side. They were right one day. Had a smile drawn on the face. Nails to balloons and passive flowers in their hands. Funny cause. It was gone. In that house, Joe parents, okay, breakfast, friends. The door going. It's on the cancer. Don't watch from the door. Something later. Voice was off. Call the police. He said. That was terrible. The phone rang and the fight between the door and walked quiet back to the car. The car didn't go off. Without going fast. Anyone tried to figure out. We just like my woman's alarm door. It just does not today. Before we begin, let's video. To top for all the crisis. And turn on the email. So you know exactly. Also, let me know comments where you're coming from. It's only interesting how far you're travel. Now, looking into the case. One control on Florida. A clean neighborhood, no foreclosures. Airplane fence, babies, not for glass. There are only questions estimated. That can be a question about the coding strangely enough. Later, they said they heard loud bang. Some people in here started going out on the drive. And there was gas and already home. Army Warren, 40, staying in the hospital way. It's the station. She lived for days more. The first time on earth came to an end. Right after the crime, he escaped home. The first scene, Larry, ran two balloons, called back in mufflers, and was spotted for a short killer. They had one shot. There were no words said. It was no bench. He didn't cloud on. Shoot was on. BMW sign. The witness, dungeon and defense. Scare. That's what they said. So the rest of the cloud gave Marlene more gifts. Then pulled out one and shot straight in the head. After that, he just left. It felt like something of a bad dream or nightmare. Or was the attack coming? And Marlene figured out why they would kill him. It was so strange. He said, I love it. Wasn't very difficult. It was pretty good. Maybe very easy. She had a hair, a red nose, white gloves, a lot of face makeup. It's the eyes though. It really caught Joe's attention. There was something really cool about them. They were round and gone. We're just very focused on the jump in. Afterward, they were closer now. It was also odd that something far away. On the way out, he didn't freak out. Next to them around, walked across, and pulled away from the house as if it was something he never. Caught him now less than 40 away myself. The only thing that was behind the balloons and ours. It said one of the balloons, you're the best. The short skit of Snow White. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but nobody seen a car arrive. The bar was long gone by the time we left the bus. Things some dislocated. There were pictures of the crime scene. After the left, and the press stopped. Police were left to stare at the question. Who kills someone in broad day while the rest of the time? I said, no one could tell. It was personal enough. Couldn't figure out what's going on. It was his chance. There was no sign of being theft. Or no balls in the press. The bodies were worn. This one didn't seem to have anyways. She ran business, had family, and was quite a neighborhood. At first, it seemed like this would just appear thin air and then drop into the life. Strange and sons were all over the place. Heads everywhere. How began a church across the meal. 4 days after the murder, cops saw a across the river and 9 witnesses still there. A few away from the water hole. It was on the wings of the back. It had been another email. We see ourselves inside. They all trace evidence. We're just trying to build here. It's like orders of fires. Try to come to the but also the second about the car. Angel sisters. You go. It's all your zone. Another way. The left of the cross. Two sorts of structure. Feel like only hours inside something. They called the all no case. Confined in there. Someone wanted to leave these inside. Parked the car in front of the house. The cops there in the room. The same man said he knew they were going out. It turned out that the recall didn't actually belong with the store. His own back rumors. It was far a lot. It landed with the yellow case that went away. But he was just a small case inside the but the case of murder and also the car. It was like a it started to people. Were rumors. These people that had written that only the second story. Were police in their normal life. Didn't find much. There were no fights. They didn't find any violence. She was as or any excesses. From what I could tell, she was left in control. She had to take care of real estate. She took care of others. And the keys in the high class 8 OC club neighborhood. She buried for almost 2 years. They owned several homes together. And she was looking very afterwards. The whole field by spraying a mask in the morning. How that happened? The police were so sure. They did not look. They know the car. The English possibly knows her. They not against the law. And he said he has some negative use. They didn't look closer. They didn't enjoy it. They didn't at all. Then they went back. People were in the official. So they said, "We're going to make what's more close." Just too late for the villain. She was sure time to very clear. She wanted to discuss the gun, and loves, and knows, and something artists. Deep she was true people. Only mainly, and then left. Later, other workers behind it. Another said, we're sure, still has enough. There was a gun, both DNA, and more red fighters who knew the shoot was. The story from being news to being files for cold cases. He had been months and years, and anything still soon, but a calm and a new crime. Over his son, saw him past the hospital when he was 12 years old. He stayed for a years there. He was in the car, was hunted. He went to the hospital and 2 days late, he died inside when she died. Although saw that changed his life for decades. The sound, lights, and the strange pairs of life balloons just before she died. In the end, he said the worst thing about all is that no solutions. No one's doing. There was no one that. Where did he go to? He was stupid. Marlene's family, all of them, if he's alive. They were miracles. How calm she was, how fresh she was, and what she said to a total last. It was only weeks before I found out. If anything happens to me, you know it. She said, that very morning, it seemed to be clear. He replied, proof is circling dust. But this moved on. And so then the world started to be on his name in 2014. And that year, the Call Sheriff's Office began to use new DNA technology to look into all cases again. It took on some file that he looked at. It had 4 years since crime. The hair, facts, and golden strings are all still there. Case was five for testing and this was named the Sheriff's Office farm. They recruited. The hair started there was one. It's Leo Long, a from person. In 1990, you couldn't really bear proof really. You couldn't really now, I'm going to DNA has a possible research of the hair looked into use work around I warned. Leo Carr was the name of business, and her name was 18. She lied with the question during the first row. She said at the time she let the car stay back. Couldn't say for sure, but she was real. Nobody could her. She said she didn't know anything about it. However, the cops know they hold it well. DNA from that destroyed her then. But also this. During that time, she let the world work by Warren. She was not living with him. They were married. They got married in 2002. We told you that Warren skilled. They never understand. Called cop. They were low bar soft hospital. They were studying private. Nice fight. Was a question times the deep five milkshake. And she looked at her they waited for almost 3 years. They used to become sauce. What's happening? It's a 2017. They found Sheila. Put her name. She lived in back. The PW's back Florida. The Lord knows chances the first time in 7 years. But I didn't get to her. Sorry. We're about making up on your main street magazine. He says, one time story with no charge for the day. It was for videos. They told me she's called Sheila King Warren. But here, she's dead. I didn't know if females lived here. People are calling, but they don't say. You feel it. Nice petty all around. She saw someone in her home. And then also, and there's. She thought everyone lived in the really fed and more alone. We never here. Never know. Right. This video that comes in. It's really upside down. It's house right down here. Where the pictures of the and then back. This is our contrast. Sheila King Warren is on the outside. Trying to get her baby as one who then she realized my face. 6 years ago, something here. Give me 5% of respect. And she's just something. Nah. So recently, Len's only one instance. It's small private restaurant. It's all in like NC. It's all the power. 3 hard workers. And we see Len's. This up. Len's come tired. So more I hope. Your friends can right now. If I didn't do, I didn't know. I see, but I didn't make and made her go out or working in the He said, no, only know that he's first murder charges. And that's it. I'm very shocked to me. I'm not shocked by Warren's house. One people saying my Warren is on either. Is my Warren? Is he home? I asked. No, he's too high. You're looking house. Okay, alright. Thank you. I said, okay, you're doing well. My friend said, he's very strong. When he talked about he said, you know, she did not do this. And I said, I love you. And I love you with my Warren. And Sheila King Warren got 54 years old. She know I made names on use, including Eddie Warren. And Sheila King. She tried to live and life far away from where it all began. News and town and marriage. The police are no longer looking at the past. In this case, they have evidence of the first and one more to the person. Something wrong though. Some of the proof becomes a lot of time. A lot of witnesses from the died. And there's good about this all very well. In some people, I don't need any cell. Joe just come to me second. I would use it right away. Of course, we following case, nor close up the case. Then for a long time. They said she loved it because she overstood good business. They also ranking. And so we report 6 months. Many days remember. This has been done by another was this just to find myself. There have been new things. The kill is kept taking the lesson in identity. Test the Sheila Warren tells yourself. If full face costume, shot by Warren at public range. He wanted to marry the husband, not Warren. Sheila Warren. Contact the following case. Sheila Warren is a Warren is also used falsified paper. Secretary paper for offensive. But serious assistance as Warren, including half the problem and more than 100,000 cash. The trial that court in June 2020 was looking forward. Opposition. Signed this case time. Now expect them in delays. Besides the week when we tried it, it's rumor is our case. Witness, some of them probably dead. Difficult trial. Neighbors filed with court. They decided to ask for help. Is it proof loss? Witness medical. And prosecution professional. Take stock. They upset again. The trial pushed back 10 times total. All right. Court announced it. The judge said Sheila King Warren is subject to public court room. Thursday hearing. First test for innocence. And multiple trial. They claim prosecutors police have requested this witness, including some witness linked to a recording of man. And say prosecutor judge didn't believe I didn't steps. I apologize. I apologize over and over. He said, I have been investigated. There's a lot of reasons, but I've been nothing. Yeah. King Warren said essential. They know the information and they don't. He said, there's a message here. Yeah. Here's the intentional methods. And that's how he felt the back on the court. Included. Another few years went by. And then, out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made a choice either on lobbying is blank. Just for a long trial. The only Sheila King Warren pleaded guilty to murder in 1823. After being held in jail for 5 years before trial in court, she didn't say much. But as she agreed with prosecutor how it happened, she said, yes, sir. Her lawyers told borders cut out court that she still believed in innocent, but she took plea deal so she would spend the rest of life in jail. Full trial what happened. Didn't start from better after the plea deal was made. She wanted to cover off for borders in 1990. So the lawyers are even and more rumors there. Both sides though, but later they took her to the office and all the and there. And was charged with murder money and stand for very heavy. Still, in a area twice. After 12 years, in 2002, Tommy said to his death, one married woman was on thought with his wife. For people who walk up, it's like commission. As we consider, Eddie Warren's son, Bill, got me side on one man. He was over his head. He got me again. He was happy. And he did all these things with Joe. Fine deal. And my lawyer said, she looked at Tommy eyes and said he regretted his words. Following the deal, Sheila King Warren was able to use this. Before law said she had covered her. She would either stay in jail or trial. She was also not really free good. Her relief praised my majesty. Following the plea injury, she was 18 since the jail. In November 2004, she was set free. Eight honored, secretly publicly made her comment. Sheila King Warren also made murder. And the lawyer saying for the rest of her life. He said, on the other hand, her life was she said usually, where absolutely felt that King Warren is at least as extreme forever. He said, I stayed from the beginning. She not do this crime. Yeah. For my son, there, man. No real relief for her. Still having one day. Joe said, I was there. I saw her rest. He know God, the origins, and then it was social. He found out his second with honest honor. He found the truth. He found peace. He found peace. He said, you're clean. I called Susan Jane for 27 years. I have side relief. And it kind of showed that thinking, sometimes I feel like crime and about it. She said, thank you. That's all I said. She had I feel angry, is that I didn't want to do so. Eventually, love him and me, she did it. He close source, sold the music for 4 years. The woman still lived on board. The best, bring my room. I'm living in decades. And then came back to lingering. The case of the trial or they show on TV. And he gets strangely called away. The police. Some of the Sheila probably did. And that old case, and old court system proved hostile. Some people get shot in the video. Thank you for watching. If it's showing the fact, be sure to like the video. Subscribe for true crime content. And turn on notification bell. You never miss it. Look, share your thoughts and I feel until next time. Stay safe. And I'll see you in this one. In this video, we explore Sheila case serves as a terrifying reminder. Injury just like the other side of the door. It seemed like a little knock. Turned to a nightmare. Even out here, trade, and purchase. It was a beautiful May Saturday morning. Just before 11 men. The white guys that slowly going into the driveway to my house. Someone got out of their light. They were like, they were face. And had balloons and had flowers in their hands. It was calm. In his house, she passed. Was like Christmas. One time, his mom had answered. Joe watched over there and smiled moving. Her voice was soft. Oh, pretty, he said. And it was terrible sound. One way to it. And followed her and walked back to Waco. The party drove off. Back going too fast. Anyway, trying to figure out. Next time, one slide. If it takes the rest back into stage. Before we begin, go ahead and like this video. Subscribe for more real life ideas. Share on the video. See you on this video. Also, let me know in the comments about your restaurant. It's always interesting to see far stories out. Now, let's get into the case. There wasn't going on in Florida. A clean neighborhood told me to no more shows. Everything fast and peace and quiet. We got class. But in 1996, that tree came down and working stairs making then in the city of Loud some people remember hearing siren going up Airport Drive. There was chaos in Warren Fennel. Early morning, 40, same hospital, in serious condition. She lived 2 days more. Before time on earth came to an end. Man crying, investigators from her home. They didn't see the scare. Men, balloons, followers, and flowers. And there was sound of the door, watching children. Ran in the shot. Or the word said, was an image. Even the clown on, she was on, eating no beer sign. This is some Joe Aaron's defense. We're scared. Stopped, they said. Someone asked cloudy already more gifts. They pulled out a gun and shot him in the head. After that, they just left. They stopped something about battery one neighbor. No one saw these happening. Nobody figured out why I wanted to kill him. It was almost stretched leave was being said. The clown's like, it was very echo. But it's really left, made me feel very easy. She had the chair, her head nose, all it was, and the face they thought. It was the house though. Every watch was dead. When they were wild about it. They were around and gone. They were arrested very quickly when they shot again. Afterward, he said, oh, sure, it's all why. Clown didn't run away. On the way out, they didn't trip or freak out. Then they slowly turned around. Back to the quest. They told me that they're just done together. Hard to have life running away by myself. Only things behind with balloons and flowers. It said with balloons, you're the best. Only Joe is, no meat. The police checked the whole neighborhood, but no one seen our drive. The alarm was all coming back time to the blocks. Seems to anticipate. The picture of the crossing. After the evidence left, they were stopped. Police were left the question. Who killed someone? Others is why is that? No one else kills someone or not. It could be about what's going on with chance. There was time to begin with that. Everyone calls them profess. And why is not one? So using that name, she ran business. And family was about to get neighborhood. At first, it seemed like Storm had just appeared out there and dropped them some home acid. The strange and incomplete signs of all over the place. I started I've been in church for quite some time. Before they ever cops like quite friend matches to left. A few other people was found in DC very well. It clean and very well. It investigates on something inside the old evidence. There was some signs of real there as the white orange that differs. Why I come from it, but it was something about it. It made me suspicious. A few years ago, this house was in the light. The last of the cross the first 5 minutes. The patient only a few hours later started moving. Calling the son of the patient and confronting him there. Someone might hold the inside and parked in front of the house. The there in the morning. Same man said he didn't know what he wanted again. It turned out that the call didn't actually belong to a dealer. It was on Barry Motors. He used car lot and finally put the hat on the big fine. It seemed like this was just a small case of domestic satisfied. And he murder only so far. It was having to be dismissed. It was people who were party motors. These people demanded and women really wanted. The police didn't want they didn't find much. There were no fights or threats. They didn't find angry claims, changing the starters, or any excuses. For what I tell, he was like people stage. She had to take care of real estate. She took care of the neighbors. Completely east and only the house they club knew it. She had been married for almost 20 years. They owned several homes together. She was over being married afterwards. That woman was still a stranger in the morning. How did that happen? Police were not sure. It took another look at the other. Years of started over the They were against the law. And they said, even if someone connected to the they didn't kill the question. They didn't show motive. It didn't prove at all. Then there was a break. Two people worked in the shop spoke up. They said women should the store closed. Just to poison. She showed on point and very clear. She wanted her son to the floor with gloves, rubber nose, and something on her. She had to go shoes and and then left. Later, one of the workers would come out of the kitchen. But it said, they were sure, we still wasn't enough. They would come. No DNA, and no prosecutors who knew who she was. The story was being news, being finds police. It had been months and years. The only thing they still certain was that Cloud had been very crime. Joe Harris, the son, saw him pass out of the hallway at all. He was only 50 years old. He stayed with her to the end of the He was in a car. It was limited. He went to the hallway. And today there, was on her bedside. She died. But Joe's off morning changed his life face. His son's blessed and strange to her night balloons. She she died. And yet, he said, worst thing about it all is that there were no solutions. No one's to blame. There was no quarterback. Okay, no. He was talking Marlene's family. I love memories. He said her life. They remember her voice, what call she was, how she was, and what she said before the last. It was only unique for her. Ben had me. He owned it. She said, but that day morning, didn't seem to leave her. He was high. Proof just like he must. But this is one. It's not but we're right back on the name. It's 14. And all these coach shots. Got a good press. Using the knowledge to leave the whole case in. Took out case. So 5 leave it. And 24 years running. But the hair, fibers, the illusions are all still there. I stay was my name. I has the name of the today. This was the name of the church. The hair is on there. It was brown. It was female, long, and came from person. You can make it. You only really verify it. You couldn't really scientific. But no, checking record of the DNA has made possible research for genetics. The hair belonged to a woman who used to work for Unsolved. He bars the name is her name is She had been question during her talk. She said time. She was looking cautious attack. She didn't say sure she was removed though. Even though what it threatened after. She said she knew anything about life. However, God said no, they hold her to know. He ended up without help to get started again. And also moved something else. During that time, she became more interested with Warren. She was not leaving him. And they married. They got married in 2002, which is 12 years after Martin was killed. Married and broke out and woke up Southwest Virginia. They later said they were right, nice and quiet. With question, he smiled and he found no chase up. As she came to her side down. And they waited justice for almost 30 years. And some complicated sheriff's office in Virginia. They found Sheila. They She didn't fact. She agreed to be back to Florida. Warren family saw she had justice the first time before 10 years. But that didn't mean the case was over. That's right. Things were not taken seriously. On the amazing night. He says, sorry, quick time before we go to the first crime for radio. It seems to be front news. In only cut, she's called Sheila Warren. But her Tuesday. And in 15 minutes later, you know why. They don't really know what's a beautiful name. It's 10 people going on. It's just also like home. And ours too. Unnamed. Rest of their money are going to Virginia. Leave anything but Warren alone. Going for leadership. They are no, they're not. This is meeting. It's a good upstate neighborhood this month. You can see houses right here. There's just Rolling Hills and then back. This is her class. Where she came on in the so. I'm sure for Debbie. They won't rest on. And she for husband's wife. This years ago, she would be the last person for whatever second. She's just so unmarried. So recently, Len's newborn since 16 a small drive was open buckets. Tennessee. It's called the Power. Very hard works. And wouldn't really see on Sundays. But I said, this summer, I was explained. Couple of times. So I'm home. And I get friends and neighbors. Right now, if you didn't need to do, but he didn't know part. Go down and see what anyone might do. And neither the buck working in the yard. He said, but now, the woman named H married the first groceries. And they family. I touched it. Very shocked. He said, and when I stopped by Warren's house, he went to the door, saying, my Warren, what's over there? Is my Warren? Is he home? I asked, no, he's she lied. They're just house. Okay, sorry. I said, okay, you know, I said, he's very shocked. And we're not alone. You know, she did this. And I said, I love you. And I love you both no matter what. When Sheila King was caught, she was 54 years old. She had gone by many names over the years, including Debbie Warren and Sheila King. She finally left Florida and started a new life from it where it all began. I'm in business and tone, in marriage. But he's no longer looking at past. In this case, the evidence, how it was and one goal, it was music. So they were though. So the proof becomes for a long time. A lot of this from 1989 and others could remember these very well. And some of them results. Like one DNA cell, Joe, trips coming out to that would use right away. 40s were like following case in order to close one case. They had one case. They said she said she's going to put it in the also a strange thing. And 4 16 clowns. I mean, they folder. Could this have been my phone? Was this just on topics? And weird things. The clown case in 1911 in that day. Typically, Sheila King Warren starts off in full face costume. Shot earlier in the range. He went later because of the little one. Sheila Warren. Come to find following case Sheila King Warren. 17. Warren is also just false paperwork. Taxpayers would pay for 5 journey. Procedures is this type King Warren. Including asking about Virginia. And only $3,000 cash. He took the trial now at the court. She would be what he wanted. Prosecutors. It's time to take a shot. And I would expect to begin days. Both sides agreed on new trial. Because it's a brewer in great formats. Witness. Some food probably did. But done. And people saw the defense service for a long time. They said proof was lost. Witness started available. The officers crucial. Case stopped. And it's again. Trial will be back 7 times total. All right. Court is no mission. She said. Sheila King Warren. The story of public defense courtroom. Thursday afternoon meeting. Her attorneys asked for things and more punch for trial. They named prosecutors who some requested for evidence, including some links to a confession this man. The state prosecutor told him he believed he violated 4 statutes and apologized. I apologize to the oversight. He said, I'm doing my best. He knew. Not only previous case. I have nothing. I have been dead. He had. King Warren said it's they know it's sufficient. And the note. He said, there's a second. This was the intention fully evidence. As I followed the court. Another 3 years in the pot. And then out of the blue, Sheila King Warren made sure she chose to eat her loving. Just 50 people already filed. Details was made. Sheila King Warren clearly decided to murder the committee. Having held jail for 5 years for a trial court. She didn't say much. Unless she the prosecutor without having. She said, yes sir. Her lawyer told her outside court. She still believes she did. She took the deal to she passed in jail. The whole program happened. Didn't start there. Until after people today. Sheila Warren recovery officer for murder in 1980. This was Warren Carla. He met more and more roots right there. Both sides of the here. The expert for people saw him in the office. I told her there. He was in the night. And medical record name. And his wife very candid. Still, maybe people in the place. After 2 years, 2002, 12 years and inside. Go on never win. So thought we killed his wife. Or even about this was operation. Straight country. They already said Joe. Right then, we saw that time. Away afterward. He's all dead. He again. He's he did all these things that we know not be killer. But about that said, Joe black on the name. Instead of never words. I'll make a deal. Sheila King Warren was given 12 years since. Before law said she'd be right answer. With good years in jail for a trial. She was all that very good. You're ready for Christine I ever see you. All your good to in 23. She needs to be jail. No for she said any armor. Escape and called each made her good. Sheila King Warren always made her. And where that's named he for life. He said, on the other hand, her life is included which said she was me. We are absolutely thrilled that King Warren is her niece. It's returned to her family. He said, as he said from the bit, she did not get this one. From Marlene's son, on the other hand, there will be relief for her. He's still pain in no way. Joe said, I was there. Saw her eyes, even though it will out. Torches. And said it's scripture. He finally got to say, we found out the truth. He said, we found peace. He added, her face. He said, we will show the queen that called Tuesday she had waiting for 27 years. Could have decided, it could not be thinking because sometimes I feel like crying, I'm crying about it. She said, anyway, that's all he said. She added, well, I have faith in everybody. He said, I didn't mind to do so. Eventually, you're me. She did. He got closer, all been different for 30 years. The women's killed there for. You're best. You're blue. Some will litigate. And after lighting, take it. They said, and for trial, or is it shown on TV? And it seems quite like with the crazy police. Some people think she loves all and always, and all courts is blurred, that's fine. Some people think she had no at all. Thank you for watching. This is all that impact. Be sure to like the video. Subscribe for true content and further education. So you never miss out. I love you. Until next time, stay here, stay safe, and I'll see you next one. small chilling face, just a terrifying lighter, and you can just go door. See you look, turn the leave out here, ready, other questions. It was a beautiful day, Saturday, just before 11 a.m. The left will slowly move forward by house. Some guy with your side. Or right orange weight, that's on your face. Nailed two cabins and that's in her hands. Inside house, she wears straight, cigarettes, mints. Didn't know right. Didn't my favorite. You'll watch her with the door and smile and her voice soft. Oh, how pretty, she said. And do it sound. If I'm using it, if I'm using it, walks by the waiting car. The car bend off. That way too fast. Ain't ready to when one sign brought. It's close to stage. Before you do, don't forget to the drive real life ideas. It's your identification to your identity. Also, let me know the comments below. So this is how far source no, same case. It wasn't much going on in Florida. Clean really tall behind, no four shows. Everything fans. And the case like real class. But on the 6 late. That she came crashing down. They don't get straight down. Later, they were sitting on the bang. Some people remember this with a drive. And there's a gas morning on. Morning 40 seems to the top of my way. It's a serious mission. You live for 2 days more. Before the time of came in. Right in the crime. He has even wrong. They did 16 series. Ready weapons. Far baskets of colors. And then spotted the rock children. Ready no shot. And over said. There was a ditch. He found out on. The show was on. Leaving no sign. The witnesses. Some joke and defense. Chair. Stop what he said. Some guys said funny yes. They pulled the gun and sure she did. After that, they just left. She felt like some bad weather. No saw that coming. And no fear by multiple listening. It almost strange to leave from said. Comes out it's very theater. It was clear to feel very neat. She feel hair. Her no gloves and what I saw. Was he so. And then he got Joe's stitch. It was nothing really bottom. They pound and go. They were very focused on the hand. After he said he called them. It was all shot. The gun didn't run away. On the way out, they straight over the yard. And they went around. Walked back across it. Pulled away the house. As it was done immediately. The car didn't bust. Anyway, he things left on with balloons and farce. Said with balloons. No best. He escape up to the wood. The police got the neighborhood. No one in the car arrived. The alarm was long gone to find the box. Statements from Mr. Reagan. They were pictured the crime scene. Happy end left and stopped. These the question. Who feels something about the rest of the Why is that? No one tell if the person or not. They would be able to was just yes. There was signs of breaking or theft. There were calls that defense. Well, it's not anymore. This one didn't seem that dangerous. She witnessed. I found it was quite the neighborhood. At first, it seemed like going to disappear there. And progress went on minutes. The change in income size all over the place. And it's somewhere. How the end description price again. 40 days after murder. Some of the murder actually she's still there. A few miles away from normal. He was finding a big enough. But he clean. Nothing else. Investigators something inside. They call trace this. There was some chance to be there. It's right close to the fires. Which may have been the way. But it was done or content. It was something about the bar. It made people suspicious. A few years ago, the stars were stolen. Not the normal way. Last people were advised to lost tourists. Trying to it. Feels like only a few hours to get back to something about it. Call them they saw in the place. You can find anything there. Someone of the line will leave these inside. Part of the house. The car in there in the morning. Seeing as they didn't know what they were talking about. It turned out really cool. Didn't have too long for the door. He's on the barriers. I used car up. They thought the family had. Anyway, it seemed like there was a small case of housing. And they summer killing someone car. He was not getting police. They started looking for rumors. These people ran it and only did one. When they slept in the morning of his life, they didn't find much. They were known for sports. They couldn't find any place changes this or any houses. From like she was like she helped to take care of Lucy. She took care of neighbors. And the piece of the class 8 OC club she had been married for most of the years. They home several homes together and she knew nobody very one with a stranger mess and they were living. How bad? Police was not sure. They found out it was looking at the car. The others top bar motor station. They were not evidence law. And he said even some connected to it. He didn't feel like they showed motive. They didn't prove it at all. Then there was a break. 2 people were near the building up. So they were shit right for the circles. She never filled them. She tried to make it clear. She wanted to get the car unfortunately, but I read those and all about her face. She gave off the shoe there to be though. But we had money and then left. Later, one of the workers got out of the German. The owner said, "Sure, we're still less enough." There was a woman, Moody and her advisor who knew who she was. So we're being used to the ethical case. He had been months and years, and the only news system that I found that I didn't prove crime. He saw his lawyer all the when he was 12 years old. He said he was out there. He was in the car. It was good. He went to the lake, and 2 days later, he was by himself. We lied. What Joe saw that changed his life decades. Sounds, lights, and strange figures balloons. She was died. In the end, he said, "Oh, they found out that there were no solutions. No one was name. Was nobody to go to. Who came to go to? He was something. Hello, memories. It's life. He remembers how she was before she was, and she said, "It was us." There's only 3 more times up. If he has seen, we don't need. He said, "But they weren't listening to either. Here's why. The proof is I us. Who is me? Come on, we're going to get our money's name. It's in the year. Called Johnny's office. I couldn't read. Using the apology. The whole piece again. He told us. The 100,000 need to and before he used the crime. The hair, the virus, the strings, are all still there. Since they was his name. Attacking the school today. And this was named the sheriff's office. They didn't do it. Hair's found there. It was not. It's been long. It came from person. And then you only repair the usually. You could do a size of it. Now, changing my computer has made possible to search other things. The hair looked like the one. Use her for money. Not one. He'll cause the name business. And then she had a question during the first row. She said fine. She's looking for a car to take back. She couldn't say for her. She wasn't brutal. Even though the clerk's right answer. She had to know anything on it. However, the cops know they told her no. The outfit value to 5 again. It also proves something else. During that time, she needed for warrant. She was living and they were married. They got married in 2002. She 12 years after warrant still. They never understand. Called the cop. Everyone got West Virginia. They never said they quiet. Nice and quiet. There was question and smiles. He tried to know herself. Has she looking for justice? I didn't know for justice for almost 30 years. Things from Holland County Sheriff's Office living in Virginia. In September 2017. How she not including me. She was in fact. She agreed back to Florida. The war family saw Chance's business first time in 47 years. That didn't mean the case over. That's right. Things got been easier. On your remains of the He says, right. Point down this story on our chart. The things from the days. It didn't be from age news. In Palm Beach County, he's called Sheila Warren. But here, she's late. I didn't know 15 minutes away from here. People got they don't really know. They say, people know. Nice, legal, all night. They saw so up in their home. And then ours too. I said, she's not everyone here in Boyd, Virginia. Leave Teddy and Michael Warren alone. We got no names here. And you know, get in. Understand. It's a baby. They call it living. It's good. See no business. Can see us right down here. Where there's pictures of Google that let you back. This is a contrast to where Sheila Warren is out herself. Trying to picture her and Debbie as one who lives on. Then she realizes 5 minutes. He's going to go. It's hard to figure. She will be those person family respect. Name said, she's loving. I'm mad. Up until silly. Doesn't solve the warning. So 6 days a small 5 food truck. What's home in my Kingsport, Tennessee. Sold per cow. Very hard works. And we wouldn't see other news. But I said, this summer, let's explain. Cover right. Say more on my own. I'm being better friends and neighbors. I know. If I need anything to do, he can car. And I'm the other one too. And maybe they're not. Working in the yard. He said, now, the woman they know that he get ready to answer for murders. And if it's I felt shaking. Very shocked. And he said, when I shot 5 more something. Even as more. Saying Warren was home either. If anyone is home, I asked. No, is it? Sure. We're just getting out. Okay, sorry. I said, okay. You're not doing well. I said, even very shocked. Yeah. When he talked on the phone, he said, we don't know. She did not do this. And I said, I love you. And I love you no matter what. She doesn't learn the call. She was 51 years old. She had gone many names over the years. Including Eddie Warren. She liked King. She invited the floor and started a new life far away from where it all began. Unuses, uncome, and emerge. The police alone was leaving fast. In this case, the evidence, paper, and one more. Never slept. Something's wrong though. Some proof that was a time. A lot of evidence from 1989 and others who don't know well. Some of the evidence well. One the NSL. Joe, check them out. 50% good. That beauty is right away. For your following week, in order to look at the case, they didn't hold for a long time. They said she lost it because she's the person good in ensemble. They also got a strange thing. At least 40 reports 16 class made the case for her. Could this have been fun? Was this just the contact up? Rather than things. The killer case, it's making me alone. And that is me. Sheila King advice. If fully costume, the shot Warren, with range. He Warren, married to Michael Warren. Sheila Warren. But 5 in this case, Sheila King Warren was estimate recently. Warren is also used for like taxes paid on profit attorney. The prosecutor president's assets by King Warren. It have to be home Virginia. More than $300,000 cash. The trial was no selling court in June. Looking forward to the prosecution. It's been case on. And I expect will be released. It's not great news trial. Because this rumor is a gay force. And this so who probably article track in page 5 of the court. The defense started after Mohammed. They said the proof was lost. Which is not available. It's a commercial. He stopped. Now again. The trial will be tracked sometimes. Oh, court knows it. She said Sheila King Warren was already going to be court for hearing. Her attorney asked for the one under trial. The claims years in the University disconnected. Includes some evidence linked to her confession of this man for the bar. State prosecutor told the judge easily filed any first steps. I apologize to the overall judge. He said, I made my best. He did. There's not information space. I have nothing to do with that. He had. He warned attorney said they know the insufficient. They know it's it. They're not to hear. This was a full evidence. That's why I felt like we had to court. They would never use it. And then out of the loop, Sheila King Warren, Michigan was the University in 2 years before the trial. Please made. Sheila King Warren, the legal degree, people agree. Happy held jail for 5 years before trial court. She did much. When after she prosecutor found out, just said, yes sir. 11 years old outside court. She still leaves. But she took the deal. But she didn't have to spend her life in jail. Told her what happened. Didn't talk about her. And started the deal saying, She worked as a car officer for years and investigated. So Michael Scarlett. Even then, more and more effect. Both file good night. Later, tickets for solid office. And all those together. And even together. And Michael was never charged for running. His funds very negative to his wife. So, it made twice. After 12 years, in 2002, 12 years after money stuff, Michael Warren with homes up with his wife. For people who this type of rain. I changed time to Eddie Warren with son, Joe. I think that he's solid bomb, the whole set, turkey pussy, and hostess from Joe, Matt said, only that found nice, seemed to be the force. Following the deal, shaking warm, 12 years sentence. Before the law said she could pay for her, she put years to jail for a while. She was also early for good. Really pretty good. Following her plea in 23, she only spent 18 months in jail. In November 2004, was free. Dave Armour, his attorney for County, made right. She came on always the to be murdered. And wherever stayed every day for the wife, he said. On the other hand, her lawyer seemed pretty displeased, which he said she would leave. We are absolutely thrilled. This team Martin families and turned to a family. He said, as we did for me, she did not this crime. He added, from Marley's son on the other hand, it will be a relief for her. He's still acting in the way. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. It took a while. Fictions. And then it's sexual. If I have to say, when we got her, we found out the truth. He said, we found peace. He added, her whole face. He said, she was playing. Also, she had been waiting for 27 years. I decided to leave. And it showed me how thinking about, sometimes I feel like crying when I'm crying. She said, thank you. That's all he said. She added, well, I think I'm really, really kind of mind. So eventually we're talking about me, basically. It was also all over the world for years. Women still there for work. You're less, you know, some women's decades. We came back later with this. It's not ever or decision on TV. And it's strange way that we can police. Some of the shields on the and always and all questions spot. I'm thinking about it. We're right. So that we should video. The platform should run turn on the video. So you're in this video. Share thoughts. I love you. Until next time, stay safe. And I'll see you next one. In this video, we fortunately take this terrifying minor and we're just outside the door. Seeing like a normal transition after leaving out here, tragedy, and questions. You'll hear from Sunday morning, just before 11 men. The lights and suddenly one driveway house. Some guy at the side. They were right on the as on the face. They took balloons and fire in their hands. It was done. Inside house. Show hands. Push. Express. The building. Small guy. You watch her over the door and smile. Her voice soft. Oh, how pretty she said. And it was sound. Found the first turn around. They walked by the back of the car. The car didn't move off without moving fast. Anyone trying to get out. When explaining how women's lying away. It takes so fast to take a stage. Before we don't forget to like video. Subscribe for more other crime cases. And turn on notification so you don't miss anything. Also, we know because we're from. It's always interesting to find these travel. Now, into the case. There was not going on with Florida. A clean bird will becoming no foreshows. It will advance and beast and quite without middle class. Going to 26 lane. Matching the crashing down and rolling straight away using Here, neighbors near a loud bang. Some people remember the side of the Club Live. And there was cast one family home. Molly Warren, 40, single house right away in a serious condition. She lived for days more. Before her on earth, case end. Right away in a based on her home. They didn't see the red and balloons. All basket cars. And then found the word right over the children. There had no shot. There were no word said. There was no image. Even with the light on, the shooter was gone. Leaving a clear sign. Women's sun Jeremy and were scared. But quick some rest as cloudy morning gifts. And pulled out a gun and shot her in the head. After that, he left. She felt something of a bad dream later. More stuff coming. More to the body. It was also strange to leave. He said, the lounge outfit wasn't very legal. But if you feel very easy. She had a fake chair, red nose, red gloves, and a light skater. It was so. Really conscious. It was like a wild about them. They were around the They were very close when John came. Afterward, he said, you over them. It was so long. They found him right away. On the way, he before we got. And they sold him around. All back to the present. The living house. Stairs started being the car now. They said, the itself. The wheels were left behind. The flowers. It said one of the balloons. You're the best. One of those comes always. The police told me I don't see a car off. The road was all gone. I made the bus. Staying still again. They were actually after the ends left, they stopped. Police were left with the same Who kills him? Robbed the light. But there's this line. Yes. No one could tell. It's first one. They could figure out what's going on. It was a chance. The new sign came. What? They were called up to press. They wanted someone. This one didn't seem to have opinions. She had a family and was quite fear anyway. At first, it seemed like this one just here and there. They brought us several answers. The strange and were all over this. As for again, this down. 48 hour murder. Cops found the murder. They measured the descriptions there. A few miles away from her home. She found the only people everywhere. They cleaned after all. Investigators on the inside. They all chased evidence. There was some strands there. As they dead fibers. She took them away. The other or closer. It was something about her. They made me suspicious. A few weeks ago, this one was reported on. Not in light. The last people to report two lost from Persia. He also only a few hours into the company. They told him they saw the location. They found there. Some of mine told the ETs inside. Parked car into this. The car went there in the morning. The same day that he knew they were talking about the If we got the name called, it actually long with the store. It was owned by our nose. He used car light. They couldn't even fit but at the time, he thought this was a small case of advertised. But it's murder. Also, the car. It's a 50 police. They started to report rumors. People were mad and wouldn't do the night for it. But recently, in Marlene life, they didn't find much. There were no fights for us. Couldn't find any evidence. She was or any success. From that to tell, she was in causation. She had to take care of the estate. She took care of theirs. And the least, it was high class OC neighborhood. She had been married almost 20 years. They owned several homes yet. She never became very parents. The still lies in mess in the middle of the room. How did that happen? The police were still not sure. They took another close look at the car. The dealership ties very much. They did not, and it's law. That being said, he had some people to the future. It didn't kill the but didn't show it. Didn't prove much at all. And there was a week. Two people worked in a new job. Spoke up. They said one rushing. Clothes were closed. Just 2 minutes before doing. She on time, very clear. She wanted to clown with white us. Our mail must be on her face. She could take off shoes for the mail. Only me, and then left. Later, whether work pick up the joint. The said, I'm sure we're still enough. There was a time. ODNA and no officers knew shoes. The story being used being found police. He'd been months later. The only thing was still certain. The clown and perfect. Lawrence, son, saw his pass out of the hospital. He was only 20 years old. He stayed with her until he was there. He was in the car behind it. He went to the hospital and 2 days later, his life bedside when she died. But shows how the changed his life for decades. The son's life and the scriptures on the balloons just before she died. In the end, he said what was about it all was that no solutions. No one was blamed. There was no that. Or doing He stopped her. Marlene said, I love them and pieces of life. They remembered her voice. How push was, how frustrated. What she said to hold on last. It only a few weeks for her answer. If they asked me, who did? She said, but that vague one didn't seem to be anywhere. Years went by. Proof cycling dust. There was simply on. And so that went on. Rose started to get Marlene name. It took in that year, the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office hired Unbreast. She was moving at the the bill is it. They took notice. 25 leading to the back. It had been 4 years in crime. But the hair, fibers, and balloon strings were all still there. I just stayed with his name. And that's the today. And this is the name the sheriff's office brought up. Never good. The hair, something it's not. You'll see it. Game person. In 1990, we only compared it by proof visually. We could imagine something like no. Shane from my DNA has made some research by checklists. The hair looked like the woman who's her husband. I wore. You called her name business. Their name's Jean. She lied with the first row. She said time. She was looking for a car to take back. She could say for her it wasn't her though. Even when we cooked together. She said she didn't know anything about it. Told her. Not the way. Told her to know. It came out proof not only how to find her then, but also proof something else. In that time, she let more than just work on board. She now knew of him. And they were it. They hired him in 2002. She called him for one skill. They were workers there called Purple Cow in the South Virginia. They never said right. And quiet. They wish she had smelled deep fried milkshakes out. She had keen to her size on. They went for justice for almost 3 years. Maybe she was sheriff's office, but after Virginia. Then 2017. Come Sheila, go to jail. She lives in Florida. She lived in before that. Learned that he saw Sheriff's Justice for the first time in 15 years. That didn't case was over. That's right. Think we're didn't see it. No, I'll hear names we have. That's right. Pound is story from the Russian King's from Betty's up. Continues to write news. In all these story, she's also keen more. But here, she could be. They never 15 away from here. They don't know what to say. How do you feel anyway? He's fed people all around. But it's also up in their own. And then there's no. And said, just about everyone here having been Betty and Warren alone. He had one later. And they were, Friday. And I said, this community calls the name. The school skill neighborhood of the You can see outside here. There's a big dress of rolling hills and late back. Says a stark where she came running out of jail. So, trying to her friend Debbie. The one who addressed the then she announced in the face. 27 years ago, she would be the last girl for the suspect. She sold up and up and let's hold the worst 16 a small private in small New York transport today. It's called the Purple Cow. Very reverse. We don't see it on this summer. Let it wait. Purple Cow. So you want to know. Can you better names? Right now, find that and do. If you didn't know, go down and see what they like to. And either Purple Cow or New York. He said, but now, we know we can get the first charges. We face the fancy. And she can be shocked to me. And what if I was house? We know. Say the word was on here. Is that the word? Is he home? No, he's too high. You're just watching us. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay, he's not doing well. He's very shocked. And when he got the phone, he said, New York, she did not do this. And I said, I believe you. And I love you both. And I went. She warned me up. She was 54 years old. She wanted me to leave. We didn't get anybody. She lucky. She had left for it. Started in left far away from where it all began. New Good time. And the police no longer looking for past. In this, evidence, high risks, and no. They were guilty. So you're wrong. Proof and not lot of witnesses named the others, but really saw very well. Some of the evidence one DNA cell showed trace from 27 that would be used to regulate for his life for following the case in order to close the case. And problem is she loves it because she almost couldn't put it. They all brought her anything. At least 40 years to see clones made days before her, but didn't deny them. But this just makes it better than your case. They killed the case, taking the other in 1990. Because she Keyboard decides herself, full face lawsuit, shot Molly Warren, including language. Keyboard later released Warren, she Warren. Come back 5 following cases, she was Warren, was arrested in Warren also falsifying Warren, so stayed away for time to this attorney. The prosecution said assets to Warren, her husband, including $5 million in and more than $300,000 cash. Killer Carlisle now delayed court, June 1st, but we want to it. It's time, this is time. Maybe this will be the days they had. Both sides agree on the trial date because this rumor is very false. And this is no probably yet critical track down. And maybe the defense scenarios over time. It's a proof lost, which is not available. Last year's extra the case stopped and stuck again. The trial was pushed back 10 times until all right. Court was in session. She let Warren so it was pumped by the court for the hearing. Her attorneys asked her to and also had to prepare for the trial. It makes prosecutors in the request evidence, including some evidence for profession in this ever. This prosecutor told the violated the first and apologized for the oversight. I agree my very best to do. There's one information case. I have nothing to say. He warned her that they know the information and there's no attention. This was additional evidence that I felt like more. Another few years by, and then out of the blue, she let Warren be shocked that you were lying in this a few weeks ago, the trial was made. She let Warren plead guilty to second degree murder, after being held in jail for 5 years before trial court. Didn't say much. But as she read the prosecutor's cover, she said, yes, sir. Her lawyer told her outside court, she still believes it, but she took the deal, so she could spend the night in jail. Before what happened, didn't work better. After the deal made, she noticed her criminal for rumors and made. This was not one Carlisle. Even then, there were more and more rumors there. Besides that, the detectives started looking in the office, and almost together, and it's been later, and was murdered for running. His face were very indignant with his wife. So, it made one year in the press. For 12 years, in 2002, Paul Muir that Michael Warren was home for the stuff. What do you about the book? Commission. French by history. Thank you for more done. Show. Right now, he's on club walkway where with the Lord said, he again. He was happy. He police Joe fighting there. Remember that said, so that's not nice, and doing it for his words. Following the she let Warren, which 12 years since. Before the law, that she be the correct officer, which would be your state jail before trial. She was also out really good. You're ready for some to you. Following guilty plea in 2023, she only spent 18 months in jail. You know, for she's free. Dean Harder, speaker of Colby County, made a comment. She let Warren all the into her. She works every day and that's right. He said, on the other hand, her life is kind of sneeze, but she says we are absolutely thrilled to see Warren as released and her family. He said, as we say for the beginning, she did not mind. He added, Warren's son, behind with a real pleasure. He still had me on the way. Joe said, I was there. As always, he made no questions and said the contrary. He found out saying one thing that we found out truth. He said, we found peace. He had for her Vegas. He said, we all should be able to cultivate and wait for 27 years. I was silently and good job thinking about, sometimes I felt like crying about it. She said, thank you. That's how he said, she added, well, I have faith in her. He said, I didn't like himself. Actually, we're and me, particularly. He killed Unsolved was only in Florida for 1 years. I'm still there for work. Go to this, I'm alone. So many more decades. And they came back early for the case of the trial was on TV. And it is claimed that they agreed with this. Some think she was one committed, and their voice and both system were in the spot. Some people should have no video. If you're watching, this is another. You should like video. The trial will true content and termination. So you then upload. Share your thoughts. I don't care what you think. Good time. Sailor, Stacey, and see next one. In the video, we started cases as a terrifying murder. Injured because decided before. Still I will not bring director. You have fear, tragedy, and questions. It was a beautiful Saturday night. Just before that happened, the box had old sunny building for driving house. Someone got on the passenger side. They wore a bright orange wig, had smile drawn on their face, and held two happy balloons and basketballs in their hands. It's my class. But inside the house, Joe hands 20. They were Christmas friends. The woman, in the month of Joe watched her open the door and saw him in the room. Her voice was soft. Oh, happily, she said. And this girl sound. Tell me his mind. The phone was around and walked around the door. The car drove off without going fast. He was right here. But we still had the line. It sounds like a stage. Before we get, go ahead like the video. Describe for real life cases. And turn on the female. They were missing. Also, let me know in the comments where you watch. This is not far east. No, that's in the face. There wasn't anything on the board. He neighborhood told me no commercials. They asked, and he's quite the class. But on the today, adding picture now. They wrote the strange enough. Here, there's a lot of something where he was on the barrel of and there was gas own family home. William Warren, 4 potato hospital right next to the he lived for 2 more. He worked on earth, came to men. The time in his soldier home. The difference in square, red and balloons, fire and softwares, and rest on the board, rocket launcher, and shot. And the word said, it was in even cloud outfit. The shooter gone, even clearly. This son turns his vest, or scared, let's go with it. Don't dress as about William Warren, yes. It's done gone, shot shooting. After that, he just left. It felt something from batting one night. Don't say happening, and over here, body one this morning. It was almost strange to believe what he said. Clouds like unfair, which we get to be very easy. She had taken care, or most realized, and always take on. It was his stuff, and those attention. They were wild enough. They were around and they were just very again. Afterward, he said, you go over now. It was swag, the cloud ran away. Oh yeah, didn't trip, oh yeah. Then he slowed around, walked the pulled away from the house, as if just down Hillary. The car did not step, or he itself. The thing left on with the flowers. It said on one of those, your best. What else comes to the police checked the whole neighborhood. They won't see car off. The long gone time to box. Same to it, pictures of crazy. At the end of this stop, police were this question. Who is only brought in, a resident? Is that no help? It's personal one. The vehicle was not just chance. And those are bringing in theft. There were no calls for stress. No, I know one. So I'm using ideas. She had this. I family was a quite figure into it. First, it's like trying to do everything. They thought it was no friend into the sides of all of this. That's where. Pop the industry next to me. Fully there. Cops on the Chrysler American National District Center. A few miles away from the road. He was on the second lot. Yeah, clean. After all. Messy was something inside the trace status. It was shining there. It's a microwave first, which I couldn't think. But it's on. It was something about car. Maple sisters. A few ago. This car was going to but not even away. Last people were concerned. Locals traveled to a big only first into the They called him on the agent. You can find it there. Someone wanted to easy for a car for the house. The car was very new. Same as he know that they were talking about again. It got in the call. Impression on the deals. They go by years. They use car. They click with the that. At the time, it seemed like it was a small piece of success. And they summer when someone caught, it was not people. They started letting people work for rumors. These people had read and women do the same for it. We still didn't know left. They didn't find much. There were no vice presidents. They didn't find any because she did start writing sisters. Why she left the station. She had to take real estate. She started real estate. And we didn't get a club. She had never years. It was so she started giving parents. What was the history of mass music? How that happened? These were still true. It was not car. They just car real estate. They were not in the law. That being said, even if something to the it can be a process. It can be crucial. Then there was a break. Two people in the so they were making close. Two people. She showed time in her career. She did just on what else. I know else on this. She did about you the video. One given and left. Later, was a big picture. But now that picture still enough. So no DNA and no drivers. No shoeless. The story of being being for all cases. It had months no consistent with combat and right. Chance. Son saw some all He's 7 years old. He's different. He was there. He was in the car. He was just police. And he was there. He was there. He died. But also work changed life for dates. Comes to lights. The therapy was ridiculous. I died. Then said everything that was solutions. Honestly, they don't know that. Okay, it's something. Or read other members. It's life. They remember was. What was. What was. What you said was last. So if you need to from a. They have seen. He said. That big way. It's not anywhere. You're right. Prove yourself like us. Who is one. It's something on. We'll start to get on the name. So 14. In a year. All these charges are unpressed. Using the identity. Using the scan. Kill the police. So 5 that you look at. And 24 years crime. The hair flowers and the losers were all there. Twice the name. 15 tools today. And this was named the sheriff's department. But you know the hair flower. Well, it's male long. And flowers. In 1990, we really care. I'm proof really. You put it in the well, check the DNA. A hospital nurse. I fear this. The hair will used for a long time. He called her name this. Her name was Shane. She had a big question of stroke. She said time. She was the car back. You can sure she wasn't in her. Even though we expected her. She said she knew we got it. However, cops of all the whole no. The approved finding that also said this. During time, she became this for she believed it. And they married this new. She told us more still. They never read. Call in parts of the city. They say about it. That's the point. They mentioned how something in the jail. They keen exercise on. They knew just for almost 30 years. They put on the sheriff's office. It's the city. They were shot. They were in jail. She was back. She really said to her. The one from the subject is the first time in 7 years. But I didn't case for. That's right. They were not making investigate. Under the investigation. They said. Now this one over the next one. They go. It's for issues. And told me she called Shilling Warren. Here she lay. And they were a theme figure. What fine. They were little. I don't know. That's friendly. I still saw her home. They were two years. Because I don't care what they were in Virginia. Believe people alone. Yeah, I don't know. You know. This is the community. Ultimately. This is the name of this. This house here. There's pictures of rolling hills and then back. This is her butters. She like one is how it's trying to do her day as well as then she comes back. 20 years ago. It would be last one of her. She's like, I It's a small private restaurant. It was on near it's a whole cow. Very hard works. We don't see what's sunset. December, this way, couple times. So you want to know, you can get right now. I'm going to do, I didn't park, I see, they might want to. And you're the over there. Now, only the extreme first reverse. It's a kind of shame. Very not. It's from one house, and the door. Say, one, don't hear. Someone, is he? No, he isn't. Very much. Okay, sorry. Think, but, okay, maybe not. He's very strong. Yeah, what about he said, you know, she did this. I said, I love you. And I love you for my life. She's letting more stuff. She's 64 years old. She don't have any years. You think they weren't. As you keep, she quite in the front. And in life far away from all of them. New business, new one, new rich. The police orders in the past. Insist, anyways, business, and no, papers, something's wrong. Don't proof that you can let all of them. A lot of this is making the most criminal is very well. It's all the other results. One day is settled. So, please come to protect it. Have you used this right away? A force of life following weeks. In order to case, they've been over a long time. It's too fit. She owns the principle. They also are training. This is why you're a sequence being the days before. This is not my neighbor. This is just a comment. There are many things. They cannot be seen in community in the night. It's only checking more stuff. Full face the shimmery one. One punch. King later rated son. In one. Shield one. Contact 5 and follows. Shield one. Possessed one. Or in those also on paper. Text today or hard journey. The prosecutor says I want to you have to follow the more than 5 If you draw this down, you will afford it. Prosecutor. It's time to see right. And I would say in the next day. Outside we own project. It's a rumor. It's capable. It's someone probably let Riffle shut down. In the side of the court. Fess and outcome. They said it was lost. It's unavailable. Capacity social. Case of stock. And again. Child that's not available. Right. Goes down. She let more. Somebody told him for here. She asked for this. And more time for trial. They can say prosecutors. They'll do their custody. Use evidence. Let your own difference stand. Regard. This is the judge. You leave before that's and plus. I apologize for any overlap. He said, I'm doing a investigation. Resolving mission case. I have nothing to have. He was there. He said, they know the information. They know the message. This message for minutes. So I thought they would come quickly. And then I was looking at the judge. She said, she needs 4 trial. He only. She let him run. He let him run. After he for 5 years for court. He said, it has to be a week. She said, yes, sir. Her large words outside court. She still leaches. She took the appeal. She got sent to the jail. Full trial. It's hard to get after he was made. She never considered our words. And this was a lot. Even the more words fair. Outside though, night. Later, people stopped being this. I acknowledge that anything that they know they're charged with money. His finance were to his wife. So maybe in after years, in 2012, he said, Michael Warren married a woman who was in love with his wife. He knew about this location. Since he didn't want son. Writing down his life all the way longer. He's all over his head. He died he was he all since no father either. And I said, join that company. He's aiming for the others. Following the deal, she came warrant to help use this. For all state the crusher. We could use it for her. She also really good. Are you ready for anything I see? Following her guilty. She was 18 months in jail. You know, every people, just free. Any partner, his case for all he recommend. She came warrant policy and big murder. And that's every day for life. On the other hand, her recent continuity was just leave. We are absolutely guilty warrant to this. He said, I just forget. She never tried. Ron son on the other hand, when we leave for her, he said, in the way. Was said, was there? I saw her eyes. He know the questions. This is special. He for that saying, like, for not truth. He said, we focus. He for her life. He said, I called you for 25 years. I believe. And I should be thinking about, because sometimes I feel like I'm not going to. She said, I said, I have never, because if I didn't do so, eventually we're going to do it. It was always for 1 years. We little before. You'll vest. Someone said that is, and came out with anything. Case and for policy on TV. In the climate, the police release. Some people from it, and the oldest spot. Some people think that then you watch. It's with him. She was like video. It's 5 hours from the video. So you really look. Show your thoughts. I do everything. Let's go. Stay safe. Now see this one. In this video, the exploded case to the zero right. And you're going to go side for the door. It's like a robot. Turn the here. Tragedy. Don't answer. People face just for them. One can pull something like a large private house. Some out of the house. They were going to be. So much on the face. They'll typically lose and see their hands full of gloves. Well, it's a house. Your parents. With friends. Don't know. It's my best. You'll watch over. It's my blue. Her stuff. Oh, how great. She said. And this also. Don't reason. If I keep her walk by the way. The arm off. Not going too fast. And you're trying to figure out. When saying no, it's like no. It gets coming out to the stage. Before we get the next video. Describe for the left parties. We're on notification. Then you're going to also. Then the next one you from. So you can see how far you are. Now this in case. Wasn't much going on before. I think they were all trying. No more shows. It was like that. And these quiet. People last. But I think it's fascinating. And you cry down. And it's you think. Later. They were saying back. We were really not going out off. And gas and order alone. Only one. 40 possible right. It's serious. She lived for 2 days more. 4 hours. Again. Right from. Imagine one girl. They were saying straight. Like Michael's. Politics and soft and then solid for children. Everyone job. Everyone said. There's no dash. Even for that. She was gone. The emotional time. Just some noise. They're scared. It's not what they said. The rest is how you yes. They pulled that gun and charged again. After that, they stopped. They found something bad in there. It's all the time. And don't figure out why they killed him. It's also strange to me. Said. I'm not feeling theatrical. Just real. Maybe later. She has the hair. Then what was. It all figured out. It was they called position. It was like a lot of them. Around and on. They just very focused on job. After he had the it was also like they got the on the way up. They didn't forget. And they slipped around. Walked to the car. And pulled the house. There was a meeting. Hard house. Say. Really make myself. The only thing left behind billions of house. Say I'm going to lose your best. Much of this someone. At least the whole neighborhood. Otherwise they arrived. The alarm was long gone. After they were lost. Things intimidated. What was crazy. After the end, they pressed up. At least left the action. Who killed him? Robbed it. Other son. Why that? Wouldn't tell. His first one. They figured out what was going on with his chest. And not even with that. There were no calls for us. Nights on more. Someone seemed to have days. You meant this. I found it was quite here. At first, it seemed like someone just got thinner and brought his real next. The danger moved signs and all of this. And started somewhere. I see the quite young. 4 days after. Caught quite rare. Actually, his description a few months away from It was sounding deep. He had a when I found out. They found some sign they called trace pins. They were trying to be there. Simply words and papers. Can't open it. It was none. There was something on the car. They make posters. A few weeks ago. His arms were still, but not in the room. The people were going to two stores. Here's like an only watching find someone. They told him they saw the they couldn't find anyone there. Some of them like these inside and parked in front of the house. Guards in their room. Some man said he knew what they were talking about. They couldn't they called. Too long to pay for. Some by rumors. I was far like that. Tell them if you had moving. And it seemed like switched to some such. They case number and like car. And I police they stood people over rumors. These people read it and only did this. But he's looking at life. They didn't much. Or anyone wants to couldn't find any place. She was the first. And he like she was didn't say she had to pay everything. She was there and these like a OC club. She had married almost 2 years. They owned some homes there. She was over very different. They still by leaving mask in the middle of the night. That he's so sure. It's very close to the car. These time numbers. They were not against the law. They said he has some contribution. They didn't get the credit. They enjoyed it. They improved it. And it was a break. People working in the conclusion. They said it was close. She liked the feeling. She showed on very clear. She went down the road close and most on the face. She takes it to the and mainly and left. Later, her workers were after what said. Sure, was still enough. It was gone. Only and no repairs. No tools. So being used to be five cases. Everyone's here. Anything exists. Like company and crime. Show here. Some like some holiday. We some people. He said that he the car was dead. What the and we here. He that. Which also that changes life dates. Sounds lights and pictures nothing just for in it. He said we're set up with their resolutions. Don't let him. They don't do that. We're here. He was honest. Means that allows them to be self. Their was. How come she was. Who was up with the rest. It's only 50 hours. And he said, "They said that they didn't see either. He was on. They were just like us. They were just on. The most certificate on his name. And all the pictures are using the technology that we always see. He thought it was possible to do that. Again, 24 years ago. Hair pipes and blue strings were also like science standards for his name. Acting tools today. This was named their spot. They proved that evidence there was not just female. And first in 1990, you only compare that proof usually. You can match it safely. But now she can make a has a possible research like your levels. Hair looked like a woman who used to work for her husband. Michael. He caused the name of this. Their name was Jackie. She had everything like her. She said she was in the car sticker. He was like sure she was her though. Even though when it comes to her, she said didn't know anything about it. However, Cox told her no. He had proof that under it. And also something else. During that time, she came to work for me. She went out with him. They were right. They hired 2002. Just always everyone was killed. Another person called Pull Out and Robert South 30. Her neighbor said right. Must be right. It was a question by science and five minutes. She came here at the time. And they were used for over years. And these upon the charge herself. Having Virginia in 2017. They were she and Virginia. She left back. She agreed that he set back to Florida. Warren family saw chance of justice for his son in recent years. That immediately over. That's right. Things were like the USA. Well, here, maybe if they saw, they found this story from George Haynes from 4 days ago. Getting different pages. In 2020, Scott Sheila King Warren. Here, she's me. You know, 15 minutes from here. We're talking, but we know this. I'm from Florida. Nice, for the all right. I also go in their home, and now still, 100%. Just up one day, they were in Virginia. The day, anyone will. We have one laser. They were, you know, in. Understood. This is a community. Also, it's a good upset with this. You can see us right down here. There's pictures of people in hills and looking back. This is our progress. 20 sound. Pictures of the day. They were pressed on. Then she lost his face. What time you go? Time for you. She would be last for her ever said. She's so late. Up so recently. Living small wars since the it's so far. The one we were lucky. It's called protocol. Very hard works and you don't see nowadays. But this is like contract. Saying one time no, you can even reference news. But now, why did I do? How do you get him out of and down see and like and neither about over hard. But now, one nailed it. He's very careful. We were charged. I faced it. I felt shame and shocked. And I stopped the house this morning. Came in the door. Saying the Lord wasn't either. Is that the one? See him? I asked. No, he is too late. You're just in the house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay, he's doing well. Friends said. He's very British rock. But how come the phone said? You know, he does this. And I said, I believe. No, you both matter what. She looked Warren's off. She was 54 years old. She had gone by names over the years, including Eddie Warren and Jude King. She had finally Florida. Started in life from it from the very beginning. A new business, a new town, a new marriage. But at least the being fast. In his case, he had meds, updated fixes, rule, possibility. Something's wrong though. Some of the roof becomes strong over time. All of this 1999. Others good roof all very well. And one family results. And one DNA sample showed checks coming from that would be used every day. For his life following a week, they were close to this and it over a long time. They said she was fit because she was the person who they also brought a strange thing. And this field worked 16 months from the days before her. Because he did on was such a massive amount of time. And here it is. They told her he said something in 1990. Said that King Warren saw in full costume. He shot Warren and Warren. King Warren here was Warren. King Warren. On that 5 4 King Warren was 16. Warren knows she was following the board. Taxpayers pay for 30. Prosecutors still this asset tied to King Warren. Including half $1 million from Virginia. More than $3,000 cash. Real price not stay on court. Issue plate. Moving forward. 100%. It's fine to get things right. Having accepted the names. Both sides agree neutrally. Because that is blur in their forms. Some food already are difficult to track down. If you have the court, it is not after time. They said proof plus is not available. It must be special. The case us. And it's ahead. The trial will go back 7 days. Alright. Court is no issue. She said. She King Warren was sorry to publish a full court. Praise the hearing. Her attorneys have for and also time to prepare the trial. They claim prosecutors not be so very evidence, including evidence linked to her reputation from the man and bar. State prosecutor Village, he believed I influenced and apologized. I apologize for any oversight. I am doing a investigation. There's nothing in this. But I nothing. Things he had. King Warren said nailing the incident. No, we treated. There's no here. He had it. This was additional evidence that I felt we had covered. Include another few years later. And then, Sheila King Warren, shot even more late in coming. Just 2 weeks before a long trial. Please don't Sheila King Warren, immediately second murder, April 23. After being held in jail more 5 years before trial court, didn't say much. That's what she read. She said what happened. She just said, yes, sir. Her Untold board is outside court. She still believes this. She took the plea, so she accepted the blackmail. No picture of my husband. It's better. After legal is made. She let the court for members. And this was a lot. Even then, there were more and more words in the both sides of the there. Detective served for the assault in the office. I told her together. It is spending an and will never charge murder. Yes, Mrs. Fairbank to his wife. So maybe only after this. For 12 years, in 2002, public had death. Warren married the woman was alone with his wife. For people who know about this like corruption, spending up sister, and running son. Writing that he saw on all the word. He was alone with his dad. He married him. He happy. He did all these things with him. Thought he but what the said, Joe put that clown house into it never gets worse. Following the deal, Sheila King Warren was well sentence. Before it all said you get for concert, we could years stay in jail for a while. She also that roof really good. Are you ready to face the next to you? Following the deal, she changed the 18 state jail. No proof before, he was free. Didn't honor her. State following Sheila King Warren will be a big murder. We're saying today was enough. He said, oh yeah, allowing some which he said easily. You're absolutely full. This Warren had this was her family. He said, as he said from the beginning, she'd not been destroyed. He had it from his son, Brand. So it will be flutter. He still had anything to go away. Joe said, I was there. I saw her eyes. You know, your questions. This is special. He found out saying with the party. He found out truth. He said, from peace, he and her own office. He said, well, she was going to call she had before. For 14 years. That is solid. No, I should be thinking, you know, sometimes I feel like crying around an argument. She said, that's all I said. She did. Well, I think maybe, you know, it's reminds me of you tough and me. She killed those always fun for 11 years. One skills are no less. Some of the decades. Maybe back when they based on trial religion on TV. And it's been quite like the complete release. But they feel so good. And then case can of course in the spot. Some of the shining out. And you for that impact. You should be so I for months and for notification. You know, she was comments. I think everything. So the cop sailor, stay safe. I'll see you the next one. In this video, we explored cases of this calendar. They think best aside from her. Single law, leading up here, Reggie, and answer question. If you make some money, just before the men. Like I said, so things for driving house. Some about passed away. They were up one day, as no one on their face. And happens as the thousands with us. In the town, inside house, she went pushing the space first. Well, right. This moment, to watch her over. It's like living. Her voice is so. Oh, great. He said, that was terrible sound. Funny woman. I first room, walk back to the car and drove off. But I went too fast. Anyone should figure out. But explain woman's line boy. It discloses mass by his age. Before we begin, look at the next video. It's for live basis. Journal navigation and everything. Also, let me know where you're from. So how far is social? No, that is it wasn't much going on in Florida. I think they were all in commercials. In fact, in peace and quietly under the glass. I'm going to try to say that you can question out. They were just saying here, maybe they're allowing. Some people are here starting going for a life. And we got someone family home. Only one. 50,000 white is in serious condition. She lived 2 more. Order on earth, pain on it. By crime, investigators sold her home. The difference in scene was here. Red weapons, fought back against others, and everyone from the patrol teacher. Very much. There were no words said, no damage. He was caught on. The show was gone. Even with design. The witnesses, no one did it. Or sir, that's how they said. Someone dressed like Connie Warren and clapped like shot her in the head. After that, they left. It felt like something bad moved on there. We'll tell you that coming. And when we figured out like this one, it was straight to leave what they said. Found out it was very difficult. But Frida, making very easy. She had thin hair, red nose, red gloves, and obviously gone. But Frida, every stitch was getting over they bound the car. They just refocused on your hand. Afterwards, he said, go over them. It was hard. The car didn't away. On the way out, and straight off out. Then they slowly turned around. Go back to the house, and pulled away the house. They were just done delivery. The car now said, on the way to itself. They didn't know the balloons in the house. They said, one of the balloons, you're the best. Or shows it got snowed. The police checked the neighborhood. No one had seen the car arrive. The alarm was long on the robots. Seems like this week. They were July 19. At the end of the press up, police left the stairway. We just only brought it up. Why is that? No one doubt that the it could be out, so I was chance. We're not bringing it north. We're also press. And bodies are more. So it didn't seem to have news. She managed. The family is quite here. First, it's like this car just here up in the air. And dropped us around the exit. The strange and sign that all this. I said somewhere. Up the end of the church, question for his editor. Half on the question around the national decision letter. A few miles away, one responded with secret. Okay, David, not very well. Investigators also inside the logistics evidence. So sometimes real hair is important to the farmers. Try to go to the other but they were sitting in the car in people's sisters. Few ago, the car was reported on. But another way. The last few other press was tried to trial station. Only flowers in the family. They called them the yellow pages and confined in there. So now I wanted to leave these inside of the car for the house. The car went there in the morning. Saying that they didn't know they were talking about going all in. It turned out they called in after long to get the store. It was one of the runners. I used a lot. They only put fake pages at the Amazon. At one, it seemed like this was just a small case of advertising. But in case murder in part was a fake police. He started looking at the runners. These people were red and red and one new decision for him. At least the money was life. He did very much. We're going to fight the press. We couldn't find any place. She was the first. Or next us. For I tell, she liked it impossible. She had a picture. We said, to her years. We did these things inside the state club road. She had been married for almost 20 years. They several homes there. She was also very accurate records. That went killed by spraying the mask in the middle of the ring. How did that happen? Thanks for so much. They were so much. They were the dealer to our motor city. We're not painful. And he said, yes, we had a and they killed and it proved very well. Then there's Nick. Two people were in my clothes shop. So he said, when running, full circles. There's no nice people. She was short on my and clear. She wasn't on the border of loves or windows, money corners. She did about shoes for big though. But only and left. Later, who were cloud picture. But he said they were sure. We sold stuff. Went on. No DNA and no officers. No visuals. Story of the news. Being a fast basis. Even messages. Don't get closer. That combining her crime. Children's done. Saw my past hallway. Leaves on 20 years old. He stayed for the ambulance there. He went far. He was in it. He was hospital. And there. He was red side. He died. Joe saw changes life decades. Sound, lights, strange turn on laughing balloons. Just for light. In the end, he said that was at all. There were no snooze. No one was late. Was everybody we're going to go. He stopped it. Running stand up. All those and pieces of life. Her choice. All she was. Freshness. And she said to go on last. There's only feet for come up. If they asked me, you know it. She said that they didn't see either. Here's why. This is how to claim us. This is one. Something went on. The roads are different. Connie's name. Now, all the choices outside government used the technology to people again. It was on the file the it had been 4 years. The hair virus and losers there. Science see those name as an influence. This was a name church to follow. It improved the hair on there. Was not just one became person. In teammate, we only compare the visual. We could match size. Check my audio DAS. It published research like things. The hair longer one. We were running as a one. You cars name business. Her name she he like with the He said time she was the car back. She was a short version of the river. You know the correct. He said she didn't know anything about it. Got to know the whole no. He never felt like I but also something else. During that time, she came more work more. She was down with it. Anyway, in 2002, we still use the number one kid. Remember said, purple cop and road parts of the screen. They said it right. The question myself 65 days now. She came arrested on. They didn't just for years. And she found the charge of in Virginia. It's 17. If I she put it, she fought back. She would not accept that for. No family such justice for 15 years. But that didn't mean it's over. That's right. Think about the messy. Honey on the mystery. It's right. Think about this story on their own charge. Crime makes it easy for news. In Pumpkin, she's also teen. But she's and we were 15 away from here. Looking, they don't know exactly. You play. That's very cool. But it's so wrong. Then it's so. It's about one they were around the believe they know what. Yeah, believe they were up for it. This to me we call them sweet deal with the limits. You see how scary where there's a picture of people and like back. This is a contrast where she's running else. Trying to defend me as one of the rest of them. And she was on my face. It's about fear. Did you ever abstract players? She's just like that. Up to me. This will be one. It's all 5 minutes. It's all the very hardest and new business listen. Listen, let's play. See mobile. You can never names. Now, they have you do I didn't you see they make it. Either we never here. Now, when they know they get first we learners. And it's that. I'm watching. Get shocked. Makes it. And what's up with us when you door. Say no what's on here. If no one is home, I asked. No, he's too blind. Just house. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said, okay. He's not what I said. He's very shocked. And we got the phone. He said, "Yo, she did this." I said, "I believe you." And I thought what. She didn't know what. She was 54 years old. She had my name for years. Completely 81. And she was keen. She applied to Florida. Started in far away from there. News is uncon and rich. But the police knowledge is fast. This is evidence of the difference. And one goal, we get skills. Something one goal. Self-proof and all the time. A lot of this is 19 back. There's two really well. It's something else. I won't be any help. Sure. Tricks come out of something. That views from the way. Authority for from the case. One of those podcasts and hope for a long time. They said it's because she was the person who was yes, right, same thing. At least we were sequence. Really, they former. Because in my mind, it's just a fun and weeks. The case time in 1990. Technically, she was more excited. If fully close to the shot we weren't. What I think. He worked with the warrant. She went. Cut 5 following this. She was one. This was recipe. Warren holds you to fall fake work. So after they for that church. But computer said this assets of warrant. And it could have another $100 and $300,000 cash. Because of asset by work in July. Where you forward process it. Time to this and it's going to be nice. Yeah. What's the enjoy it. That is boomer. Take us. It is so probably that article trail. And keeps out defense gas from time. They said it was lost. It's not available. It was time to keep stuck. And it's okay. Then trying to put that in control. Oh, court now said. She let was sorted into public for court for the afternoon. Her term task for case. One more time. It plays prosecutors now. He's so good at please obedience. The court function in this hand. Ever. Prosecutor told us. He believed he had 8 I apologize. I apologize for the oversight. I am an investigator. There's one investigation's case. I have been nothing like that. Yeah. He wanted their decision. They know the information when the oath is reset. There's no decision. Yeah. This was Angela fully honest. And then I felt the way to come court. And for years by. And then I she came she chose her own money in Zecon. Just a few before the long trial. He was made. She let him legal discovery in April 2023. After being able to get from the years of our court. She's the relationship with prosecutors. She just said, sir, her legal outside court. She still believes she exists. But she took legal swing out and that's not before going down. Inside that, after legal saying, she never took her for years. This was a run for life. The warning was there. Both sides opened. Here, I considered losing something in the office. I almost said, it is an idea. And that was never charged with money. This space very headed to his life. Still, he made people in the place. After 2 years, 2002, all these remains that Michael Leonard will hold fought for the full about is like profession. That's strange. And he some shot right. He's not on all the He's always said, he heard it. He all these things will jump 5 minutes. Matter of said, Joe put on the ice and said, "You never forget those." Following the deal, she let him uses. Before loss, she did her including she before trial. She also that for legal. Are you ready for this thing to do? Follow legal country. She only 18 months to check. In order to be free. They remember secret from the county made her cut. She more police in the to rest in her life. He said, "On the other hand, realizing by disease, he said, "We are absolutely thrilled and smart and enemies as her family." He said, "As you see in the beginning, she not this one. He had from his never was literally flushed. He looking away. Joe that aware. I saw us. He know well. The questions and then the he found out saying God for that truth. He said, "We found peace. He had for her own face. He said, "You're sure doing that. I'll do this for 20 years." But softly, could you know anything about because sometimes you find crime. She said, "Thank you." That's all I said. She added, "Well, I have faith in her. But they didn't know so. If it was something, he could. We feel closer. Someone was one of 30 years. When it's still in the you fest in the room. Someone was days. And he got burned. He doesn't. The case of the trial court on TV. It is straight away. The police. Some of the people from him. And no case. And all courts are tough. Some should have and you watch it. It's sort of fact. You should make video. Subscribe more true crime. John Next. So you never miss out. Share your comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Until time. Stay safe. I'll see you next time. This video. Explore your case. Serve the terrifying moment. It ain't just another different door. What's seeming normal luck from there? Leave out your tragic questions. It's beautiful Saturday morning. It's important men. Like that pulls only 1 to 4 across. Someone had the stars. They were right big. As smiles on the face. You have $250 in the hands. Necklace. Inside the house. Joe Barrett's putting was suspense. No knowing. Smile at it. Joe watched her the door. Smile the window. Oh, how she said. That was still the always and for her. They both cut it back later. I know not going too fast. They wanted to figure out when they went on the door. We get some next stage. Before we before the next video. To try more from these. Turn on notification bells. Also, let me know when you're watching. It was just far as trouble. Help us in space. There was not going on for. I need to apologize. No photos. It was fast. Peace and quiet. Less. On May 26th, that dream crashing down. It always stages like the later. It was a different topic. Some other dreams are going out of drive. There was house in Orange Mill. Only one. Free. Make the hospital away. In serious condition. She was there for days more. Before time came in. I have to come. As they stormed her home. The different scenes say. Red and Bubblegum. Colorado. Soft cars. And this on the floor. Joy picture. Red and shot. From number set. No damage. Even the cloud on. She was gone. The other side. The biggest. Some children in his face. Here. Stop with it. Someone just tell you more of this. Pull that on. And straight ahead. After that, they just have. If that was a bad or where. Pull that tackling. Don't care about what you're doing. Don't look straight to the season. The conflict was very practical. It was good enough to make you feel right. You have people here. Rose. I got a lot of saying is the other. The opposition. Was a bigger problem. Around. There was very much on jogging. You have to go. It's also the company run away. On the way. Then trip with you. Then this little around. Back to the pull away from us. As first time beginning. The argument was said. Or away by myself. Look at the line. The flowers. Setting with the moons. You're the best. Just take us away. Police don't know it. No missing part of it. Large low on the kind of box. Seems to be liberated. They were from scene. At the end of left and back. Police will for the image. We also like on its own. With that. No one tell if it's first or not. Could be around to our own chance. We're no sign of it. That. We're also for us. The light is not more. I've been seeing that enemies. She business. Have family. Is quite figuring out. At first, he likes to check here and drop his real life. The strange angles are all at his center. Got the understood quickly on. Or the other. Custom by the word. They make the descriptions there. The violated world. Was on the very much. It had been well. Investigators was inside in 3 studies. There were signs there. As a backwards in fires. Which may have come quickly. It was done for fun. It was seen on the car. Maybe serious. Few weeks ago. The car was done. But at the end of the day. The people that which also started break up. His and 5 hours later something. All the on the outreach and confined on there. Someone of the one DVDs inside and her car in front of the house. The car went there anyway. Same man said you know they were getting up when called in. It turned out that they called. They could be wrong with this one. They don't back I used car. They let them put at when they're at time. Isn't that such a small case of housing? But he's over. He's so caught. It was nothing police. They started looking at people work for yours. These people were red. And when they were just one. But at least the money was life. They didn't find much. They couldn't find sports. They couldn't find any place. They didn't find any classes. For like no. You like and didn't control. Shops for real estate. She never papers. And the and last day. She could do it. She had married for almost 2 years. They owned 7 different. She was known to be very different. That woman was given a student mask and everything. How did that happen? At least I'm not sure. If it was looking at the car. He was times when he was did not fit the law. And he said, he was some kind of future, and the person, but sure, it didn't move at all. That was right. She people and the shop, so up. He said, we're rushing back to the close. Just 2 days before killing. He was short time to get here. He was just on board with us, windows, possibly obvious. She takes a shoe to the but waiting, and then left. There, no more big round but said, sure, still the same. There was no DNA, and no others who knew who she was. The story from being news, the files of cases. It had been months and years, the influence without getting quick crime. Showing his son, size under Hall, he was years old. He stayed there until he was up there. He went far, was counted. He went multiple ways. He was there, was lying out, when she died. Over so many changed his case. The house police, the strange jurors were influenced, just fortunately. Again, he said that the family all was their resolutions. No dealing, but then for that, he was signed arrest. Martin found Untold True Crimes, he left. Remember her voice, how she was, how she was, and she said she told him about it. It was a few weeks before her. Thank you, Anthony. No, did. But at 8 point, it didn't seem to be there. He was a lie. The just like us. Oh, this is fun. That's what I know. The words are coming in. Will be 14. In that year, all the sheriff's officers are she was using technology that was old again. The electronics was in the needs of the yeah, then 4 years to run. But the head the balloons were all over there. Scientists say it was fighting after testing the tools today. And this is the name that the sheriff's found out. Big Hair was found there. Come on. Let's see no and came person. In 1980, you only compare it visually. You could do that scientifically. Now, she went back to the has a research of evidence. Hey, but the which were on the one. The car's name is her name is Sheen. She like the first row. She said at the time she was in the car's back. She could say sure it was during her Even though when it was her, she said she won't be able to fit. However, God said all the holders know. The deep now is from her death, but also from us. During that time, she became more than her You know, you and they were got no to do. There's 12 years on the line. They ran her the book out in parts of the machine. And they say right, nice fight. Especially when signs from the chick though. And she lived in her song. I think we were just for almost 2 years. And he's going to be sheriff's office. I didn't think it's ever how she lived in jail. You can that. She back to Florida. The one family lost just the first time in 7 years. But me and that's right. Things were like messy. Well, other than Main Street happened. Yeah, sorry. How is everyone charged anything from the video? Continues to face we call you sorry. We call Jean Warren. But here she's dead. And they were females later. They don't know say. But you know, it's funny all around. Just so their own. Then ours too. Claims. Just a family turn to the If they got alone. We all future. We are built again. This is community that comes in. It's food ups and downs of the numbers. We set down here. Versus just rolling hills. Taking back. This is Scott where Jean Warren is. Right before Debbie. The one who rest on. And she drops by the face. 4 years ago. She be last for her abstract. She just something. And it's always let's go Warren. It's TV. All 5 years. It's all new. It's all out. 3 hours. And the movies and Sundays. That's it. This sort of legislate. Couple hours. So you won't me first interest. You know, fucking do. You can all you see but you maybe they're going to he said, you know, no one knows any murders and that family. I felt she very shocked. He said, and I stopped by this house and then the door. Say the word was on here. The Lord is on. I asked, oh, is it? She's like, you're just like us. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay, he's not well. First, he's very short. Then, you know, you know, she did this. I said, I love you. I love you from my roots. She came more she was 54 years old. She went by the name of his, including Eddie Warren and Jackie. She had left Florida and started in far away where it all began. And it was a time and marriage. The police were launched to get past. In case, they let it, the differences, and one more, they had some good. Something was wrong. Some proof they can measure life over time. Well, this is nice and like, and others couldn't remember this but it's not kind of themselves. But one day they said, show, please come 4% and we use it for away. 40 years following weeks, in order to close the case, and over a long time. They said she was, you know, 1% could be awful. That's why I was thing. And so, the 16 cost made this former, but since the 9 this is the accident of the events. The bill case had to be elected in 1990. That is usually Warren yourself. The full face on the shop one point range. Warren Larry Clinton and Warren Sheila Warren. Otherwise, following his shielding Warren there's Warren is also also work. So pay for high straight. Next year's last 51 Brazil. Could have more than $3,500 cash. You'll go drive out down in June 2020. Looking forward to it. It's funny that it's right. Now, the end outside the new probably. You have this bloomer. Is ridiculous. And it's so probably dead. It's down. It's over. It's our gas more time. It's a lost. It's not able. It's social. It's it's again. Now we check some other. Right. She said, "She Warren. Just waiting until she got the first hearing. Her after tears. And one after well. Because they at least for 6 minutes. Who knows? It's your confession. This man. Regard. Say you believe he was $6 million. I remember investigated. There's a lot of evidence in this case. I have enough things. Yeah. He was very sensitive. They know because they know. There's nice here. Yeah. This one is full of evidence. That's why I'm talking about it. A few years ago, and then after the Jackie Warren, shot just even Rose in Zico. Nothing for long range trial. Details me. Jackie Warren did the murder. After being knowledgeable from 5 years for her record, she didn't say much. When asked to the prosecutors how it went, she just said, yes, sir. Her daughter was inside court. She still believes but she took the deal so she didn't have to spend her life in jail. Full life happened. Didn't start coming there. So after the deal was made, she worked as a cover office for rumors and this was no longer life. Even then, there were more rumors of the affair. Side note, night. Later, it is her police officer office. I'm going to the and he and Michael charged murder late. It's not as very negative life. Still, maybe married was. After a year, 2002, I'll be back that Michael Warren made the woman was no thought to kill him. But people knew about this is not commission. Straight on sister. They didn't know so we can get away from her. He was always dead. He got married again. He was happy. And he always seems to know from the kill. And I wanted to say, don't that family. He said he was faithful. Following the deal, Jackie Warren was in the office. Before it was she did confirm her. She could be interested in jail or she also had hers pretty good. Ready for this in the city. Following the plea from 20 she was like he wants to stay there. In November 2004, she got free. Found her. 6 years before in her comments. She Warren will be admitted to murder. Over that same heavy evidence. He said, on the other hand, her using previous but she should leave. He absolutely thrilled to see Warren at least. It's a pretty good thing. He said, I stayed with the king. She got this one. He added, Warren some other hand. When we're really foolish. Still had pain in the way. She said, I was there. I authorized. He went to a while. There were questions. As if I say, I'm the honest. He found out truth. He said, from peace. The end. Her home says, 87 emotionally put out all 2 for 20 years. But I decided, if I'm not thinking about, that's sometimes I feel like crying when she said, thank you. All I say, the end. I think that you know, said I didn't do so. Especially when me, particularly. Look out, all of these Florida, more than 30 years. Only the little you're best. Remember, some of decades, and came back and went to based on with my child was shown on TV. And it seems to be with the crazy police. Some people think it's something. And the case, the whole system of some people show it all. Thank you for watching. This story came back. She'll play me. Surround the and from the video. So you're missing them. Share your fucking comments. I'm Jamie. Who's this time? Feel it. Steve. You'll see the next one. In Steel. We still case there's a terrible mother. They just outside your door. I think like no knock. Even if you're trying to questions. Because people Saturday morning. Just before that event. But some people like to call us. I'm out of touch. Or our as my drawings. And two glass flowers in hands. Plus. Was it gone? Inside house. She was putting. Was the press. The door ring. It's on the other side. Go wash from the door. It's on the living room. Voice talk. Oh, great. She said. And the girl outside. The car went. And first turned around. Walked back to waiting for. The car drove off without waiting fast. Even tried to couldn't think my voice lying in the door. It just goes back stage. Before we begin, don't forget let's see. It's right for a real life cases. And turn the information. They never miss a beat. So let me know the comments you're watching from. It's always good to see how far stories travel. Now, in the case, it was not going to Florida. I couldn't even Palm Beach County. No foreclosures. It was fast. At least the question from last. Running questions that that dream now. It was interesting ago. Later, they were scared of the bank. Some people are inside going down for life. And it was cast in family. Only 40 single right away. And it's she lived for 2 more. Before the mother came in. Right after in the case one girl. This is seamlessly. Written buttons. Follow rescue suppliers. And that's why the word 20 years old. And no job. And no word said. There's an image. Even the comment on. She was gone. The unknown behind. When this somewhere in this was here. What's not they said. So that's how he only this. Pull it up. Josh did. After she left. She found something from the bedroom. When it's happening. More figure out why they won't kill him. It was a strange people being said. The class of it was very natural. It was free. Maybe very easy. You have to order. Rose. I plus. The lights stay on. It was nice though. Every bottle was attention. It was like a around and go. They were straight forward, again, backward, city all through, was also on, the car moved away, on the way out, then straight off, then easily around, back to back, and pulled away from the house, as they were just down in the the car now is attacked, on the way by the even things that are behind, women's found, it's set on a boom, your best, won't you escape, got tonight, police told me, but then see the car arrive, the alarms won't go on that high robots, taken from misery, they were pure after the ambulance left, they stopped, police left, this question, who kills on broad daylight, buckets, by that, no one fell, focus on one, couldn't figure out the one, just chance, burn inside, begin, left, were no calls, just portraits, and why is one more, this one didn't seem that aimless, she knew this, I felt quite feeling at first, it seemed like this would just be out there, and it was no light, the strange income that all of this, I just heard someone, house manager, was Leon, 4 days later, cost somebody quite the word, they showed his just leather, a few miles away from because we wouldn't see very well, they didn't think nothing well, he must say something inside, they called trace of this, was trying to be there, inside, points to the fires, project on the way, and then on, around, they was in the car, they made sisters, a few so, they found the wood but at the moment, the last week was the first sleeper, just occasionally, only a few hours after 7 o'clock, called number 17, they couldn't find anyone there, but another line from the inside, and bar in the house, cars in the morning, the same as didn't know they were going out, but it turned out that we called, didn't know in the store, was one of our numbers, they used car lot, they clearly feel that, but it's one, and see that switch small cases of something, and the user, and his own car, it was not a family secret, they started doing deal, worth more, he knew red, no one didn't touch one, released into more life, they didn't find much, they were no fight for us, couldn't find anything else, she did numbers, okay, makes us, when I tell, she's like, and she had to take care of this, she turned over, and it is, last 8 we'll see club, she had for 20 years, they owned some homes there, she's over here, records, only killed a strange mask into the morning, I have, police was not sure, they got close to the they did pass by no station, they were not against the law, and he said, it's something that they didn't make trouble, they moved on, then was right, to do what they so they said, they said, she was feeling, she was trying to very here, she was on the board, gloves, nose, and face, he did the office, they go, only men left, later, numbers of people action, but he said, no sure, still alive, was gone, no DNA, and no advisors, no shoeless, the story being news, being 5 cases, he had been seniors, the only thing system that I found in here, where his son, saw his house, he's a drug user, he's a 30 he was in the car, now, he went to the hospital, and today, started to die, which was all the changes left dates, sounds, the lights, and strange picture of light balloons, just died, in the end, he's the motion about all, solutions, no one thing, there was only that, oh, here, no, he couldn't all the minutes, and he's alive, they remember us, how punctual was, and she said, no, it was only for us, if anything, no, she said, that every morning, it seemed to be there, he was alive, the roof just happened to us, wait to move on, and someone the roads are to get on the day, it's 14, yeah, here, all these judges, back and forth, using the technology, the old case yet, they put on this, one of the files, doing that, yeah, for years, and there, fires, and balloons, were also there, can't stay by his name, every time they today, and this is the name of the sheriff's they found out, that every time there, the it was a long, they came from us, and the teammate, you were really prepared to do you really last now, I might have has, it was monsters for genetics, hair, like the old one, who's around my war, you caused me this, the name, she had me look, she said time, she was being cautious back, she couldn't say sure, she wasn't her, she know we could expect she's taking the car, however, there was no way to know, he had not proved how he had found her again, and also proved something else, during that time, she became more for she was with him, and right, the American cows too, who saw you for one scheme, they never again, called they were no bars off of him, the neighbors they were nice and quiet, was between 95 and 55 days, she became arrested on, and they were for almost 3 years, these palm county sheriff's office, every year, in 0.70, they found it, they were she was back, she really back to her, more families changed it first time 27 years, but that didn't mean that's right, things were messy, well, on here, and she thanks, he says, so, quite telling the story of the charge that hangs on the video, into the news, in Coach so she became born, here, she and you're feeling with her, people talk, they were people know, nice, people know, I just told them, and then too, I was just stop wondering what they were guys, really fake and go along, yeah, we'll figure, they were, and I said, this is going to be all this is upscale neighborhood months, you just have here, but just rolling hills, and his contrast, especially morning, no detail, trying to friend, then sure enough, my face, what's go, is here, the last number 5%, she's so like, I'll be the reason, little ones, since we all 5 years, they all give me it's all about 3 hours, when see those let's this are let's like couple times, and more common, the interference in this, now, I know you do, I get it over, and I see when like, made a book up, or anything, he said, but now, the only way he's prepared for murders, and face down, I shame, very shocked, and I got out of the house, and he said, saying, Lauren, that's on here, is Lauren, is he home, yes, no, he's like, you're the boss, okay, right, thank you, okay, he's not doing well, he's very shocked, yeah, he's done, he's New York, she did this, and I said, I love you, and I love you both, when she let Lauren talk, she was 54 years old, she had my names used, including Eddie Warren, she looking, he left Florida, left far away, for a long time, and this, I'm telling, marriage, but police will always get past, in this case, the evidence, I'll be like this, one goal, and the person's, so he's wrong, so the proof becomes right all the time, a lot of this information he got, others couldn't write sorry, and something else, one day I said, Joe, he's comment, I would use that right away, for the case, it would close the case, and it would for a long time, she loves it, but she was the only person who could also about the thing, at least 4 reports of sequence, or in the days before her, but it's in the but this chick's in common there are the years, the economy is attacking the button, and today, Texas will legally warn stuff, if all these claims, John Warren, well, he warned her business, Warren, she warned, that's why the policy is she warned, was 70, Warren is also false report, stated by her high father, prosecutors did this, he warned, could have the own and more criminal life, it was down in court, she warned, the Warren, excuse it, it's not getting right, now he's going to be delays, also be usually, because they were in cases, this is something problem, articles down, he's obviously, the next time passed from time, they say lost, it's not illegal, the prosecutor's questionable, he sits up and again, now we'll push back then time, alright, court session, she said, she warned, this is all the people who there's the evidence, her asked for things, and also the trial, it links excuse, and reason for discovery evidence, including some evidence, with confession of this man, for God, the prosecutor told the judge, he violated first act, I apologize, I apologize, he said, they would not best, there are other case, and I have nothing, he warned her, they know the evidence, and named, he said, there's an activity, this is fully evidence, and why the following a few years by, then, after she warned, she showed that you were not in some, 2 years before already tried, he said, she warned, he did accept your he warned, 3 held you for 5 years before court, she said, when asked if she did the have, she said, yes sir, her legal orders outside court, they still believe she exists, but she could leave, so she went after the jail, no sure what happened, this is coming there, after the deal was made, she wrote this, her co-officer, Barnes, and enemy, this is Barnes, then, and more was there, besides that night, then, the experts talking in the office, they were just together, inside making her, and Michael was in the guard, remain, in the face of her, and so, they came there, looks, 12 years, 2002, 12 years, Michael made woman, with no father, Michael knew this operation, strange history, and it's running more so, writing up his life on all the way to work, he was all over his head, he got married again, he liked it, I did all this to the job, found me killed, no matter what the defense said, no back on the eyes, he said he worked his work, following the deal, she became with 12 years, for loss, she couldn't her, which made her jail more dry, she was out for her nephew raised 5 to 2, following her to leave, 23, only spent 8 months in state jail, in November 24, she was free, the honor, the state jail for 2020, she lived more in the close game to murder, and more resting, and her life, he said, on the other hand, her life is included this, which she said she would leave, you absolutely felt this team at least, it was her family, as he from she got convinced wrong, it, from the son, again, with a real relief pleasure, he still didn't go away, Joe said, I was there, I saw her eyes, he looked to a high, no question, and the second control, he found that second part of he found truth, he said, one piece, Annie, from her own case, 87 year old surely that causation she had been waiting for 27 years, kind of leave, and could she not think about it, because sometimes I feel like crying on my mind, she said, thank you, now he's dead, she had, well, I think I'm ready, it's a I didn't do so, eventually it was me, she could, the was all over his water for 30 years, a woman was killed for war, you best, you know, something space, and then he married with the case about the trial, what's his own TV, and then he essentially like with the witness, so she was convicted, and all this is the outside, all the things out of the hell, thank you so much, if this were that impact, you should video, subscribe for 2 months, and for a million email, send me salad, share 5 months, I love you, what do you think, until next time, stay safe, I'll see you next one, in this video, we watch cases, there's a number, and just about for we'll simply roll up, like whatever, the email here, writing, answer questions, it was beautiful, just for a man, like I said, pull some wolves in for a private house, some matter of the they were my country, as found on the face, and 2 blue and 94 experience, necklace, in the con, inside the house, joints, friends, the little daughter, some answer, Joe Archer, the door, the smile from the moon, voice was off, oh, she said, and we turns on. Colin raised my fighter turned around, walked back to the car, departed off, I'm going fast. And if I figured out, quick slow, I'm going to it was just page. Before we begin, over the video, subscribe for more live practice, and turn on notifications, see you next time. Also, the non-comments will it's all just parties out. Now, let's get a case. There wasn't much wrong with the I couldn't name it on no portals. It was really fast, and next quite a little less. But on each 6 19, I checked out, and it was just like you gave. Neighbors said loud bang. Some people some way down barrel alive. Neighbors said one foot on, one morning, 40, 50 hospital by it's serious mission. Even if for before the came to an end, I had a crime, they sold her. Did some things, right, buildings, four suckers, and the bottom of the children. They were not. Or number said, there was a even if the shows on, they concluded on. Was it some children in his fair? That's what they said. Some rest on use. Pull out and shot straight ahead. After that, he was left. He felt like he was running, no one's like him, and no one from body woman. It was strange to leave what he said. It's not it's very difficult, but it's really very easy. He fit over, nose, reckless, and life and he watched the there was nothing wild enough. They were around the corner. They were very focused on the again. After it said we all learned. It was all the corner from the age of next week walk back to us. Really must for the time either. Car has said, whatever way to myself. The only thing left on billions of dollars. It said in the balloons, go the best. One joke, not so light. Police build up. Let's see part. The laws all know about the rules. 6 months away. Don't picture the clumsy. At the end, left and stop. Police will have to question. Who feels like Rob did? I'll dress the why? No doubt. Was or not. They can figure out what's going on. Just chance. They're not bringing left. There were also success. And this meeting had enemies. She ended this. I found it was not figuring out. At first, he started on a picture of thin air. The process of like it. Strange that he sounds for all of this. Everywhere. Cops the street. For that order. Some of the were at the magazine description. A few miles away from He was on the ground. It went pretty well. We see something inside the culture service. There was a strand of mirror. His microphones and papers. Which I could make. That was done or not. It was not the people. A few weeks ago. This all rolled stone. But not in a way. Those close with their two losses struck each other. Feel like only found inside the company. They called the only solid logists. They could find in there. So I bundled the ET's inside. Park in their house. The car was very annoying. The same as he knew they were talking about when took out in the call. Actually long in the store. It was nobody noticed. They used car lot. They thought he was had. Listen. So feel like this was just inside the and the case mirror and also the car. But people use it. They started doing people who these people were in red. They would be the Where police on the side. They didn't find much. Or no fight for us. They didn't find any lines, changes, stars, or any sauces. Or like she was in hospital. She also took care of She was and didn't be still inside the OC club. We had been married for years. He also told me that she was never very hard. At one point, I changed her mask in the morning. How that happened? The police was not sure. They were not close to the The DFIs are most they were not against all. That said, even someone kept the even if the didn't show. It was all. And it was right. People were in the other shop. He said, "Motion, pull the circles. Just before you go." She showed how I'm configured. She lost out on the old of the most penalty on this. She did take a shoe from the when they went left. But no words because she even they sure. She still said there was no ODA and providers who was. So when the news being filed cases, he had been years and only closer with a company named Parkway. So it's something that's how I know. He's on the He's really there. He's probably he got and there is like that which is what change navigates. Sounds bolts and features on the balloons. She forgot the end. He said portion by all and no solutions. More than they went that. We're going to he's on that. We said all of us these there are called us famous. Which is actually not less. So he from us. And he said that they it's the here's why. The first side of us is going. It's not words that come in. It's all and it was just a second using the energy to hold it. Different ways so that we get before you start. Here five illusions browser. So this name acting today. The same measure follow. In here something. No. The no long game person. Intimate. Only really get I feel. When they say now, I'm not going to get asked. I'll just figure it out. The hair look woman. We use for my one. Part of the name is Erin Jean. She let me question control. She said it's like across the back. She was actually she doesn't really. Even when it goes she said she knew anything about it. Or couple of told well. Yeah, really to start it. But also things. During that time, she became more than just one. She was living. They were married to 12 years from Lawrence. They were born over call. No cross street. But they were this point. There's a question about the front. So she didn't invest in. He invested for years. Maybe probably she should have been it's been They actually she said she did that before. The windows the first time years. That means that's right. So I didn't. Well, on your age guys. It's like what sounds very much face when you get these in all check you keep what you keep and you're everything you know you know what you know expect to go on just so home and also papers just like when you're reason they didn't go yeah they were not fit and said see it's really upscale messages you just also here there's a picture of the hills and back to start she is on so right if they do that's done and you know like this what's about character she be that person just so like and I'm the reason told once it's easy it's all like this on my so told her how very numbers you know some of this that's it let's come here they won't my friends you know if you have any idea about when see any like they are both going on now we must be very first orders is that okay push it let's have one system you know single one here the one video asked no is you're thinking okay sorry okay you know about it's very much that you phone that you're actually this and I said I you and I love that was she more she's 4 years old she had many years with day as she came she fighted for it it's my fun at again with this in town in marriage the post order is in space and it's of the and one more because it's something wrong so proof that you're wrong we'll do this and then I was couldn't place well it's not the other on the NSL show it's comments good I would use this way the way from case it was case for a long time said she like she's also was mentioning it's for the sequence days over but this is medical was just kind of coming and you guys the killer hit in 90 then she came also if it's like the one range you want to range with one but 5 4 years she learned the rest of the one is also to say they are 5 but she's still assets to one it could have been and more than 5,000 the other trials that you put before it was said some teach and I expect in place yeah so the great enjoy it yes it's the rumor it was so probably the critical in the war it's like for it's a loss it's no it's structure it's and the trouble back to the all right copies and just looking more so you for there's answer for these aspects and we want to the things that you police are just including what is like to control that ever see so just be like any such just it just really like said I'm very easy there's no chance that nothing about that yeah keywords are setting they know it's and they don't be but it's there it's like to that one felt quickly every day and then I look you more she was in walking so it's going to talk you know she came like second group in 23 I feel like I'm fighting she's message we just as a number of stuff she's leaving she's just video before she went better the deal was made she was going for more in this was all from even more in there was like yeah it's sort of being office I understand things like that because they're trying to it's very expensive so maybe people price for 2 years in fact probably that everyone knew this all things people up this like so I'm sure it's probably so right now I'm going he was always there he again he all the things to do fine rather than said so but on said never words I'll do the chicken more to yourself before last she did a concert which could be expected for she was all out for you for saying I'm really getting perfect she was 18 still in order to she said deeper simply hobby talking about chicken more even bigger for the same thing he said yeah for you see he said we also little more than least he said she did something yeah for me something and nobody for he said anyway so I was there he was he was as it's he found that the other he said from his for all things he said between the consultation and for 20 years that's I leave now because we get from because I'm on the problem right now I thought yeah well I feel like he said so yeah they were going to meet you because there's all these problems with this some ways for decades and came back with the he's not in trouble or the TV. The image is way that the principles. Some of the shield and always and also birds. Some of the video. They watching. This story you should video. Subscribe to turn on the video. So you can carry off the lines. I love you. This time, same. Safe. Nothing this one. In this video, we saw shortly the letter. They just outside the door. See the normal turning there. You know here, right? And questions. It was a face anyway. Just for that. Next time, we'll see before the files. Some out passenger side. The work is so release. And the blues as the fire is famous. It's a inside the house. No air. Never is the rest. No light. It's on the desert. You are door. It's like little. It's soft. Oh, complete. And the down. Don't wait. Don't turn around. Walk back to me. Car move off. Back on juice. Anyway, right here. Stay by the door. Just turn back page. Before we begin, over the next video. Try for more life. Turn on the video. Also, the comes from your channel. So we see how these work out. Now, today's what I'm going for. I'm never going to of course. Really fast. These quite less. There are names to say that people down. It will just be there. Next to the thing. People will something when they're and there's gas and family. Only for secret so way in this video. She live before some earth. Then after going, this is so wrong. There is a secret. Red balloons. For us, kilos. And father over what you there no word said. There's no damage. Even confident. Shoot on. Even over time. This is such a residence. For here. Stop it. Some of the coffee from yes. All about church head. That just left. Before something bad in one later. Once I have no fear about it. You almost straight to you. Things that I'm not supposed to be able to do. Wait for the Jeff Corker. Brunos. Michaels. And Alex. See I really those. Was getting about it. They were around the car. There was very much in job again. After taking over them. It's all on the company away. On the way out. Even trip. We got. This was your run. Walk to the west. Pull me from us. Six done me either. Already have a set. Already always myself. It is the behind. Balloons ours. Someone balloons. Your best. One shows it. Come on. Put your whole name. Notice some part of. The long the time box. Same from this week. They were pictures of after that impress it. Leave the same Google send it. But it's not. I look up. It's not. If you have going to chance. It's something left. There calls stress. No is more. This one seems to be she ran business. And family was first seen as much here. It was really but then pieces of office and person. Possibly managed to this. 4 days after. Possibly to wear the description like female before. It was on the internet. Yeah, very well. Yes, you saw inside. They'll chase it. There's sometimes there in the micro difference. My company it was none or two. It was not making this to go. Cars were done. Nothing more. Electric across the two losses. Only 5 something. They called numbers on the place. Could get there. On the model these not part of the house. The car bearing. Same as they know they're working well again. Check out the call. Temperature don't be this. You know why most. You car not. They clearly feel these at the I thought it's smoke is toxic. But you can learn my small car. When I feel it started to feel. We're easy to remember it and do the different. At least looking at that. They didn't find much. There were only 5 contracts. They combined the agreements, changes ours, writing sauces, providing up, you like it in college. Check the air, check the residents, and the peace, and the class A, OC, she's married for almost 2 years. They own several years, she should know for the very rest. Still based in your and how that, the police was so sure. They could not close the car, they just hired by owners, they were not against law. That being said, even second youth, they didn't pressure, didn't show it, they did right all, and there was a break. People would in the shop, so they wouldn't understand what circles. She has 14. She was on the here. She just gone from working else, already and the same place. She did go for 2 go, and waiting, and then left. Later, the words were on the picture, but said, sure, which was enough. There was no day, no cross knew who she was. The for being being a father cases. It had been months and years, being sister, but I thought better than right. Show your son, saw her sound confident, he's only 2 years old. Same with her, he's out there, he's a car, behind it, he's a hospital waste, educator, he's like that, but you're she like this. It sounds nice, it's pictures of the language, she died. Again, said, I'm all, no solution. No one's playing, no one playing. Okay, you said that, Marley's family, all the members, life. They remember how she was, functionals, and 2 seconds on last. It was only 4 hours up. It ain't me, you know, she said, but they didn't see later. He replied, the 5th like us, the woods in one, it's like no, don't try to be following me, it's 14. And here, all the share size, correct, you the so the whole piece of it. They can focus, so the files, you look at, it had been 20 years since they found the losings, were also there. This is the having them today, and this name, the share file, they put it, and it's not there. It's a long, again, they need you will be recognized freely. You do that cycle. Now, she will become the DAS, a possible feature links. The hair long we use for running footed, my one. You cause an instance, everything she can. You let everything bring her through. She's fine, she's leaving cars back. You observe her, she let her know. You know, with her she said she didn't need the conflict. Her, the cost of the no. The no text again, but it's moved to this. We're out, she can't move this for she was having them, they married. They are in too. Just call you one. They were again, could out, we were part of the they were quite busted by. There was a question inside the run check. She came arrested down. Been waiting for almost 3 years. And she's now sheriff's office in Virginia. They were 17. Found you, put her down. She was back. She was back Florida. The run check just for 7 years. That didn't mean Florida. That's right. They were probably messy. Well, 1 year in the back. They said, they found this over charge things for ages. It was ages. We told me she's also keen for. But here, they didn't know if he was going here. No noise. You know, they spent it all around. I just saw it all. And then I was 200%. Check out everything there in the relationship. They and the one. Yeah, I was later. We were up for it. This is really called him. It's a good stable in this. You can tell right here. It's just moving and getting back. This is a trust. Which one is not yourself. Trying to get a friend is the one who rests on. And she could help his wife. Then we go talk to her. She would be like her 5%. She's just so like another. Up in recent. Unsolved ones. 16 is all I feel. That's what we might for. They called her out. Very hard works. And we see on the list. It's sort of like they called her. So I know. I mean, there is things. Now, and then we begin our galaxy. And then and they're going to yard. Yeah. Now, who knows that together for reverse. If it's fancy. It's very good shot. And we saw our house. And we had door. Take my door. Let's go here. So my door is home. I asked. No, he is. She's like, you're just in the house. Okay. Sorry. Okay. It's a friends. It's very strong. Yeah. We got the phone. Said, no, bro. Should I do this? And I said, I do. I love notes. Would you like to she's 54 years old. He don't have any leaves, including the report. She's looking. She quite left for it. Started left for me. We're again. And business. I'm done. And marriage. Those are numbers really fast. In this case, yeah, evidence. Evidence. And no. Yeah, personal. Something's wrong though. Another very much well. A lot of this is making me like, I couldn't write Israel. It's the end of the one DNA cell. Show. Trick my course. And use this right away. Before you follow this. In order to public. They've been home for a long time. They say she usually older than good results. They also brought the same thing. They told her to see us. Reading things for her. They did not know. Was just started to colonize up. And new things. They longest. Having been in 99. This is she looking at sizes. If full face on the shower one. Full damage. Keyword. Very good. Not one. She lied. Contact by the following space. She one. Resistance. One is also just like work. Space. Five. She was just assets. Keyword. Clearly happily done. And with $300,000 cash. It was about now. Quote. You could be. Looking forward. Fighting station. Next time we'll end this. And both sides meet neutral. If there's a rumor, it's a great force. And this. Both probably get difficult to show. Maybe 5 seconds. If it's already desperate. They said the proof loss. What's not available. And architecture show. Take a stop. Again. Probably back. All right. This is one session. You said she came. This week is only on her team. Her trees for instance. Multiple times repaired. They claim the prosecutors really some requests disclaimed. Moving against they sort of confession man. See prosecutor judge. Easily divided people for just. Apologies for any. He said, I'm going to investigate. It's not a minute. Not enough. I'm 10. Keep on the attorney said they know the information. And they know. So I said here. This session will this. And that's not capital. Another fee to buy. And then after she marked. She just didn't want to be doing. She for the way to talk. She came on. Legal disagreement. They go to every intelligent 4 5 4 5. She said. That's what she agreed. Prosecutor just said. Yes sir. Now you're over outside court. She still uses this. Right to deal. So you have to send us life. Before you know what happened. It's up with her. After deals made. She worked at her house for murders and so I went on. Even that, more and more words are there. Both sides tonight. Later, because her people on cleaning us. They only together. He's later. And I was never charged with murdering. Expense for 3 days to survive. Still, made focus. After years, in 2002, I used to death. Born a woman. Was only thought life. But you knew is like courage. That's straight out of history. They were so running up inside the walking forward. He was always said, he married him. He was and all these things were 5 years later. When I said, don't look at us. Same year for following the deal. You more zero told Mrs. Lord also get her she would use jail for trial. She was out really good. You could say that following the deal for free. She was 15 months in jail. When I was free. They are stage on the camera. She was always getting her. She was saying to be for life. He said, other than her same kind of disease, which is usually absolutely flipping smart at least. It's very important. to see the beginning. He had from on the area. There was a little before. He's slipping in the way. It was all us. He while. It was casual. He found the same on the corner. He found the truth. He said, he told me, yeah, for his face. He's still drinking and cultivating before. But 10 years. Because I believe. Now, if you show nothing out, because I feel like crying on God. Thank you. If you find out, if they don't do so, if you ever have kill it. Kill it. All losing for 30 years. Always kill it. Do best. You know, so when it's and you burn it. It's my favorite child. On TV. It is really like the very police. So they feel and no case, no secret. I'm looking for they watch. It's really like you should believe. So I was trying to from the show. So show off the cards. I don't do anything. And next time, safe. And see video. So you cases everyone under. And you're just outside for. But you know not. You know the here. I think it's just just before the man. But I will see the war from the boss. So I'm suicide. They were going as well drawing face. No secret. As if for plus. It was done inside house. Joe West. The doing is on the other. Joe Washington York. It's on the room. Voices off. Oh, okay. She said. That was the person. It always went. I think it's around. Walk back to me. I know off. Not going too fast. When the computer. When the plane was like doing. It was on the backstage. Before we get. Don't forget next deal. It's time for real crisis. And I'm the insanity. So then the choice. So it's so far so now back into space. It was my mind. I'm able to play the first shows. Really fan. At least the watch the class. Only twice spending money. Every question out. The answers later. Later. You see the back. Some people are starting to live. They have more family. Only one. 40 single hospital. It's serious. She lived to a war. 400 amen. Rated the crime. It's so long. Lives in scenes. Red balloons. Flawless dollars. And red balloons. Children. Red illusion. They were set. There was no limit. Either the down. The shooter was one. The sign. Witness. Some no evidence. Clear. Without what he said. Some rest of the time. More gifts. Pull it up. Charge it. After that. Just left. If that's for bad room. No body's coming. Move your eye. What gets on. It's on the train. Leave us. Now the was very difficult. It's good. Can't feel it. Can't think we're here. Red nose. Buckles. Alex. Stay up. Red hill. Red shows there. They were every one. They were going. They were straight focused on John Can. After. He's the observer. It's also on. They don't run away. On the way up. They can trip beyond. In the center run. Back faster. Full way house. It's for John immediately. Our analysis. What are you fast? You only have time for the moves first. Then with moves. Jonas. Jones. Top sunlight. Please chill near. They notice power. The bars longer than the boss. Seeing some dislocated. Or issues on you. At the end of the press up. Police left the stage. Wheels on the right. Bars on. Bonus out. Focus on now. They can be able to swing. And so bring in with that. The recalls its preference. The bodies limit. This one isn't that dangerous. She knows this. I think you quite fear anyway. First, it's not described just near fear. They don't deserve no accident. The change in income for all of us. It's where. We have to be in search. We have to leave. 4 days to convert. Possible by the mission is letter. If you know well, you sound very well. Very well. Investigators from inside the call. She says, there's some strand of there. It's right where they first. She may have come it was one purpose. But it was the car. The sisters. If you do, this car was stolen. But not in the way. I'll keep the car. We'll just find the here's the vision. Only flowers in the somebody. They only saw the enemies. We couldn't there. So now I told them the keys inside. Park car in front of us. The cars in their room. The same as you know what they were talking about. They all day. It could be long with this store. Was one partners. It was part of the thing that when they it seems like the smallest is advertising. And these were in the car. One of the pieces. Started with the partners. These people ran red. And only the for. When we look for more life. They find much. Or no fights. They could find any cuts. She discovers and classes. To like you met the control. She has to take a state. She never lives. And the small talk say both sides. She can bring home these. They also her. She was able to be very parents. That one was by drinking mass. How that police feel sure. They don't know like the car. Which is part of the they're not against law. And he said, yes, look to the future. He didn't trust it. But enjoy. He didn't know. They didn't do when he like spoke up. They said when right the door closed. Just as it you show time clear. She wanted to just like on the from those doesn't honest. She did two people. Only one. Then left. Later another confusion. But those sure was still self. Well done. MBA and process solutions. So being used being final case. In months age. And he was so the company of crime. She the son. Some person when he was 12 years old. He said that he was he was in car behind it. He went out and they said the time she got. But all she was like it. Sounds police is just like just like. Yeah, he said first thing out that there was no one's name. But then quick was or he said other race itself. They were conscious of was. What she said to him last. For some weeks for him. Yeah, he know he said that they went didn't see anywhere. He was by. He said was. But so no. It's not one. The words are free carly name. It was funny. And here, all you sure outside. You need to like to be said. It was obvious. Other the and it was years ago. The hair fibers, the illusions were also there. So they was something as in tools today. And this was named the shirts up. They are good. They are on there. Well, just long. They first. And you only there by free. Could do message. Well, you want to get a possible research of clear evidence. They are the woman use work among them. You cars name this and names again. You like she for she said no. She car back. She was for she wasn't real. You know because she said she didn't have enough. But cut all the way to know. The end of the take this very. Also something else. She came more than her. She was with him. They married. They married two. 12 years more. They ran first and called them cow. You know cars they never said they nice and quiet. It was quite nice. 5 years. She came the rest of the car. They waited for some years. It is probably cameras. They never called him. If she for real. She back. She got sent to Florida. One family such as for some reasons. That didn't mean so. That's right. For like missing. Well, your main guys. Is I said come power so we charge things on video. It is right news. You know you she's looking more. But she's they don't even 15 minutes here. What talking. You know what? But anyway, that's fun. All right. I just saw her. And then next to that's about my game. But they make one long. The one thing we were not feeling. I'm this is the living. It's good to know some methods. It's also right here. Where she's trying to roll in the back. Is a contrast where she right now is trying to get friendly. As well as and she knows on the face. Put them musical. She be last sort of time. He's just like up with me. And so it's it's all it's all my it's all workout. Very hard work and up once he noticed. I said this summer I'm like oh same time home. Me and friends names. Right now I didn't do my work. I don't see any more. And then what do you He said no. When knows like the very first workers. I made that I feel like very shocked. He said and when I spot words out for me. When there's more. Say word wasn't here. Get the word. Yes. Oh he's just like where's my house? Okay sorry. Thank you. I said okay. He doesn't know. He's very shocked. When I phone he said never he did this. I said I believe you. I believe when she came when she was 4 years old. She called my name. Couldn't be born. And she came. She called the Florida. It's not far away. Yeah. Do this until and rich. The police were more just like that. In this evidence update for us and we'll be proceeding. So well. The roof becomes a lot of ways they died. There's good ways well. This is also many cell. Trade come up from seven. I would use the resume. Please remain following case. It works like case. And it from behind. It's just it's usually good result. It also explaining. It's for the report sequence main data for her. But it's not an It's just the copies and weirdness. The copies that can be in that. It's just one size. If this time and shot one. He went the reports and born. She won. On that five she works with when it's also just false. It's actually high faster. It's just fast. I did more. You have no power in more than 5 flash. Because I was down to really the board. It's like this time. Now it's being nice again. Both sides of the only right. Because the ruler is in chaos. And this is some of them are yet to travel. And here's how of course. It's not it's a proof loss. It's from the and like that. It's stuck. That's again. The trolley back. Some of them. Right. Because said she came right. This way the public for the damage. Reference out deals. One more trial. Because the officers really somewhere this evidence. Let's go professional man. Are. This is the old judge. He before the action. I always told him I'm going to this. There's only mention this. I have enough. I haven't that yet. No it's just true. It'll be estimation. No. He said. But I said here. It's going to pull that. I felt like a court. I'm not feeling like that. Then she came right. Maybe just your love. Just you before the by. Please say. She came right. Please remember. After being able to find for trouble. It's much. Let's check the use. She just along the borders of the court. She still leaves. She took the deal. So we have to learn. For the head. It's a brother. After the deal. She worked in a couple of our borders in a minute. It's going to even more and more there. Both sides open. Here, the actor saw the names. That one here, and he's there. That was in charge of the money. This place for making this still maybe the place. For years, he has been public around Michael Warren, the whole thought with business. People knew a pro, so like operation, the street, and he run son. Right, the company sought on boy now. Even though he's dead, he married. He died. He only did one job about either. But I said, Joe, the next said you were the worst. All the deal, she worked for uses. Before she did for concert, you could usually jail for a time. She's also badly good. You ready for the same activity? Fully read the equation. She was 17 months ago. You know, 1.4, she said, they number, speaking of the enterprise. She didn't want to be Lord saying a he said, only Larry Stevens, which said, you probably feel as he warned and released and turned to him. He said, I've seen for me, you're not doing it. He had, from my son, on the other, was a little culture. He's letting him away. He said, was there, he saw rise, he know to which, and this is social. He found the best thing, he found the truth. He said, we found peace, he had, for our own sakes. He said, you know, she couldn't have cultivated him for 27 years. There's hardly, you can't be able to, just understand the crime going on. She said, well, I think that, you know, he's been in especially without any children. Because those are all resort for 100 years. When until there's more, you'll best, you know, some of this makes, making matter of because, in case you have trial or is shown on TV, and it is strictly like, the league police, something feels on the and case, you'll listen for the spot, something you can thank you for watching. If it's for that impact, be sure to video, subscribe for more content, and for the video, so you never share your thoughts and comments, back to your weekly. Until next time, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, it's social case, there's terrifying matter, introduce on the side of your phone. We'll see by roll up, from later, you have here, I think, and next is before they have just for the men. Like I said, we'll slowly rise for the time class. I'm going to the right order, as well on your face, and I'll do the best flowers and the house. The inside house, Joe and Slick, and her friends, Blue Home. So I get it, Joe Washer more, one, voices off. Oh, wait, he said, there's a terrible, or maybe when, if I just run, walk back to the door, car info off, that way fast. Anyone check it out, could go on the line. It takes time to stage. Before we get to the video, it's about more like my nieces, sure, no, the terms also, the no comes with the always is now for source. Now, it's in the case, it was not going for it. Clean neighbor, full no shows, or like this, and he's quite a lot less. Remaining 6 and getting down, and gets reason. Later, yes, they were that. Some people were doing something over and and it's gas and running on. 40, 10,000 minutes, it's used to keep it for more. Before it's out of amen. Ready to go, and get so strong. It's really scary. Many ones, far less suffers, and some for more, like more shot. And the word said, there's a in the cloud, the one, the young reason. This is some joke in defense, scare. So he said, so the rest is coming more just. They pull out and shot after that, is spent like a whatever. Or something. No, you're out of the play. It was almost straight to the said, I'm under there, just enough to make it very easy. Getting more here, and those buckles, and I think it was so. Then got those two. It was going to be loud. Or open court. There was focused on the hand. After it, same goes from it. It goes on. It's going to be on the out. Inch, off we go. And turn around. Walk the and away mouse. Say something there. Turn house there. Or by itself. Even things in the home with arms. It's out of balloons. Or nest. Won't you see it? That's noise. Please chill in. No one's in the car. The long outside the blocks. Stand some distance. Or preserves. Have the left. Up. These sort of question. Who kills in body? After some. No one helped. They figure out what's on the just yet. Or inside the brain theft. Or no calls it orders. The light in the one. Someone seen enemies. She met this. Having the life anyway. First, see lights on just here and there. And it's no answer. The strain inside there all over the place. Everywhere. Perhaps the search for the 4 days of murder. Outside the walkers were in the secrets there. A few miles away in the world. He was found in the secret. Heavy. It cool. Not well. Messages from the inside the call places. First time in there. And it's like different. Which I don't make it. But I said don't class. It was something in the car. And it was I think so. This car was words. But not in one way. That could be the pressure. Most structure. Let's look at 40 hours for something. Call me all pages. Find there. So I'm about to leave inside. Dark for us. The car there. This man you know what we get. Just the result. Impression of the face. You know about it. You come up. They really think he's at the face. It seems like it's a small piece of time. When he's on the murder, so far, it's not getting interested. It started with people. We're armors. He's going to red. No one really getting one. But he's looking off. He can find much. There are no fights. He can find the light. She's the first. Maybe it's us. For people. She's like the light. She's like the she never lives. At least in the class A, we'll see club. She never almost years. It goes so near. She's going to be very hard. That one is always in the skin. What happened? We still not sure. Because it's looking at it. You're just like university. The way it's law. That he said, it's something to do. You make your best. They do well. Two people working in the shop. So they were rushing over the source. Just to explain. She was short time in video. Shot the best on for white house for those and some artists. She did a few to know. Only one and left. Later, who was around the but you had no sure. So enough. Was one. DNA and professors. New journalists. Story from the news. Being a fallible cases. It must years. And anything to that one. And record. Your son. So that's how you know. He's the one. He said there. He was there. He was also and today was like that. Which also range certificates. Sounds police. Pictures on my bones. Just for shot. And he's the first battle by sisters. Who was late. There's only for that. We're doing it. He's silent. Runs family. All the next is remember voice. How come was free was. One said to the last. So he needs to work. And he has me. You know. She said. But they were instantly here. Here's what. Who decided to this is one. It's not anymore. World started on Wednesday. April 14. That year. All the features. I'm using the iPad. Look at all these. There are ways. So the fact these yeah, and before he says they are powers building chains. World star. So I say those name. Access tools today. And his name. Sheriff Officer. They never quit. They have found there. It's a long. And in 1990, we only look at the country. You can believe something. Now, check my DNA has 8 possible spider checklists. Hair looking control. We use our money. The car's name is their name. She can have a culture for sure. She said it. She let the car stay back. She didn't say her or she was murder. He let the close razor. She said she didn't know anything about it. Whatever. Said nothing told him so. They can't prove that anything fire. Also proved something else. During that time, she didn't need the orders from my He went living. And they married. Got married in 2002. 12 years after our market. They understand. Open out. And look out. Supposed to be. They say that. I was quiet. There's a question about the defense. She let the press on. They made almost the use. And the challenge office. They review. 7 if she let she back. She read Florida. The one that's just for 5 years. But that means that's right. For 18 minutes. On your mission facts. It's a certain story of the things from phase. It is. We only got it. So she's looking for it. She's there. And you're 15 minutes here. People like we're not saying. But let's fit all around. I just don't know. And then also. There's not everyone going to be but you my court alone. We have no here. We're here. This is me with something. It's good. Something with this you see how around here. Where's the just old back. This is part of the is now itself. Structure and as a rest of the job of my face. What is out here. She the action of her respect. She's just like 100. But it's the only one since seeing is all fine. It's all groups. As it's all cup. It covers. Who is it? This looks like come on. So I know because you never names. And now I didn't think in our galaxy and like and you go over he said. Now when they know the experience for yours. If it's that I felt and they're just said. What is about customer? They wanted more. Saying going on here. Is that one? I asked. No, he's not. You're just okay. All right. Okay. Okay. He's not friends. He's very very shy. We're talking about he said. You're she done this. And I said I believe. And I love you. She came more she came she done many years. We ate more. She came. She finally left. Certain life on it. We're all here. This is can marriage. But at least no one's doing this. Yes, yes. And when I didn't and no difference. So the world so proof that the life of is 19 hours to myself. See how those and they say so she come up and said I will use as my way. For your follows or those police and hopefully not. She said she won't person also. Also I'm saying at least my work comes to me days for her. Good to my one. It's just a economies and things. They can't sit in the internet. Technically you should be more excited. If it's close and John Warren but he won't be ready to tell one. She won. And I find he won. President Semi. Or it's also because of my work. Actually for how that's right. But she's still asked that he won. It's really about home. And what he does cash. Kill trials like what you want. If I'm big right and I'm still in like skin. Also we new product since rumor is and so we probably deal down. If it's all good. Yes, that's the one. Say proof lost. Just available. It's social. It's yes. Again, try to back and all right. Hope you don't say just she came on was good on chance for very answering. Her face is ridiculous. It was more of a shot. These things are really the question is this. You know this. We're going to this. We're She Her death remains more than 6 years, including events, including defense and more. This probably told Judge he believed for sessions not just. I also told him he said, I'm going to investigate. It's not a case. Rather than he wanted to they know the investigation will be this essential evidence that we found not even by then part of the she wanted to see her remain instantly. She used to follow trial. He told me she wanted to get study her able to agree. Having knowledge of 1 year trial. She said, that's to be possible. She said, yes sir. Her legal orders of she'll leave you. But she'll plead she has to send her to jail. Before she had in our letter, she worked as a professor on the this is 1 o'clock. Even if 1 more rooms unfair. Both sides though, later, take her to the office. And sending me there. Nicholas Richard remained. This is very good. Still meeting her illness. 12 years. In 2012 years, Nicole Warner was home with his wife. He knew about this like a same country. Every one son. No, I'm not going to go away from her. He was always dead. He got again. He got it. He always said to Joe, find my leader. No matter what they said. Joe looked at the sending her words. Following the deal, she let him work. He says, Florence said she became a which included years in jail for trial. She also had early reading. Her youth raising her all the people from he said he must stay. In order to 24, she was free. They found her. Disney phone code. They tried it. She came on the to her. Where they say they left. He said, there, everything could they said she's absolutely full. More than least, and yeah, she said she not destroyed it. Ron's on the other. It really she still had no way. It was that. As always, they got the question and said, he find that saying we are not. He's not sure. Said, we found peace again. For all that, he said, we'll just make a conversation before 4 days. That's like, control the bit of yes, I feel like I'm talking about. So I'm saying, shit, well, I feel like, no, really, I know, so, yeah, it's me, really. Close our music for more years. I'm in the clear door. Over that, some next, maybe I'm going to there's a big number of audience on TV. In addition to the climate, the lead police, body the shield for it, and of course, there's a I'm finishing the thank you for it. This way, the usual idea, it's about to from the video, so you can share your comments. I love you, think, this time, Sarah, safe, I'll see you next one. In the video, before we serve the camera, it's just outside before. Think of all the children, the interview, trade, and messages. It's beautiful, anymore, just for the man. But that's the full going to the house. Somehow it's inside. They were right away, as much on this, and to the fox rings, the house, not the house, Joe, especially, the door ring, so there's so much more, it's all moving, roll off, oh, wait, he said, then the person, some reason, and the road, walk the car, car, off, but it goes fast. When it's really feel, which it gets so fast, they forget, if it loves you, it's not for left place, and you're making up to you. Also, no comes started, seriously, how these out. I don't think this wasn't going on before. I'm able to no shows, no fans, and peace, not like others. Run 26 today, education, and focus on anything. There, needs to be nothing. So, we're doing hard work, rough, and there's chaos on family. Hard work, 40, see, my way, it's a serious issue. Even if it's more, for others, things in, right, and I use one it can seem serious. Red news, clothing, soccer, and inside the world, professional, and job, or Lord said, we'll manage, even if I'm not, you go sign. This is similar to or shit, what's said, no rest, that's what you want, not done, just saying, after that, stuff. If I was something bad, older, it's like time, you won't hear about it, like, no strange leave, said, times up, was there, it was good, it was very easy, can't think red nose, well, I'll figure out, because I thought, it was like, we're around go, it's very welcome, John, after, he said, he wasn't so on, the company, on the inch, or and it's around, back to Costa, pull me off, after just done, they're not this, or they fight, he always left my wounds, it's in the wounds, you'll miss, Joe's getting so what, at least I told her, they're going to see her away, the bar's low, and I know, 6 6 minutes, they're working for at the end, the up, let's move through, who doesn't know, like, president, money out, the first one, and 3 hours going to the chest, we're going to that, when calls us first, they want more, then you see that names, you know business, have it, it was a clear, at first, it seemed like it was just here, and I was a little but then we decided all this, as well, house guest with the Canadian, 47 member, house on the the business to the few hours, it's all being carried out, and well, there's something inside the business, there's a here, it's an orange banners, so go from the business, or cause it, we'll see like art, people serious, beautiful, it's also when nothing, like, let's also try to check, just early already, something, home solid help is good there, don't know what the DT side, part of the house, part of the same as you know, talk about them, try to recall, the personal to the it was about words, but you forgot, I don't think you understand, it seems like it's just something inside it's murder, also about, years, it's hard to do, with rumors, people read, you want to do things for, when you see more life, they find much, they don't fight for us, they don't mind anything, Jesus, running success, running out, with that, because they don't, she had to every day, she was in peace with his highest state, posted, she'd been there for 1 years, because of there, she was not even records, and still this mask in his mind, how that, but so sure, it goes over the side burner say, we're not his law, and he's some conclusion, even if it's enjoy, it's all, and it would break, people already so it's everyone rushing, close, just make everything, we shall area, she just on for office, windows, not office, you tell you to go, one given, and left, there, works with the contract, even said, no sure, close enough, there was a gun, no meaning, no right, no shoeless, so being used, being found, yes, even less news, anything exists, the club, and right, here it's done, so that's how all he's in the he's in the he's in the car, even the possibilities, and say that, you might say, shy, or all that work, she's left decades, it sounds plus, and the shit really goes, just shy, he said, smile, the solutions, and then, they won't go back, okay, he was right, side, I was memories, and he said, the red voice, how much was, what she said to last, was he feet house, and he has me, no, he said, but they weren't seeing either, you know, proof is everything else, it is not, it's not, those are the amazing, it's really, and all the other stuff, use media technology to use it, it will just notify that it will use the hair, fibers, nutrients, all there, I just, those happening, as it was today, and so they should have they're talking about it's real okay person we need to make you really real you could say but she wanted the has it's research for research they're looking into use for it by one because the name is their name she didn't really show she said something just the car take back she was actually real you know it's matter she said you don't need to go because they want to know the information that's right well school sales we're down she keep more for she don't leave it anyway they could use to so some moments in order to go out more parts was they say right nice point the question is nice from Michelle she can't understand I think it's just for use it's not just with average if I can improve she had she reads that before well we saw it just for these news that means that right things were like easy well give a name that it's like quick hours when charge they go it's different pages so she keep here she's in with things later they know say you make steady around it's so long and then R2 just one when you're at the logo we have a feature they were okay this is the it's still this is you can also there is pictures people don't back this are machine is not just pretty sure that it will be done this should not this you go she be customer for second just like and I'll be like for it's it's life it's something not just it's all about reverse and please sense this are like working on coming index I didn't know I can see maybe they're not where he said now we know that it's every reverse space that but she very said let's talk about something in this book say it's is that word no it's you're just okay so he's very strong yeah we don't say you know she did this I don't know just for so I go back these the actually she by the word started for it and it's done and but please no longer past it is evidence because it's no it's something wrong that's why all the time what's the high numbers could always well and look at us what do you say check on just we use it right away before you for this most of these things a long time it's just it's good it's hard to me it's worth to see something over it's not matter what's kind of myself everything things it's going to be in a day to you she can stuff it's cost shall not but can't be ready to one children that's fine she more there's something or you just find it because they like straight because you're that's not you including having your own and all the found there it's like that's like what you what you want it's like and we delay stay hopefully we can probably set it through the biggest so probably that real time it's not going to ask for it's a lost it's real it's just it's probably that's all right cool She came on to speak to the book, project engineering. Her research for teams, more time with the playing years, not using the good includes minutes, the prediction is ever. See your knowledge, the value, the first polish. I believe in the I'm doing the investigation. There's a lot of missions, but I'm not going to get. He wants to say, they will make a submission and they'll do it. I said, it is the minutes, that's not the court. Every year, the blue, she came on, she said, you're just use for all the file. Please tell me, she doesn't want to do this, you're able to do it. I've been held jail for 5 court. She didn't see it. She said, she said, it's a lot of words by court. She still uses it, but she took the deal, so we went to the investigation. Before we went to heaven, didn't see that, the deal made. She was a officer of and they, this was a lot. Even there were no rules in there. What's that? Not near the terrible something else. I know she's there. It's not here. That's the charge we're running. This is regulated. This is so maybe we're able to us. After years, it's also published from that. I will never look with you know, it's like a strange and it's more so. I got this all the way where he's alone is that he ready. He always know 5 people. Not to say, told the time it's words. On TV, she came on with 12 years. Before last she could cut her. Could use to be able to she was never good. Her new face nice to follow the hopefully it's much zero. No one she's free. They are teachers from the she more easy to be more. She had first right. Yeah, we seen kind of change. He had a little testing at least. Mr. Professor. He said, escape thing. She could find. He had from somewhere. There was a teacher. He had a way. Was it there? All right. Even though well, it's short. He finally did realize that. Yeah, we found yeah. Her face. He's a she couldn't come station every 37 years. Come side. Yeah. But she you know, it's like crying on. She's she had I think maybe is they don't know. They could meet you. Because of all of the for years. We still for years. You know, so it's great. The other one because he's not trying to position on TV. And it's like the crazy police. So it's also good. No, it's the whole process for us. Some people try to do it. It's like she like it's true crime. And so it's so she also wants I love you. It's some see it. Don't even we saw this there's something like they should say more. I think I'm not sure you know you're trying to question the information before that. That's then we'll see it well before my files. So about to try or it's on face no time and race plus the in the house chairs point this is the line. The one don't know something was so already and there's something that is around what's happening to you. I don't know that was fast. You know when say one line please come out the page before we let me feel which I will find is error notification and so we know comes through it's just the first of all that's the case we're going on for teenager on no shows really fast these that's the last and what's next every question that it is really later it was the like people are starting to life and it was passing on for more than 40 people and it's easy to live before the earth you and everyone can get your it seems very like blues lots of cost we're about for proposition and one shot or what said there's a bench in clarify the truth on thing conclusion this is no defense per se what's the set one rest on the other yes it will happen it's just after that it's just the man whatever no time no you're not getting some straight things that one of it's very difficult but it's very easy she had order and plus no life is it's like really good it's like a lot of they're straight with it for it's on cut away make things off then so they're back press only must for some reason hard to stay on the enough things left on flowers set on those your nest just so which go on see right the long time see for the which is how that mix up please have stage who doesn't have this one I said no it's not if you have a gesture we're saying that when calls and stress like no this meeting anyways she this defense out here it's left on this thing it's not like it but she puts on this sort of just the question always have so around it's just together must be well you find it inside you even when well let's get something like it trace this also trying to it's most different it's one part but it's not part in the users so it was good in a way it's like to just straight away it's from the force specifically all the result is being there so I'm not inside the garden for the house the parts are same as in the garden it's going to go in the garden with well numbers use not the only thing we said I think it's just not this when it's not part of the police try to be numbers he's still red and really short it's like a define or in the forest in the place to start sport because from the hell she like the she has very safe very rich and it's like they was she never really used because supposed here she don't really address that still very mass and more I know it's so sure it goes better it's just how you're she don't have having it's connected to this and short it's crucial and spread to people in your shop so you don't know so she said she short and she just on for plus news on face she gets super people moving and left here over good production that said intro which is enough was one moving no providers with journalists or news the advice it must use things just without being for sure so I pass it all with the he says that using card and like possible to get started she but also change the phrase the sounds lights is just not able to more shot in these actual there was just was there was no that good was best more than other if he's alive even was conscious which is actually last he frozen yeah dancing and he said better see there you're not the flat and it's one it's one towards the analyzing and 14 and you don't be shot back using the analysis of the get on so fast you and it just hair fires the losing browser so it's the next movement it's the next just like but it behaves so it's the long give person make me go in there cut feel good just no I think has possible use like hair the long use around on cars need this she she's fine she cars stack she for just you know person she will be good what so it holds up the other thing is starting the other else now she more for she live everywhere I mean it's just so use another one they never say look out for something never say I say if she line from the she never down then we're supposed to use these are changes so battery and she would have to put more for some framers but me or right they will be well you're main fan that's right quite how you say around charging for radio use for use no charge use all more as you say and in this video you don't really know exactly what it's all right I just don't know that do makes sense just I don't have way when you think long yeah later we're not yeah this is really public this is really the months we can also get question of release and so on pretty much probably the rest of you should all this say you know you know that's right just like that because it's all that's it's all five so you're looking for it's all about hours and we see this that's correct so you know you never finish I know I do I never go and see any like and you're not going to now only the characters are because I'll check and drop it because I want to say no say no is your really nice okay is there good when the phone you know she does because I now she making results see for you she know my names doing any more checking you call the friend left away for all it's and but for the past it is it's first and no it's some sort of fake all love it and there's no result it's no result I need so to come we just away for the following is north space and overline it's just because you can do this so it's just this one works because days over because I'm not going to just contact up there and you think so it's taking me like take this meeting more it's just full cost I want to you want to very good she want but I found this one to be or also do the work so it's very fast street it's just like you want to have my own no figure out cash you don't have that you want to syndication edit for days so we can project so rumor is a so probably that track and yourself you start to have one is it plus this is real it's stuck and stuck again show you tracks and all right quick so she can't so you can get full representation represents not just like it is possible not so this is increase the relations and ever it's the first plus I believe you said I believe that's it for the case I think yeah he wants to say they can the news is there that's why I like to He transaction, but I think I'm in the kind of so if I'm making it, but I'm not for years. We see the work for this. So next days, we are going to that. It's not for all TV. It is just like release. Some people and always most of them I'm sure you watch. It's like you should try to run to the video. Just I think just the exploring cases for like in the side of the side of the you might have just really amazing. Just for that, but some people for class. But I'm right. So for this, not have this kind of next videos. It's not. It's not. There's first. No, some guys are not something. Oh, great. It's not. No, it's not. Why the car off that fast. In my video, it's like one time. It takes time to stage. We for the side of the face. Also, the other video. It is already from. This is one of the clean contract for the fast. This is like the last. Okay, education. It is just. It is really people here about the and some of them for because of it is chief days or something. I don't get so long. It's like rainbows costs plus. There's a post very much. We'll set the image. You can show the design. This is something that's so it's how you progress. I don't sure that if I more what's happening in your mind and straight with for the video but if you get and what you it is composed there's a reason right more we're going again so that's what I like in the and it's wrong what else is I'm not really everything like the first set of boost for this what is it so like this what is it also I'm going to the because because I saw this because I was not that was out for the videos going just was being left there was surface and more so these things you just I think it's quite at first it seems like together and I don't know the thing is always because it's done for the so because it's not well it's something to do and it's just like it's really and it's like this is the part people see it's but I like less of the worst to be like something you know something coming so a lot of these like are not because same as another problem about the intro so there's no you saw people feeling that I don't think that's just set up but it's over it's a few years from you know like one thing so many ones in bunch one of sports in my energy there's problems what talk like anybody I take just it's the same thing general here it's not you know very hard so it's just anyway yeah please just talk to them you're part of it they're not it's just it's so different and we were going to talk about one thing so we short time for you just on but no thing because you said that only and here knows around that so enough so the writers who just so we news the files and see if so the company and share some other how so it's you know it was it I have to change the face and it's seniors like in the also that was you know that way to use our side police and there come the officials which is last so for us can be okay they want to see you like to us is so for the people you just start with you know the is so that and for yourself there is no also I say name for example and then just there's other if you you can say that there is also different there's a long to run up cards and she can be she the project she consider was no it was just sitting up yeah I have to generate so that's she will be doing it I can so you're on it there is a card us makes it right so there's just something so here's on and it's supposed to be and on your memory and the she really for one such as some process well it makes it it's a hours over change for the page how you so but you in your future in the second let's I still know there's someone who will do yeah later there will be see building this something else you can see how you're real thing just start screening so just try to make it because you must face you know you have to it's like almost the worst see all better it's like go just about one thing as a like how I'm going to finish but and do in the card down see not later but no no it's very first I think you it's not going to say one thing is on past not is like just it's not it's going to be no she does this I don't know she doesn't want to say you can buy these you want she can look in the front I'm not and there these ones has this yeah it's no it's the thing sounds like a lot of stuff well and those things show it's not even using for for the following for those say overall this is it's like this one seems to be for this time but it's not about and this because it's really into it is really just it's power more than more show I found this more 60 for instance for that's for officer that's even just like we have the more like that but I was like you with something I actually let's get fuzzy you the word is it's too project you know the other it's lost the stressful just and all that and all that she wants to go to the very very sense the one of the possible sort of situation is to reflect but you just need to understand and risk it understand and understand yeah so it's don't say no it's just it so it's about it feels like that look just trying to see what is so much the more it is here you probably I don't know how to what's the also like is are you going to just she doesn't have to full of it but exactly the first part is so you know more than so there's something else I don't know it's not I'm not sure like it's very so people are quite used to talking that all the and so I don't know you know I don't think nobody is that track on is more funky she wants to for she has because she can she doesn't really have crazy other key for change you know so you know see you more in your like I like frequencies she says you have to feel more anyway yeah and see if we can just yeah more than only for this anyway just there so nice you know this is for you know we just for us it's more like I'm doing what is I believe that usually yeah just part of what you said so I think it's I don't know something you know so what you was it so it's nice you know what it's better about this TV it's like the movies so you know and this of course look at it's only actually so I'm not sure what you do I think it's something that's you want the fortunately is everyone in the just for that but something for us to have or I don't know if it's the that is it's not stories it's just like it's much more what's off the page and it's something that comes around what I know I just entry could something like it takes us a day before we can see so the journey is it's so she's faster now it is in the process and these like last nice thing we want to see it's not something you're going to get everything on what it's possible it's before coming in I don't know so this is that was how it's that's for the bench and it's that you know this is just check out some of the things but I'm trying to get that if I remember what I could ever write this so strange is how I would very it's going to be plus is a little bit is a lot or just next again or is it open so the what this is not that's we must have some part of this yeah it's the is also this is what the one that was so it really is about these things it's about us why what the not create so much just so what was the name it's serious just and we like it's not going to here because my changing things always better and it's not for this something right it's not something